This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 1. This is definitely not of Dragon Ball, Palace Cold 5. Brief introduction. Ye Chen passed through and became the Scion, the fighting nation in the legend of Dragon Ball world. But adorable Sun Wukong, Sundara Becky Tower, San Wubrali. My god, it's not Dragon Ball, this is definitely not Dragon Ball. Prologue. In the depths of the chaos of the universe, a golden palace is floating in the void. The owner of the palace is a little bit like a mascot, sitting on the golden throne with boredom. However, this little bit who looks like a mascot has the most noble identity in this world and even the chaos, because he is the supreme ruler of the 12 universes in this chaos. King. As always, Chuan Wang today is also very boring. Two taciturn servants stood on both sides of the throne with expressionless faces, while the whole king stared blankly at the 12 light balls slowly rotating in the void ahead. Jingqing didn't blink, and he didn't know what was thinking in that round little head. In particular, the light balls floating in the void are not ordinary light balls, but each light ball represents a universe. It is said that there were 18 universes in the chaos of the past a long time ago, and the king's palace also had 18 such light balls, but 6 of them were destroyed because they angered the king, so they became the current ones. 12 universes. Although the whole king does not fight, his power and rights are absolute. The entire palace was quite deserted. The whole king thought he would pass away a boring day as usual, but I don't know if it was due to fate, the trajectory of the universe and chaos suddenly changed. Under the stunned look of the king and the 2 attendants, the 12 light balls representing the 12 universes suddenly burst into dazzling light, and then the 13th light ball slowly in the middle of the circle surrounded by the 12 light balls condensed. Great Priest! Great Priest! After a brief period of silence, Chuan King's mascot-like little round face showed a very happy and excited expression, and jumped off his throne, shouting his butler's Great Priest, and circled the one just now. The born ball of light bounced around. This supreme palace is too deserted. This suddenly appearing ball of light seems to be thrown into a deadly tan water like a stone, finally set off in this palace that has not changed for thousands of years. A strange ripple. Not to mention the meaning of the birth of this ball of light suddenly, the changes and ripples it brings are enough to make the boring Chuan King happy for a long time. Master Chuan, I don't know what to call. A figure flashed out and bowed to the king on one knee. I saw this person was a little shorter, but he was humble, with extraordinary bearing, and he had a blue-green skin, white curly hair, and a light blue halo appeared behind his head. It is the steward of the king, the chief of the 12 universe angels, the Great Priest. Great Priest, look at it! Look at it! What? The whole king screamed like a child, and the Great Priest also noticed the light ball that was surrounded by the light ball that was manifested by the 12 universes and was guarded in the middle, and he was suddenly surprised. This is the newly born universe. It suddenly appeared on its own, but I didn't do it. With a happy expression on his face, it seemed that he was worried about the Great Priest's misunderstanding. Chuan Wang also made a special explanation. Not surprisingly, the Great Priest who heard the sound again showed a look of consternation. This is not the handwriting of Master Chuan Wang, but a universe born naturally. However, looking at the newborn universe guarded by 12 other universes, the Great Priest frowned again. Compared with the light spheres manifested in other universes, the new 13th universe is much smaller and looks a little illusory, but it is growing and consolidating at a slow speed. These are not the places that the Great Priests care too much. After all, this universe has just been born, and it will take some time to evolve and grow. The phenomenon at this time is also normal, and the place that really makes the Great Priests cares is that only the one born this time one universe, not two. You know, in order to maintain the balance between the world and the chaos, there are positives and negatives, and yin and yang. Even the universe is divided into positive and negative yin and yang, which are usually born in pairs. However, the universe born this time is only one. The great priest couldn't help but feel a trace of worry, whether this newly born universe is a blessing or a curse, will it destroy the chaotic balance of this universe? But when his eyes fell on Chuan Wang, the great priest smiled to himself, and the worries that had just risen disappeared instantly. As long as the omnipotent Lord Chuan is there is no need to worry about such things. Master Chuan, this newly born universe seems a bit special. I wonder what you want to do with it. After calming his mood, the great priest asked respectfully. I also think it is very special. Since it is the newly born 13th universe, great priest, you can send an angel to assist the destruction god of this universe. After thinking about it, Chuan Wang said. Master Chuan, this universe is still growing and evolving, and it seems that no gods of the rank of out-of-world king and destruction god have been born. Observing a refurbished and born universe, the great priest again said. The whole king was also a little surprised. He looked at the middle ball of light carefully, only to discover that in this new universe, there were indeed no high-level gods such as the god of outer realm and the god of destruction. In this case, let it stay there and let it grow for a while. After thinking about it, Chuan Wang finally made a decision. Yes, Lord Chuan. With one hand on his chest, the great priest saluted the king respectfully. Although the birth of a universe should be regarded as a very important event, for existences like great priests and all kings, it is nothing more than that. There was nothing else, the great priest withdrew from the palace. After watching around for a few laps, Chuan Wang felt a little tired, and then sat back on his throne in a daze. However, neither the whole king nor the great priest knew that this newly born universe, which only gave them some small accidents but did not pay much attention to it, will bring to this world and this chaos in the near future. The assault. To be continued. PS1, it's been a long time, everyone, following the contract of the parrot goddess and endless plunder of the high school, I have opened a new book again. Please support from new and old readers. PS2, as you can see, this time I wrote about the world of Dragon Ball. Just like the previous high school. This book only writes about Dragon Ball, not a comprehensive comic, so readers who want to see a comprehensive comic don't expect anything. PS3, let me explain to you that this book is not a nymph in the traditional sense. In fact, there is no such prologue at the beginning. It is better to write a good one after thinking about it, so that some readers will find it difficult to accept. Description. The Dragon Ball world in this book is a parallel world based on the original Dragon Ball world. It is not the original Dragon Ball world. The original Dragon Ball world still exists, that is, the 7th universe. It is written in the newly born 13th universe. Many settings and plots are based on the original Dragon Ball, but there are also many differences. After all, the original Dragon Ball has too many bugs. These are not easy to deal with. PS4, I wanted to write about Dragon Ball a long time ago. Later, I will use Dragon Ball Super as a link to achieve a big collision of 13 universes, Super Saiyan 4 or Super Saiyan Blue, which one is stronger, Monkey King and Sun Wukong, Vegeta and Vegeta, what kind of sparks will they collide with? Everything is in this book, please look forward to it. Chapter 1 Tailless Scion. Location, the 13th universe. Time, AIG 737. In the dim training room, a few vegetable people were eyeing a young girl. The girl is petite and looks only about 5 or 6 years old. Faced with a few vegetable people, she just held her hands blankly, as if she didn't even look at the opponents in front of her. Roaring strangely, several vegetable men showed bloodthirsty grin on their faces, and then simultaneously smashed the girl at lightning speed. A trace of disdain flashed in the girl's eyes, and then she moved sideways, easily avoiding the attacks of several vegetable men. Several attacks had no effect, and several vegetable men became extremely annoyed, and they no longer kept each of them, screaming and screaming to attack the girl with all their strength. With a cold snort, the girl clenched her fists with both hands, and then snorted. Drink! Ah! An extremely powerful chi erupted from the girl's body, and several vegetable people who had rushed to the ground were all rushed out, and then screamed and slammed on the floor and walls of the training room. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the cute face, and the girl's fingers immediately sent out several powerful waves of qigong, blasting all the vegetable people to pieces. What a powerful force! Those vegetable people are not opponents at all. As expected of Princess Vegeta, I am waiting for the genius of the science. In the control room, a researcher exclaimed sincerely. Hey, Ceros, go and clean up the training room used by Princess Vegeta. Seeing that Princess Vegeta on the screen had walked out of the training room, a researcher shouted. Yes. A simple answer, and then a teenager walked out from the side. The boy looked like he was only about 5 or 6 years old. He was dressed in an ordinary uniform. Although he was born very delicate and cute, he didn't have much expression on his face. Picking up the cleaning tools from one side, the boy named Silos walked out of the control room. Hey, the coward of Ceros doesn't resist every time. That kid is smart. If he resists, wouldn't you have reason to teach him? No matter how smart it is not a waste. His existence is a shame to the scions of the fighting race like me. You don't need to say that, it is precisely because of his trash that can bring out the great genius of Princess Vegeta. It seems there is some truth, ha 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 ha. Listening to the unbridled ridicule from behind, Silos walked out of the control room and couldn't help but sigh. Silos? No, his real name should be Yechen, not an aboriginal in this world, but a traverser. Yechen in his previous life was a veteran Dragon Ball fan, and one day he was inexplicably reborn into this world. Although he was a little at a loss at the beginning, he quickly accepted this fact overnight. Anyway, he was just an orphan in his previous life, he had no friends, no attachments, no nostalgia. Traveling to this world he likes, and becoming a member of the fighting nation Scion, may be a good thing for him. All kinds of races, the power to destroy the world, the Dragon Ball that can realize any wish. When I thought of the wonderful things I could enjoy in this world, Yechen was excited for several days when he was just reborn. However, the good times did not last long, and the reality soon gave Yechen a heavy slap. Not long after he was born, his parents died in battle. The sturdy scion does not have any confinement claims. It is said that his mother went on a mission with her man to conquer other people's planets the day after giving birth to him. However, this time their bad luck, there were several powerful creatures hidden on that planet. As a result, they did not succeed in invading other people's planets. Instead, they were destroyed by others. Only one person in the whole team escaped. Scions have been doing the business of conquering other people's planets and then selling them at high prices. Even if they are known as the strongest fighting nation, they often miss, so this kind of thing is not unusual, blame only their own strength too weak and bad luck. Unexpectedly, he was an orphan in his previous life, and will be an orphan in this life. Yechen is also quite speechless. However, the scions are cruel and have no concept of family and affection. Yechen's mother gave him a hug when she gave birth to him, and his father was said to be on the planet Vegeta but was not interested in coming. Take a look at him. What could Yechen say to his parents like this, so their death didn't have much impact on Yechen, and a silent mourning for them in my heart would be regarded as the end of his justice. What really hit Yechen was the next thing. Every scion would be tested for the quality of being a fighter after he was born, but Yechen's value was only 5, almost breaking the lower limit record of the Scion clan. Originally, 5 o'clock is 5 o'clock. In the original Dragon Ball protagonist, Kakarot, Sun Wukong, it is only 2 o'clock. It is not a bull who has to fly behind, and finally won the strongest throne in the universe. Yechen believes that as long as the future training hard by yourself will definitely be able to become stronger. But unlike Kakarot, Yechen's fighting quality was a little higher, but his situation was even worse. Because he has no tail, he is the first tailless scion in history. Ye Chen's parents are undoubtedly purebred scions, but they just gave birth to such a freak without a tail. The tail is the weakness of the scion, but it is also the most important part of their body. Because only the scion with the tail can be ape-shaped after receiving the stimulation of Bruz's light, so that their power can skyrocket. Ye Chen's situation is undoubtedly the result of a genetic mutation. The researchers at the time were enthusiastic and put him on the experimental bench for several days. If Ye Chen can still become a great ape without a tail, then it means that he is the first scion to eliminate his own weakness in history. Maybe it is the next stage of evolution of the entire scion race. However, it is a pity that no matter how the researchers used the Bruz light to stimulate Ye Chen's body, it was useless. Without a tail, he also lost the ability to ape. Ever since, the researchers directly defined Ye Chen as a failure in the evolutionary history of the scion race. Originally, newborns with low combat potential like Ye Chen will be sent to some inferior planetary life experience, but Ye Chen, who cannot be transformed into ape, does not even have this qualification, and is directly thrown in as garbage. In the garbage dump. Although he has the thought and soul of a previous life adult, Ye Chen, who was just born at that time, is too fragile and has no ability to survive. Although with the strong vitality of scions, he has been in the garbage for a few days, but that is already the limit. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 2. Just when Ye Chen thought he was going to die, a woman picked him out of the trash. To be continued. Chapter 2 Princess Vegeta. Holding the cleaning tool, Ye Chen walked towards the training room. At the same time, two figures came on from the other side of the aisle. Walking in the front is a petite girl, dressed in a scion-style combat uniform, with a gorgeous cloak symbolizing the royal family on her shoulders. Although the girl looks very cute, but the look on her face is arrogant and cold. She is the genius Princess Vegeta of the Scion clan. Yes, you are not mistaken, it is Vegeta instead of Vegeta, it is the Scion Princess and not the Scion Prince. When he heard that the Scion Princess Vegeta, who was only 1 year younger than himself, was born, Ye Chen was so shocked that his chin almost didn't fall. There must be something wrong with his way of crossing. However, apart from the difference in gender, the others are similar to those in the original book. This Princess Vegeta is arrogant, cold, and militant. She has been favored by thousands of people since she was a child. The waste material at 5 o'clock is completely above and below ground. Although she is only 5 years old now, her combat power is already terrifyingly high. It is said that she has faintly caught up with or even surpassed King Vegeta. She is an out-and-out combat genius. Although very speechless, these things have nothing to do with Ye Chen. Even if they do, he can't change anything. The only regret is that Monkey King and Vegeta, the friends of Wanyan-ji, are out of play this time. Behind Vegeta is a burly man. It is Vegeta's subordinate, Nappa, who was born in the famous Scion family. This guy is still a pure man like the original, and now he looks very young, and he is not bald. Looking at the two people who had approached, Ye Chen retreated to the side, then bowed his head to salute the two. Not to mention the Princess Vegeta, even the status of Nappa's servant on this planet is 108,000 miles higher than Ye Chen. The two walked along the aisle, and Ye Chen stood beside him like the air, but the light from the corner of Vegeta's eyes stayed on Ye Chen for a while at the moment of the dislocation. Nabar, who is that guy? Asked while walking Vegeta. Although she was only 5 years old, Vegeta's speech was not as milky as ordinary children, and even her words were filled with the majesty of a king and a princess. Is the princess talking about the person just now? Ah, that guy, I see him every time I get out of the training room. His name is Silos, he is a scion without a tail, and he is responsible for doing miscellaneous things here. Hey, he is the trash. Nabar thought about it for a while before finally remembering Ye Chen's identity, and the Vegeta who heard the sound showed obvious disgust. The failure of the Scion evolutionary history of Vegeta is naturally heard, because people often use his incompetence to set off her genius, but this set-off makes Vegeta very annoying, but it is humiliated. A feeling of, "Does your Royal Highness hate that trash? Then I will kill him now." A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Nabar said with a bloodthirsty expression, "No, killing that kind of waste will only stain our hands, let him fend for himself." It seems that he no longer wants to continue this topic, but Vegeta is cold and authentic. "Hey! Your Royal Highness, you are really kind." He smiled. Now that the princess said to forget, Nappa also suppressed his killing intent. The two did not go far, and their voices did not conceal their words. Naturally, Ye Chen heard a word that did not fall to the ground. Until the two had completely disappeared, Ye Chen, who was stiff, gave a wry smile and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Obviously he didn't do anything, but just now he walked behind the ghost gate. If Nappa really killed him, no one would stop or avenge him, even the woman who took him in, everyone would just clap their hands and applaud Nappa and the princess in the palace. This is this real and cruel world. I'm really fate. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh at himself when he thought that he had been stumbling all the way to the present miraculously. Ye Chen almost died in the trash when he was just reborn. Now every extra day he lives is like making money for him. Ye Chen has already learned to treat these things with an open mind. So I soon settled up and walked into the training room after leaving behind. The entire training room was destroyed and chaotic, and some disgusting liquid and vegetable man's limbs were scattered everywhere. Vegetable man, also known as cultivator, is a kind of biochemical monster planted by Scion people with special vegetable seeds. It is extremely evil and cruel, and its combat effectiveness is also very powerful. Ye Chen remembers that all of them in the original work have almost 1,200 combat power. Anyway, weak chickens like Ye Chen can easily drop 100,000 in seconds. However, even so, for the Scions, these vegetable people are nothing more than props, which are thrown away when they are used up. This also made Ye Chen quite helpless. He was really inferior to these props when he was useless. However, in comparison, Ye Chen also has something to be proud of. Humph, although these vegetable people are better than him, but who has him to live longer? So far, it seems that the highest record of the vegetable man's survival is only a few months, and most of them can live for a few days. So, this survival is not just about brute force, it also depends on the brain. After amusement, Ye Chen put on his gloves and carefully cleaned up the corpses of the vegetables around him. For Ye Chen, even the bodies of these guys are very dangerous things. Ordinary blood is a little better, but there is a powerful melting fluid in the heads of these vegetable people. If you accidentally get a drop on it, just wait and shout. In the past, there was actually an alien slave who did these things with Ye Chen every time, but the guy carelessly treated the melted liquid from the vegetable man's head as ordinary blood. As a result, he accidentally got on his hands and the whole person was melted away. Thanks for his sacrifice, let Ye Chen remind himself never to make the same mistake every time he did these things since then. It took several hours for Ye Chen to clean up all the corpses of the vegetable man, and even the walls and floor of the entire training room were wiped clean and meticulously by him. Although he is also a purebred Scion, his status on this planet is no different from those prop slaves. In order to make every possible effort to survive, he can only slightly improve in this place. My own value. To be continued. Chapter 318 Combat Power. Laylat. On the cold and dark street, a figure was leaping at extreme speed, and with every step it could jump forward several meters or even tens of meters. It was Ye Chen who had finished his work and was going home to rest. On both sides of the street are some residences of Scions, but most Scions always perform missions to invade other people's planets all year round, and only occasionally stay in their homes for a few days when they return to the planet Vegeta to rest, so usually almost no one can be seen. Ye Chen's speed is extremely fast, and his movements are also very sensitive. He can easily jump from the roof of one room to the other across the street. If it is on the earth, the passers-by will be stunned, and then shouted one by one, but here he is just a waste who can't even fly, so he can only use his feet to drive the road. After rushing and jumping on the street for more than 10 minutes, Ye Chen finally flew down and stopped in front of a house. This is just a very ordinary house on the side of the street, and it is Ye Chen's home. No, it should be the home of the woman who adopted Ye Chen. After all, even such an ordinary house on this planet is not something that Ye Chen can own. The woman followed his teammates out on missions to invade other people's planets. According to the usual practice, it should take a few days to return. Ye Chen used his ID card to open the door and walked into the room, then turned on the lights inside. Everything was the same as when he left in the morning, and Ye Chen had long been used to it. Take out some spare ingredients from the refrigerator, then walk into the kitchen and quickly make a table of hearty dishes for himself. After working for a whole day, Ye Chen was already hungry, devouring food constantly on the table. Although he was only 6 years old, Ye Chen also had astonishing food intake like other scions, especially after work or exercise. He had to replenish a lot of food every day. At a very fast speed, all the food on the table was wiped out, and Ye Chen finally patted his stomach to reveal a trace of satisfaction. After resting for a while, checking the time, Ye Chen quickly cleaned up the tableware and table, and then came to a grass bed outside the house. Now it's training time. Although his combat potential was pitifully low, he was a waste scion without a tail, and he never gave up his determination and hoped to become stronger overnight. Just like the original Dragon Ball, the entire Scion clan has now taken refuge in the evil universe Emperor Frisia and is working for Frisia. If the fate of this world and the original Dragon Ball have not changed much, I am afraid Frisia will destroy the Scions and the planet in the near future. Ye Chen didn't want to stay with those guys on this planet and wait for death, so he now needs to increase his strength as much as possible and escape before this planet is destroyed by Frisia. Adjusted his breathing, and then Ye Chen started his own training. One-handed push UPS, 5,000 per hand. Sit UPS, 5,000 times. Squat jump, 5,000 times. Horse rush punch, 10,000 times. Ye Chen didn't know any martial arts fighting, and it was impossible for anyone to teach him on this planet Vegeta, so he could only exercise his body in this most basic way. It took more than 2 hours. After finishing these trainings, Ye Chen was sweating and lying on the ground panting. Although he also has Scion blood, he is only 6 years old now. It is already very difficult to achieve this level. Although he can do more by gritting his teeth, but if he is too training, he cannot work tomorrow or it's troublesome to be late for work. Putting a detector on his head, Ye Chen pressed the switch, and the number on the detector jumped suddenly, and finally the word 18 appeared. In other words, Ye Chen now has a combat power of 18 points. Don't underestimate the 18-point combat power. At the beginning of the original Dragon Ball plot, Monkey King had only 10 combat power, but at that time he was already considered a martial artist, and ordinary people could not harm him. If it is on the earth, Ye Chen can basically mix the wind and water with the combat power of this 18 o'clock, nourishing and moisturizing, but it is a pity that this is not the earth, but the Scion's nest planet Vegeta. Even if Ye Chen's combat effectiveness is 10 times longer, it is still a waste and weak chicken. After a deep sigh, Ye Chen quickly adjusted his mood. If he wants to escape here and survive in the end, he still has to rely on his brain, and his fighting power can only be regarded as assistance. After removing the detector, Ye Chen went back to the room, washed his body, then set the alarm clock and fell asleep. I have endless work to do every day, and I have to take time to train after I come back. Both physically and mentally, I am quite exhausted. Ye Chen fell into a deep sleep almost the moment he lay down. No words for a night. The next day. Wow! The noisy cries reverberated continuously in the room, and people couldn't help but get upset. Just like an assembly line processing factory, the conveyor moves from room on one side to room on the other, continuously driving. It's just that what these transport planes convey is not commodity goods, but newborn babies. As if to declare that they had come to this world, these babies were crying hard one by one. Some of them were still crawling around on the transport plane, and there was no peace. Although such scenes have long been accustomed to, but every time I see Ye Chen, I can't help but sigh. These are all descendants of scions, but they are exactly like goods. Theros, put these annoying guys into the nursery according to the brand number, hurry up. Distracted by the noise, a scion kicked a baby who had climbed out of the transport plane back, and at the same time yelled at Ye Chen on the side. Without saying much, Ye Chen kept taking the babies off the transport plane, washing their bodies and sending them to the nursing room next to them according to the brand numbers. Because Ye Chen is still very small, he can't reach many places. He can only jump up and down and keep busy living. In addition, most scion babies are also irritable. Even if they are hugged by Ye Chen, they are not honest. Grabbing and tossing endlessly, Ye Chen was also tired. These are the last two of today. Looking at the last two babies on the transport plane, Ye Chen, who was almost exhausted, also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These are two baby girls. They are very cute. They also have scion logo tails on their buttocks. Unlike the noisy and stubborn looks of other babies, these two little guys are quite quiet, and they both fell asleep on the transport plane. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile, unscrewing the two little guys from the transport plane, washing them and carrying them to the nursery next to them. Number 75, Broly. Daughter of Paragus, a junior warrior. Number 76, Kakarot, daughter of Badak, a junior warrior. Putting the two baby girls on their exclusive baby bed, Ye Chen, who was finally settled, also clapped his hands and prepared to leave. But just after taking 2 steps, Ye Chen's entire body was a meal. Broly, daughter of Paragus. Kakarot, daughter of Badak. Difficult. A thunder and lightning flashed in his mind. At this moment, Ye Chen's heart collapsed. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 3. To be continued. PS1, after the book was published yesterday, many old readers expressed that they don't like watching Dragon Ball, which made me quite depressed. I wonder if this book will be over before it starts. I wake up in the morning and see the support of many readers in the comment area. I am a little touched, thank you very much. PS2, undoubtedly, Dragon Ball is a very classic anime. I wanted to write it a long time ago. Although I have seen a lot of Dragon Ball fans before, there is no one that can be finished and suits my taste. This also has a lot to do with the original. After all, everyone knows that there are many bugs in the setting in Dragon Ball, especially the late combat power system. These all collapsed badly. The originals are all collapsed. It's strange that the writers do not collapse. PS3, the previous prologue has explained that this book is not about the original Dragon Ball world, not the 7th universe, but the newly born 13th universe. This is also one of my ways to avoid the original bugs. After all, different universes are different. These are the rules of the system, so it's normal for the 13th universe to have some differences. It's better than to change the settings of the original work. I will talk about the specific differences later when they appear. PS4, the last thing is the question of motherhood. Actually, I don't think this is motherhood. The universe is different. The original Monkey King and Vegeta still exist. Sun Wukong in the 13th universe is a female. Problem, just like the parallel world incarnations like Kel in the 6th universe and Broly in the 7th universe, and in the outline of this book, the 13 universes will be integrated through Dragon Ball Super in the later stage, and they will also participate in the whole universe. In the martial arts conference, Sun Wukong and Sun Wukong are always more interesting than two identical muscular men. Chapter 4 Awareness of the Weak. Ye Chen had always wondered whether the world he was reborn in was the real Dragon Ball world, but now he was finally certain. It's not Dragon Ball, it's definitely not Dragon Ball here. Vegeta, Broly, Kakarot. If anyone dares to say that this is the real Dragon Ball, he will fight hard with anyone. Perhaps this is just a parallel world similar to Dragon Ball, according to Ye Chen's understanding, he can only think so now. Even the muscular men in the original Dragon Ball turned into cute girls one after another. Ye Chen didn't know what kind of existence could do this kind of thing. But that is definitely a crazy guy. Turning around, Ye Chen jumped onto the crib. Looking at Broly and Kakarot who were sleeping a lot, it was impossible for Ye Chen's heart to not have a trace of fluctuations. Judging from the performance of the Princess Vegeta, apart from gender conversion, Broly and Kakarot's other attributes are estimated to be similar to those in the original Dragon Ball. One is the legendary Super Saiyan who appears only once in 1,000 years in the history of Saiyans, and the other is the Son of Destiny in this world. No matter which one is the future super boss. Bent down, Ye Chen squeezed Broly's fleshy cheek, and then tugged to both sides, and quickly let go of her hand when she saw that she was about to wake up. Then he came to Kakarot next to him, and Ye Chen did the same to her. What a nice touch! Ye Chen felt a sense of death without shock. Jumping back to the ground, Ye Chen walked out of the nursery without stopping any longer. Theros, after 3 days, the brats inside will be tested on the quality of the soldiers. You will take care of them these days. If anything goes wrong, I will let you know what hell is. Seeing Ye Chen walked out, an ancient Asian star said viciously. The other party is just a slave of a scion. Here is the same as Ye Chen's role as a handyman, and Ye Chen remembers that it should be his task to take care of the babies inside. I will take care of them. With no expression on his face, Ye Chen faintly replied. It's not that Ye Chen doesn't want to refuse, but that he has no right to refuse. Although the opponent is just a slave, he also has hundreds of points of combat power. If he conflicts with him, Ye Chen will be tortured to death every minute. Looking at Ye Chen who was so obedient, the Guya star smiled cruelly and disdainfully, and then left with a big swing. Everyone here knows that Ye Chen's work has always been meticulous, and he almost never makes mistakes, and that's why he came to Ye Chen. Those Scion imps are very troublesome to take care of. If something goes wrong accidentally, those cold-blooded and cruel Scions will definitely kill him mercilessly, and now he can just throw them all at zeros that waste. He can sit back and relax. Although he is also a Scion, the waste of loss is a shame to the Scion. No one will stand up for him, and it is so weak that everyone can bully him and give orders here as long as they don't do too much. Ye Chen naturally understood these, so as long as he didn't touch his bottom line, he would almost accept it. Who makes him weak? The weak must have the consciousness of the weak. In the next few days, Ye Chen's job was to take care of these newborn Scion babies. Unlike the fragile human babies, these Scion babies have very strong vitality. Although they are just born, they can crawl everywhere. From time to time, there are restless guys crawling out of their dens and falling into them. The ground was crying. It's not that I haven't done the same job before, so Ye Chen can still handle it. Although the Scion bloodline has a violent factor, these little guys who don't know anything yet Ye Chen are not afraid. As long as you are gentle and friendly to them, they will naturally get close to you. This can be anything, an instinct possessed by all creatures. The reason why Scions are cruel, although natural factors do account for some, but in Ye Chen's view, most of them should be affected by the acquired environment. Growing up in such a cruel environment, even the kind people will become distorted. Among the large number of babies, the focus of Ye Chen's care is naturally Broly and Kakarot. Needless to say, Kakarot, the Son of Destiny, will save the Earth and the universe countless times in the future. Anyone can have problems, but she must not have problems. Although Ye Chen was reborn as a Scion, this cold-blooded race really made Ye Chen unable to have any sense of belonging. What he missed was the blue earth and simple humans. As for Broly's words, Ye Chen Chuan regarded it as holding his thigh, although he didn't know if he could hold this thigh. But let's talk about the future. This was a little ancestor who could explode at any time. Ye Chen didn't dare to be careless. And he was paying attention to her situation almost all the time. When she was hungry, she hurriedly nursed her, and when she was thirsty, he hurriedly poured water on her, and even worried that her old man would be tired. Ye Chen also squeezed her small arms and legs to ease her menstruation and promote blood circulation. The ancestors are also waiting. Just like the situation in the original book, although Broly is just born now, the powerful potential hidden in her body has begun to gradually awaken, and the invisible air released always scares the next to Kakarot. Cry. Whenever this happens, Ye Chen rushes to comfort Broly first, and then coaxes Kakarot. Unlike other babies, Broly always has a small face and doesn't cry. When Ye Chen comforts her, she can also calm her breath and calm down. As for Kakarot's words, because Ye Chen always coaxed her to tease her and give her delicious food, she unexpectedly made her extremely close to Ye Chen, and she always held her while Ye Chen took care of other babies. On Ye Chen's head, Yi yelled. In this way, 3 days passed in a flash, and soon it was time to test the combat potential of these babies. One by one babies were placed on the test bench, and their combat potential could be read out quickly after detection and scanning. For now, almost all scions on the planet Vegeta are just lower-level fighters, with only about 10 intermediate-level fighters, while the upper-level fighters are only the father and daughter of King Vegeta and Princess Vegeta. The rank of this fighter is determined by the results of the current test. The fighting potential of most babies is around a few hundred points, which is also a normal level. After they grow up, they can basically reach thousands of points after a training, and become a lower-level fighter of Scion. As for those with a combat potential of less than 100, they will be regarded as hopeless incompetents. They are not even qualified to stay on the planet Vegeta. Later, they will be sent to live on some lower planets without strong enemies. If you conquer those planets and improve your fighting power, you can promise them to come back and become a member of the glorious fighting nation Scion. The test was carried out very quickly, and it shouldn't be long before only Broly and Kakarot are left. To be continued. P.S. I forgot about it. Let's talk about the update issue. If there is no accident, it will be updated twice a day. The specific update time is uncertain. Don't miss it. The author can only be regarded as an amateur. It is good to be able to do this. Chapter 5 Super Scion. Next, Kakarot. An inspector shouted impatiently, and Ye Chen carried Kakarot, who was still biting his finger. Being placed on the experimental platform, the little guy looked around curiously, and soon her fighting potential was revealed on one side of the screen. It turned out to be only 2 points. Hey, is it the daughter of that guy Badak? There is another terrible waste among us scions. Looking at the eye-catching 2 on the screen, everyone in the inspection room suddenly showed disgust except Ye Chen. The lowest combat potential in the history of scions is 4 points. Ye Chen almost reached this lowest limit at the beginning, but now Kakarot directly refreshed this record by 2 points. Wow! As if feeling the disgust and malice of other people, Kakarot on the experimental platform started to cry with a small mouth. Under the disgusting look of the others, Ye Chen casually hugged Kakarot and comforted her. This little guy is still the same as in the original Dragon Ball in this respect. He has only 2 points of combat potential. As a descendant of the fighting nation Scion, it is really low to the grandmother's house. But what about 2 o'clock? As long as you work hard to cultivate, you can still become stronger, and what Kakarot can achieve in the future is not something you guys can judge. The last one, Broly. As the inspector's voice sounded, Ye Chen put down Kakarot, and then carried Broly, who had been quietly staying aside. This time it should be blinding these guys' dog eyes, Ye Chen thought secretly in his heart. In the same way as before, Broly sat on the test bench, and then the inspector began to test Broly's combat potential. I just wanted to end the mission quickly and have a rest, but what made all the inspectors stunned was that the numbers on the screen showing the combat potential were beating frantically, and the results displayed at the end almost didn't make them stare out. 1. 10,000 points. Impossible, the testing instrument must be broken. Retest, test me again. It just felt ridiculous. No one believed the result. The scion who was in charge of this test roared loudly. The group of people below quickly inspected the instrument, and then again tested Broly's combat potential. However, the result is still 10,000 points. The instrument should have no problem. 10,000 points, really 10,000 points? It's difficult and unbelievable. Even Princess Vegeta doesn't have such a high combat potential. Having to accept this fact, a tester swallowed his saliva, and the shock in his heart could no longer be added. Come here, immediately report to King Vegeta, another super genius of our scions. No, I will go personally. The scion who was in charge of the inspection also recovered his senses, and his eyes were bright. When he walked out of the prosecutor's room, he saw an explosion of fighting spirit on his body, and then he shot into the sky like a cannonball. The message was transmitted extremely quickly. Not for a long time a figure wrapped in fighting spirit shot from the air, rushing directly through the door and walking into the testing room. That was a very strong scion man. He ignored the other people in the room. As soon as he came in, he immediately confirmed Broly's combat potential, and then excitedly hugged Broly up and laughed. There are really 10,000 points. The legend is true. A super scion will appear every 1,000 years in the history of scions. As expected to be the daughter of my Paragus, good. Good. Ha 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 ha. The visitor was Broly's father Paragus, a powerful scion warrior. Scions are a ruthless race. Most scion warriors have no concept of family and so-called affection. He would never have come to see her if he hadn't known that Broly had 10,000 combat potential. Right. Already used to seeing this, Ye Chen silently carried Kakarot back to the nursery. The guy Paragus is still excited at the moment, but he doesn't know that their father and daughter are in disaster. If Broly was born in a royal family, she will undoubtedly be greatly valued and cultivated. It is not necessarily the queen who will rule the Scion clan in the future. But it is a pity that she was not born in the royal family. Her father Paragus is just a low-level fighter. That same ruthless King Vegeta would never allow anyone to be better than his genius daughter, nor would anyone allow anyone to threaten his rule and kingship. Sure enough, King Vegeta's order soon came from above, prohibiting anyone from spreading Broly's affairs. Broly's father Paragus was also summoned to the palace. It didn't take long for Broly to be sent back too, but she was asleep without caring. Unlike the other stubborn little guys, Broly almost never cries. She always has a small face except sleeping, as if she was thinking about life all day long. Stroking Broly's little head, Ye Chen couldn't help sighing at the thought of the fate she might meet soon. But now he is not qualified to worry about others, he himself is already a mud bodhisattva crossing the river. Both Kakarot and Broly were born, and even Broly's powerful combat potential was detected, which means that the day when this planet is destroyed by Frieza is close. Ye Chen never thought of telling others about Frieza's destruction of Vegeta planet in the past. Badak in the original book is the best example. Even if he said it, no one would believe it. Moreover, given Ye Chen's position on this planet, if he dared to speak ill of that King Frieza in front of others, he simply didn't know how to write death words. This planet has not been saved, and the Scions will eventually be annihilated. Ye Chen can't save them, and he never thought about saving them. The only thing he can do is to escape here before the planet is destroyed. I have been waiting for this day for a long time, and I have already made a lot of preparations secretly. I just hope that everything will go well by then without any accidents. After finishing the work, Ye Chen also returned home. Unlike when I left in the morning, things in the house have been moved, and there was a rush of water in the bathroom. That woman is back. To be continued. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 4. Chapter 6 Female Scions. Time, 6 years ago. A scion baby without a tail is buried in the smelly and dirty garbage dump. It was Ye Chen who had just been born again. Am I going to die? The body has long been unable to move. Even though he has been holding on for several days, Ye Chen can feel that he is almost reaching the limit. He will die here. Wow, hoop. The garbage piled on Ye Chen seemed to be lifted by someone, and then a figure appeared in front of Ye Chen's eyes. With blurred vision, Ye Chen could barely see that it was the silhouette of a woman. Hey, he hasn't died yet, what a fateful kid. The memories of the past popped up in my mind, and soon returned to normal within the night. Click. As the bathroom door was opened, only a woman came out with a towel. This is a young female scion, not very tall, with short hair that is chi-high. Although her face looks good, her body exudes a cold and fierce aura at any time. She is the woman who once picked Ye Chen back from the trash, the female lower-level scion warrior. Celiba. It is the female scion from the team of the protagonist Kakarot's father Badak in the original Dragon Ball. I'm hungry, go get me some food. Taking a faint look at Ye Chen, Celiba said in a commanding tone. He was accustomed to the other's attitude. Ye Chen didn't say anything, took some ingredients from the refrigerator and walked into the kitchen. Although this woman picked up herself back, they are barely considered family members, but the relationship between the two is not as good as expected. 6 years ago, Celiba, who was only 19 years old, was just a rookie warrior with a combat power of only 1,000 points. She and Ye Chen's parents and several other scions went on a mission to invade a planet of other races. However, there are still several powerful creatures hidden on the planet with incorrect information. Even if they choose to ape, they are still not opponents. Scions usually just slaughter races and will not destroy the planet, but their lives are almost gone, where they can take care of so much. That battle was extremely fierce, and it is said that the planet was almost broken in half. As a rookie, Celiba is undoubtedly the weakest in the team, but because of this, the enemy doesn't care much about her. However, as the battle continued, a famous scion kept falling down, seeing them all about to be destroyed. It was at that time that Ye Chen's parents, who had been seriously injured, knew that they had no way to survive, and directly chose to blow up and die with the enemy, and the only surviving Celiba finally seized the opportunity and rushed out of the siege. Escaped from that planet. Although most scions are cold-blooded and ruthless, it is an indisputable fact that Celiba owes Ye Chen's parents a favor. After knowing that they still have a waste son who has been thrown into the garbage dump, she is just a ghost and a ghost. Go and find it with a try mentality. If the other party is dead, then she can completely forget about it, but what surprises Celiba is that Ye Chen is still alive miraculously. Although it felt troublesome, but the search had been found, Celiba finally took Ye Chen back, washed his body and threw a piece of food at random. Although she picked Ye Chen back, you still want to expect her to nurse Ye Chen and change diapers like a nanny. Go dreaming. If an ordinary baby is treated like this, there is definitely a dead end, but Ye Chen's baby has a mature soul in his body, so he insisted on trying his last will to survive and eat the food and survived. Except for throwing some food to Ye Chen when she was young, this woman almost never took care of the night. It can be said that Ye Chen raised herself entirely by herself. When she went out to perform tasks and did not return for several months, it was Ye Chen who went out by herself to find food, find work, and even learn all the skills that can be useful for survival. When pushed to a desperate situation, any kind of creature can burst out of great potential, not to mention the powerful fighting race scions. Ye Chen just lived on this cruel planet with his own wisdom and hard work. Come down. Not long, Ye Chen also prepared a table of hearty food, and the two sat on the chairs without any communication and ate. Although she was a woman, Celiba didn't look like a lady, and the action of eating could almost be described by gorging herself. Of course, basically all scions are the same. They eat a lot when they fight frequently, and they have to replenish a lot of high-energy food every day. With the memory of his previous life, Ye Chen's cooking level is pretty good. On this planet where there is basically no other culture except for fighting, it is definitely the top delicacy. This is the only thing Celiba can still fancy. A little place. Obviously it was impossible for someone to teach him these things, and Celiba was also a little curious about where Ye Chen learned these skills, but she never asked Ye Chen. Those things are fine, as long as she can prepare these delicious foods for her every time Ye Chen comes back, and she has no interest in knowing other things. How about this mission? Ye Chen asked calmly while eating the food. Celiba was a little surprised. Even at home, she and Ye Chen rarely communicate with each other. Ye Chen would not ask her anything. Why did the sun come out from the west today? This mission went very well. We have wiped out all the stray bits and pieces on the planet Kanaza, but the guy in Badak was careless this time. He was attacked and injured by a slippery fish. He is still lying in the treatment cabin. Now. By the way, why would you ask this? In a good mood, Celiba also replied, but looked at Ye Chen suspiciously. Nothing, just ask at random. Ye Chen replied faintly, then walked into the kitchen and brought out other food. Although Celiba only answered briefly, he had already obtained the information he wanted to know overnight. Sure enough, as in the original Dragon Ball, Badak was wounded by the fighters of the Kanaza star with a magic fist. After he recovers, he should have the ability to predict the future and get the fact that Frisia will destroy the planet Vegeta. In the original book, he wanted to unite with other scions against Frisia, but no one believed what he said. In annoyance, only one person could stop Frisia. As a result, Frisia had an energy bomb along with it. Planet Vegeta is destroyed together. In the OVA chapter, it seems that Badak travels back to the past and becomes a Super Saiyan who defeats Frisia's ancestors Ild, but those are not what Ye Chen cares about. To be continued. Chapter 7 Let me help you. After dinner, Ye Chen packed the tableware and table, and then went to the grass bed outside the house, as usual. Preparing to start daily training. This planet is about to be destroyed by Frisia, and Ye Chen also has great pressure in his heart. Therefore, he decided to increase his training volume tonight to vent his irritability. One hand push UPS, 6,000 per hand. Sit UPS, 6,000 times. Squat jump, 6,000 times. Horse rushing punches, 12,000 times. After finishing all the training items, Ye Chen was exhausted, and Ye Chen was lying on the ground and panting. After taking a break, Ye Chen also got up, ready to go back to the room to wash his body and go to sleep. However, to Ye Chen's surprise, Celiba actually leaned against the upstairs window and seemed to have been watching him. Boy, you are just a failed product without a tail. Do you think you can become stronger by doing such boring things? Condescendingly, Celiba sarcastically said without concealment that Ye Chen seemed to her to be doing something meaningless. I will definitely become stronger. Looking directly at Celiba, Ye Chen replied calmly and seriously. It seemed that he was a little unhappy with Ye Chen's calm reaction, but after thinking of something, Celiba's expression on his face was playful again. Since you want to become stronger, so, let me help you. Help me, how can I help? Frowning, Ye Chen immediately became vigilant. Although the two of them lived together, and it was Celiba who picked him back from the trash at the beginning, Ye Chen understood the evil nature of this woman deeply. Like other scions, she is a belligerent, bloodthirsty devil. Such a woman suddenly wanted to help herself. Thinking about it, she knew it was impossible. You should also know that we scions are a natural fighting nation, the stronger the Vietnam War, and every time we recover from a serious injury, our strength will increase. As long as you believe me, let me beat you to death and then heal you, then it will definitely make you stronger quickly. As if really thinking about Ye Chen, Celiba said seductively. However, after hearing these words from her, Ye Chen looked cold and refused without hesitation. No, I can train myself slowly. It didn't seem that Ye Chen would refuse so simply, and Celiba's expression also stiffened. Hey, what a boring kid. With a squeak, Celiba slammed the window. Standing on the grass bed, Ye Chen's face was a bit ugly. He didn't suspect that Celiba was deceiving her, using this kind of proposal and then deliberately killing him by mistake. If Celiba really wanted to kill Ye Chen, there would be no such trouble at all. A Qigong bomb could blast Ye Chen into a ballast, and no one would trouble her afterwards. The real reason for Ye Chen's refusal is that this woman was not at ease since she made this proposal. Scions are a natural fighting nation. The stronger the Vietnam War, each time they recover from serious injuries, their strength will increase. These are facts. I remember that in the original Dragon Ball, Vegeta had only 18,000 points of combat power when the Dragon Ball first came to Earth. After losing to Monkey King and recovering from his death and escape, it rose to 24,000 points. Later, he defeated Frisia's Sabo in battle. After being taken back for treatment, it rose to 30,000 points. It was normal here. Vegeta gained 6,000 points of combat power after recovering from 2 serious injuries, which were 1/3 and 1/4 of the original base. However, after that, he began to run away. Vegeta's 3rd serious injury was nearing death when he fought with Licum of the Kainyut team. After recovering after eating serrano beans, his combat power directly increased from 30,000 points to 250,000 points, which was more than 7 times higher than the original basis. In order to fight Frisia later, Vegeta let go of his defenses and let Klin injured him, and then ate the fairy beans to recover again. This time, it skyrocketed from 250,000 points to 2.5 million points, and his combat power skyrocketed 10 times the original. This is obviously a bug in the original Dragon Ball in order to forcibly increase Vegeta's strength. Each time he is seriously injured and dying, his combat power can increase, and the multiplier increases as it goes on. It is simply unreasonable. If every scion was like this, they would have created a batch of super fighters with a combat power of hundreds of millions and tens of billions, and how could they be exterminated by a mere Frisia? Perhaps it is to correct such an unreasonable bug. In this parallel time and space based on the original Dragon Ball, although the scions still have the characteristics of a severely wounded and near-death recovery, their combat strength is not the same. The original book is so crazy and unlimited. Through years of data, scion fighters can almost increase their strength by 1/2 on the original basis after recovering from the first serious injury, 1/3 of their strength for the second time, and 1/4 for the third time. Even if he recovers from severe injuries, his strength will no longer be so obvious. With this restriction, basically few scions would use this method to forcibly improve their strength, and most of them waited until their combat power reached their limit before using this method. This is a very simple truth. For example, if you only have 100 points of combat effectiveness, then you use the method of being severely injured 3 times in a row and then recovering to increase combat effectiveness. The first time you can reach 150 points of combat effectiveness, the second time you can reach 200 points. For the third time, you can reach 250 points of combat effectiveness, and you have gained a total of 150 points of combat effectiveness. But if your basic combat power reaches 10,000 points, you can use this method 3 times in a row to increase your combat power by 15,000 points. Even a not-so-smart scion will count this kind of simple account. That's why Ye Chen thought that Celiba was not at ease, and directly rejected her proposal. With Ye Chen's current combat power at 1800 hours, even using this method can only give him 45 combat power at most. This increase in combat power will not change any current situation at all, and he is still weak among weak chickens. On the contrary, it will waste 3 precious opportunities to improve combat effectiveness. On the contrary, if he waits until he becomes extremely powerful in the future before using it, it will be able to increase 100 times or thousands of times more than now. Celiba didn't intend to harm Ye Chen on purpose, she should be just a temporary evil taste, but if Ye Chen had to jump into the pit stupidly, that nasty woman would definitely be happy to push it. Back in the room, Ye Chen rinsed himself a bit, then set the alarm clock as usual and started to sleep. The next few days are the most critical days to determine fate, and he still has too many things to do. To be continued. P.S. Really speaking, every time the scion recovers from a serious injury, his fighting power will increase. This attribute is simply too much for a game to transform into a demi-human. When playing Frisia, Vegeta skyrocketed by several hundred in just one day. Juan's combat power, compared to his lifespan, he really lived on a dog. Perhaps it is precisely because this attribute is too buggy, so after the story of Dragon Ball Z, it is basically not emphasized, otherwise it will be so troublesome when playing Shiryu and Bu later, so in the 13th universe of the book I put a limit on it, don't let it be as crazy as the 7th universe. Chapter 8 The Last Tranquility. Early in the morning, as the set alarm sounded, Ye Chen opened his eyes instantly. One jumped up, Ye Chen dressed himself quickly, washed his face and brushed his teeth for personal hygiene, and then went into the kitchen to make breakfast for himself. Although the woman Celiba came back, she would never get up if she didn't sleep until noon according to the usual practice, so Ye Chen only needed to make her own breakfast. After finishing breakfast and finishing the tableware and table, Ye Chen walked out of the house as usual to go to his place of work. Ye Chen's workplace is considered as a logistics facility for the scions. From time to time, spaceships rise to the sky and from time to time spaceships drop from the sky. There is also a powerful scion warrior who is flying and shooting in the air wrapped in fighting spirit. Go with. Already familiar with every corner here, Ye Chen's first thing was to come to the nursery to observe the situation of the little guys. Just like the previous few days, these restless little guys crawled all over here and there, and some hungry ones were sitting on the ground and crying, and the whole room was messed up. The little guys who crawled out one by one took them back to their nests, and then Ye Chen made up the nutrient milk that was specially fed to them, and gave each little guy a bottle to let them hold themselves and suck slowly. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 5. After finishing the other little guys, Ye Chen finally came to Kakarot and Broly. The two little guys are also awake. Broly still has a small face, lying in her den without moving, but Kakarot next to her is crying with joy. Don't cry or cry. He hugged Kakarot and coaxed it a few times, and then Ye Chen corked her with an extra-large milk bottle. At last I stopped crying, Kakarot I, and then he held the bottle and sucked hard. Finished Kakarot, and finally Broly. The other scion babies are always in chaos here and there, and can't stop at all, but Broly always stays in her den with a small face and looks motionless, which makes people worry that she thinks will she become a demented girl. It's not good to always lie down like this. Ye Chen turned her over, pinching the small arms and legs here and there to dredge her blood, and then stuffed her with a milk bottle. Having been busy for most of the day, I finally got everything done here, but there was still a lot of work waiting for Ye Chen to do, so Ye Chen left the nursery soon after setting up the little guys. Goo goo. Goo goo goo. In the huge medical room, a scion warrior is immersed in the medical cabin to receive treatment, and several medical staff in uniform use computers in the room to monitor the recovery of the scion warriors from time to time. The door of the medical room was suddenly opened, and then a teenager with cleaning tools walked in from outside. It was Ye Chen. Almost all the people here knew Ye Chen, and after seeing him, they stopped paying attention. To survive here, in addition to meticulous work not allowing people to pick out mistakes, it is also very important to keep a low profile, and Ye Chen did both perfectly. Unless there is something to order Ye Chen to do, no matter how long Ye Chen stays here, to the people here, he is an air-like existence. Try not to make any noise. Ye Chen quietly cleaned every corner here, occasionally looking at the scion warriors in the medical cabin. Although scions are known as the strongest fighting people in the universe, there are actually many creatures in the universe that are stronger than them, and even if there are too many ants, they can still kill elephants. So like this scion fighters were injured or even died while performing missions. The medical equipment here is also very advanced in the universe. As long as you can hold it back in a sigh, you can basically recover no matter how many injuries you soak in it for a few days. On the side not far away, several medical workers were gathered in front of a medical cabin. There was a tall male scion immersed in the medical cabin. Although he only glanced at it from a distance, he recognized the identity of the other person in an instant. Kakarot's father, Badak. No way, this one is really too similar to the Monkey King in the original book. The father and son are almost carved out of the same mold. Even the current Kakarot is quite similar to him. As expected of Badak, he should be able to recover soon at this rate. Although this guy is a low-level warrior, he came back after fighting desperately to suppress the planet Kanaza. His current combat effectiveness should be close to 10,000 points. As a low-level fighter, this guy is already amazing. Several people did not evade Yechen when they spoke, so Yechen could also hear clearly. Badak actually has nearly 10,000 points of combat power. This is indeed very amazing. It should be among the best among the Scion fighters at this stage. You must know that the Vegeta King's combat power is only 10,000 points. That's it. Of course, this is not to say that Badak is comparable to King Vegeta. In fact, he is still only a low-level warrior, and his status on this planet is far inferior to King Vegeta. Scions value not only direct combat effectiveness, but also combat potential, which is the combat talent measured at birth. As a low-level warrior, Badak often fights outside. It's not like this kind of near-death and serious injury situation once or twice. Although he now has nearly 10,000 combat power, he is also exhausted. It is very difficult to continue to improve. King Vegeta is different. It is said that he has not consumed his potential once, so if he wants to, King Vegeta, who has only 10,000 combat power, can use the characteristics of the Scion clan soon. Increase your combat power to 25,000 points. Of course, as a lower-level fighter, Badak is already very good, and he has also obtained the corresponding status and honor by virtue of his own strength. He is quite famous among the lower-level fighters of Scion, even though Saraba the woman with tall eyes is also willing to team up with him and follow him. After cleaning the medical room, Yechen left here silently, without causing anyone's attention. For the next 2 days, Yechen did these things as usual, working during the day, and going back to cook and train Celebi at night. Although everything seems to be the same as usual, only Yechen knows that this is just the last piece before the storm. To be continued. Chapter 9. Boy, prepare more food tonight, and I'm going out to work tomorrow, I want to eat enough. In the evening, Yechen had just returned home. Liba, who was lying lazily on the sofa, said, "Which planet are you going to conquer this time?" "Planet Mit." "You don't wait for that Badak. Who makes that guy still lie in the medical cabin? Planet Mit is just a low-class planet. It is enough to have Thomas and us." Seeing Liba's indifferent look, Yechen didn't say much anymore, took out the ingredients from the refrigerator and walked into the kitchen. As a hardcore Dragon Ball fan in his previous life, Yechen is clear about many of the plots and details in it. Although this real world is somewhat different from the original Dragon Ball, it is almost the same in some plots so far. Same thing. If Yechen remembers correctly, Celebi and the others will be wiped out by Friesia's subordinates when they go to Planet Miter this time, and none of them will survive except for Badak, who rushes back. His eyes flashed. Yechen couldn't help sighing. Time is getting tighter, and it's almost time for him to act. A sumptuous table of dishes was placed on the table, and Celebi had already gobbled it up and enjoyed it. After going out to perform the task, it will take many more days to eat such delicious food, so she has to eat enough now. After simply eating 2 bites, Yechen put down the tableware and left his seat. Although a little surprised, Celebi didn't ask anything. She never bothered to care about that kid anyway. After walking out of the house, Yechen came to a warehouse next to him. Turn on the lights and lift some of the debris inside, and then a single escape pod was revealed. Although this escape pod is not very big, it is extremely heavy, and it took more than half an hour for Ye Chen to drag it from the warehouse to the hall in the room. At the same time, the tables and chairs in the hall fell apart, and Celiba was also crawling on the ground with difficulty, as if looking for something. Facing the scene inside, Ye Chen didn't show the slightest expression of surprise. "Are you looking for this?" Taking out Celiba's detector, the corner of Ye Chen's mouth raised an arc, and then he smashed the detector with a click. In addition to detecting the enemy's combat power, the detector used by the Scions also has many other functions such as communication. It is a very convenient auxiliary tool, and almost every Scion has a manpower necessary. "Little ghost, what did you do?" Raising her head with difficulty, Celiba's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. "I added a special medicine made by Myriba stars to the food. Even if the powerful Scion warriors eat it, they will temporarily be unable to use their power, and at least have to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Ye Chen said calmly without concealing it. "How dare you?" "Unbelievable," Celiba almost roared. Indeed, if it was before, Ye Chen would never dare to do this kind of thing, because once she waited for Celiba to recover, she would definitely kill herself without hesitation. However, now that this planet is about to be destroyed, Ye Chen has nothing to dare. Instead of answering Celiba's question, Ye Chen opened the escape pod, and then hugged Celiba. "Didn't you ask me why I wasted money to buy this kind of thing, and even if I had it, I couldn't escape this planet? Actually you guessed wrong, because I didn't prepare it for myself, but for you," Ye Chen said while putting Celiba into the escape capsule. Why? Feeling that her consciousness has become more and more blurred, Celiba asked with difficulty. This kid doesn't seem to be betraying her, so what is he doing all this for? "Celiba, if I tell you that you and your teammates will die on planet Mit, and this planet Vegeta will be destroyed by Frisia soon, do you believe it?" "Just kidding. Why do you say that we will die there? Why did Master Frisia do that kind of thing?" "Look, you don't believe me when I said it. But it doesn't matter if you believe it or not, I just talked to you casually." He tied a set of life-saving devices to Celiba, and Ye Chen supported her chin. "Celiba, although you are a nasty, bad woman and you are not very good to me, anyway, you picked me up from the trash and made me alive. You saved me once, and I will save you again now. From then on, we will not owe each other." "But, damn kid, what are you talking about?" She seemed to want to say something, but Celiba was unable to continue after the effects of the medicine had taken place, and she closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. After closing the escape pod, Ye Chen adjusted the life support system to sleep mode, looked at the energy inside, and set the time to the maximum 25 years. If you can escape smoothly and the escape pod is not damaged, that means this woman will sleep in it for 25 years. After doing everything, Ye Chen just seemed to have accomplished a very ordinary thing. In order to ensure his strength in the next few days, Ye Chen didn't plan to do any training anymore, so he yawned, and Ye Chen went into the bathroom to wash himself. And then went back to the room to sleep. The next day, under the launch pad of the spaceship, several Scion warriors seemed to be waiting for someone. It was Celiba and Badak's teammates Thomas, Dodipo, and Prabzin. "Damn it, what the hell is that woman Celiba doing? Why doesn't she come to meet? Can't the communicator be reached? I can't get in touch. Maybe she blocked the communicator while sleeping again." Just when the 3 of them were waiting impatiently, a figure jumped from a distance, and soon fell in front of the 3 of them. "Are you the kid Celiba adopted?" Looking at Ye Chen, Thomas, Dodebo, and Prabzin couldn't help but wonder. As Celiba's teammates, they naturally knew that Celiba adopted a trash kid, and they used it to tease her before. 3 adults, Lord Cereba said she will not participate in this mission. He saluted the 3, Ye Chen said. "Celiba is not participating, why not?" "I do not know." The headed Thomas asked, but Ye Chen replied calmly. Thinking of Celiba's character and temper, Thomas, Dodipo, and Prabzin did not doubt Yechen. Badak was absent, and I didn't expect even Celiba would not go. Women are trouble, what the hell is Celiba doing? Since Celiba doesn't go, it's okay. Planet Mit is just an inferior planet. 3 of us are enough. That's right, if she doesn't go, then the reward for this mission won't be her share. You said a word to me, and then the 3 of them stopped paying attention to Yechen. They boarded their respective spaceships and quickly soared into the sky. To be continued. Chapter 10: The Great Escape. As the hatch opened, Badak, who opened his eyes, walked out of the medical cabin. "How do you feel, Madok?" asked an old man in charge of the medical room. "This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 6. Although I'm still a little dizzy, there should be no problems with my body." While putting on his own clothes, Badak replied. "It seems to have had a strange dream these days." "Dream? What?" Ever since he was hit by some magic fist of the Kanasha star, Badak would see some strange pictures from time to time. This time he actually saw his daughter and a kid escape to a blue planet to practice martial arts with an old man carrying a tortoise shell, growing and becoming stronger all the way, and finally stood in front of Lord Frisia. Fight with Lord Frisia? Forget it. What is even more speechless is that they even won. It's really an absurd dream. Badak, are you really okay? Don't worry, the structure of our fighting nation Sion is different from yours, ha ha ha. By the way, where did Toba go? Thinking of what? Badak asked. They have received Master Frisia's order and have already set off for Planet Mit. The old man replied. What? Those nasty guys didn't even take me with you. Planet Mit, right? It seems to be near this star field. Putting on his own detector, Badak ran out of the medical room impatiently. Hey, Badak! Badak! Although the old resident still wanted to call on Badak, Badak had already run out of sight. After running out of the medical room, Badak quickly used the probe to locate the planet Mit. Sure enough, it is not very far from the planet Vegeta. Normally, it will only take 2 or 3 days. If you go forward at full speed, 1 day is enough. In other words, as long as he rushes over as soon as possible, he might be able to participate in that feast. On the way Badak ran to the launch pad, I saw a young man in uniform cleaning the aisle in front of him. When Badak ran near, the opponent had already stood aside to make way for him. The moment the 2 sides were wrong, the corner of Badak's eyes glanced at the young man, but the whole person was shocked. It turned out to be the boy who appeared in his dream. Stopped, when Badak turned around to look for, the young man had disappeared at the corner of the aisle. Is it just an illusion? Follow him, let's go and chase Toba and them now. For only a moment of doubt, Badak left behind the teenager's affairs and continued to run towards the launch pad. The next day, early morning. Having woke up early, dressed neatly, and had eaten breakfast, Yechen stood in front of the window looking at the scenery outside in a daze. Today is the time to decide fate. Although he has lived on this planet for 6 years, Yechen does not have any belonging or affection for this powerful and cruel planet. It can even be said that he is tense here every day. Spend. You can finally leave here, whether it is success or failure, whether it is survival or destruction, everything can be over. Yechen's eyes flashed, and Yechen calmed down, and then took out a memory chip from the drawer. Although it is only a small piece, this kind of memory chip has extremely large internal storage, which stores many advanced alien technologies. Scions are not such a smart race. In addition to fighting, their civilization is still fighting. The technologies they have always used are nothing but plundered from other people's planets and civilizations. Scions don't pay much attention to these so-called technologies. In their view, they are nothing more than assistants. No matter how powerful they are not as important as their own strength. With the help of his position, Ye Chen has copied and stolen a lot of extraterrestrial technologies in various ways over the years. Although the core and important ones are difficult to obtain, the things in this chip are enough. The technological level of the Earth has advanced for decades or even hundreds of years. Since he is going to flee here and go to the Earth, let him also bring a gift for the Earth. Stepping out of his room, Ye Chen looked at the escape pod still placed in the hall, and Sai Liba was sleeping in it. "Goodbye, Celiba, I wish each of us good luck," said to Sai Liba in the escape cabin, and then Ye Chen turned around without looking back. In the spaceship launch control room, a controller is busy controlling the computer. Every day there are spacecrafts that go out for missions to launch into the air, and spacecrafts that return from missions drop from the sky every day. Master Nebo, Master Mika asked everyone in the launch control room to go to the meeting room immediately. He has important things to announce. Walking in from outside, Ye Chen said to a scion sitting in the control room. "Master Mika has something important to announce." Everyone stopped working and came with me. "Yes, Lord Nebo." Scion named Nebo stood up and ordered his subordinates to leave the control room with him. Living Ye Chen like this kind of spreading word is often done here. No one thinks that Night Chen is lying, because Ye Chen never lied here, and they didn't think he dared to lie. As the door of the control room closed, only Ye Chen remained in the room. With a flickering light in his eyes, Ye Chen rushed to the console like lightning, and then quickly entered commands to control it. He only has 15 minutes at most, so he must hurry. In terms of combat effectiveness, Ye Chen is a weak one among the weak here, but in terms of IQ and learning ability, Ye Chen is confident to abuse any scion. She had been preparing for this day a long time ago, and she had secretly learned and experimented countless times, so Ye Chen started all this with ease, and quickly called out several vacant spaceships for herself. Input instructions, set coordinates, everything is ready to be done. Without hesitation, Ye Chen immediately left the control room and rushed towards the nursery room. 3 minutes have passed, he only has 12 minutes left at most. "Hey, Silos, what are you doing?" Seeing Ye Chen running wildly on the aisle, a messy green crocodile star shouted. Every second counts. Ye Chen is still in the mood to pay attention to this guy, using all the strength of his body to sprint, almost has surpassed Ye Chen's limit. It took about 2 minutes before Ye Chen finally arrived at the nursery. As for why he came here at such a critical juncture, Ye Chen naturally planned to take Cockroach and Broly away together. However, when entering the nursery room, Ye Chen happened to see the shocking scene inside. To be continued. Chapter 11 Fate's Favor. Puff. In the dimly lit nursery room, a scion pierced Broly's body with a sharp weapon, and the bright red blood sprayed all over the place. "So it was Cyrus, what did you see?" Looking back, the scion who was holding a sharp weapon looked at Ye Chen bloodthirstily. At the moment when the opponent's eyes were in contact, Ye Chen only felt his scalp numb. And he seemed to have fallen into the ice hell. "I saw nothing." Forcibly suppressing the urgency and fear in his heart, Ye Chen said lightly, and then took the cleaning tool from one side to clean the blood stains on the ground. "What a clever kid!" After looking at Ye Chen playfully, the scion holding a sharp weapon finally restrained his intent to kill, and then screwed Broly's corpse and walked out. When the door of the nursery room was closed, Ye Chen, who had been soaked in cold sweat, almost collapsed, and the tools in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. The scion must have been ordered by King Vegeta to get rid of Broly. Broly's father Paragus should have been poisoned. As a super scion who only appeared once in 1,000 years in the history of scions, Ye Chen originally wanted to take Broly with him, but now it seems impossible. If everything is like the trajectory of fate in the original Dragon Ball, maybe she can stimulate the potential to escape by herself before the planet is destroyed. After patted his face, Ye Chen made himself sober. Now is not the time to think about it anymore. More than 2 minutes have passed, and his time is running out. Picking up Cockroach, Ye Chen ran toward the launch pad of the spaceship again. Cockroach, who was sleeping, was awakened, but after seeing Yechen, he blinked his eyes and went to sleep again. After rushing to the launch pad, several spaceships that had been called out had opened their hatches and waiting there. Yechen quickly put Kakarot into a spacecraft to fasten her life-sustaining device, and then closed the hatch. Jumped into another spaceship next to him. Damn Theros, dare to lie to us. He wants to run, don't let him run. Kill him for me. The time of discovery was even shorter than Yechen expected. Several aggressive scions rushed over from a distance, and Yechen hurriedly attached a life support device to himself and slammed the hatch. The scion who rushed in front raised his hand and a few Qigong ejected over. At this thrilling moment, Yechen was already red eyes. Move me, move me. Seeing that it was about to be hit by the flying Qigong shells, the spaceship that looked like a giant baseball finally moved, dragging its long tail into the sky with two whirs. Damn it, chase me! Screaming, several scions hurriedly jumped into several other spaceships and prepared to pursue them, but in the end a series of explosions sounded, and several scions also screamed and were blown out. In the control room, the scion named Nebo was going crazy. That damn kid, dared to lie to me. He dared to lie to me. Sir, Silos has entered a self-detonation instruction. Except for the two that escaped, all the other spaceships detonated. Damn it! Are there no other spaceships? Other spacecraft will not be able to leave until tomorrow at the earliest. Then tomorrow, lock me where they are to escape, even if he runs to the end of the universe, I will catch him back. Yes. It was a shame to be deceived by an ant who could easily kill 100 times with one finger. Nebo picked up the communicator and shouted. Theros, you can't escape. You can't escape. At the same time, Yechen, who had already rushed into the universe in the spacecraft, sneered and turned off the communicator. It's not me who can't escape, but you. This planet Vegeta has no tomorrow. For these years, Yechen has been preparing this escape plan. If he escapes too early, he will be chased by other scions. Not only can he not escape, but he will also bring disasters to the Earth. This planet is destroyed together. So the most important thing is time control, and there is only one chance. Although thrilling, but he simply succeeded. However, Yechen hadn't relaxed yet. The flashing warning lights in the spacecraft showed that they were being locked by other spacecraft. Even the naked eye can see a huge spaceship staying outside the starry sky not far away. If Yechen remembers correctly, Frisia's brother Gula is in that spaceship. Having already reached this point, Yechen was already powerless and closed his eyes directly. Whether to let them go or attack them like the original Dragon Ball, whether to live or die, everything can only be left to the decision of fate. Master Shavza found two Scion imps who were running away. Scion Kid. Ah, it seems to be heading towards that remote planet Earth, do you need to knock them down? In the huge spaceship, a controller reported to a short-haired man named Shawza, and when Shawza was about to order an attack, a voice suddenly sounded. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 7. Let them go. Cold and majestic, a figure sitting on the throne slowly flew down, while the others leaned over to salute. Master Gula. This is the area where Frisia is responsible. He will remove the seeds he planted himself. We must suppress the 7 planets within today. Although they are just little ghosts, the 2 scions were let go, and the plan to wipe out this area by the scions was postponed, all because of Frisia's arrogance, and my brother was also very naive. What? Looking at Yechen and Kakarot on the screen, Gula's expression was full of irony. In the starry sky, the spacecraft carrying Yechen and Kakarot flew out of the attack range of the giant spacecraft, and the warning lights inside the spacecraft stopped flashing. When he opened his eyes, a smile appeared on Yechen's face with a long sigh of relief. After going through obstacles, they really escaped this time. It seems that fate still belongs to us. Kakarot, welcome our real life. Dragging a long gas tail, the two spaceships flying side by side quickly disappeared into the starry sky. At the same time, on the planet Vegeta, the escape pod where Celebi was asleep also began its set countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boom boom boom. Two long tongues of fire spewed out, and the escape capsule smashed into the roof and soared into the sky. To be continued. Chapter 12, Ye Chen and Wukong. Over the universe of Vegeta planet, Badak, covered in blood, ran into the obstacles, and finally came to Frisia's body. He, everything can be changed now. The fate of this planet Vegeta, my fate, Kakarot's fate, and your fate. Take it, Frisia. Looking up to the sky and screaming, Badak strenuously shot Frisia with the Qigong bombs that pooled his whole body. With a thumb-sized energy ball on his fingertips, Frisia watched all this indifferently, until the Qigong bomb thrown by Badak had flew close to him, and the corner of his mouth grinned with a bloodthirsty grin. Oh. Ha 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 ha. Under the surprised look of everyone, I saw the energy ball on Frisia's fingertips soaring rapidly, and Bacta's Qigong bomb was directly swallowed by it. What? What? The tiger's eyes were wide open, and Badak's face was shocked. Bloodthirsty and cold, Frisia bends his fingers, and then a huge energy ball flies down towards Badak and his own men. Master Frisia. Under the horrified look, Frisia's men were swallowed and destroyed by huge energy balls one by one, and soon Badak was also involved. Feeling his body that is constantly collapsing and destroying, Badak's eyes are once again showing the future. There, his daughter and a black-haired boy are fighting Frisia on a faraway planet, and the world is breaking apart. Kakarot. The Earth, located in the Milky Way solar system, welcomed two guests from afar on this day. Lila. Two spaceships descended from the sky, and then fell into the forest with two booms, scaring away countless animals and birds. Not long, as the hatch opened, a figure crawled out of the spaceship. It was Ye Chen who escaped from the planet Vegeta. Cough, cough cough cough. Lying on the ground and coughing constantly, because there was no buffer device, the final landing shock almost didn't let Ye Chen pass his breath. After taking a break, Ye Chen finally eased up. Ye Chen climbed up from the big pit hit by the spacecraft, and then looked at the surrounding environment. Earth, this is the Earth. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. At first it was just a soft smirk, but it quickly turned into a big laugh. Endless bitterness poured into his heart, and Ye Chen's eyes even had tears. For 6 years, for 6 full years, in order to survive on that planet Vegeta, he tensed his nerves every day and dared not be careless. I missed this blue planet countless times, countless times. It took a full half an hour before Ye Chen vented all the negative emotions he had accumulated over the past 6 years. He immediately felt that he was physically and mentally comfortable, and he had never been so relaxed as he is now. After wiping away the tears on his face, Ye Chen returned to his previous firmness again, and only then began to look at the surrounding environment carefully. This is a forest, and the air is very fresh, many times better than the planet Vegeta. The gravity is also very light, and Ye Chen jumped into the sky nearly 100 meters with a leap. Except for the forest, there is still a forest nearby, and there are no people to see, so it is impossible to determine where to land. Jumping back into the big pit where the spaceship crashed, Ye Chen opened the hatch and prepared to take Kakarot out. The impact of the previous spacecraft landing almost didn't cause Ye Chen's bitter water to spit out. I don't know if Kakarot was injured, but soon Ye Chen knew that he was thinking too much, and Kakarot was still there. He was sleeping. Some little speechless, Ye Chen took Kakarot out, then jumped to the ground and patted her chubby face. Hey, Kakarot, wake up soon. Yet. Opening his sleepy eyes, Kakarot looked at Ye Chen, then closed his eyes and prepared to continue sleeping. Slacker, you haven't got enough sleep after sleeping in the spaceship for a few months. He patted Kakarot's face again, and Ye Chen cursed badly. Like a computer booted up, Cockroach finally regained his spirit, and his big watery eyes flickered and started to look around curiously. This is the Earth, and it will be our home in the future. In addition, we no longer need to use Scion names in the future. My name is Yechen, and your name is Wukong, son Wukong, you know. Lifting Cockroach up, Ye Chen said. Yai. She seems to like this name quite a bit, Cockroach. No, I will be called Sun Wukong from now on, squinting and yelling. Nodded with satisfaction, just as Ye Chen was about to put Xiao Wukong down, suddenly a dark shadow rushed out from the nearby forest. Ho ho ho! Roaring and roaring, what leaped out of the forest turned out to be a giant variegated tiger with sharp fangs. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Ye Chen let out a cold snort, leaped and kicked out in the air. Woo! With a painful scream, the kicked giant tiger flew upside down 10 meters away, slammed on a big tree with a bang, then fell to the ground and convulsed constantly, and soon lost his breath. Although Ye Chen only has a combat power of 18 points, he is a weak chicken among the weak chickens in the group of Scions, but he is also a rare master on the earth now. It is simply a fight against such a giant tiger. Don't be too easy. Looking at the dead tiger, I saw that it was different from the tigers that Ye Chen had seen in his previous life. A pair of exaggerated fangs were almost half a meter long. Just like those prehistoric creatures. Although a little surprised, he was relieved soon after the night. After all, this Earth is not the same Earth as his previous life. Many prehistoric creatures like dinosaurs still exist here, and some animals are extremely intelligent and can communicate with humans. There are even many beasts living in cities. The subhuman with the head human body. It can only be said that this is really an interesting and wonderful world. It happens to be hungry, so let's take you to eat meat. With a murmur, Ye Chen walked over and dragged the giant tiger's body up. It's a good sign to be able to eat tiger meat on the first day of coming to the earth. It was getting late, and night fell soon. Ye Chen raised a fire next to the spaceship, and the gorgeous giant tiger was being peeled and cleaned by Ye Chen and grilled on the fire. The color is golden, and the air is filled with a tempting smell of meat. Yet. Drooling, Xiao Wu sitting on Ye Chen's lap wanted to grab the barbecue in the fire, but she was so scalded by the fire that she quickly retracted her small claws, and then looked at Ye Chen pitifully. To be continued. Chapter 13 Future Plans. You know you are looking for me now. He squeezed Xiao Wukong's cute little face, and then Ye Chen took off the almost roasted tiger. The thick smell of meat exudes endless temptation. Ye Chen tore off a piece of tiger meat and handed it to the little guy in his arms. Xiao Wukong's teeth have grown all over the few months in the spaceship. She should be able to eat these things, right? Looking at Xiao Wukong, who was already holding tiger meat in the big chunk, Ye Chen felt relieved. If this little guy wants to drink milk, it would be really hard for him. After tearing off a piece of tiger meat, Ye Chen also ate it. Well, it smells so good. A whole giant tiger was wiped out by 2 people, and Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong also showed satisfaction. You don't have to worry about being bullied and oppressed, and you can eat and drink. Sure enough, the earth is the best. After resting for a while, Ye Chen put out the fire, and then returned to the spaceship with Xiao Wukong in his arms. Xiao Wukong was already lying on Ye Chen's body and fell asleep, while Ye Chen was resting his head and looking up at the starry sky above his head, and the whole person was lost in thought. Now that he had escaped from the planet Vegeta, it was almost time for him to consider his next move. Although he has come to the earth now, there is no need to worry about his own danger for the time being, but he didn't plan to go down so plainly in the future. As a traverser, if you don't do something to come out, is it still called a traverser? Conquer the earth, conquer the universe, build a big harem. These are all possible. However, any ambition needs strength to be realized, so now the most important thing is to improve strength. Although Ye Chen can also train by himself step by step, it is obviously a stupid choice. Before, when he was on planet Vegeta, there was no way, and it was impossible for him to be taught, so he could only do the most basic training by himself. The increase in strength is also extremely limited. Now that I have come to the earth, I can't be like that anymore. It's decided, go to the Turtle Fairy. Tortoise Immortal Teacher Wu Tian can be said to be a very important character in the original Dragon Ball. Most of the powerful Z fighters, such as the protagonist Sun Wukong and Klin, the strongest Earthling, are disciples taught by him. Although in the later stage of Dragon Ball, Gaixianren's combat power was completely out of the table, but in terms of understanding of martial arts and training of disciples, he was considered to be among the best in the entire Dragon Ball world. Moreover, even if you don't talk about finding him to learn martial arts, Immortal Turtle himself is a very interesting old man, and I really want to meet Ye Chen, the character in these original Dragon Ball. However, Vegeta became Vegeta, Broly became Broly, and Kakarot became Kakarot. I only hope that the unknown existence that created this world has not become crazy enough to turn the tortoise. The immortal should also become Gaixian mother-in-law or something. If that's the case, Ye Chen would really curse his mother. After deciding on the next plan, Ye Chen also relaxed, and he closed the door of the spaceship and began to sleep. No words. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 8. The next day, early morning. What? Ye Chen walked out of the spaceship while yawning. There is no need to worry about being late for work anymore. Last night can be said to be Ye Chen's most comfortable sleep in the past 6 years. Go find something to eat first. With a murmur, Ye Chen jumped up and jumped into the forest. Not long before, he walked back with a lot of fruits. After simply solving breakfast with Xiao Wukong, Ye Chen planned to leave here. However, you have to deal with the spaceship before leaving here. Although the technology on this Earth is relatively advanced, and there are even many exclusive black technologies, it should take decades to develop to fly into the universe, so these 2 spaceships are still very useful. Can still be used. If there is a universal capsule, it can be easily taken away, but it is a pity that Ye Chen doesn't have that kind of things now, so he can only find a way to hide them. Let Xiao Wukong go to play by himself. Ye Chen got some mud to fill the big hole that the spaceship crashed out, and directly buried the 2 spaceships in the ground. However, to make it easier to find in the future, Ye Chen moved some stones to make a mark, so that he wouldn't have to worry about finding it in the future. After getting everything done, Ye Chen also clapped his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Wukong, come here, we are going to set off. Yai! Hearing Ye Chen's voice, Xiao Wu, who was rolling around, crawled over with bare hands and feet, and then hugged Ye Chen's shoulders. Finally, I took another look at this place. Ye Chen didn't miss it anymore, and walked into the forest with Xiao Wukong. Squeaky! Squeaky! On a giant tree in the forest, monkeys are playing around. Puff puff puff! Sitting among the branches, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong were eating a piece of fruit alone. They have been walking in the forest for 2 days, but they have not yet gone out, and they do not know how big the forest is. Squeaky! A monkey jumped down suddenly, and handed a big fruit to Ye Chen in kindness. Inexplicably, he still took it over the night, and then the monkey looked very happy, turned around and turned his big red butt to Ye Chen, and twisted around there. The corners of his mouth twitched. Isn't this prowling monkey trying to be a gangster? After taking a bite of the fruit, Ye Chen kicked the monkey down. Eating and drinking, Ye Chen was also preparing to take Xiao Wukong on his way, but at this moment a buzzing sound suddenly came from the sky, and at the same time a black smoked plane was heading here from a distance. The direction is flying. Ah! Help, sister, father! Ah, I don't want to die. Hearing was excellent. There was a flustered cry from the plane, and Ye Chen immediately stood up from the branch. When I finally saw someone, Ye Chen was also a little secretly excited, but the situation seemed a bit bad. Considering the other party's luck, he unexpectedly met him, otherwise I will wait for the plane to destroy and die today. Wukong, hold me tight. Ya ya ya. Ye Chen yelled, and Xiao Wukong immediately hugged Ye Chen tightly. The black smoky plane was getting closer and closer. Just as the opponent was flying over the tree, Ye Chen stepped on his feet, and suddenly the whole person soared into the sky and caught one of the wings on the left side of the plane. On. Ah! The left side suddenly increased in weight, the entire plane began to tilt to the left, and the speed of the fall became faster. The people on the plane were scared and yelled again. Xiao Wukong seemed to feel quite funny, holding Ye Chen and yelled happily. It's a bit bad going on like this. Ye Chen hurriedly pulled hard, and finally flew up and landed firmly on the fuselage. To be continued. PS1, I was preparing to post a link to the new book in the comment area of the old book. As a result, Philo's system thought it was reviewing reviews and advertising. The account was blocked for a week. These days, the background cannot be accessed, and the reviews cannot be responded to. The chapters can only use the mobile assistant, and there is really nothing to say. PS2, everyone is arguing about how the Scion's combat power grows sharply after he recovers from a serious injury. To be honest, I think this ability is too buggy. If you don't limit it, the later combat power will definitely collapse. In order to quickly improve the strength of the protagonist, too many loopholes can be exploited. As for the bottlenecks mentioned by a book friend, Scions do exist, but those who have seen Dragon Ball should know that those so-called bottlenecks are just a laugh for Scions. Although I can obscure it like the original book and turn a blind eye to this ability in the later stage, there will be readers who will bring it up again, so I just set a limit for him now. PS3, it's a big taboo to write fandom to change some settings of the original work, but there is no way, who can let so many bugs in Dragon Ball, and some places can't be changed. How about the original work of Universe 7? How about it, the 13th universe of this book will make some corrections in these places. In addition, although there are only 3 major enhancements in strength, it does not mean that serious injuries will not increase after the battle, but it will not be so exaggerated and obvious. It should have been mentioned in the previous article. Chapter 14. My name is Bulma. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. It's terrible. The people in the plane kept yelling. Ye Chen walked over and took a look, and suddenly the corners of his mouth twitched, and only 4 or 5 years old blue-haired little Lori was dancing and shouting inside. Which bear kid is this? You are so big that you dare to drive a plane and wander in the sky. Do you know that your parents are so awkward? Yai. Xiao Wukong felt quite interesting, and she also learned how to dance with the little Lolita in the plane, but was almost blown away by the wind. Ye Chen quickly grabbed the naughty little guy back. The plane was already very close to the ground, and now it was not the time to grind. Ye Chen directly opened the door of the cockpit, and then screwed little Lolita out of it. With a leap, Ye Chen took Xiao Wukong and Xiao Lolita to the ground steadily, while the black smoky plane crashed into a cliff not far away with a bang. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Little Lori was still struggling with her eyes closed, and Ye Chen silently threw her to the ground. You are not dead yet. Woo, it hurts. Clutching her aching butt from being smashed, little Lolita also recovered. Ah, I'm not dead yet. Ha! That's great. As expected, God-sama is willing to let me, such a smart and lovely girl, die. Confirming that she is still alive and has landed safely, little Lori held her hands with a touched expression suddenly. Wearing a pair of cute little girls, their clothes are also very luxurious, and they look like they were born in a rich family. It's just that this little loli seems very narcissistic. Hey, who are you? Finally found Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong, Xiao Lori asked in surprise. Ye Chen rolled his eyes. You finally noticed us for so long. I saved you. Ye Chen said lightly. Little Lori was a little confused, but she was on a plane, flying in the sky. How did you save me? But it seems to be the same. If there is no one to save, how can I stand here again now? Thank you for saving me. My name is Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Brif from the Universal Capsule Company. You saved me, my father will thank you very much. Very Lady expressed her gratitude to Ye Chen, and little Lolita also introduced herself. However, after hearing little Lolita's name, Ye Chen's eyes twitched. Bulma, she said she was Bulma, the daughter of Dr. Brif. Bulma is a very classic character in the original Dragon Ball. It can be said that the plot of the whole Dragon Ball starts with Bulma looking for Dragon Ball and encountering little Goku. As the daughter of Dr. Brif, the president of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma is a genius girl with a very high IQ and is very active in the whole story of Dragon Ball. Although just an ordinary person, she has helped the Monkey King and Klin in the original work in many places. She was also active on the front line when the Earth was in crisis of destruction several times. In the original story, Bulma will have a relationship with the desert thief Yamcha, but will eventually become the wife of Scion Prince Vegeta and give birth to a son and a daughter. But now Vegeta has become Vegeta, this kind of thing should not be possible anymore. Ye Chen couldn't help but sighed up to the sky. Sure enough, the travelers were all true-life princes with the protagonist's template, and he could even meet Bulma in such a deserted place. Looking up and down carefully, Bulma in front of him is only about 5 or 6 years old, which fits the current time period. Although it still looks very immature, but faint has already a bit of the original look, and it should become a symbol of beauty in the future. Since God allowed himself to meet her here, it was obviously not just a simple encounter, but to let himself do something. Ye Chen, who felt that he had already realized something, secretly made a decision in his heart. What a strange boy! Seeing that the other party didn't speak for a long time after he gave out his name, Bulma muttered in her heart. However, if you look closely, this boy is handsome, much cooler than the slugs in the kindergarten, and he saved himself just now. Could it be that? Could it be that he is? If anyone knows the thoughts in Bulma's heart at this time, she will be stunned. What a big little girl film, actually started to think about these things. But there is no way, who made her a genius girl with an IQ watch? She has learned a lot more than those kids of the same age since childhood. Bulma. Ah, yes. Bulma, who was suddenly called by Ye Chen's name, was thinking wildly and with a guilty conscience, was taken aback, and stood up pretty standard. The atmosphere was a little weird. Ye Chen looked at Bulma with a serious face. Then raised a hand and pressed her forehead. Bulma, I am your Prince Charming. Ye Chen said calmly without changing his face, while Bulma blinked and stared at Ye Chen blankly. Then, Prince Charming, are you really my Prince Charming? Opening those big watery eyes, Bulma exclaimed. What does it mean that I am really your Prince Charming? As if you already knew it, Ye Chen couldn't help but look strange. However, Ye Chen still nodded. Yes, I am your Prince Charming. God sent me to rescue you when you were in danger. There was no pressure to say this. Ye Chen also discovered that in the 6 years on the planet Vegeta, not only did he seem to have greatly grown his mind, he even had a thick skin to this extent. However, there seems to be nothing wrong. Xiao Wukong, who was lying on Ye Chen's shoulder, yelled, as if saying that I was also me, but Bulma at this moment was in a sluggish state. Prince Charming, really my Prince Charming? Ah, so ashamed. His face became redder and redder, and then Bulma's little head seemed to have begun to smoke. Just when Ye Chen was about to say something, suddenly there was another hum of the engine, and I saw an airplane flying here from the distant sky. Ah, it's Dad's plane. Dad is here to find me. Dad, here I am, here I am. Recognizing that it was the plane driven by his father, Bulma immediately waved and shouted excitedly. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 9. Ye Chen frowned. Now that Dr. Brif is here, he should almost leave. Little Lori Bulma can be fooled, but the talented doctor with the same high IQ can't be fooled, and staying will only increase embarrassment. Bulma, goodbye, I will come to you again in the future," said to Bulma, and then Ye Chen leaped up with Xiao Wukong, and a few flashes quickly went away. "Ah, Prince Charming, what is your name?" Seeing that Ye Chen had left suddenly, Bulma was also a little anxious, and quickly asked loudly. "My name is Ye Chen." A distant voice came, and soon the figures of Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong had disappeared in the forest. To be continued. Chapter 15 Searching for the Turtle Immortal. After more than half a month, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong walked out of the forest and came to the southern coast. The flying seagulls with their wings spread, the swimming fish jumping out of the sea, such a vibrant sea is invisible on the planet Vegeta. Xiao Wukong danced with joy, and Ye Chen's heart was slightly excited. According to some information in the original work and the inquiries along the way, Ye Chen finally inquired about some news about the immortal turtle. If the information is correct, immortal turtle lives on a small island near the sea area. Wukong, hold tight. Yai. I didn't bother to do a small boat logging. That kind of thing didn't go far in the sea, so Xiao Wukong hugged Ye Chen and jumped directly into the sea. With Ye Chen's current strength, it is no problem to swim hundreds of kilometers in the middle of the sea, so let's look for it first. If it doesn't work, just swim back. Being hit by the sea, Xiao Wukong was a little scared at first and hugged Ye Chen tightly, but soon she became bold and even let go of Ye Chen and swam by herself, except that her small arms and legs she couldn't swim very fast at all, and a wave hit her so far, but Ye Chen went and picked her back. After swimming in the vast ocean for a long time, Ye Chen also felt a little tired, but he hadn't found the island where the turtle immortal was. When Ye Chen wondered if he should go back to the shore and look for it next time, he suddenly saw a group the dolphins passed by them. "Mr. Dolphin, do you know where the Turtle Fairy Island is?" "Island of the Immortal Turtle, we know it. It's in the sea a little bit south, and we are going to pass there." "Great, can you take us a ride?" "Okay, come up here." Met a group of smart and friendly dolphins, and also got the location of the Turtle Fairy Island from the other party. Ye Chen was also very happy, holding Xiao Wukong and sitting on the back of a dolphin. The wind and the waves, while enjoying the comfortable sea breeze, while riding the dolphins towards the southern seas, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh that this world is really magical, and it is more interesting than the earth where he was in his previous life, which was only intelligent creatures like humans. Too much. With the help of the dolphins, it won't take long for a small island to catch Ye Chen's eyes, but it is not so much an island as it is just a small beach. There is a small lawn on the beach with a few coconut trees growing next to it, and then there is a hut that says Came House in the middle of the beach, and a turtle basking in the sun beside the hut. "Mr. Dolphin, thank you." Thanks to the dolphins who carried them. And then Ye Chen took Xiao Wukong to the island. "Turtle, is Gaixian teacher Wu Tian home?" Ye Chen asked when he reached the turtle's body. "The turtle immortal has something to do, but he should be back soon. If you are not in a hurry, just wait here." The head stuck out from the turtle's shell, the turtle said. "Then bother." Since immortal turtle was not at home, Ye Chen had to wait slowly. She seemed very curious about sea turtles. Xiao Wukong climbed onto its shell and was naughty, and the turtles didn't care. After waiting for about an hour, there was a sudden sound like a humming of a propeller, and I saw a huge tortoise spinning extremely fast in the air, and above it was an old man standing slowly flying in from a distance. "Boy, immortal turtle is back." The turtle's head stuck out from the turtle's shell again, and Ye Chen was also refreshed. I saw the old man holding a wooden staff, carrying a tortoise shell on his back, with a grey beard, and wearing a pair of fashionable sunglasses. The bright bald head shone brightly in the sun. Although the whole body looks very fancy, but it is the real and legendary martial arts god Turtle Fairy. "Turtle, I'm back, oh 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 oh. Turtle Fairy, there is a young man looking for you." The Turtle Fairy jumped off the flying turtle, and then the turtle said to him. Young man, what do you want me to do? Naturally, I also saw Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong, Gaixian asked. Hello, Teacher Wu Tian, my name is Ye Chen, and her name is Sun Wukong. We came here to learn martial arts from Teacher Wu Tian. Although the Gaixian in the original book is an old and rude, he is indeed a respectable old man, so Ye Chen politely saluted the Gaixian and then expressed his intention. You want to learn martial arts from me? Yes. Immortal Gui was a little surprised, but Ye Chen nodded. If someone just wants to learn Wugexianren by himself, he wouldn't be surprised. After all, he created the turtle fairy flow and was hailed as the god of martial arts. I don't know how many people have been looking for him to learn martial arts. But what really surprised Gaixianren was that these two scholars were too young. The boy in front of me seems to be only about 5 or 6 years old, and the little girl who is still lying on the turtle's back may have just been weaned. Boy, I can teach you martial arts, but you have to pass my test first. Ignoring the little girl who has just been weaned, the turtle fairy said. Please speak. Naturally, he understood these rules. Ye Chen also said seriously. This is the first test. I want to eat fish for dinner today. Go and catch a shark for me. Going to see the abilities of the kid in front of him, Immortal Turtle gave a simple test. Although it is only a simple test, it is almost impossible for ordinary people. Let alone a child who is only 5 or 6 years old, even an adult is impossible. However, this young man was able to find him with a little girl. He should not be an ordinary person. Sure enough, Ye Chen nodded without hesitation. It is good. Let Wukong stay on the island and don't be naughty, and then Ye Chen jumped directly into the sea. Turtle Fairy, that boy won't be eaten by sharks, right? Probably not. The turtle asked with some worry, but the Turtle Fairy said. As a master of the generation, it can also be said that he is the strongest human being on earth today. Naturally, immortal turtles still have eyesight. That young man is not easy at first sight. The reason why he put forward this test is just to reconfirm. Sure enough, only about half an hour passed. Ye Chen swam back from the sea, and at the same time dragged a huge shark to the beach. Teacher Wu Tian, I'm back. Not bad, you passed the first test. Seeing Ye Chen's performance, Gaixianren also nodded with satisfaction. However, next is the real test. If you can pass, I will teach you martial arts. To be continued. Chapter 16 The Fake Tortoise Fairy. Under Ye Chen's gaze, Immortal Turtle picked up a stone from the ground and wrote the word turtle on it with a pen. With enough strength, the Turtle Fairy threw the stone out. Although he looked like a thin old man, Immortal Turtle's hand strength was extremely strong, and the small stone penetrated the cloud like a meteor and disappeared. Boy, if you can retrieve the stone I just threw out within 3 days, I will teach you the martial arts of Gaixian Liu. He clapped his hands, the Turtle Fairy said. Looking for a stone. Ye Chen remembers that in the original work, it seems that Immortal Turtle also tried Xiao Wukong and Klin in this way, but that time he just threw the stone into the forest near the island, and it was not very difficult to find the stone after spending some time. But this time the Turtle Immortal threw the stone a long distance away. He didn't know if he fell into the sea or the forest on the coast. To find it was like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, Ye Chen never thought of giving up. I understand. Teacher Wu Tian, Wukong will ask you to take care of it in the past few days. I will definitely get the stone back in 3 days. Not to mention whether the young man in front of him can retrieve the stone within the stipulated time, just this calm mind is very good, and the Immortal Turtle nodded. You can find it with confidence, I will take care of this little girl for you. Let Xiao Wukong stay here not to be naughty, and tell her that she will be back in 2 days, and then Ye Chen didn't frustrate, and jumped into the sea again. Oh, what a great boy! Whether he can find the stone, I really look forward to it. Oh. After leaving Gaixian Island, Ye Chen swam directly across the strait back to the shore. Based on the comprehensive judgment of the angle, direction, and strength of the stone thrown by the Gaixian, the stone should have fallen in this nearby area. It would be fine if it fell in the forest on the shore, but it would be troublesome if it fell in the sea. I hope I haven't fallen into the sea. After sighing, Ye Chen began to search in the forest. Soon, the time came 3 days later. Little girl, don't scratch my beard. Oh, it hurts. After a long toss, Immortal Turtle finally unscrewed Xiao Wukong, who was holding his beard. Yai! It seemed to be very interesting. Xiao Wukong still wanted to catch it, but the startled Gaixian quickly avoided. Let this nasty little girl grab him, and his beautiful beard is about to be pulled out. Turtle Fairy, you have to be gentle with children. Be gentle with her? She should be gentle with me. This little girl is too energetic all day long, and if this continues, I feel that my life will be lost soon. What does it matter? You have been alive for hundreds of years anyway, and you almost deserve to die. Smelly turtle, what silly thing are you talking about? I haven't lived enough yet, I have to live longer and longer than you. When Gaixianren was quarreling with the turtles, Xiao Wukong crawled under the refrigerator, took out a watermelon from the refrigerator, and started to gnaw. You looked at me and I looked at you, and then both the Turtle Fairy and the turtle looked helpless. Immortal Turtle is right. This little girl is so energetic. She either grabs the beard of Immortal Turtle or plays with turtle shells. Anyway, she can't stop for a moment. Forget it, this little girl's appetite is surprisingly large. She is obviously so small but eats more than both of them. If this continues, their food will be eaten by this little girl alone. Teacher Wu Tian, I'm back. Ye Chen's voice suddenly sounded outside, and Gaixian hurriedly opened the door. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 10. Boy, you are finally back. Seeing Immortal Turtle so excited, Ye Chen was a little stunned, but when he saw Xiao Wukong on one side, he instantly understood. Wukong, come here. Ya. After seeing Ye Chen, Xiao Wukong also showed a happy expression, and then quickly crawled over with hands and feet and hugged Ye Chen's body. Teacher Wu Tian, I have troubled you these few days. Ah, no. The Immortal Turtle said a little politely, thinking that you will not trouble me if you take this little girl away quickly. Boy, have you found the stone? If you don't find it, I won't accept you as a disciple. Thinking of business affairs, Immortal Turtle also asked. Fortunately not insulting life. A smile appeared on his face. Ye Chen took out the stone with the word turtle written on it and gave it to Immortal Turtle. He searched for 3 days and nights almost endlessly, and finally let him find it in a bush. After taking the stone, Immortal Turtle took a closer look, and then nodded. Well, it is indeed the stone I threw out. It seems that you are really looking for it very carefully, and you also have the fate of worshipping my Gaixian Liu. Boy, your name is Ye Chen, right? Since you found this stone, you will be my disciple in the future. After hearing Immortal Turtle's words, Ye Chen couldn't help showing a pleasant surprise. Thank you, teacher. However, after thinking of something, Ye Chen couldn't help but ask tentatively. Teacher Wu Tian, do you really accept me as a disciple without any other tests? You don't need me to find beautiful girls or girls' fat times. Boy, do you want to be expelled from the teachers so soon? How can we practicing martial arts have such evil thoughts? That is not allowed, absolutely not allowed. He banged Ye Chen's head fiercely with a stick, Immortal Turtle said angrily. Dizzy, Ye Chen felt a little dazed. Isn't the turtle immortal very pretty? In the original book, when Wukong and Klin wanted to learn martial arts from him, didn't they ask them to find beautiful girls who wanted to see girls' fatness? How could it be possible to say such a thing in such awe-inspiring manner? It's unscientific, it's unscientific. Did he meet a fake turtle fairy? Although I don't understand what is going on, but finally passed the test of the Gaixian, Ye Chen didn't want to be expelled from the teachers so soon. He quickly expressed his repentance. and then repeatedly stated that he had absolutely no evil thoughts. Well, even if there are evil thoughts, let's wait for the future to talk about things like conquering the earth, conquering the universe and creating a big harem without strong power. Well, I forgive you this time, but not as an example. Today you can take a good rest. From tomorrow I will officially teach you the practice. By the way, take good care of this little girl and don't let her grab my beard again. Yes, Teacher Wu Tian. To be continued. P.S. Immortal Turtle should be relatively pure when he was young. It can be seen from the fact that he can ride somersault clouds. As for when he became an old man, it is not said in the original work, but I remember that there is such a paragraph in Dragon Ball, which is Little Goku. When he and Bulma sent the turtle back, Bulma wanted the Dragon Ball on the turtle ferry, and the turtle asked to see Bulma's fatness. At that time, the sea ghost was extremely shocked, so it is speculated that the turtle fairy was probably lost in the turtle. In that year, he became an old man of sex, or it was just Menzeo in the past, but in that year he completely gave up treatment and became a real old man of sex, so considering the current time, let Gaixianren be in the Menzeo stage. Chapter 17. In the early morning, the sky outside just revealed a white fish belly, and Ye Chen was already called by Immortal Turtle. Xiao Wukong also yawned constantly on Ye Chen's shoulder. Ye Chen, from today I will officially teach you the martial arts practice of Guizian Liu. Yes, Teacher Wu Tian. With the serious look on Immortal Turtle's face, Ye Chen's heart was slightly excited. Is it finally going to begin, his practice? First of all, before practicing, I want to tell you what martial art is. Learning martial arts is not to compete with others for strength, nor to show off martial arts to make beautiful girls. These are all wrong ideas. We learn martial arts to keep the body and mind healthy, and then live a meaningful life with this healthy body and mind. This is the martial art of our Guizian Liu, do you understand? I understand, Teacher Wu Tian. Although I understood in my mouth, I felt ashamed in my heart after the night. The reason why he wants to learn martial arts is to make himself stronger and fight against those enemies that may appear in the future. He also thought about building a big harem when he grows up in the future and possesses great power. He will also know the Immortal Turtles overnight. All that is said is correct. Although he can't do it himself, keep it in his heart. If he wants to accept disciples in the future, he will pass these words on to his disciples intact, and let future disciples do what the master can't do. Right. As if thinking that Ye Chen really understood, Immortal Turtle nodded with satisfaction, and then said, although we do not practice martial arts to fight with people, if we see people who practice martial arts bullying good people in the future, then that kind of people will be our enemy, so you don't have to be polite to teach him a good lesson. Yes, Teacher Wu Tian. This is not a problem at all. Although Ye Chen thinks he is not a good person, he is definitely not a bad person. If he encounters someone who really needs help, he will be happy to help. Well, now we will start the formal practice. First come for a relaxing jog, come with me. Yes. Ye Chen followed Gaixianren to run, and Xiao Wukong, who was holding Ye Chen's shoulders, was also happily yaya seemed to be shouting for cheer. Because they wanted to instruct Ye Chen to practice, the Gaixianren had taken them off Gaixian Island yesterday to another island in the nearby sea. This island is huge, with hundreds of residents living on it, so it is perfect as a place for practice. Just like instructing little Goku and Klin in the original book, Gaixian took Ye Chen for a while on the island, and then asked him to hold the milk box to deliver milk to the residents of the island, and then walk around. Roadside trees run in circles, climb mountains, ride waterfalls, walk through marshes, swim in lakes with sharks, etc. Although they seem to be just ordinary practice, even without Gaixian's guidance, you can train yourself, but it is not. The human body is a very sophisticated instrument. When and where to exercise, to what extent. and how to maximize the potential of the body and even the spirit. There are a lot of emphasis on not only not hurting yourself because of excessive training, but also to maximize the effect of practice. To accurately judge these, you must have a wealth of experience. Ye Chen does not have such experience yet, but he knows that Gaixianren has them, so he does what Gaixian asks him to do meticulously. The first day was just a simple adaptation to the practice, but even so, Ye Chen was almost exhausted, but fortunately, he was considered a purebred scion bloodline. After supplementing enough food and sleeping, it was almost already completely recovered. However, since the next day, the practice has become more and more strict. The turtle fairy brought a heavy tortoise shell to Ye Chen's back, and told him that in the future, whether it is training practice or eating and sleeping, he must carry it on his back. He will be replaced with a heavier shell. Although it was very painful and even suffering during the training and practice, Ye Chen gritted his teeth desperately and persisted. Not to mention his own ambitions and dreams, he must work hard just for himself and the entire planet to survive in the future. In the near future, there will be one powerful and terrifying enemy coming to the earth. If he does not want to die or give his destiny to others, then he must become strong enough. Sun begins to sunset, and spring goes to winter. Whether it's wind and rain or lightning and thunder, every day and every night, every day and every night, they are practicing desperately. Soon, 3 years later. Run and jump, la la la. Run and jump, la la la. Run and jump, la la la. On the rugged mountain road, 3 figures were running while shouting slogans. Running ahead is the turtle fairy with the turtle shell on his back, followed by Ye Chen, who also carries the turtle shell, and behind Ye Chen is Xiao Wukong, who also carries a small turtle shell. After 3 years, the 9-year-old Ye Chen has grown a lot taller, and the childish color on his face has faded a lot, and Xiao Wukong has also grown from a young man who only knows how to speak. The girl has grown into a cute little loli. At the beginning of the training every day, Xiao Wukong just squatted on Ye Chen's shoulders and shouted slogans, but as her body gradually grew, she joined them. Ordinary children on the island can only play in the mud at this age, but Xiao Wukong has been able to follow Gui Xianren and Ye Chen to complete daily practice training. Even Gui Xianren often sighs this little girl to the end what kind of monster it is. Puff! Behind the 3 of them, a huge dinosaur fell to the ground, sticking out his tongue and gasping for breath. Mr. Dinosaur, see you tomorrow. Looking back, Xiao Wukong ran and waved to the big dinosaur milkily. Every day Ye Chen, they would be chased by this big dinosaur when they passed through the territory of this big dinosaur, and it's no surprise that every time this big dinosaur would tire themselves to death until they had no strength to chase them anymore. Looking at the 3 humans who ran away again, the eyes of the big dinosaur were filled with bitter tears, but they were soon replaced by strong fighting spirit. Damn humans, I must eat you tomorrow. After running a circle around the island, the 3 of Ye Chen who had finished their morning practice also returned to the Gaixian hut by the sea. Ha, ha! Ye Chen and Gui Xianren both looked as usual, while Xiao Wukong was lying on the ground and panting. Although she has been able to practice with Ye Chen and the others, after all, she is still too young now, and achieving this level is already the limit. To be continued. Chapter 18. On the flat ground in front of the Gaixian hut, Ye Chen and Gaixianren untied the tortoise shell on their backs, and the heavy tortoise shell slammed into 2 depressions on the ground. Since a year ago, after each morning exercise around the island, it was time for the 2 to practice. Ye Chen, Grandpa Gaixian, come on! Xiao Wukong, who was already resting, got up from the ground, and stood by to cheer for the 2. A beautiful sphere hung around Xiao Wukong's neck, and it was also swinging in the air with Xiao Wukong's movements. 3 5-pointed stars appeared inside the sphere, which was one of the legendary 3-star dragon balls. This 3-star ball was picked up by Fairy Turtle about 100 years ago on the bottom of the sea. He thought it was very beautiful and made a pendant and hung it around his neck. Later, in order to prevent Xiao Wukong from always grabbing his beard, he put this one. 3 planets were given to Xiao Wukong. Although Xiao Wukong also liked the pendant made by Samsung Ball, she still wanted to grab the beard of the turtle fairy from time to time. Teacher Wu Tian, please advise. Get ready, move your hands and feet, and Ye Chen salutes the Gaixian. Just come on. With his hands on his back, the turtle fairy has a relaxed look. After adjusting his breathing, a sharp light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. With a dignified breath, the horse stepped forward, and then Ye Chen made a sign of Gaixian Liu's hands. Everything around him has been excluded by Ye Chen, and at this moment all his attention is firmly locked on Gaixian Ren. It's just that, although Immortal Turtle simply stood there, he remained motionless like a mountain, and there was no flaw in his body. The masters make the move, and often the one who moves first reveals the flaw, and the one who reveals the flaw loses. In the past, Ye Chen didn't try to wait patiently for the Immortal Turtle to move first and reveal his flaws. As a result, the two stood motionless for a whole day. At the end, Ye Chen's hands and feet were numb and unconscious, and he was left by the Immortal Turtle. Come over and knock him down easily. After that time, Ye Chen directly gave up the idea of waiting for Immortal Turtle to reveal his flaws, and chose another way. If he doesn't show the flaws, then let him show the flaws by himself. Drink. Stepping on her foot, Ye Chen shot at the Gaixian like a cannonball, but he was easily avoided by the Gaixian sideways. With one palm on the ground, Ye Chen changed his body shape, and then swept his legs and attacked Immortal Turtle. Wow! Such an attack is useless. With a light leap, Immortal Gui evaded Ye Chen's leg sweep, and at the same time, the whole person jumped into the air nearly 100 meters high. With her fists clenched, Ye Chen stepped on her foot, and then chased the Immortal Turtle to the sky. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 11. I am hitting hitch. I block. With hands and feet together, the two fought wildly in the air, and they had collided for hundreds of rounds in just a few breaths. However, it was no surprise that Ye Chen was inferior in the end and was hit in the back with an elbow by Immortal Turtle. What? With a scream, I only felt that his spine was almost broken. Ye Chen's body fell rapidly, but he finally adjusted his figure at the last moment and stood firmly on the ground. Take me one more trick. Ha 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 ha. Immortal Turtle's voice sounded, and he laughed and fell to Ye Chen again. However, at the moment he hit Ye Chen turned into an afterimage, and the real him appeared behind Gaixianren like a teleport and struck him with a punch. However, Ye Chen's attack still didn't work, and even passed directly through Gaixianren's body. That is also an afterimage. Perceiving the danger instinctively, Ye Chen's body was divided into 5 and 4 and flew, and Gaixian also conjured multiple afterimages chasing Ye Chen everywhere. Remnant Image Fist used the afterimage generated at high speed to confuse the opponent, making it difficult for the opponent to judge the authenticity. However, what Ye Chen and Gaixianren use at this time is not ordinary Remnant Image Fist, but multiple image Remnant Fist that can produce several or even dozens of residual images at the same time. The afterimages of the two of them are getting more and more. It is so dazzling that people can't tell the truth from the false, and can only hear fierce explosions constantly ringing around. However, the essence of this set of boxing techniques is not actually a residual image, which can only be regarded as a side effect of this set of boxing techniques. The true essence of this set of boxing techniques is fastness and extreme speed. UI. In a battle with the enemy, if you only have speed but no power, then you can still run away from the young, but if you only have power and no speed, then you can only become a sandbag to be beaten. The importance of speed in any martial arts and combat is self-evident. What? So amazing, so amazing! Ye Chen, Grandpa Gaixian, come on! Come on! I don't know when I have already sat on the turtle's back. Xiao Wukong cheered loudly for the two of them. There are nearly 100 afterimages crisscrossing in the open space in front of the Gaixian hut, but Xiao Wukong seems to be able to find the real bodies of Ye Chen and Gaixianren, and a pair of big watery eyes also follow them. The figure keeps turning. The fierce battle lasted for about a quarter of an hour, and then all the afterimages merged into one, only to see Ye Chen and Gaixianren throwing a punch at the other side at the same time. Boom! A huge explosion sound, and an extremely violent air current spreading around the two people at the same time. Xiao Wukong, who was sitting on the turtle's back, was accidentally blown out by the air current, and rolled on the ground several times. It stopped. Ha ha ha! Unlike ordinary children who fell to the ground and would cry for a long time, Xiao Wukong, who was covered with grass scraps on his head, laughed happily. On the battlefield on one side, Gaixianren and Ye Chen, who had punched each other, kept the freeze frame. And neither of them continued to attack. This battle has ended, naturally there is no need to continue. Woo! Ha! Ha! Ye Chen's face turned pale, and Ye Chen knelt to the ground, panting constantly. As expected of teacher Wu Tian, I still can't beat you. Ye Chen had a look of admiration and depression. He clearly felt that he had made rapid progress, but he had never won 100 times against Gaixian. Wow! You are my disciple, if even your own disciple can't win, then I'm too useless. With his hands on his back, Immortal Turtle smiled lightly. But if you look closely, you will find that Gaixianren's hands are trembling faintly. Ahem, Ye Chen, you have made very rapid progress in the past 3 years, and you don't need to practice against me anymore from now on. After a light cough, Immortal Turtle said again. Why, Teacher Wu Tian? I think practicing against you has helped me a lot. Why don't you stop practicing against you in the future? Ye Chen looked puzzled, while Gaixian was slandering in his heart. Damn brat, if I continue to practice with you, I will be almost no match for you. If I lose to you, wouldn't I be very shameless? Where would you let me as a teacher put my face? However, Immortal Turtle just thought about these words in his heart, he wouldn't really say it. How can I put it? Yes. Ye Chen, this kind of training is already very easy for you now, so I decided to pass on my strongest stunt to you. You only need to practice it in the future. With a flash of light in his mind, Immortal Turtle found a good excuse for himself. After hearing the words of the Turtle Immortal, Ye Chen was shocked at first, but after reacting, he showed a look of surprise. To be continued. Chapter 19 Turtle Qigong Wave. Immortal Turtle's strongest skill, do you still have to ask? Of course, there is only one trick. Turtle Qigong Wave. It was not that Ye Chen had not asked Immortal Turtle to teach him before, but at that time Immortal Turtle said that his cultivation was not enough, so Ye Chen didn't mention it again. Unexpectedly, this time the Turtle Fairy offered to teach himself. Teacher Wu Tian, do you want to teach me Kui Pai Qigong Bo? Yes, it is the strongest skill I have created. Turtle Qigong Wave. After taking a deep breath, Ye Chen asked with confirmation, and Immortal Turtle also nodded. Excited in the heart, Ye Chen's entire cheek was flushed. Turtle Qigong Wave, it's really Turtle Qigong Wave. If you want to ask what moves the protagonist Sun Wukong uses most in the original Dragon Ball, it is not teleport, not Ji Wang Chuan, or Vital Energy Bomb, but Turtle Qigong Wave. It can be said that Turtle Qigong Wave is the most representative and classic move in the whole Dragon Ball, and it has a deep feeling for any Dragon Ball fan. Do you dare to say that you have never made a gesture of Turtle Qigong Wave when you are alone? Do you dare to say that you have never shouted "Look at my Turtle Qigong Wave" in the 2nd grade? Not to mention these, in itself Turtle Qigong Wave is also an extremely powerful technique. The Monkey King in the original Dragon Ball almost used this technique from childhood to large. Moreover, in Monkey King's numerous battles, he has almost never lost when it comes to pushing Qigong. Seeing Ye Chen also excited, Immortal Turtle also nodded in satisfaction. The progress of this stinky boy was too exaggerated, which made him a little stressed, and now he finally found a little feeling as a teacher. Come with me, I will now let you take a look at my turtle Qigong wave first. Holding his hands, Immortal Turtle walked to the beach, and Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong also quickly followed. The turtle also crawled over, and it hasn't seen Gaixianren using his turtle Qigong wave for a long time. Under the gaze of several people, Immortal Turtle stood still, then untied his clothes and threw them aside. Grandpa Gaixianren, what are you doing undressing? Are you going to sleep? Stupid girl, I don't want to sleep, I just don't want to break my clothes. Xiao Wukong blinked her eyes with curiosity cutely, while Gaixianren replied. Ye Chen stood beside him quietly, and couldn't help but look at Immortal Turtle. To be honest, as an old man of several hundred years old, Gaixianren's body looks very thin. However, Ye Chen knew that in his seemingly thin body was hidden a powerful force representing the strongest human being of this era. Under the look of expectation from Ye Chen, Xiao Wukong, and Hai Turtle, Immortal Turtle finally moved. Oh! What? The hands were slowly pressed together, and then the turtle fairy drank all over, and saw that his thin body instantly bulged out strong muscles. Ah! Grandpa Turtle Fairy is getting fat. It was the first time seeing this kind of thing, Xiao Wukong exclaimed. Smelly girl, it's not getting fat, it's muscles. It's muscles. Nearly not distracted by Xiao Wukong, Gaixian roared anxiously. What muscles? Grandpa Gaixianren has obviously gained weight. Xiao Wukong grumbled with a grieved expression, while Ye Chen and Hai Turtle were holding back their laughter. I have to say that the turtle immortal in this form is quite stylish, and Ye Chen is a little envious of that strong muscle. Okay, you are all optimistic about it, and then I will use my stunt turtle Qigong wave. After calming his mind, Immortal Turtle said, and Ye Chen and the others immediately focused. Under the gaze of several people, Immortal Turtle opened his arms, and his two hands drew a semicircle in the air, and then they pressed together and slowly retracted to the right waist. Turtle, Pai, Qi, Gong, Bo. If Ye Chen wears a detector at this time, he will see the Turtle Immortal's combat effectiveness soaring at this instant. I saw a dazzling light burst out of his hands suddenly, and then as his palms pushed out, a powerful wave of Qigong shot out. The sea was directly divided into two sides, and then extended to the end of the field of view. Ah! Both Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong were stunned, unable to speak for a long time. Ye Chen has not seen such Qigong waves on the planet Vegeta, and even more powerful ones. However, those who send out these Qigong waves have at least thousands of combat power. In the original work, Yamucha said that Turtle Qigong Wave is a masterful skill created by the legendary teacher Wu Tian, and it is a great honor for him to witness it with his own eyes. The strongest Qigong Wave is well deserved. Ha! The body returned to its original state, and the Gaixian gasped slightly. Obviously, casting such a powerful Qigong Wave was also a significant consumption for him. Ye Chen, you can see it, this is my Turtle Qigong Wave. And now I will teach you specific training methods. Immortal Turtle said, and Ye Chen hurriedly listened carefully, remembering every sentence firmly, not missing a word. If you just gather the qi in your hands and then push it out, anyone with a slightly stronger combat power can do it, but it's just ordinary Qigong, not the real Turtle Qigong Wave. If you want to practice a real Kui Pai Qigong Wave, whether it is the movement of qi, luck, gathering of qi, or the final release of qi, there are a lot of particularities. Anything wrong will greatly reduce the power of Qigong Wave. Immortal Turtle spoke meticulously, and Ye Chen listened very seriously, and Ye Chen immediately raised some questions, and Immortal Turtle would also answer him. Well, I have already taught you Kui Pai Qigong Wave, so you can practice it slowly in the future. It takes at least 50 years of practice for ordinary people to practice my Turtle Qigong Wave. If it is you, you should practice for a few years to succeed," said the Turtle Fairy, and then put on his clothes and went back to the house to prepare breakfast. "How many years?" muttered to himself, then a brilliant light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 12. Although Gui Pai Qigong Bo is indeed very complicated, ordinary people may not succeed in practicing for decades. But Ye Chen is very confident, he can do it now. To be continued. Chapter 20 Qigong and Dao. Standing on the beach, Ye Chen exhaled slightly, then converged and adjusted his breath. According to the method taught by Immortal Turtle just now, Ye Chen continuously circulated the qi in his body, drawing circles with his arms, and then slowly closing it to his waist. At this moment, Ye Chen's aura seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes, and Gaixianren, who had already walked a few steps, also stopped and looked back at Ye Chen. Turtle, Pai, Qi, Gong, Bo. The dazzling brilliance bloomed between Ye Chen's palms, and as Ye Chen pushed out his hands, a wave of Qigong shot out with unmatched aura. The sea was directly divided into two sides, extending to the end of the field of vision. It's exactly the same as the scene when Gaixianren performed Turtle Qigong Wave just now. Ah 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 ah! With his mouth open, Immortal Turtle was so startled that his jaw was about to fall. Ye Chen turned into his Turtle Qigong Wave so quickly. After using the Turtle Qigong Wave, Ye Chen also gasped slightly, only feeling a bit of weakness in his body. This is a normal reaction after releasing a large amount of qi in one breath. After becoming stronger in the future, there should be more qi in the body and you should no longer have this feeling. So amazing, Ye Chen is so amazing. With a pair of big watery eyes wide open, Xiao Wukong bounced out in exclamation, and then followed the example of Ye Chen and Gaixianren just now, putting his hands together and pushing out. However, even though Xiao Wukong did the same action, nothing happened in the end. How can this be? Why can't I? Xiao Wukong looked depressed, and the turtle fairy and the turtle on one side finally recovered. Turtle, Turtle Immortal, don't you say that Ye Chen will have to practice for a few years to learn your Turtle Qigong Wave? How do I know? The turtle asked in shock, while the turtle fairy was trembling with his beard. Kuipei Qigong Bo is the pinnacle skill he created with countless energy and effort. No one knows how difficult it is to practice it better than Gaixianren himself. Seeing Ye Chen learning his stunts so easily, Immortal Turtle really felt shocked. However, unlike Immortal Gui and their shock, Ye Chen knew his shortcomings. Although the Gui Pai Qigong Wave he used just now looks exactly the same as the one used by the Gui Xianren, it is actually just a mere appearance. To put it another way, if Gaixianren used Turtle Qigong Wave to output 100 points of Qi and caused 1000 points of destructive power, then Ye Chen also used Turtle Qigong Wave to output 100 points of Qi just now. Caused 200 or 300 points of destructive power. The gap between the two is not even a little bit. Of course, this is also a normal thing. After all, Ye Chen is still using the Turtle Qigong Wave for the first time, and many subtle points are not well controlled. If he uses the Turtle Qigong Wave first, he can reach the turtle. It is strange that the level of the fairy is even beyond him. However, Ye Chen is very confident, as long as he keeps practicing, he will surely reach the level of Gaixianren. Even beyond him. In the following days, Ye Chen continued to practice his own practice. In addition to the most basic training, he continued to practice Turtle Qigong Wave every day. Beijua passed a gap, and time passed quickly for another 2 years. With the roar of various machinery, a construction team gathered here at the foot of a big mountain, seemingly waiting for some important person. Not for a long time, a figure appeared in everyone's field of vision, slowly coming here from a distance. It was the figure of a teenager who seemed to be only 11 or 12 years old, with a firm face, without the slightest pheasant spirit on a teenager of the same age. I saw the young man in a red martial arts uniform, with a black and white turtle embroidered on the left side of his chest. Feng Shen is like jade, with extraordinary temperament and a huge fan behind him. It is Ye Chen. After seeing Ye Chen's appearance, the construction team leader's eyes lit up and he immediately greeted him with a smile on his face. Master Ye Chen, I'm going to trouble you again this time. It's okay. Nodding lightly, Ye Chen replied. Master Ye Chen, do you need to take a break? We are not in a hurry yet. No, I have to finish my work quickly and go back. Tell me the request this time. I'll start right away. Okay, please wait a moment. I have had several dealings, and the construction team leader is also aware of Ye Chen's character, so he didn't dare to neglect, so he immediately called the experts forward and asked them to tell Ye Chen the specific requirements of the construction. Their construction team is planning to open up an unbelievable road in the mountains ahead and build a railway for trains. If they follow the normal method, it will consume a lot of manpower, material resources, and time, and there is a danger of the mountains collapsing. However, they did not intend to use the normal method, but wanted to ask the Master Ye Chen in front of them to use Qigong to make a profound path on this mountain. No one believed it in such an exaggerated and bizarre way. In fact, they didn't believe it before, but they didn't believe it after seeing it with their own eyes. You all step back a bit. After listening to the experts talking about some of the requirements for the construction, Ye Chen stood directly below the mountain range, while the experts and construction workers quickly retreated to the back. Knowing that the next was a shocking moment, everyone stared at Ye Chen unblinkingly, for fear that they would miss any screen. Under the gaze of everyone behind, Ye Chen also started to move, exhaling slightly to adjust his breath, his arms circled, and then they were tightly closed to one place and slowly closed around his waist. Turtle, Pai, Qi, Gong, Bo. Guanghua was dazzling, and as Ye Chen's palms pushed out, a powerful Qigong wave burst out. With a huge roar, the Qigong wave shot into the mountain range and shot through the mountain range, even turning around the corner from time to time following the trend of the mountain range, until it finally shot out from the other side of the mountain range. In just a few seconds, a perfect road that is several kilometers long was completed. Although I have seen it several times, in the face of this miraculous mighty force, a group of experts and construction workers couldn't help but open their mouths and couldn't speak for a long time. Already done. With a face as usual, Ye Chen said to the leader of the construction team. No, it's worthy of being Master Ye Chen, it's really amazing. This is the reward for this time, please have a look at the master. After regaining his consciousness, the construction team leader hurriedly handed a box full of coins to Ye Chen. After inspecting roughly, Ye Chen also nodded. The transaction is complete. He didn't say much. Under everyone's awe-inspiring gaze, Ye Chen gradually moved away. To be continued. Chapter 21 Experience and Farewell. In the forest, Ye Chen flickered and walked through, then jumped up and landed on a high ground. After looking around, Ye Chen shouted. Wukong, go home. As if the thunder sound was rolling, Ye Chen's voice constantly echoed in the entire forest through the blessing of Qi, stunned countless animals and birds. Boom boom boom. Not too long, a petite figure appeared in the distance of the field of vision, pulling a long string of dust and smoke behind him and running towards Ye Chen at an extremely fast speed. It is Wukong. Xiao Wukong, who is already 5 years old, has grown up a lot compared to 2 years ago, but she is still a small lowly. Although only small arms and legs, Xiao Wukong ran extremely fast in the forest, and it didn't take long before he rushed to the front, and then jumped up and pounced on Ye Chen. Ye Chen, you are back. The little head rubbed Ye Chen's body, and Xiao Wukong looked happy. A smile appeared on his face, and Ye Chen rubbed Wukong's forehead. Ye Chen just let her play in the forest when she was going to finish the work, but this naughty girl seemed to be in trouble again. Crack quack. Crouch quack. A giant bird flew over in the direction Xiao Wukong had just taken, and when he saw Ye Chen and Wukong on the ground, he shot down fiercely. In fact, it is a bit inappropriate to say that it calls a bird. Have you ever seen a bird full of fangs and fleshy? Perhaps this is a hybrid offspring of a bird and a dinosaur, but it doesn't matter what, for Ye Chen, it is now just a dinner delivered by himself. Putting down Xiao Wukong, then Ye Chen took out the treasure fan behind him, and it was the giant bird that was shooting at him. Wow wow wow! The airflow rioted, and the giant bird was directly swept into the air by a gust of wind, and then smashed to the ground fiercely. Ha ha ha, dinner dinner! The giant bird shook his head and tried to struggle to get up, but Xiao Wukong jumped up and sat on his head, then slammed back to the ground and fainted completely. What Ye Chen used just now was the legendary banana fan. 1 fan could generate wind, 2 could generate rain, and 3 could generate torrential rain. The banana fan is a rare treasure, but Mingzhu Mengchen has always been used by Gaixianren to make hot pots. It was almost thrown away because it was stained with some soup. In the end, it was discovered by Ye Chen and hurriedly collected it. This treasure fan can be used by ordinary people. If you breathe into it, it can still exert greater power, so Ye Chen also took it as a weapon and occasionally used its power to give some rainfall in arid areas, makes some extra money. Let's go back. Okay. Inserting the banana fan behind him, Ye Chen dragged the giant bird on the ground, and then left the forest with Xiao Wukong. 1, 2, 1, 2. Raise your feet. 1, 2, 1, 2. Straighten your legs. 1, 2, 1, 2. In the Turtle Fairy house, 2 sexy and beautiful young ladies are doing aerobics while shouting slogans on the TV, while the Turtle Fairy is lying in front of the TV while yelling slogans while staring at the 2 young ladies. Grandpa Turtle Fairy, we are back. Pushing the door open, Xiao Wukong bounced into the house, and Ye Chen walked in with the giant bird after throwing it outside. It's Wukong and Ye Chen, welcome back. Without looking back, Immortal Turtle continued to stare at the 2 young ladies on TV, as if she was about to slobber. Teacher Wushan, didn't you teach me that we martial arts people should not have these extra evil thoughts? You are not like a martial god at all. Sighing, Ye Chen said. Well, I have already taught you all the martial arts and spirit of our Gaixian Liu, and you can inherit and carry forward it in the future. Old people like us don't have much time, and we always have to find some fun for ourselves. Gaixianren replied irresponsibly, while Ye Chen was a black line. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 13. As long as you don't have much time, I think it's a trivial thing for you to live another 100 or 200 years. Obviously, he was still such a righteous master and old man at the beginning, and he taught Ye Chen martial arts practitioners not to have evil thoughts, to be upright, and to be pure. As a result, what has become in just a few years? Sure enough, the power of destiny is strong. The turtle immortal has turned into the seductive immortal, and he has to move forward courageously on this road. Let Xiao Wukong play by himself so as not to damage the things in the house. Ye Chen went into the kitchen to prepare dinner for a few people. Woo, delicious and delicious. Ha, life is so beautiful. On the dining table, Xiao Wukong kept stuffing all kinds of delicious food into her little mouth, while Gui Xianren took a sip of wine, and then filled her face with coziness. Turtle, this is yours. Woo, thank you. Ye Chen took some food for the turtle, and the turtle ate with thanks. The 3 of them enjoyed a delicious dinner around the table. Teacher Wu Tian, I plan to go out to practice in a while. Ye Chen said while eating. Are you finally going to leave here? Indeed, staying here will not help you much anymore. Nodded, Immortal Turtle did not show the slightest surprise. In fact, the Gaixian hadn't taught Ye Chen any more since a year ago. According to his statement, he had nothing to teach Ye Chen anymore. For 5 full years, witnessing Ye Chen's growth with his own eyes, even Gaixianren was amazed. The 2 have never played against each other since they taught Ye Chen Gui Pai Qigong Bo 2 years ago, but Gui Xianren knows that Ye Chen's current strength should have surpassed him. Although it was a bit shocked, as Ye Chen's teacher, Gaixianren felt more gratified. Even though he had taught Sun Wufan and the Bull Demon King disciples before, they were still a little bit worse after all, and their final achievements were also limited. And now with Ye Chen, the Gaixian Liu martial arts he created can be regarded as a true successor. Have you thought about where to go to practice? I haven't figured it out yet, so let's go out and have a look first. If you haven't figured out where to go, you can go to the sacred Mount Kanai. The Holy Land Mount Kanai. Yes, there is a Kalan Tower on Mount Kanai that leads directly to the sky. A fairy lives on the Kalan Tower. Anyone who can climb the Kalan Tower with his own power can receive the guidance of the fairy. I climbed to Kalantam more than 300 years ago, and only after years of training with immortals on it did my skills soar, thus creating the Gaixian Liu. I understand. Where will I go take a look? To be continued. PS1, I wanted to post the link of the new book in the comment area of the old book. The result was recognized by Philo's system as an advertisement. The account was closed for a week in the small black room. Even the background can't be accessed, and the update can only be used. Mobile assistants, the more and more restrictions on Philo are speechless. In case similar incidents happen again, the author does not plan to post book reviews in the future, so as not to be inexplicable zhonglei. I will discuss some of the questions in book reviews unified reply at the end of the chapter. PS2, I saw a junk in the comment area before. And I deleted the ban directly. I feel that this is the only right that Philo gave to our author. I'm an old author, and even if someone scolds me horribly, I won't be as passionate as I once was, but I still feel unhappy. Where I write poorly, you can make comments. You can ignore the people who leave, and it is impossible to have a book that everyone likes, but there are several meanings of trashing at every turn. We are really not angry as authors, right? I have spent a lot of time and effort to write every book I write. It's great to throw away the rubbish casually, right? Do you know what a person is and what is basic respect? Of course, most readers are still very good and highly qualified. I also feel very much that everyone has always supported it, but there are always so many people in the world. I never force others to read my books. I always ask them not to read them if they say they don't like them. Reading a book is to make you feel happy. If my book makes you dislike it, then don't do it. Looked. PS3, I saw some readers saying that Vegeta's small combat power was too high. How do you say this? Write a fan. As long as it doesn't really lead to the collapse of the plot or power system, I have always been able to set the original work. If you don't change it, you won't change it. Once you change it, there will be problems like this and it makes people feel uncomfortable. Although I also feel that the original Dragon Ball is not very well set, Vegeta was about to catch up with his dad Vegeta when he was 5 years old, and he only gained a little strength in the next 10 years. It feels a bit too fake, but another way of thinking. It's not incomprehensible. Before Monkey King appeared, except for the legendary Super Saiyan, the limit of ordinary Saiyan was tens of thousands of points of combat power. Even after the apeification, it was tens of thousands of points. Vegeta was because with high talent, he grows fast when he was a child, but his growth rate will naturally slow down later, unless he can cross this limit. In the original book, crossing this limit is when fighting against Monkey King, so in that after that, his combat effectiveness has risen steadily. Chapter 22 Challenge to Kalan Tat. 3 days later, Ye Chen was ready to go out to practice. Except for the banana fan and a few martial arts uniforms in a universal capsule, there was almost no salute. Teacher Wu Tian, please take care. In front of Gaixian's hut, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong farewell to Gaixian. Oh. Although I am an old man, there is no problem taking care of myself. I will return to the original island after you leave. If you come back in the future, go there and find me. He stroked his beard, said Immortal Turtle. Nodded, Ye Chen expressed his understanding. After saying goodbye to the turtle on the side, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong also officially set off, and both of them jumped directly into the sea. Goodbye, turtle, Grandpa Turtle Fairy. While swimming in the sea, Xiao Wukong turned her head and waved to the turtles and turtle immortals on the shore. Wukong, remember to show me your panties when you come back. We have made an agreement. Immortal Turtle also stood on the shore and shouted. No, my panties are only for Ye Chen. The Turtle Fairy stood on the shore and watched Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong disappear into the sea, while the turtle was watching the Turtle Fairy contemptuously by the side. Boom boom boom. In the forest, a huge Tyrannosaurus was running, and that strong body directly broke all the trees blocking it. Wherever he went, there was a flurry of jumping, and the weak animals were frightened and fleeing everywhere. There is no doubt that this is a majestic overlord, but it is now only a tool for others to transport. Ha ha ha! Quickly, quicker! Sitting on the head of Tyrannosaurus with Ye Chen, Xiao Wukong laughed and urged. Although they are almost tired and become a dog, the little ancestor on his head is urging, and the Tyrannosaurus can only speed up again desperately. The Tyrannosaurus drove the two people across several hills again, and gradually, a tall tower standing in the distance leading to the sky came into the eyes of Ye Chen and Wukong. Ye Chen, look, what is that? It's so tall. After blinking his big watery eyes, Xiao Wukong pointed to the distance and exclaimed. That is the legendary Kailan Tat, our destination. The corner of his mouth raised an arc, and Ye Chen stood up holding Xiao Wukong. Stop! As Ye Chen's voice fell, the Tyrannosaurus rushing hurriedly stopped, slid a long way along the way and banged and broke many trees. Ye Chen, why did we stop? Mount Kanai is a holy place. It's impolite for us to go there like this. We'll just go over by ourselves for the next journey. Oh! Xiao Wukong in a sacred place and an unsacred place doesn't understand. Whatever Ye Chen said is what she said, anyway, anything Ye Chen said in her little head was correct. With a light leap, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong jumped off the head of the Tyrannosaurus, and then landed steadily on the ground. Tyrannosaurus, thanks for your hard work, you can leave now. Ye Chen said the Tyrannosaurus, who was almost exhausted and foamed. The spirit was shocked, and the Tyrannosaurus almost had the urge to roar to the sky. God, these two demons are finally willing to let it go. Almost using his strength to breastfeed, the Tyrannosaurus turned around and ran away frantically, really wishing his mother and young man gave him two legs. Mr. Tyrannosaurus, goodbye. Xiao Wukong waved his hand at the Tyrannosaurus, and the big Tyrannosaurus, which was running wildly, almost fell to the ground one by one. What goodbye, never see again. No longer paying attention to the escaped Tyrannosaurus, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong set off again. Although Kailan Ta can already be seen here, it is still a long distance apart, but it takes only 10 minutes with two people's feet. Not long after, Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong rushed to Kailan Ta's feet. Although he had already heard of it, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel shocked when he really saw this tower up close. The entire tower is not very big, but it rushes straight into the sky like a sky-reaching white pillar, with no end in sight. It is unbelievable, what kind of existence can build such a miracle? Xiao Wukong also looked very excited, raising her head and looking hard, but she couldn't see the top of the tower. However, at this moment, it seemed that something had been discovered. Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong looked at the jungle beside them at the same time, and a tall figure walked out from there. Outsiders, do you want to challenge this Kailan Tat? Under Kailan Tat, the man poured the prepared food into a bowl and handed it to Xiao Wukong and Ye Chen. Give. Thank you. Woo, delicious and delicious. The man's name is Pala, and he looks like an Indian. With some patterns on his face and a very strong body. According to his own introduction, their family is the tower guard here, and they have lived and guarded this place for generations. This is my child Upa. Bra introduced a baby in his arms to Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong. Upa? He will become an excellent fighter like you in the future. Ye Chen also tasted a bite of food, Ye Chen said. Thank you. With a simple smile on his face, Bra was stroking her sleeping child, her face full of love. Yuchen, Sun Wukong, do you really want to challenge Kalen Tat? Bra asked. Yes, we want to meet the fairy on the tower, and ask him to guide us in our practice. Has anyone challenged this tower before? Nodded, then Yechen also asked. Many, but they all failed. Some people gave up the challenge, and some people fell because they couldn't get food supplies after climbing on the tower for a few days. It's the first time I have encountered a challenger like yours. Watching Yechen and Xiao Wukong, Bra's face was serious. He once challenged this sacred tower young and vigorously, but in the end also ended in failure, so he was very clear about how difficult it was to climb up. Don't think we are young, we are still pretty good, climbing this tower shouldn't be a problem. Yechen said with a chuckle. Although I haven't tried it, Yechen is indeed confident that he can climb up. It's unbelievable, but I don't think you lied. It's already late today. You can rest here for one night, and wait until you have enough energy to challenge Kalen Ta tomorrow morning. Looking straight at Yechen, Bra said. Then we will bother. It doesn't matter, it is also our duty to entertain brave challengers. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 14. Woo, one more bowl. To be continued. Chapter 23 The Immortal Kalen Tat. Early the next morning, Bra went to a river not far away to catch a big fish. After everyone had breakfast together, Yechen and Wukong were also about to climb to Kalen Tat. Yechen, Sun Wukong, come on. It's not the kind of how to talk, Bra, who is holding her child Wupa, just uses the simplest words to express her encouragement to them. Thank you for your hospitality, Paula. Goodbye, Bra, Upa. They greeted the father and son, and then Yechen and Xiao Wukong jumped onto the tower, climbing up quickly with hands and feet. Watching Yechen and Xiao Wukong, who quickly turned into two black spots, little Yupe yelled her hands, while Bra showed a look of shock. Fast speed. Yechen, Sun Wukong, maybe they can actually climb this Kalen tower, maybe. Climb, 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 la la la. Climb, 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 la la la. Can't see the scene on the earth anymore. Yechen and Xiao Wukong were climbing quickly in the mid-air, while they were climbing Xiao Wukong while singing songs. Kalen Tat is engraved with many patterns that look like the Stone Age, and there are some small bosses that can be stepped on at intervals, so it is not that difficult to get up. However, this tower is too high that countless challengers after the Turtle Immortal have not succeeded in climbing it. Some people have thought about flying up by helicopter, but they still ended up in failure. It is said that as long as they don't climb up with their own power, they will never see the end of the tower. Both Yechen and Xiao Wukong received rigorous training from Gaixianren, so both of them climbed extremely fast, and it didn't take long for them to have already climbed through the clouds to a high position. The two of them climbed like this for a long time, and even they themselves didn't know how high they had climbed, but the tower still went straight to the sky and couldn't see the end. Woo! Yechen, I'm so tired. The speed gradually slowed down, Xiao Wukong said. Although she is already very powerful, she is only 5 years old now. For the current Xiao Wukong, she is still a bit reluctant to climb Kalen Tat. If you are tired, come on my back. Okay. Xiao Wukong hugged Yechen's back, and immediately showed a happy expression. Before, Yechen didn't use all his strength to match Xiao Wukong's speed, so even though he added one more person's weight at this time, Yechen's speed increased faster instead of decreasing. Suddenly speeding up, Yechen, carrying Xiao Wukong on his back, quickly climbed up at an exaggerated speed. This time, it only took them about half an hour to see the end of the tower. Yechen, look there, there! Pointing to the temple that appeared above their heads, Xiao Wukong shouted happily. Even Yechen was a little tired after crawling for so long, and at this time, he was excited when he saw the end point. With a rush, Ye Chen crawled to the bottom of the temple in a few strokes. There are several openings at the bottom of the temple and next to the tower, but there are no steps or bosses to help climb them. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to enter the temple through the openings, and they will fall down if they are not careful. But this level of difficulty is nothing to Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong. Ye Chen threw Xiao Wukong from the mouth first, and then jumped into the mouth himself, and the walls supporting both sides suddenly jumped into the temple with force. Finally come up. Lying on the ground, Ye Chen also gasped slightly. What? Look Ye Chen, it's so big here. Hey, Lord Immortal, where are you? She had already looked curiously in the temple. Xiao Wu was jumping around looking for the immortal lord in the temple. Ye Chen also stood up and looked around. This temple standing in the air is indeed very spacious, quiet. If you stand on the balcony outside, you can still see the magnificent sea of clouds below. Little girl, stop screaming, your ears are almost broken by you. At this moment, a sound rang, and then a big white cat walked down from the stairs. Yes, it was a cat walking on 2 feet with a wooden staff in his hand. He was fat. Ah, there is a cat in the temple. Big white cat, where is Lord Immortal? We want to find Lord Immortal. Xiao Wukong exclaimed, then ran over to ask, and Ye Chen hurriedly followed. Wukong, don't be rude, this is the fairy Karin in the temple. Sir Immortal is a cat. Little Wukong couldn't help but widen his eyes. Can't a cat be a fairy? I'm a fairy cat. It's a boy, do you know me? Immortal Karin stroked his beard, and then looked at Ye Chen quite unexpectedly. Master Carlin, my name is Ye Chen and her name is Sun Wukong. We are all disciples of teacher Wu Tian. After introducing himself and Xiao Wukong, Ye Chen saluted the immortal Callan. Although the other party is just a cat, it is a fairy cat that has been alive for more than 800 years. It has been watching and guarding this land in the temple, so Ye Chen also gave it the respect it deserves. It turns out to be Wu Tian's disciple, no wonder. Since Wu Tian left, no one has been able to climb up to this temple for hundreds of years. It is very rare to be able to climb up in your grade. Nodded, Immortal Callan looked surprised, and then he did not hesitate to praise. He. You don't count, you were just carried by someone else. Wu, why is this? Xiao Wukong, who was praised, had a little happy and triumphant expression, but after being hit by the Callan fairy, it turned into a depression. Boy, little girl, what is your purpose in coming to me? After teasing Xiao Wukong, Immortal Callan also asked about business. Since they are Wu Tian's disciples, then they should know that the legends of super holy water are nothing but a lie. Master Carlin, we would like to ask you to guide our practice. There was nothing to hide, Ye Chen also showed his purpose. Do you guide your practice? There is nothing wrong with the little girl, but your power has surpassed Wu Tian, and even surpassed me as a young boy. I have nothing to guide you. Perceiving the breath of Ye Chen and Xiao Wukong, then Immortal Callan said. Having strength does not mean that it must be strong. I don't know how to use it. It's just pure brute force. So I want to ask Master Carlin to guide me how to use power. Ye Chen said seriously. Not bad, I didn't expect you to understand this truth at a young age. If you are only teaching you how to use power, I can still guide you. Thank you, Master Carlin. Immortal Callan nodded, and Ye Chen also showed a hint of joy. In that case, you will live here for the time being. It's not early today. And I will start to guide you tomorrow. Yes. To be continued. PS1, some readers are saying that the festival is too slow. I don't know how you feel to call it slow. There is no procrastination in the plot I wrote, right? You shouldn't compare the original works, you may think it is too fast when you really wait for the original plot. PS2, some readers say that the protagonist's initial 18-point combat power is too low. That's just relative to the scion. The amount of practice the protagonist does every day seems to be a lot, but you don't use the standard of Dragon Ball World for 3 times go and see. The protagonist does not have 1/10 of the amount of practice that the protagonist takes some time to do every day when he comes back from work every day. PS3, some readers said that World Shocking Palm is the strongest skill of Gaixianren. I also specifically clicked on Baidu. It just said it was one of Gaixianren's skills. Didn't it say it was the strongest? Moreover, based on a rational analysis, the 100,000 current of World Shocking Palm is a bit threatening in the early stage, and for the people in the late Dragon Ball period, it will block the opponent's actions, and because of the blockade of the opponent, the vulnerability is too large. It's just a martial art that can't attack a single enemy in a group attack, but Turtle Kigong Wave can easily destroy a planet. There is no need to compare who is strong and who is weak. Chapter 24 Guidance and Practice. The next day. Yuchen, Wukong, I will guide your practice from today. But before that, you guys will practice against each other and let me see how your respective skills are. In the temple, Immortal Kallen said to Yechen and Wukong. Do you want to fight Yechen? Okay, okay. Jumping around, Xiao Wukong replied happily. Since Immortal Turtle no longer practiced against Yechen 2 years ago, it was basically Wukong and Yechen practiced against each other, so both of them are familiar with this kind of thing. Under the gaze of Immortal Kallen, Yechen and Wukong stood in the middle of the temple, and then set up the standard frame of Gaixian Liu at the same time. Yechen, I'm going to go. Come on. No nonsense, Wukong took the lead in launching an attack, stepped on his foot, and hit Yechen like a cannonball. Yes, it is a simple collision with the body sideways, but the speed is extremely fast and the strength is great. When I go out hunting, I don't know how many buffalo and dinosaurs have been hit by this head. However, for Yechen, this was just an ordinary attack. The front of his hands easily blocked Wukong's impact. Although his feet pulled out 2 long slit marks on the ground, his entire body the shape is still as solid as a rock. Oh yeah. The real attack began. Wukong's 2 fists hit Yechen like raindrops. There is a huge power in the petite fist, even Yechen dare not let it hit him easily, but also waving his hands constantly to resist. Every time the 2 hits, a dull explosion will be produced in the air. Seeing that Yechen's defense was airtight, Wukong immediately changed his strategy. His figure appeared on the pillar at the edge of the temple, and then stepped on the pillar and struck Yechen's side. Familiar with this girl's attack mode for a long time, Yechen split into 5 or 4 and leaped, making Wukong's attack completely empty. Damn it, I'm coming too. Her cheeks were puffed up angrily. And then Wukong's figure was blurred, and several after-images turned into a chase towards Yechen. Although very simple and usually a little confused, Wukong is extremely talented in martial arts, not to mention the relatively simple remnant image boxing, even Gui Pai Kigong Boshi was more than a year ago already learned. Boom 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 boom. The entire temple was full of remnants of Yechen and Wukong jumping around, and the fighting between the 2 was extremely fierce. Immortal Kallen on the side also stroked his beard and nodded from time to time. Whether it was Yechen or that little girl, he could have such strength at such an age. Even if he had lived for more than 800 years, it was the first time he saw it. Naturally, Yechen would not use all his full strength to fight Wukong, basically using the same power as hers, so the battle between the 2 is more of a contest between martial arts and moves. Although Yechen's Wukong was almost as good as Yechen, she still lacked the same experience as Yechen. Finally, Yechen seized the opportunity to hit her abdomen with a punch, and the whole person hit the pillar on the edge of the temple and ended this battle. Woo, it hurts. Holding her belly, Wukong cried for a while. It's okay, Wukong. Lifting Wukong from the ground, Yechen rubbed the spot where she was hit just now, and Wukong quickly showed a sweet smile and looked completely okay. Well, you 2 are very good, I think Wu Tian also taught you carefully. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 15. However, you didn't cooperate with your breathing when fighting, and there were many unnecessary movements. Moreover, every time you can only react after seeing the opponent's move, you can't read the opponent's movements in advance. And also, Immortal Kallen came over, first complimented the two of them, and then pointed out a lot of shortcomings of the two. As an immortal who has survived for more than 800 years, Immortal Kallen has extremely rich experience, and almost all he points to are what Ye Chen and Wukong still lack. Even though these are just minor deficiencies, it seems that it's no big deal if you don't change it, but it's not. The master's tricks are often missed by the slightest, and the difference is 1,000 miles away. In the vast universe, human beings are actually a very weak creature. They are weak and do not have any powerful power. Even on their own planet, they rely on wisdom to get to the top of the food chain. Perhaps it is for this reason that martial arts were born in human civilization. Martial arts masters exercise their body and mind, and constantly improve every tiny habit and detail of themselves, so that they can use their limited power to perform infinite power. There is no such thing as martial arts in Scion civilization, because they don't need it at all. Scions are born with a strong bloodline, they can improve their strength and become stronger as long as they continue to fight and fight, so naturally they don't need those things. To give a simple example, if the Turtle Immortal fights a powerful Scion warrior, there is no doubt that the Turtle Immortal will lose and be easily killed by the opponent. The power gap between each other is too big, even if Gaixianren is hailed as the god of martial arts, but people can drop 10 guilds with one effort, and any Qigong bomb can blast you into a ballast. But on the contrary, if the Turtle Immortal also has the power of a Scion warrior, then it can be said with certainty that the Turtle Immortal can easily abuse a group of Scions. This is the so-called martial arts. Immortal Karin talked a lot in one breath. Ye Chen listened carefully to every word. Although Wukong was also standing by and listening carefully, her little head soon became confused. Do you all understand what I said? After talking about Ye Chen and their shortcomings and offered some guidance, Immortal Kallen asked. Ye Chen nodded, but Wukong blinked his big watery eyes blankly. Absolutely not. Oh. Immortal Karin fell to the ground at once, and he had talked about feelings for so long for nothing. Ahem, Master Carlin, Wukong is a type of physical memory. As long as she experiences it in battle, she will understand it soon. After helping Immortal Kallen up, Ye Chen said in a little embarrassment. Really? I think this little girl has a clumsy look, I'm afraid it won't work. I'm not stupid, I'm smart. Immortal Kallen expressed suspicion, while Xiao Wukong was angrily holding a pair of small fists. Okay, Wukong, let's do it again. My heart was funny, Ye Chen stroked Wukong's little head and said. Okay. Making faces at the Immortal Kallen, Wukong and Ye Chen fought again. Following the guidance of Immortal Kallen, Ye Chen changed many of his shortcomings this time, and both his movements and aura became more agile, and Wukong was quickly forced to a disadvantage. Immortal Kallen nodded in satisfaction. Ye Chen made rapid progress after listening to his guidance and suggestions, but that little girl was no longer good, and it was completely the same. I thought that this battle would end soon, but to the surprise of Immortal Kallen, Wukong, who had been forced into the wind, gradually reversed his disadvantage. With venomous eyes, Immortal Kallen quickly understood what was going on. It turned out that every time Ye Chen corrected one of his own shortcomings to improve himself, after making Wukong suffer in battle, the little girl unexpectedly quickly took Ye Chen's actions and essentials copied the past. Squinting his eyes, Immortal Karin stroked his beard. This little girl is really stupid. To be continued. Chapter 25. In the evening, the blood-red setting sun splashed on the sea of clouds, and Wukong and Ye Chen lay in the temple, breathing continuously. Although it was only a short day of training, their gains were huge. It can be said that although the pure strength and spirit of the two have not increased much, their true combat effectiveness has been greatly improved. cuckoo. A belly sound rang, and then Wukong sat up and looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I'm hungry. Our food was all eaten last night. Ye Chen also sat up, said Ye Chen. Then the two looked at the Callan fairy on one side at the same time, with a touch of expectation in their eyes. I have not eaten for a long time, let's have one tonight. Immortal Callan smiled, and then walked to the next room, and Ye Chen and Wukong hurriedly followed. After opening a jar, Immortal Callan fumbled for a while, and then caught a fresh fish. Ha! Do you want to eat fish tonight? I want me too. Jumping over, Wukong was also tiptoeing to catch a big fish in the jar, but there was nothing in the jar. Why can't I catch it? It's strange. Wukong's face was puzzled, and there was nothing strange about it during the night. There are many weird things in this temple. Maybe the jars or cabinets placed at the foot of the wall are unknown props and artifacts. I am afraid that most people can't use them except the Callan fairy. I don't know where to take out some tools again, and the tricks are neat, and it won't take a long time for Immortal Callan to have cooked a grilled fish with a scent, and Ye Chen and Wukong couldn't help but swallow. Scions have a huge appetite and need to supplement a lot of food every day, which is about to become a genetic inheritance. It can be said that they are not afraid of bloodshed in battle, but they are afraid of hunger. Master Carlin, this fish is too small. How can it be enough for us to eat? Let's catch a few more. This is just made for myself, not your share. No, none of us. The petty man. Master Carlin the petty man. Hearing that Immortal Callan actually said that he didn't have their share, Wukong said angrily. No, this is for you, you eat this. After eating his own grilled fish, Immortal Callan threw 2 beans to Wukong and Ye Chen. Eating so well on my own, he only gave us a bean? A stingy. Smelly girl, even fairies dare to scold. That's a fairy bean, you can be hungry for 10 days with 1 pill. Fairy Karan blew his beard, thinking that this bad girl who doesn't know the heart of a good cat will not even give you beans after he scolds me. It's a lie, I don't believe it. Such small beans are simply not enough to eat. Pouting, Wukong looked unbelieving, but he put the beans in his mouth to chew and swallowed with a mentality that something is better than nothing. Woo! It turned out to be really full. The flat belly swelled up, Wukong burped, and his expression was incredibly authentic. Now you know, little girl, fairy beans are very precious, thank me very much. Immortal Karan hummed, and Wukong also scratched his head. It turned out that she was the one who blamed Lord Karan. Ye Chen on the side shook his head funny, and then he also looked at the beans in his hand. This is the fairy bean in the legend. There are many precious props and treasures in the original Dragon Ball world. The first is undoubtedly the Dragon Ball that can realize any wish, and the second is the fairy bean in front of Ye Chen. Eating 1 pill can make people stay hungry for 10 days, and can quickly recover from fatigue from all injuries. It is not too convenient. It can be said that the protagonist in the original Dragon Ball, Sun Wukong, and his team have fought with the enemy many times because of the fairy beans that have survived many crises. However, the cultivation of fairy beans is very difficult, and the quantity that can be obtained each time is very scarce. In the early stage of the original Dragon Ball plot, the Karan fairy still stored a lot, but was later eaten by the idiot of Yajiro Hebe as beans. After many, the fairy beans become very rare in the back. Every time the protagonist Sun Wukong and others ask Karan fairy to ask for it, there are at most a few dozen. Putting the fairy bean into his mouth, Ye Chen also wanted to personally experience whether this legendary fairy bean is really that magical. It didn't taste much, it was just like ordinary beans, but after swallowing the fairy beans, Ye Chen soon felt the difference. The exhaustion and hunger of the whole body were swept away, and bursts of satisfaction came from the abdomen, as if the whole person was full of power. With a flash of light in his eyes, Ye Chen couldn't help but be surprised. Taking advantage of the current reserves, you can ask current immortals for more such good things later, and when you have time in the future, you can also study how to grow your own or even expand the output. But these things can be said in the future, the most important thing now is to improve one's strength. What? That's it for today, I have to rest, and I will continue to guide your practice until tomorrow. After enjoying his grilled fish, Immortal Callan yawned and seemed to be going to bed. Thanks to Immortal Callan, Ye Chen returned to the hall with Wukong. Immortal Callan has his bedroom and soft bed, Ye Chen and Wukong don't have such treatment, but they don't care about it. Ye Chen found a place on the balcony outside the temple and lay down, while Wukong lay down on Ye Chen. Wukong, we must work hard and practice hard, and then we will become the strongest in this universe in the future. One hand grabbed the starry sky above his head, Ye Chen said. He blinked his big eyes and looked at Ye Chen, then Wukong nodded. Okay. Pure Wukong never thinks too much, since Ye Chen said they want to become the strongest in the universe, then they should practice hard to become the strongest in the universe. In the following days, Ye Chen and Wukong continued to stay in the temple under the guidance of Immortal Callan, and they continued to improve every day. In addition to practicing in the temple, the two will also return to the ground from time to time to capture some prey. Although eating a single fairy bean can save you from being hungry for 10 days, it is too wasteful to consume fairy bean as food, and the fairy bean tastes no taste. Naturally, it is better to be real food in terms of taste. Blah, UPA, see you tomorrow. One person dragged a huge prey, Ye Chen and Wukong waved to Bra and his son, and then quickly climbed to Kailan Tat. Seeing the two people who quickly disappeared into the air, little Wu Pei waved his hands yellingly, while Bra was amazed. Ye Chen, son Wukong, an incredible person. To be continued. Chapter 26 Yin Yang 2 Immortal Fist. Sun begins to sunset, and spring goes to winter. Soon, Ye Chen and Wukong practiced on Kailan Ta for a year. This day. Boom! Boom boom boom! Above the sea of clouds, thunderous vibrations rang from time to time, and two figures were seen violently confronting each other in the air. It turned out to be two Ye Chen exactly the same. Both the breath and appearance are exactly the same, the only difference is that the word Yin appears on the forehead of a Ye Chen, while the word Yang appears on the forehead of a Ye Chen. This is a set of boxing techniques created by Ye Chen during his year of practicing on Kailan Ta, called Yin Yang Erxian Chuan. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 16. After using the Yin and Yang Erxian fist, Ye Chen can split himself into two, revealing two immortal bodies, namely Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen. The two Yuchens have a unified thought and soul, but they can act alone, and more importantly, the power they possess is exactly the same as the original Yuchen. Although Wukong is a good training opponent, Wukong's age is too young, and Ye Chen's strength is still much worse. Every time he fights with Wukong, Yuchen is only a practice in martial arts and moves, and it does not allow him to fight with all his strength. So Ye Chen wondered if he could create a set of boxing techniques that would let him split into two and fight himself. Based on Ye Chen's current martial arts training and experience, it is still somewhat reluctant to create such a set of boxing techniques. However, under the advice and guidance of Immortal Karan, Ye Chen finally created this set of Yin and Yang two immortals come out. Although it is much worse than Ji Wang Chuan, there is no doubt that this is also a powerful boxing technique. Both Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen have the same strength as the original Yuchen. Not only can they find their shortcomings in the usual battle training, they can improve themselves very well, even in real battles, they are also very useful. It can be said that Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen, who are connected and have a unified mind, cooperate with each other, and they can fully display the combat power of the original Yuchen several times more. Of course, this set of boxing is not without flaws. Once the Yin-Yang Erxian fist is used, Ye Chen's power will be doubled. If the original Yuchen can fight for 100 hours continuously, then after using the Yin-Yang Erxian fist, he can only fight for 50 hours at most, a very simple principle of energy conservation. However, compared with its advantages, this shortcoming is nothing, even if the battle time is halved, as long as the enemy is defeated before the strength is exhausted. If you can't beat the opponent even after using the yin-yang Erxian boxing, then you still have a fart and run away as soon as possible. Closer to home, at this moment, Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen are still fighting fiercely above the sea of clouds. Every time they collide, a huge depression will be created above the sea of clouds. Being acquainted with the other party is like being familiar with oneself, coupled with the fact that they have exactly the same power, so Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen are inextricably fought, and there is no difference between them. In this case, if any party wants to win, they can only improve themselves beyond the limit in the battle. Only in this way can it be possible to defeat the other party. With a bang, the two collided again, and then they retreated and moved a distance apart. With their hands dancing like wheels, Yinxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen simultaneously threw and fired hundreds of qigong bombs towards each other, and suddenly the entire sea of clouds was bombarded into one piece. On the planet Vegeta, if you want to launch such a powerful qigong bomb, you must have at least 1,000 points of combat effectiveness, but if you use a probe to detect it, you will find that Ye Chen's current combat effectiveness is only a few hundred points. It is incredible that such a powerful qigong bomb can be launched with only a few hundred points of combat power. This can only show that Ye Chen's understanding and mastery of qi has reached a very high level. Ye Chen, come on! Above the temple, Wukong bounced to cheer for Ye Chen. There are two Ye Chens below. I guess she doesn't know which Ye Chen she is cheering on. But regardless of him, anyway, the two Ye Chens are Ye Chens, so let's cheer together. After throwing a round of qigong bombs, the winner was still undecided. Yinxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen rose into the sky again, and at the same time they pressed their hands in the air and then closed them at their waists. Turtle, Pi, Qi, Gong, Bo. With both palms pushed out, two white waves of qi were rushed directly above the sea of clouds. Two powerful waves of qigong collided in the air, and then boom! Loud noises blasted into the sky, brilliance was dazzling, and violent energy spread everywhere. Whether it was Yingxian Yuchen or Yangxian Yuchen, both of them were involved and then flew out. After a long time, everything gradually subsided. What is shocking is that a huge void of nearly 1,000 meters has appeared in the cloud sea that had never been seen before. Ha, ha! Panting with big mouths, Yinxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen, who were floating in the air, glanced at each other, and couldn't help smiling bitterly. It's another end of the game. In fact, this is a matter of course. Everyone's greatest enemy is often oneself, and it is not easy for oneself to overcome oneself. In the nearly 100 battles between Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen, it is rare for one of them to break through the limit and beat the other. It can be said that only a few times so far. Approaching each other, Yingxian Yuchen and Yangxian Yuchen merged into one, and the characters yin and yang on the forehead disappeared and became a complete Yuchen again. Countless insights surged into my heart, and a sharp light flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. Although this match failed to break through his limits, it still benefited him insignificantly. Ye Chen! Wukong's voice jumped down from the temple at a glance. Ye Chen couldn't help but his face turned black. This brave and dead girl, even if she didn't use the dancing technique well, she dared to jump down, and she was not afraid of falling directly to her death. Ye Chen hurriedly caught Wukong, who had fallen. You are not allowed to jump down like this indiscriminately until you have learned dancing art. Knocking on Wukong's little head, Ye Chen said in an angry manner. Ye Chen will catch me anyway, hee hee. Rubbing Ye Chen's body, Wukong didn't care about being authentic. Reluctantly shook his head, Ye Chen slowly lifted into the sky holding Wukong, and then fell back to the temple. Master Carlin, thank you for your guidance this year. I plan to leave here with Wukong tomorrow. Putting down Wukong, then Ye Chen said to Immortal Callan. Well, I have nothing to guide you if you stay here, and it's almost time to leave. However, before leaving, I will give you a gift too. Stroking his beard, Immortal Callan nodded, then raised his cane. To be continued. Chapter 27 Black Somersault Cloud. Somersault Cloud. Immortal Karan shouted loudly, and then a large golden cloud slowly flew up from below. It is Somersault Cloud. The Somersault Cloud is a large gold cloud outside Kalan Tat, which is composed of many small somersault clouds. After living in the temple for a year, he climbed up and down Kalan Tat countless times. Yechen and Wukong would often see this golden cloud floating around Kalan Tat. Ha, it's a somersault cloud. Somersault cloud. You go choose one. Thank you Carlin. Immortal Karan smiled, and Wukong could not wait to jump down and choose. The somersault cloud is a very convenient flying tool, which can fly at will according to the passenger's wishes. It is not only extremely fast, but also very convenient to be on call. However, only people with a pure heart can ride somersault clouds, and people like those with six impure and evil cannot ride somersault clouds. Yuchen, come hurry up too. Having selected a piece of somersault cloud, Wukong flew around in the air to have fun, and at the same time shouted Yechen. He couldn't help but smile secretly. Although Yechen was also very enthusiastic about somersault Yun, he himself knew what he was. Even if someone like him jumped down, he wouldn't be recognized by somersault Yun. Master Carlin, although I am not a bad person, I am not a pure good person. I can't ride a somersault cloud, right? Do you have a somersault cloud that can ride without a pure good person? Some little embarrassment, Yechen asked. Oh, you are honest. When you asked me this way, I also remembered, but there is indeed a somersault cloud that you can ride without a pure heart. The fairy Karan smiled. Then give me that somersault cloud. Just with the mentality of asking casually, he didn't expect it to happen, and Yechen couldn't help but feel happy. That piece of somersault cloud is a bit special, and there is no problem with giving it to you. I hope you can take it away if possible. Anyway, I'll call it out for you to see. Having said that, Immortal Callan raised his walking stick again. Come out, hey Duyun. I always feel that Immortal Callan's tone is a bit disgusting, as if he is talking about some problematic children, and I am still very much looking forward to it. As the voice of the Immortal Callan fell, a black spot appeared in the distant sky before long, and it flew past Yuchen and Immortal Callan in the blink of an eye. The squally shocked wind almost knocked the two of them. They all hit the ground. Not only that, it also began to spiral around Kalan Tat at extreme speed, completely unable to see the appearance. It was like a black lightning. Don't be naughty, Black Duyun! Immortal Karan screamed, and the black lightning finally stopped. Yechen also saw it clearly. It turned out that it was also a somersault cloud, but it was not golden like an ordinary somersault cloud, but black in its entirety. No wonder it's called Hey Duyun. With two eyes and a mouth turned out, Hey Duyun grimaced at Immortal Callan and Yechen. Immortal Karan had a headache on his face, while Yechen was a little bit happy. This is really a guy with a personality. Hey Duyun was also an ordinary somersault cloud before, but it became like this after being corroded by evil spirits. Although the speed became faster than the somersault cloud, its temper became very irritable and naughty, and it often flew. Go out to make trouble and bully other somersault clouds. Immortal Callan explained it, and Yechen knew what was going on. His eyes were shining, and Yechen, who said that Hey Duyun was naughty and mischievous, didn't pay any attention to him. What made him care was that Karan said that it was even faster than somersault Yun. Indeed, at the speed just now, the speed of the black bucket cloud has far surpassed those golden somersault clouds outside. Master Carlin, isn't this black cloud that a pure and kind person can ride? Yes, but if you want to control it, you must first tame it and get its approval. How should I do? Get on the black bucket cloud. As long as you don't fall by it before it gets dark, you can get its approval. Okay, I'll try it. Ye Chen didn't believe that even a cloud could not be tame. Under the gaze of immortal Kalin, Ye Chen leaped and jumped onto He Duyun's body. But with a crackle, a burst of thunder and lightning suddenly exploded on He Duyun's body, which made Ye Chen feel tender and tender. He Duyun turned into a big smiling face, and Ye Chen grinned with black smoke all over his body. If it's an ordinary person, I'm afraid that he was electrocuted by the powerful lightning just now. Although it was a bit painful for Ye Chen, he could still bear it. Not only did he not feel angry, but Ye Chen became more interested in this black bucket cloud in his heart. Interesting, it can even cast a lightning attack. He Duyun, fly to me and see if you can throw me off. He didn't seem to expect that this human being would be able to endure his own lightning attack. He Duyun turned into an angry expression, then heaved a sigh, turned into a black lightning and rushed out. Ha ha ha! Somersault cloud, let's go too. Having fun in the air, I saw Ye Chen flying away on a black cloud, and Wukong also stepped on his own somersault cloud to catch up. Hiss! Like a black lightning, He Duyun pulled a long tail across the sky. All the surrounding scenes are retreating frantically. Ye Chen only feels breathless, and his eyes are stabbed with pain by the oncoming wind. After quickly gathering the qi into his eyes, Ye Chen finally felt a little more relaxed. At the same time, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel frightened secretly. This black Duyun was so fast. Ordinary somersault clouds are already very fast. In the original Dragon Ball, Monkey King was basically still using his somersault clouds before the combat power broke 10,000, but this black cloud is probably faster than those somersault clouds. More than a few times faster. He Duyun, I am in love with you, obediently surrender to me. Decided to get this black Duyun, Ye Chen said. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 17. A human being in a mere delusion wanted it to surrender. He Duyun turned into an annoyed expression, accelerated suddenly, and at the same time was spinning in the air to shake Ye Chen down. Ha ha ha! Useless, useless, I will never go down until you surrender to me. Laughing, Ye Chen gathered the qi on the bottom of his feet and stuck to He Duyun's body. No matter how it spun up, Ye Chen was still as steady as a stone. One person Yun stood in a stalemate, and He Duyun flew back and forth with Ye Chen, almost disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Oh, Ye Chen and the others are so fast. Putting a hand in front of his forehead, looking at Ye Chen and He Duyun who had disappeared, Wukong sitting on the somersault cloud with a troubled expression. To be continued. Chapter 28 Conquering Black Duyun. Lila. In the sky, Ye Chen and He Duyun still stalemate. He Duyun kept trying to throw Ye Chen off his body, while Ye Chen clings to He Duyun without letting go. It was difficult to separate one person and one cloud. I don't know how far it flew. The scenery below changed from a forest to a city, from a city to a desert, and finally flew over the vast desert and into the endless sea. Hiss! The speed of the black bucket cloud is extremely fast, almost flying against the sea surface, pulling up a long wave along the way. Ha ha ha! Hurry up! Hurry up! Sure enough, speed is passion. Ye Chen, who stepped on the black Duyun, laughed. It seemed that he was extremely annoyed at this human being who stuck to him and couldn't shake it off, and He Duyun rushed into the sea with a puff. You. Covering his nose and mouth, Ye Chen was accidentally filled with a lot of sea water and almost didn't choke to death. After a long time, with a crash, He Duyun finally broke through the sea before rushing out from the other side of the sea. Ha, ha! Throwing a brother octopus lying on his head back into the sea, Ye Chen gasped with lingering fears. Not only can it release thunder and lightning, but it can even descend into the sea. Ordinary somersault clouds don't have this ability. Ye Chen is really more and more satisfied with this black bucket cloud. Puff and puff. Seeing that Ye Chen has not been resolved yet, He Duyun rushed into the sea again and again, but he was prepared for it. No matter how much He Duyun tossed, he could no longer affect Ye Chen. On the contrary, it was because he had absorbed a lot of sea water to make it himself the speed gradually slowed down. Turning into an annoyed expression, He Du-yun rose into the sky again, and soon flew out of the sea into a stone forest area. As if thinking of something, He Du-yun showed a smirk again, and carrying Ye Chen abruptly accelerated, and then slammed into a distant cliff. Both the somersault cloud and the black bucket cloud are immune to all physical attacks, and can be recovered even if they are knocked apart, but the human above it can no longer do. Damn human beings, smash me to pieces. A series of sonic booms sounded in the air, which meant that the speed of Black Du-yun had approached or even surpassed the speed of sound. He really had to hit the cliff at such a fast speed, even now Ye Chen would definitely not be able to stand it. However, as long as you don't bump into it. Ye Chen folded his arms around his waist. And swiftly carried out his luck. Turtle Qigong Wave. Pushing out with both hands, a powerful wave of Qigong shot out from between Ye Chen's palms. Because of the tight time, this Qigong wave can only exert less than 2 levels of power, but it is enough. With a burst of bangs, a tunnel was directly opened by the Qigong wave on the cliff, and the black bucket cloud carrying Ye Chen rushed through the tunnel to the sky again. Ha ha ha! He Du-yun, just use whatever means you have. Ye Chen laughed loudly, while He Du-yun was a little dumbfounded. Why is this human being so dick? It has not been long since dark, and He Du-yun is also a little anxious, constantly trying to get rid of Ye Chen by various methods, but in the end all ends in failure. At the moment when the sun completely disappeared from the sky, He Du-yun also stopped, sticking out his tongue as if exhausted. After jumping to the ground, Ye Chen grinned and supported his old waist, only feeling that his whole body was about to fall apart. However, in the end he won. He Du-yun, I will be your master from now on. Looking at He Du-yun, Ye Chen said. The violent aura on his body gradually dissipated, and the disguised eyes and mouth disappeared, and He Du-yun became a real black cloud, flew to Ye Chen and rubbed Ye Chen, as if expressing it has also recognized Ye Chen as its master. Ha ha ha, good. He Du-yun, let's go. In a great mood, Ye Chen jumped onto He Du-yun's body, and He Du-yun also obeyed Ye Chen's wishes, carrying Ye Chen into the sky. Oh! As fast as lightning, the black bucket cloud carrying Ye Chen across the sky. This was a very strange feeling, as if He Du-yun could read Ye Chen's thoughts, as long as Ye Chen thought it would be able to fly in the way Ye Chen wanted. And this time, there is no longer the feeling of turbulence before, but it is very stable and comfortable. Ye Chen was also very happy to be able to successfully subdue He Du-yun this time. Although he was able to use dancing sky technique, he was still far behind He Du-yun at the speed at which he used dancing sky technique. It's on call, and you don't need to spend a little effort when flying with He Du-yun. As long as Ye Chen hopes He Du-yun can carry him to any corner of the planet, it is not too convenient. Ha, it's Ye Chen is back. On Kailan Tat, seeing Ye Chen flying back on the Black Du-yun carrying a giant beast, Wukong bounced and shouted. I am back. Ye Chen. Jumping into the temple, Ye Chen threw the giant beast to the ground, while Wukong hugged him. It seems that you have already subdued He Du-yun. Yes, He Du-yun is very good. Thank you for your gift, Master Carlin. Ah! I can take that naughty guy away, but I want to thank you for it. Ye Chen thanked Immortal Callan, while Immortal Callan stroked his beard and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen actually accepted He Du-yun, and Immortal Callan was actually a little surprised. We will leave here tomorrow, and we will cook a big meal tonight and celebrate. Okay, make a big meal. Oh, then I will grill a fish. Early the next morning, Ye Chen and Wukong packed up and saluted and planned to leave formally. Callan Immortal University, thank you for your guidance this year. I just made some small suggestions. You all grew up to where you are today by your own efforts. Ye Chen, Wukong. You already have powerful power at a young age, and you still have unlimited potential in your body. I hope you can make good use of your power in the future and not bring harm to this world. Master Carlin, I also love this planet, so I will only protect it and never harm it. Immortal Callan exhorted, and Ye Chen assured him with a serious face. Well, I believe you. Ye Chen, this is the fairy bean you want. Nodded, then Immortal Callan handed a small bag to Ye Chen, which contained hundreds of fairy beans. Thank you, Master Carlin. With joy in my heart, Ye Chen thanked him again and took Xiandu over. As long as they don't consume them randomly, these fairy beans are enough for him and Wukong to use them for a long time. There were no other things. Ye Chen and Wukong called Hey Du Yun and Somersault Yun, and then jumped up. Master Carlin, goodbye. Oh, goodbye, Ye Chen, Wukong. To be continued. Chapter 29 Going to the Western Capital. Below Kailan Tat, little Upa was running on the grass chasing the butterfly, while Bra was standing near the river with a spear in his hand, staring at the river intently. At a certain moment, Bra's eyes flashed sharply, and he plunged his spear into the river. Wow! With the sound of water rushing, Bra picked up a big fish that had been inserted from the river. Bola, Upa! Someone was calling the names of his father and son, and Bra looked up, only to see Ye Chen and Wukong flying down from the sky on a golden and black cloud. Wukong, come catch the butterfly. Good, good. Little Upa shouted milkily. Wukong answered happily, and then jumped off the somersault cloud and ran to catch butterflies with little Upa. Ye Chen, son Wukong, are you coming down to hunt again? No, we have finished our practice on Kailan Tat, and we have already planned to leave here. This time we are here to say goodbye to you. Bra asked, shook his head. Not tonight. That's it, congratulations. For a moment, Bla showed a simple smile. Since Ye Chen and son Wukong have finished their cultivation, their strength must have increased a lot. After talking to Bra and son for a while, Ye Chen also planned to leave. Wukong, gone. Oh. The two jumped on top of Somersault Cloud and Black Bucket Cloud. Thinking of something, Ye Chen said to Bra. Bla, Lord Callan asked me to tell you a word. He has been watching you on the tower, and he hopes that one day you can climb Kailan Tower, and he will be waiting for you on it. Bra once challenged Kailan Tat, but after failing, he was in awe of Kailan Tat and never challenged him again. In fact, Immortal Callan hadn't said these words at all, but Ye Chen used it to inspire Bra. Master Carlin has been watching us all the time. I will definitely practice hard, and I will climb up to Kailan Tat to meet Master Callan in the future. As a keeper of the tower who has lived here for generations, the Immortal Callan asked Ye Chen to transmit to represent his recognition of him and his ancestors, which made Bra's heart surge almost impulsive to tears, and he nodded firmly and excitedly. Human beings are such a magical creature. As long as you give him hope and motivation, he can create miracles for you. Bra already possessed good strength. As long as he practiced well in the future, it shouldn't be difficult to climb up to Kailan Tat. There were no other things, and once again bid farewell to father and son. Ye Chen and Wukong also planned to leave. Goodbye, Bra, Upa. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 18. Goodbye, Ye Chen, son Wukong. In the sky, Hey Du Yun and Somersault Cloud carrying Ye Chen and Wukong chased each other across the sky. Ye Chen, where are we going now? Sitting on the Somersault Cloud and flying beside Ye Chen, Wukong asked. Let's go to collect Dragon Balls now. A smile appeared on his face. Ye Chen replied. What is Dragon Ball? It's the ball hanging around your neck. There are 7 Dragon Balls. As long as you gather them, you can summon the dragon to make a wish to the dragon. Your one is a 3-star ball. We are going to look for another 6 now. So this is Dragon Ball, it's amazing. Can any wish be realized by Shenlong? Then after we collect Chi Dragon Ball and summon the Shenlong, let the Shenlong make us more delicious. After hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Wukong took the glass ball that Grandpa Gaixian had given her to play with and took a closer look, then suggested. We can make the delicious ones by ourselves. The wish to Shenlong must be bigger to be worthwhile. Ye Chen was really amused by the food. So. Well, leave it to Ye Chen anyway. I don't know what kind of wish is worthwhile, but Wukong doesn't bother to think about it. Anyway, she only needs to be with Ye Chen forever and ever. Whatever Ye Chen said. The two didn't speak anymore. Wukong lay on the somersault cloud and looked at the scenery below, while Ye Chen started to think. Dragon balls are scattered all over the world, and it is almost impossible to gather Dragon balls without the Dragon Ball radar. When it comes to Dragon Ball radar, Bulma naturally comes to mind. In the original Dragon Ball, Bulma is the inventor of the Dragon Ball radar, and the Dragon Ball radar she made is also very accurate. But according to time, Bulma is only about 10 years old, and she doesn't know if she can make Dragon Ball radar. Regardless of whether she can make Ye Chen or plan to see Bulma, she doesn't know if she still remembers herself after 6 years. If the memory is correct, Ye Chen remembers that Bulma's home is in Zidu, and her father, Dr. Bruv, is a celebrity who invented the Universal Capsule, and he is also the chairman of the Universal Capsule Company. As long as he finds her in Zidu home should not be difficult. After confirming the direction, Ye Chen and Wukong accelerated their flight, and it didn't take long for He Du Yun and Somersault Yun to fly them to the sky above Zidu. Is that the city? It's amazing. Since he was a child, he almost lived on the island with Ye Chen and Gaixian. Wukong was the first time he saw a real city, and his watery eyes flickered and exclaimed constantly. Wukong, let's go down. Okay. Slowing down the speed of Somersault Cloud and Black Bucket Cloud, they flew into the city below. The West is a very prosperous city, with people coming and going, vehicles passing through, and the flying down Ye Chen and Wukong quickly attracted the attention of roadside pedestrians. The two people flew down from the sky while sitting on the strange cloud. Is that a new type of transportation? It looks amazing. When you say a word to me, the pedestrians on the side of the road cast curious eyes at Ye Chen and Wukong. Ye Chen and Wukong didn't care about it either. Ye Chen and Wukong were sitting on Black Du Yun and Somersault Cloud and slowly flying above the crowd. It was the first time to come to such a bustling and lively city. Wukong looked around here and there like a curious baby, exclaiming from time to time, and Ye Chen also felt a little nostalgia in his heart. Speaking of which, he has not been to such a human city for a long time. Sniff, sniff. Ye Chen, what's that over there? As if smelling something mellow, Wukong asked, pointing to a small shop next to him. That's Bing Kailing, do you want to eat it? After looking at it, Ye Chen replied. Okay. Drooling, Wukong nodded vigorously. Then let's go buy two. To be continued. Chapter 30. Boss, 2 ice creams. Hearing the sound, the ice cream owner raised his head, but he was shocked. Appearing in front of his shop were 2 guests sitting on the clouds, a cute girl who looked only 5 or 6 years old, sitting on a golden cloud, with big watery eyes flickering. Next to the little girl is a teenager with a firm complexion without the childishness of an ordinary child. He sits on a black cloud with his hands in his arms and carries an unknown fan behind his back. These are 2 strange children. Boss, 2 ice creams. Seeing Lao Ban staring at him, the 2 of them did not respond for a long time. Ye Chen frowned and said it again. Ah, good, good. Finally recovered, the boss quickly replied, and at the same time assembled 2 ice creams and handed them to Wukong and Ye Chen. Passed the money to the boss, and then Ye Chen and Wukong flew away sitting on He Du Yun and Somersault Yun. What? Ye Chen, this thing called ice cream is delicious. After taking a bite of ice cream, the corners of his mouth were covered all over, Wukong said happily. Ice cream is not eaten like this, but like this. He wiped the corners of Wukong's mouth, and then Ye Chen added his own ice cream to demonstrate her actions. After learning quickly, Wukong also spit out her little tongue and added to her. The sweet taste made her like it very much, and her big watery eyes were also bent into crescents. There are still many delicious foods in the city, I'll take you to eat. Really? Good. Good. Go over there first, come with me. Okay. Although they came to the west to find Bulma, they were not in a hurry. Ye Chen took Wukong around and ate a lot, until he spent all the money on both of them. Come down. Wukong had no idea about money, and Ye Chen didn't care about it. As long as you have the strength, it is not easy to get money. Wu, so full. Lying on the somersault cloud and patted her belly, Wukong looked happy and contented. Ye Chen, who was sitting on top of the black Duyun, laughed for a while, but speaking of it, he hadn't been so satisfied for a long time. I have always been busy practicing spiritual practice, and occasionally it seems good to relax like this. Having asked the direction of the Universal Capsule Company, Ye Chen and Wukong soon found Bulma's home. Let Somersault Yun and He Du Yun return to the sky, Ye Chen took Wukong and rang the doorbell of Bulma's house. Instead of a long time, a beautiful blonde woman opened the door and walked out. That, are you? Hello auntie, my name is Ye Chen, and her name is Sun Wukong. We are friends of Bulma. We have something to ask Bulma for help. Is Bulma at home? At a glance, he recognized that the woman in front of him was Bulma's mother, Mrs. Bruff, and Ye Chen politely introduced him to the other party and stated his purpose. Ah, it turned out to be Bulma's friend, please come in. Bulma and the others are still at school and should be back in a while. Just like in the original Dragon Ball, Mrs. Bruff is an outgoing and hospitable woman who warmly welcomes Ye Chen and Wukong. Hearing that Bulma would be back in a while, Ye Chen did not refuse, and followed Mrs. Bruff into their home with Wukong. Bulma's home is very spacious and luxurious, and there are many robots walking around inside. Although they look a little old-fashioned, they are already very advanced in terms of technology in this age of the Earth. Mrs. Brive brought Ye Chen and Wukong to the living room, and then brought a lot of pastries and fruits to entertain them. Great, it's the first time that Bulma's friend came to our house to play with her. Bulma, although she was very smart since she was a child, she was not so gregarious and had few friends. We have always worried about her. Little boy, how old are you this year? Are you Bulma's classmate? There is more. Mrs. Bruff kept talking. Although I already knew that this lady was warm and hospitable, when I really experienced Ye Chen, I couldn't help but sweat profusely, and I just felt unable to resist it. However, Wukong didn't care at all, sitting next to him and wiped out all kinds of pastries and fruits. During this period, Ye Chen also met Bulma's father, Dr. Bruff. Unlike Mrs. Bruff's enthusiasm and cheerfulness, Dr. Bruff is a rather weird man. He is obviously a celebrity and tycoon who invented the universal capsule, but he wears a white lab coat all the time and looks sloppy. Look like. Dr. Bruff didn't say much. After seeing Ye Chen and Wukong, he simply expressed welcome, and then went on to play with his own machines. Mrs. Bruff obviously resents Dr. Bruff. I remember that in the original Dragon Ball, the couple often fought cold wars and their relationship was not very good. In fact, Ye Chen was also a little curious about the completely opposite personality. How did the couple get together? Ah, it's strange, why Bulma and the others haven't come back. They have come back at this time normally. It was already evening when Bulma hadn't returned, Mrs. Bruff said with some worry. Auntie, tell us the direction of Bulma's school, let's go find Bulma for you. Standing up, Ye Chen said quickly. I was really scared by the enthusiasm of this lady. Ye Chen just wanted to find an excuse to go out and be quiet. How can this work? You are all so small, what if you go out and meet bad guys or get lost? Mrs. Bruff was obviously disapproving. That said, Wukong is only 6 years old now, and Ye Chen is only 12 years old. In the eyes of others, they are just two little kids. Don't worry, auntie, we are martial arts, we are not afraid of bad people, and we will not get lost. Budo Master. In order to make Mrs. Bruff believe in herself, Ye Chen turned her around a few times. It seemed to be very interesting. Wukong also turned a few around. Oh, so amazing, amazing! Keeping clapping hands, Mrs. Bruff exclaimed. The old face was reddening. Ye Chen was a little embarrassed, so he just turned a few somersaults. What's so great about this? Auntie, do you believe it now? Please tell us where Bulma's school is and we will find her back now. Woo, all right. After hesitating, Mrs. Bruff finally chose to believe in Ye Chen and told Ye Chen where the Bulma school was. Don't worry, Auntie. We will be back with Bulma soon. He Du Yun and Somersault Yun were summoned. Ye Chen and Wukong waved to Mrs. Bruff, and then flew away. Ah, can a martial artist sit on a strange cloud and fly in the sky? Well, forget it, it's rare for guests to come, let me prepare a good dinner first. I was a little curious about the He Du Yun and Somersault Yun that Ye Chen and Wukong were riding in, but Mrs. Brive, who didn't understand, didn't bother to think about it. She clapped her hands and hummed a song and walked towards the kitchen. To be continued. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 19. Chapter 31 Goodbye Bulma, Part 1. On a remote path not far from the school, a blue-haired girl and a blonde girl were being blocked by 3 teenagers. Hey, stinky fat guy, what are you doing to stop us? Blocking in front of the blonde girl, the blue-haired girl, Bulma, crouched her waist and said fiercely to a fat guy who was standing in front of her. Bulma, you call me stinky fat again. I blame you, everyone in the class now calls me that, I want to teach you. A chubby face flushed red, and the boy whom Bulma called the stinky fat man was anxious and depraved. Smelly fat man! Smelly fat man! You are a stinky fat guy, so what if I called it? Lu. Lu. I want to teach you. I must teach you today. Bulma was sticking out her tongue, and the little fat man was yelling with anger, and his eyes were almost red. Bulma, don't quarrel with classmates, let's go back quickly. The blonde girl behind pulled La Bulma's clothes, seeming a little scared. This stinky fat guy is looking for something. Don't worry, sister, I will protect you. Don't worry about his sister, Bulma squeezed her small fist, looking eager to try. Hey, stinky fat man, don't you want to teach me? Then come and fight me upright. You don't want your 2 attendants to help, do you? You still need someone else to help with a girl, are you still a man? Deliberately agitated the little fat man, Bulma said. Who said they want them to help? It's enough to teach you and me alone. Hey, you two, don't get involved in the duel between me and Bulma, you know. Having completely fallen into Bulma's trap, the little fat man blushed with a thick neck, and then ordered to his 2 small attendants. Yes, boss. After inhaling his nose, the 2 small attendants also replied loudly. Come on, Bulma, I must teach you a lesson today and let you know how good I am. Walking to Bulma's body, the little fat man shook his fat face. A small fox-like arc was raised at the corner of her mouth, and Bulma cursed a fool in secret, thinking that if this lady also brought 2 attendants, she would talk nonsense with you, and let them beat you into a pig. Although this little fat man is very stupid, he still has a lot of strength. A duel with a delicate girl like himself would definitely suffer, but the clever Bulma soon had an idea. Humph, the duel is not based on brute force, but also on the head. Ah, teacher! Pointing behind the little fat man, Bulma said loudly. Old teacher? I didn't bully my classmates, I didn't bully. The little fat man was taken aback, and hurriedly looked back, but Bulma rushed over and punched him. What? It hurts. Bulma, you cheat! Screaming in pain, the little fat man fell to the ground and then roared angrily. Who made you so stupid? Take it to death, stinky fat man, now let you see how powerful this genius girl Bulma is. Putting a cool pause, then Bulma didn't give the little fat man a chance to get up, and then rushed to punch and kick him. Ah! Don't hit my face, don't hit my face. Oh! Holding his head, the little fat man was beaten by Bulma and yelled. The boss is so bad, even Bulma can't beat him. That's right. If he didn't buy me sugar and candies to eat, I wouldn't recognize him as the old and boss. The two snotty followers were indifferent to their boss being beaten by Bulma. And they stood by and expressed deep contempt. You two fools, come and help me, come and help me. The little fat man who was so angry and beaten to death by Bulma shouted. Ah, yes. Old boss, let's help you. Now that the boss gave the order, the two small attendants are no longer in the audience, so they ran over and wanted to help. Hey, you two. Bulma stepped on little fatty with one foot, and then stopped the two rushing little servants. Bulma, what do you want to do? Even if you beg for mercy, we won't let you go. After stopping, the two small attendants said. No, people are so scared. As long as you don't bully me, I can show you my fat and fat times. Holding her hands, Bulma looked weak and pitiful, and then she was extremely shy and honest. The blonde girl on one side was flushed with shame. Why, Bulma is really, how can a girl's fatness be shown casually? Really? The eyes gleamed, and the two nasal boys wiped their saliva. In fact, they don't know what is good about girls' fat times, but seniors like to lift girls' skirts to see their fat times, so they also want to take a look. Of course it is true. Bulma said shyly, but there was a sneer in her heart. These two idiots. You two fools, do you believe what Bulma said? Didn't she tell you to touch her leg last time? In the end, you were not fooled by her. The little fat man who had been stepped on the ground by Bulma said loudly, and the two snot snuffers also remembered. Not long ago they had trouble with Bulma after school like this, and Bulma said at the time that as long as they beat their boss, they could touch her leg, but they waited until they really beat the boss. After Bulma ran out of sight a long time ago, and finally let them be scolded as traitors by the boss, they were also severely taught. Yes, Bulma is a liar, you can't believe her. I will never be deceived again. Thinking of the sad history, the two little snots showed angry expressions, then walked over and pushed Bulma away fiercely. What? Unable to reach the defense, Bulma stepped back and then fell to the ground. Bulma, are you okay? The blonde girl on one side hurried over to help Bulma sit up, and Bulma was crying. Those two hateful guys are so rude to ladies. At the same time, the two snot escorts also helped their boss up. The little fat man was beaten by Bulma, his nose was swollen and his face became fatter. Bulma, I will never let you off this time. Grinning with pain, the little fat man and the two snot snuffers surrounded Bulma and the blonde girl. What do you want to do? Don't mess around. After all, they were just two teenage girls. Bulma and the blonde girl panicked a little. Damn Bulma, dare to beat me in the face, and I will beat you in the face too, to make you an ugly monster. I want to watch fat times. I want to touch my legs. Full of malice, the little fat man and the two snots sneered, while Bulma and the blonde girl couldn't help but pale. It's over, it's really over this time. However, just when the three little villains were ready to do something. Oh! Who is it, who threw me? The heads of all three of them were hit by flying stones from nowhere, and they felt painful, looking for the enemy who had attacked them. Above, three hooligan boys. The joking voice sounded, and then the few people on the ground couldn't help but look towards the sky. They saw two golden and black clouds floating in the sky at some unknown time, and two people were standing on the clouds. It is Wukong and Yuchen. Boss, they are standing on the cloud. Good, so awesome. Idiot, don't praise the enemy. Unlike other people's reactions, Bulma was stunned when he saw Yuchen in the sky. White, Prince Charming. Although a long time has passed and the other party has changed a lot, Bulma recognized it instantly. It was the Prince Charming who saved her back then. Looking at Bulma on the ground, Ye Chen also smiled and raised his hand to say hello to her. Yo, Bulma, it's been a long time. To be continued. Chapter 32 Goodbye Bulma, Part 2. Ye Chen and Wukong jumped to the ground, while Bulma was so excited that he rushed towards Ye Chen. Ah! Prince Charming, really my Prince Charming. Happy, Bulma hugged Ye Chen's body and kept rubbing and rubbing, finally convinced that she was not dreaming. Prince Charming is Bulma's helper. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 20. Bulma is so shameless. Seeing Bulma and the boy who appeared suddenly and cuddling, the little fat man and the two snotty attendants cast contempt. Well, Bulma, I'll talk about it later, let me help you solve the three guys first. Although Bulma still remembered that Ye Chen was very happy, but the enthusiasm was too strong, Ye Chen took a lot of effort to pull her off her body. You three fools, my Prince Charming is here, just wait to die. Nodding constantly, then Bulma pointed at the fat man and the two slugs who were on the opposite side with full confidence. Bulma knew that Ye Chen was very powerful, and she was able to rescue her from the malfunctioning plane at the beginning. It was not too easy to deal with the three fools on the opposite side. Bulma, don't think we are afraid of you if we find a helper. Hey, kid, don't worry about our nostalgia, or you will even teach you. After returning to his senses, the little fat man shook his fat face threateningly. The other party is just one person, there are three on their side, and Wukong who is short in stature is ignored by them. Shaking his head funny, Ye Chen didn't bother to say anything. He walked directly to the side and punched the fence on the side of the path. With a bang, the wall directly collapsed. Ah! The little fat man opened his mouth wide, and the noses of the two little snots were about to fall to the ground. It collapsed the hard and sturdy enclosure with one punch. Is this guy a monster? Ha ha ha! I will come and I will come too. It seemed to be quite interesting. Wukong also hopped over, and then squeezed his small fist and hit the wall. There was another boom, and the surrounding wall collapsed. The little fat man and the two snotty escorts were about to stare out, and the little bit who was ignored by them turned out to be a monster. Do you still teach us? Ye Chen asked with a smile. We will never dare any more. Mommy! Nowhere have they seen such a terrifying formation. The little fat man and two snot-sniffing attendants were so scared that they cried and ran away without looking back. Ha ha ha! You fools, now you know that my Prince Charming is amazing. Looking at the three scared fools, Bulma laughed triumphantly. The blonde girl on the side was also a little shocked by the strange power of Ye Chen and Wukong, but the eyes that looked at the two of them soon sparkled. Prince Charming, thank you, you saved me again. She hugged Ye Chen again, and Bulma rubbed hard. What a grueling little fairy. Ye Chen took a lot of effort before pulling Bulma off himself again. Bulma, who is this? Ye Chen asked the blonde girl who looked at the side. She is my sister. Hello, my name is Taisai, Bulma's sister, thank you for saving me and Bulma. Bulma introduced the identity of the next girl, and the blonde girl named Taisai also came forward and thanked Ye Chen and Wukong. With a different color in his eyes, Ye Chen also remembered, as if Bulma did have a sister in the original Dragon Ball. Although she rarely appears in the main story, she is the heroine of the comic prequel Galactic Patrol Jake. I didn't expect it to be this one. Ye Chen couldn't help but looked at the girl carefully, and saw that Taisai was indeed very similar to Bulma except for her hair color. The two girls standing together were a pair of beautiful and pure sisters. But unlike Bulma's liveliness and boldness, Taisai wants to be reserved and more reserved. Hello, Taisai, my name is Ye Chen, and I am a friend of Bulma. My name is Wukong, Sun Wukong. Ye Chen reported his name, and Wukong introduced himself with a bright sunny face. You guys haven't come home very late. Aunt Broof is very worried about you. Let's go back with us first. okay. Without staying any longer, Ye Chen and Wukong let the Bulma sisters ride on the Black Duyun and Somersault Cloud, and then the four flew towards Bulma's home. Ah! So fast, so fast! In the sky, Bulma and Ye Chen rode on the Black Bucket Cloud, while Taisai and Wukong rode on the Somersault Cloud. Looking at the receding scenery below, the sisters could not help but exclaim for a while. Hey, Ye Chen, what is this thing, it flies so fast? Excited, Bulma asked curiously. This is called Somersault Cloud, it is something the fairy gave me and Wukong. Xian, Xianren? Is there really a fairy in this world? Yes, I live on the legendary Kailan Tat, but ordinary people don't know it. So amazing! So amazing! What Somersault Cloud, fairy, it's like a legendary myth, but Bulma didn't have any doubts about what Ye Chen said, just kept exclaiming. The speed of the Somersault Cloud and the Black Bucket Cloud was extremely fast, and it didn't take long to carry Ye Chen back to Bulma's house. Dad, Mom, we are back. Ah, Bulma, Taisai, you are finally back. Come in quickly, so are Xiao Yechen and Xiao Wukong. Seeing that her daughters were all safe and sound, Mrs. Bruff was relieved, and let Ye Chen and the others hurried into the house. There was a smell of cooking in the room. Ye Chen and Wukong sniffed, and then couldn't help swallowing. Ye Chen, I'm hungry. Wukong pulled Ye Chen's clothes pitifully. Although a little embarrassed, Ye Chen felt a little hungry when he was told by Wukong. Wow! I have prepared a hearty meal. Since Xiao Wukong is hungry, let's start dinner now. Mrs. Bruff smiled. Although it seems to be a bit early for dinner now, it's up to it. Speaking of cultivating on Kailan Tat, they ate barbecue and game. Ye Chen and Wukong hadn't eaten real food for a long time. The two at the table gobbled it up, and the terrible eating speed made the Bulma family forget. After the action, one by one is that dazed look. One more bowl. Ah, good, good. To be continued. Chapter 33 Ye Chen's Request. In order to entertain the guests, Mrs. Bruff deliberately prepared some more dishes, but they were all swept away by Ye Chen and Wukong. Mrs. Bruff and Bulma were still afraid that Ye Chen and Wukong would eat too much and they would break them, but their worries were completely unnecessary. Dragon Ball. There are many magical things in the world. Dragon Balls that can achieve any original hope, fairy beans that can replenish energy and quickly recover from injuries, etc., and there are also the same famous ones. Sion's stomach. After dinner, Dr. Brive went to play with his machines again, and Ye Chen, Wukong, Mrs. Brive, Bulma and Taisai were in the living room enjoying refreshments after dinner. Bulma, I actually came to you this time to ask you to do me a favor. Thinking of business affairs, Ye Chen said. Just tell me if you need my help, Ye Chen. Taking a pat on his flat chest, Bulma was very happy and honest. Thank you very much, then, I want you to help me make a Dragon Ball radar. Dragon Ball radar. Ye Chen stated his purpose, but Bulma was a little at a loss. It's the radar looking for this kind of beads. Ye Chen took Wukong's 3-star ball and handed it to Bulma. Is this Dragon Ball so beautiful? Are they useful, Ye Chen? Why are you looking for them? Women usually like shiny things. Bulma, Mrs. Brive, and Taisai all looked at the 3-star ball curiously. There are a total of 7 legendary Dragon Balls scattered around the world. As long as the 7 Dragon Balls are gathered together, the dragon can be summoned to make a wish to the dragon, and the dragon can fulfill any wish of the wisher. This is a 3-star ball, and there are 6 other such beads, so I want you to help me make a radar that can detect them. How about it, Bulma, can you make it? He didn't hide anything about Dragon Ball, then Ye Chen asked. Any wish can be fulfilled. It's amazing. Although it looks troublesome, since Ye Chen asked me, I can definitely make it. After a surprise, Bulma said confidently. Bulma is an undoubtedly talented girl, although she is only about 10 years old, but her knowledge and skills have far surpassed other peers. As long as she is willing, it shouldn't be difficult to make Dragon Ball radar. Of course, in fact, Ye Chen can also go to Dr. Bruv, presumably Dr. Bruv can also make it. Maybe it is faster than the current Bulma. Not overnight. Chen is not the kind of incomprehensible person. Bulma agreed to make Dragon Ball radar for herself. Ye Chen was also very happy, but Bulma also explained that it would take a week or two. 1 or 2 weeks is 1 or 2 weeks, anyway, Ye Chen is not in a hurry now. Afterwards, Bulma also asked where Xia Yuchen and Wukong live now, but after knowing where they do not live yet, Bulma showed a happy expression and strongly demanded that Yuchen and Wukong live in their house. Come down. Mrs. Bruff and Taze also invited the two of them. Although they felt a little disturbing, they sincerely invited Ye Chen and did not refuse, so Wu and Wukong stayed at Bulma's house temporarily. In the following days, Bulma and Taisai continued to go to school during the day, while Ye Chen took Wukong to play in the city happily. Occasionally, the two of them also helped the police catch bad guys and helped the construction workers do their jobs. However, some of their magical powers have triggered rumors of urban Superman in the western capital. Ye Chen said that they just wanted to earn some extra money and didn't care about those things. Every day when school is over, they take the Black Cloud and Somersault Cloud to school to pick up Bulma and Tai. Silk Sisters. Time disappeared in the running water, and soon half a month passed. Help, Ye Chen, help! Running out of a patch of grass in a panic, Bulma was crying for help with tearful eyes, and behind Bulma was a huge wild boar stomping on the ground and chasing her continuously. Ye Chen couldn't help being funny. The young lady confidently said not long ago that she was going to catch a wild boar for dinner, but now she was about to become someone's dinner. Ye Chen didn't dawdle, and when Ye Chen stepped on it, he shot out like a cannonball, and then kicked the big wild boar's head. Boom! The huge body was kicked directly by Ye Chen. The big wild boar wailed. And then slammed to the ground and lost his breath. Ha ha ha, you know how good this lady is. Smelly boar, let you chase me. Let you chase me. Oh. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 21. After the crisis was lifted, Bulma also returned to her usual vivacious and coquettish. She ran back and kicked the big wild boar fiercely, but didn't treat the big wild boar with rough skin, but instead took her to herself. Lazy little feet hurt. Bulma, Ye Chen, look at it, we found a lot of delicious food. Wukong and Taisai also flew back from the other side of the forest on a somersault cloud, and they were holding a pile of mountain mushrooms, strawberries and other fruits. Today's harvest is almost complete, let's go back. Oh! He Duyun was summoned, and Ye Chen threw the big wild boar on it, and then jumped onto He Duyun with Bulma in his arms. Dragging two long tails, He Duyun and Somersault Yun carried the 4 harvested people out of the forest and flew towards the west capital. These days, I've been staying at Bulma's house for food and lodging. If it's an ordinary person, then I and Wukong are 2 super big savvy kings. Although Bulma and Mrs. Bruff don't care, they don't care about it. I was a little embarrassed, so from time to time, I would go out hunting with Wukong and I would pay back. Bulma and Taisai are also very curious about the outside world. Before, they could only stay in safe cities, but they didn't dare to walk into those dangerous forests, but it was okay to have the outrageous Ye Chen and Wukong in them. I'm so worried, so I follow along every time. Everyone went on a hunting adventure in the forest, and every time they went back, they were full of harvest and laughter. In the evening, Mrs. Bruff made a sumptuous dinner with the prey they brought back. Everyone gathered around the dining table to feast on, and everyone's face was filled with laughter and satisfaction. To be continued. Chapter 34 Searching for the Dragon Ball. At night, Bulma's house. Ye Chen, come to my room. Seeing Ye Chen coming out of the bathroom, Bulma shouted. Okay. Wiping the water stains on his head, Ye Chen also walked into Bulma's room. Because Ye Chen had just taken a bath, Ye Chen was simply wearing a bathrobe, and the small swollen muscles on his body appeared slightly, making Bulma's heart beat faster. "Bulma, what's wrong with you?" Seeing Bulma's blushing face, Ye Chen asked suspiciously. "No, nothing, ha ha, ha ha ha." After returning to his senses, Bulma slapped ha ha quickly to hide his embarrassment. Thinking of the business matter that she was looking for Ye Chen, Bulma hopped over to the table, took out an object from the drawer, and then mysteriously hid behind her back and ran back. "Dang dang dang! Ye Chen, what do you think this is?" In general, Bulma showed Ye Chen what she had hidden behind her. It was something like a pocket watch, but Ye Chen understood it the moment he saw it. Dragon Ball Radar. Correct answer. Bulma handed the Dragon Ball Radar to Ye Chen, and Ye Chen looked up in surprise. Pressing the switch, a flashing light suddenly appeared on the radar screen, and without asking, I knew that it was the Samsung ball on Wukong's body. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel excited. As long as he had this Dragon Ball Radar, he could gather 7 Dragon Balls. "Thank you, Bulma." Putting the Dragon Ball Radar away, Ye Chen solemnly thanked him. "Humph, if you give me some more time, I will definitely be able to make something better than this." With her little head up, Bulma looked triumphantly. The Dragon Ball Radar that Bulma made for Ye Chen can locate the Dragon Ball within a few kilometers. It is not as accurate as the one she made in the original Dragon Ball, but the current Bulma is only 10 years old and can make it. Such Dragon Ball Radar is already very good, and it is already enough for Ye Chen now. "Bulma, you helped me a lot this time. Do you need me to do anything?" "No matter what you ask, I can do it for you as long as I can do it." Bulma helped herself, and Ye Chen didn't want to take advantage of her in vain. "No, it's just a small matter." "Really not? If Bulma doesn't regret it, I will leave." Bulma was polite, but Ye Chen had a smile on his face. "There is also a little bit." Bulma's face was red, and Bulma was very contorted, and then hesitated and said, Kiss, Ye Chen and I kiss." "Woo, so ashamed." Covering her face, Bulma looked ashamed. Finally, I heard Bulma's words clearly, and Ye Chen was a black line. This girl actually wants to kiss herself and her. As a genius girl, Bulma knows far more things than those of the same age. She is curious about the opposite sex and she has a good impression of Ye Chen, so it seems not difficult to make such a request. Of course, this kind of request is not difficult for Ye Chen, but... "Bulma, if you and I kiss, you can only be my girlfriend when you grow up and you will never be allowed to associate with other boys. Are you sure you want to kiss me?" Looking directly at Bulma, Ye Chen said. "Kiss can only be Ye Chen's girlfriend. Ah, I don't like the girls I have kissed to follow other boys in the future." It feels that Ye Chen has suddenly become domineering, but Bulma's eyes have 2 red hearts floating. Such a domineering Ye Chen is so handsome. Being Ye Chen's girlfriend, I would. "Shy," Bulma said. Ye Chen has long been regarded as her Prince Charming, and she has no plans to associate with other boys in the future. Now that Bulma had already said so, Ye Chen naturally had nothing to hesitate. Bulma wants to kiss, then they will kiss. "Bulma, I'm about to start." "Okay." Bulma closed her eyes, and Ye Chen directly kissed her lips. Although the 2 generations were human and determined to build a big harem, it was actually the first time Ye Chen did this kind of thing with a girl. Some tension is inevitable, but there is more excitement than ever before. And since everything has been done, Ye Chen didn't plan to end it with a touch. Breaking through Bulma's defense, Ye Chen intruded into the girl's mouth, while Bulma, whose mind had been blank for a long time, let Ye Chen do what he did, and a whirring sound reverberated in the room. The tongues of the 2 kept intertwining, and it was a long time before they finally separated. "Ha, ha! Bullet and Bulma, let's go down here." Breathing in big mouths, the cheeks of both of them were very red, then Ye Chen asked. One more time. Blurred, Bulma is Tao. This girl seems to be a bit addicted, but let alone Bulma, Ye Chen is not much better. Some things make people fall into obsession once they are tried. Since Bulma wants to do it again, do it again. Holding Bulma's face, Ye Chen kissed again. After a long time, Ye Chen took the Dragon Ball radar and walked out of Bulma's room, while Bulma sat on the ground blankly, making two silly laughs from time to time. The next day. Bulma, Taisai, Aunt Brive, Uncle Brive, these days I have been disturbed. Putting on the martial arts uniforms worn in previous practice, the banana fan was also tied behind him, and Ye Chen and Wukong, who had achieved the purpose of this trip, also planned to leave. Xiao Yechen, you can live here forever. Yeah, Ye Chen, don't you go, okay? Mrs. Brive said, and Bulma was extremely reluctant, almost begging. The current Bulma is almost regretting death. If Ye Chen had known that she had done Dragon Ball radar, they would leave, and she would not have done Dragon Ball radar so soon. I'm sorry, Bulma, Wukong and I are going to collect Dragon Balls, and we will continue our practice. He stroked Bulma's forehead. Ye Chen said. If you collect Dragon Balls, you can collect them in a few clicks with the Dragon Ball radar I made. As for cultivation, Ye Chen and Wukong are already so good, so what kind of cultivation do you use? Just now he and Ye Chen determined that Ye Chen was about to leave. Bulma was still a little unacceptable, very excited and authentic. Bulma, although Wukong and I are indeed very powerful in your eyes, the world is far bigger than you think, and there are many people far more powerful than me and Wukong. In order to protect this planet, to protect the people I care about, and to protect you, I must become stronger and stronger. Bulma, you can do your best too, I will come back to see you again on your 16th birthday. Shaking his head, Ye Chen's face was solemn. But in order to give the girl a thought, Ye Chen also gave a promise. It turned out that Ye Chen worked so hard to cultivate to protect herself, Bulma's heart was immediately moved, and even Tay's and Mrs. Briff's eyes were full of brilliance. I understand, Ye Chen. I will definitely work hard, and I will definitely grow up soon. No longer holding Ye Chen willfully, Bulma's eyes also flashed a trace of determination. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. He worked hard and didn't talk about it. Growing up is not what you say you can grow up. However, seeing that Bulma could understand Ye Chen, he was slightly relieved, summoned He Du Yun and Somersault Yun with Wukong, and then jumped up. Bulma, Taisai, everyone, goodbye. Goodbye, Ye Chen, Wukong, you must remember to come back and find us. They both waved their hands, and finally, under the watchful eyes of the Bulma family, Ye Chen and Wukong disappeared into the sky on the black and somersault clouds. To be continued. Chapter 35, Senior Brother Sun Wufan. The airflow rolled, and a black streamer cut through the sky. Sitting on the black bucket cloud, Ye Chen is watching the Dragon Ball radar in his hand. According to the radar, there was a Dragon Ball not far in front of them. Let He Du Yun speed up, and not long after, a big mountain appeared in Ye Chen's field of vision. This big mountain is very peculiar, it looks like a huge bun from a distance. Ye Chen couldn't help but wonder. Is this Baizai Mountain? If Ye Chen remembers correctly, Sun Wufan, the eldest disciple of Gaixianren, lives in Baizai Mountain in seclusion, and he has a 4-planet in his hand. In the original Dragon Ball, Kakarot came to the Earth in a spaceship. He happened to be met by Monkey King, so he adopted him, named him Monkey King, and later raised him and taught him. He practiced martial arts and treated like his real grandson. Although Sun Wufan appeared very few times in the original book, it is undoubtedly a character who has a great influence on the original protagonist, Monkey King. However, looking at Wukong, who was sleeping in his arms at this time, a smile appeared on the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. Regardless of the protagonist of the original book, Wukong in this world was rescued by him from the planet Vegeta, and also brought up by him, and has nothing to do with Monkey King. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 22. Regardless of whether this is the real Baizai mountain, or whether it is the site of his senior brother, since Dragon Ball radar shows that there is a Dragon Ball here, Ye Chen naturally wants to go down and take a look. Wukong, wake up, wake up, wake up. After patted Wukong, Ye Chen shouted. Wu! Are you going to eat, Ye Chen? Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Wukong asked. Ye Chen couldn't help but touch his forehead, eating and eating, this stupid girl only knows to eat all day long. There is a Dragon Ball down here, as long as we find a Dragon Ball, we will eat something delicious. Then let's go find it. When I heard that I was going to eat delicious food, Wukong was completely drowsy and immediately regained his spirit, and Ye Chen was helpless and funny for a while. With He Duyun, Ye Chen and Wukong flew around the mountain, and then soon saw an ordinary small house on the mountainside, and in the yard in front of the house there was an old man practicing his fists. Although he only glanced at it from a distance, Ye Chen instantly recognized that it was Gaixian Liu's martial arts, and confirmed that this was the real Baizai mountain, and that the old man was his and Wukong's grandson Gohan. At the same time, the Monkey King below naturally found the two people in the sky, and a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. Somersault Cloud. No, it's not golden, unlike Teacher Wu Tian's somersault cloud. While Sun Wufan was still muttering to himself, he suddenly saw a boy and a girl jumping out of the air, and he was shocked. There was an altitude of nearly 100 meters. Even some good martial artists would be seriously injured if they fell from such a high place. Sun Wufan used his feet to jump up to rescue him, but he stopped quickly. Under the surprised look of Monkey King, the boy and girl who jumped from the black cloud turned somersaults in the air, and then they landed firmly on the ground. Is it brother Sun Wufan? Ye Chen asked at the meeting. Young man, do you know me? Why do you call me brother? Sun Wian was surprised again, and Ye Chen smiled slightly. Senior brother Sun Wufan, my name is Ye Chen and her name is Sun Wukong. We are all disciples of Teacher Wu Tian. In the room, Sun Wufan made 2 cups of hot tea for Ye Chen and Wukong, and brought out some fruits from the mountains to entertain them. The mountains are simple, please take a moment. Brother Gohan is polite. Junior brother Ye Chen, is Teacher Wu Tian okay? Teacher Wu Tian is all well, senior brother, don't worry about it. It's really a hero who was born in a young age. I didn't expect Teacher Wu Tian to accept 2 disciples. Okay, okay. Looking at the calm and steady Ye Chen, and then at Wukong, who was already gnawing at the fruit, Sun Wufan couldn't help but admired. As the chief disciple of Gaixian Ren, Monkey King also has the true teachings of Gaixian Liu's martial arts. Although he is old now, his tyrannical strength is enough to be among the top of this planet. His natural vision can see the extraordinary in Ye Chen and Wukong. The little girl named Wukong can barely see some depths, but the boy named Ye Chen in front of him is completely incapable. This only shows that the strength of this boy is very strong. Above him. At this age, he has reached this level. It seems that Teacher Wu Tian has really accepted 2 incredible disciples this time. Much better than him and the Bull Demon King. Junior brother Ye Chen, I don't know why you are here this time. Everyone exchanged greetings for a while, and Monkey King asked about business. Senior brother Gohan, Wukong, and I are now collecting the legendary Dragon Ball. It is this kind of sphere. I wonder if there are other Dragon Balls in brother Wufan? He took Wukong's 3-star ball and gave it to Monkey King to look at it. Ye Chen asked. Hey, this is Dragon Ball. You guys wait a minute. Looking at the Samsung ball, Monkey King also showed a look of surprise, went to the cabinet next to him and searched for a while, and then took out a Dragon Ball. Ha! Another Dragon Ball! Seeing that Monkey King also took out a Dragon Ball, Wukong who was eating the fruit exclaimed. The Turtle Fairy gave Wukong the 3-star ball, and the Monkey King's hand is the 4 planets. Finally found the second Dragon Ball. Ye Chen was also a little excited. I have also heard the legend about Dragon Balls. It is said that as long as you collect 7, you can summon the dragon and make a wish to the dragon. This bead was picked up in the mountains before. I didn't expect it to be the legendary Dragon Ball. Sun Wufan stroked his beard, and seemed to be influenced by each other, and the 2 Dragon Balls also shone. Brother Gofan, these Dragon Balls are very important to me. I don't know if senior brother Gohan can give us your Dragon Ball, and I can do my best to satisfy the brother's requirements. Standing up, Ye Chen said. Wow! I am an old man who is fast into the coffin, what more can I ask? This Dragon Ball is useless for me to keep, if you want it, give it to you. They didn't ask Ye Chen what they wanted to do to collect the Dragon Balls. Sun Wufan smiled and handed both the Dragon Balls to Ye Chen, and Ye Chen couldn't help but show his joy. Thank you, brother. Chapter 36. Boom boom boom. Boom. In the courtyard in front of the hut, Ye Chen and Monkey King kept fighting and colliding, and the figures of both of them were as fast as lightning, and there were bursts of air from time to time. It has been almost a month since Ye Chen and Wukong arrived at Baizai Mountain. After getting the Dragon Ball in Sun Wufan's hand, Ye Chen did not rush to leave. Instead, he stayed in Baizai Mountain for a while and competed with Sun Wufan every day. Practice. As the big disciple of Gaixianren, Sun Wufan can be said to have obtained the true biography of Gaixian Liu martial arts. He is proficient in many martial arts, and he has already pursued Gaixianren in strength. Although Ye Chen's current strength wants to defeat the Monkey King, it's very easy, but the stone of his mountain can attack Jade. The Monkey King, who has been practicing martial arts for decades, also has a very deep knowledge and understanding of martial arts, and he also has a lot of knowledge in him. Ye Chen is worth learning and learning. During the more than 1 month in Baizai Mountain, Ye Chen had been playing against Sun Wufan every day, and only felt that he had gained a lot. Drink. The two collided again, and the ground was torn apart with strong energy, and Ye Chen and Monkey King also shot backwards. Turtle Qigong Wave. His body was spinning rapidly in the air. Ye Chen held his hands round, and then a powerful Qigong wave drew a long arc in the air and struck Sun Wufan. What? Qigongbo could even turn in the air. And Monkey King was shocked. But now is not the time to be surprised. With luck, Sun Wufan also hurriedly shot a Qigong wave. Turtle Qigong Wave. Boom. The 2 Qigong waves collided in the air, and suddenly there was a thunderous explosion. The whole Baizishan trembled a few times, and countless animals and birds were frightened and fled. Brother Gohan, are you okay? Flying down, Ye Chen stretched out a hand to Monkey King, who was lying on the ground humming. Cough cough cough. It's old and old, it's useless. Standing up holding Ye Chen's hand, Monkey King looked like a heroic twilight, making Ye Chen speechless and funny for a while. In the past month or so, Sun Gohan didn't know how many times he had sighed like this, every time he made him look like a little bully who bullied the old man. Ye Chen, Grandpa Gohan, I'm back. Wukong's voice flew back from a distance on the somersault cloud, carrying a big fish stuck in a red stick on his body. Jumping off the somersault cloud, Wukong threw the big fish 10 times bigger than his own body on the ground with a thud, and then ran towards Ye Chen and Monkey King. Wow, it's Wukong who is back. Stroking his beard, Monkey King smiled. If Sun Wufan admires Ye Chen very much, then he completely loves Wukong. Even though Ye Chen and Wukong were only children in the eyes of Sun Wufan, Ye Chen was too mature, and his strength and temperament were not like a teenager at all. In comparison, Wukong is much simpler, and she also has the innocence and nature of a child. Sun Gohan naturally loves her. For more than a month, Wukong has treated Wukong like her real granddaughter. Same. Every day Ye Chen and Sun Wufan competed and practiced in the yard. Wukong would cheer on the side to watch, and when he got tired of watching, he would go out to play and hunt. With her strength, there is no need to worry. On the contrary, Baozishan has been troubled by this girl for more than a month. Just after the discussion, I sweated again. Ye Chen took Wukong and jumped into the river under the cliff to take a bath, while Sun Wufan made delicious dishes from the big fish that Wukong caught. Although the game is a bit worse, Sun Wu, a martial artist, has a huge food intake. A big fish was easily wiped out by the three of them, and then he ate a lot of fruit. Very full. Senior brother Gohan, Wukong, and I plan to leave here in 2 days and look for other Dragon Balls. Ye Chen said, and the Monkey King who heard the sound was Emil. Indeed, staying with me will not help you anymore. Monkey King sighed, and the atmosphere became silent for a while. Sun Wufan is also an elderly man. It is inevitable to live alone in the mountains. Ye Chen and Wukong have lived here for more than a month, making him feel happy and fulfilled after a long absence. Now Ye Chen and they are leaving. Sun Wufan was also very sad. However, Sun Wufan also understood that neither Ye Chen nor Wukong could stay here. They had already achieved achievements that countless martial artists could not achieve in their entire lives at a young age. Even if they stay here, they will only having wasted their talents, they should belong to the wider world outside. Wukong, Grandpa will teach you another set of monkey boxing today. When he walked into the courtyard, Sun Wufan said. Good, good. With a happy expression, Wukong also hopped over. 2 days later. Brother. I have disturbed you these days. He Du-yun and Somersault Yun were summoned, and Ye Chen and Wukong, who had packed their bags, also planned to leave Sun Wufan. Wow! It didn't bother me at all, but I want to thank you all. Stroking his beard, Monkey King smiled. Grandpa Gohan, pay you back the wishful stick. Taking the wishful stick from behind him, Wukong prepared to return it to Monkey King. The wishful stick is a red stick, very strong, and can be lengthened and shortened according to the user's wishes. Before hanging on the wall of Sun Wufan's house, Wukong thought it was fun and usually took it out to hunt and play. This wishful stick was obtained by teacher Wu Tian from the ferry on the Kalin Tower, and then teacher Wu Tian gave it to me. Now it is useless to leave it with me. I will give it to you. Right, Wukong. He stroked Wukong's forehead affectionately. Sun Wufan said. Wukong cast a questioning look at Ye Chen, and Ye Chen also nodded. Since brother Gohan gave it to you, just accept it. The wishful stick is an artifact that connects Kalin Ta and the Temple of Heaven. It can be lengthened and shortened without being broken. It is also good to make weapons and toys for Wukong. Thank you, Grandpa Gohan. Happily received the Ruyi stick, Wukong also gave back a brilliant and pure smiling face. Next, Sun Wufan told Ye Chen and Wukong a lot like the elders, and then gave them some fruits and mountain products that he had prepared. Brother Wufan, Master Wu Tian is now living on Gaixian Island on the South Sea. Senior brother Sun Fan lives alone in the mountains and is lonely. Why not go to Gaixian Island to live with teacher Wu Tian? Before leaving, Ye Chen thought for a while and said. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 23. Indeed, I haven't seen teacher Wu Tian for a long time. After you leave, I will also visit teacher Wu Tian. For a moment, Sun Wufan nodded. He is also very old, he might lie in the coffin someday, and it seems pretty good to live with teacher Wu Tian in the last part of his life. Without saying much, under Sun Wufan's gaze, Ye Chen and Wukong jumped above the black and somersault clouds, and flew into the air. Goodbye, Grandpa Gohan. Oh, goodbye, Ye Chen, Wukong. To be continued. Chapter 37. Wow, Hoop. The waves washed up on the beach over and over again, and then fell back over and over again. On an emerald green island, seabirds flew freely in the air, occasionally falling on the big trees on the island to rest, and while combing their feathers, they made a few long and crisp sounds. In the middle of the island, there is a towering volcano, but this is only an extinct volcano, and it is estimated that it has not erupted for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. At the same time, a golden cloud and a black cloud were floating above the volcano, and two figures were standing on the cloud. It is Wukong and Yechen. Go ahead, Wukong. Putting away the Dragon Ball radar, Yechen said to Wukong next to him. Okay. Nodded, Wukong held Yuan with both hands, and then slowly retracted around his waist. Turtle, Pai, Qi, Gong, Bo. Guangua was dazzling, and a powerful wave of Qigong was pushed out by Wukong. I saw the Qigong wave traversed an arc in the air, and then shot into the crater in a vertical manner. Boom boom boom, boom 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 boom. In a short time, the entire island trembles, and then with a hula, countless red and extremely hot lava erupted from the crater. Crack quack quack. The birds sang in unison, and the animals on the entire island were frightened, and they kept running towards the coast. Thick smoke billowed, countless volcanic rocks flying around in the air like cannonballs. Yechen and Wukong kept dodge in the air with He Duyun and Somersault Cloud, while their eyes looked like electricity. At a certain moment, Yechen seemed to have discovered something, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Found it! Stepping on the black bucket cloud and flying forward, a dragon ball that flew out of the crater was immediately caught by Yechen. This is a dragon ball of 7 planets. It just flew out of the volcanic crater. The extremely hot temperature made Yechen frown. Lucky Yuzhang Yechen finally felt a lot easier. Oh! Find it, and find the last dragon ball. Flying over, Wukong cheered bouncingly on the somersault cloud. Yechen's heart is also a little excited, plus this dragon ball, they have now collected 7 dragon balls. Boom! At this moment, more magma erupted from the volcano, and the hot magma continued to spread down the mountain, causing a great fire on the island. The animals screamed and fled, and if this continues, the island will be destroyed soon. With a wave of his hand, a Qigong bomb was ejected from Yechen's palm. With a bang, the entire volcano was destroyed and collapsed, preventing the magma from continuing to erupt. Although the eruption of the volcano has been prevented, the fire on the small island is still spreading. Yechen took off the banana fan behind him and slapped it 3 times against the small island below. Plant and fan. The wind was violent. And the sky was suddenly covered with clouds, and then there was another downpour. The hot magma gradually solidified, and the forest fire was quickly extinguished. Don't take a long time, when the wind stops and the rain clears, the sun also falls down again. A piece of life was full of life, and the animals on the island also uttered a surviving joy. Put the banana fan back behind him, and then He Duyun and Somersault Cloud slowly landed, and Yechen and Wukong also jumped onto the island. Yechen, shall we summon Shenlong now? Wukong asked expectantly. Ah, summon Shenlong now, and take out the other dragon balls. Stroking Wukong's little head, Yechen said. Okay. Pour out a few dragon balls from his small bag, and Wukong took the 3-star ball that Grandpa Turtle Fairy had given him from his neck, plus the one that Yechen had just found, not much, quite a few, exactly 7. It has been almost 2 years since Yechen and the others left Baizai Mountain to continue their journey to search for Dragon Balls. It has been almost 2 years since the Dragon Ball radar made by Bulma is not very accurate, and the two of them are also practicing while practicing. Slowly searching for Dragon Ball, so it took such a long time. But finally let them gather. Thinking of summoning the legendary Shenlong to make a wish to the Shenlong immediately, Yechen was also excited and looking forward to it. Yechen, what are we going to do now? Looking at the 7 constantly shining Dragon Balls, Wukong asked in a daze. We choose to step back. Oh. Both of them retreated some distance, and then Yechen exhaled deeply. Come out, Shenlong. With full strength, Yechen shouted a spell to summon the Shenlong. However, Yechen, why nothing happened? After waiting for a while, Wukong asked inexplicably, and Yechen was a little embarrassed. The Dragon Balls are all real, and the spell should be correct. Is there any operation that he has not done well? Just when Ye Chen was a little doubtful of himself, a slight strangeness finally appeared. The dark clouds rolled and quickly covered the entire sky, and the entire earth suddenly became dark, as if it had entered the night. Not only that, a dazzling light burst out of the 7 dragon balls, followed by a huge dragon chant, and then a huge light and shadow dragging the thunder and lightning rushed out of the dragon ball. At the same time, the entire world was plunged into chaos because of this sudden change. The waves rolled, a frightened bird threw away the prey in his mouth and flew back to his nest in a panic. In the city, the road was paralyzed, and people kept playing horns. In the planetarium, a group of scientists turned out of shock, quickly traced the source of this amazing celestial phenomenon. Gaixian Island. Teacher Wu Tian, it is reported on TV that the whole world is covered by a huge black cloud that suddenly appeared. Do you know what's going on? After walking out of the Turtle Fairy house, Monkey King asked while looking at the Turtle Fairy standing on the beach. I don't know, even I have never seen such an amazing vision. Looking into the distance, Immortal Turtle has a solemn expression. Kailantat. Finally someone gathers dragon balls again. Stroking his beard, the cat fairy muttered to himself. Temple of Heaven. It's not good, Lord Tenjin. Lord Tenjin. The black god servant Mr. Popo shouted while running. I already know. Holding a wooden staff, the old god slowly walked out of the temple, then stood on the edge of the temple and looked at the ground below. After hundreds of years, has someone finally summoned the Shenlong? I hope he will not use the power of Shenlong to harm mankind, otherwise. To be continued. Chapter 38, Ye Chen's Wish. On the small island, Ye Chen and Wukong were both open-mouthed at this moment, unable to speak for a long time. With red eyes and blue scales, a body that was hundreds of meters long, looking at the dragon hovering in the air overlooking the two of them, even Ye Chen, who had been prepared for a long time, couldn't help but be deeply shocked. This is the dragon, the legendary dragon that can realize any wish. Humans, are you the one who summoned me? A heavy and majestic voice seemed to sound in the entire sky, and Shenlong looked down at Ye Chen and Wukong below and asked. Yes, yes, Shenlong, it was we who called you. After recovering, Ye Chen quickly replied. Say your wish. No matter what kind of wish, I can fulfill it for you. However, there is only one chance to realize the wish. It was confirmed that Ye Chen and the others had summoned themselves, and Shenlong was full of majesty and authenticity. So amazing! So amazing! Ye Chen, let's make a wish quickly. Let's make a wish quickly. Jumping around, Wukong kept cheering. Wukong, with a pure heart, didn't have any wishes of her own, she just felt very interesting and magical. Anyway, no matter what wishes Ye Chen made, she would feel happy. After exhaling slightly, Ye Chen calmed down the excitement in his heart, and then said a wish he had longed for. Shenlong, please give me the perfect scion blood. Ye Chen's voice constantly echoed in the air, but Shenlong just watched him silently, until after a while. I can't realize this wish. After hearing Shenlong's answer, Ye Chen almost fell. Shenlong, I just asked you to give me blood, and I didn't ask you to directly give me strength. Can't you even do this little thing? Ye Chen was really a little angry. This guy was so stylish when he came out. He just said that any wish can be realized for him. As a result, he started to beat his face so quickly. Could it be that he summoned a fake dragon? Humans, don't doubt my power. The reason why I can't realize your wish is because you are the most perfect scion that has evolved naturally now. Seeing Ye Chen doubting himself, Shenlong was also a little unhappy, and then said lightly. I am already the perfect scion that has evolved naturally. But I don't have a tail, I can't become a great ape, and my combat potential is pitifully low. I can be considered the perfect scion like this. Ye Chen looked stunned. Although he knew that Shenlong would not lie, he still couldn't believe that he always felt that this guy was joking with him. Having power does not mean perfection. The tail is the weakness of the scion, and you have eliminated your weakness in evolution. This is the best proof. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 24. Also, don't you find that you are different from other scions? The other scions are irritable and simple-minded, but you can always remain calm and smarter than any other scion. You have removed the wild nature belonging to the beast in the evolution of scions, and gained the wisdom belonging to humans. There is reason and evidence. The voice of Shenlong is constantly echoing in the air, and Ye Chen is even more shocked. That's it, that's it. Ye Chen naturally knows the difference between himself and other scions. As Shenlong said, he never gets angry easily. He can always keep himself and calm. You must know that even the pure Wukong meets Jean. When she is angry, she always shows the raging side of Scion. I remember that there was a time when Ye Chen and Gui Xianren practiced together. Gui Xianren missed Ye Chen's hand for a while. At that time, Ye Chen, who was vomiting blood, fell to the ground. Wukong, who was cheering for the two of them, directly exploded his hair. Red he rushed up with his eyes and went desperately with Xianren, shocking both Ye Chen and Xian. In the past, Ye Chen thought it was because of his being a traverser. No matter when he was able to maintain his calmness and self, he did not expect that the real reason was that after he was reborn, he overcame the defects of the scions and evolved into perfection. Scion. Wisdom is above strength, and Ye Chen also recognizes this. The power that is not controlled by wisdom is nothing more than pure violence, and it is often reduced to a tool used by others. It is like the Scion clan who worked hard for Frisia, but in the end they were abandoned by Frisia. As a scion without a tail, this is tantamount to a natural disability for a scion. He has been ridiculed and insulted by these knights on Vegeta, although he told himself time and time again, "Don't worry about the opinions of those guys," but how can Ye Chen not have a trace of grievance deep in his heart? But at this moment, Ye Chen's grievance in his heart disappeared. He without a tail is not a disability, but a perfect scion who evolved naturally. I only felt that my mood was more comfortable than ever. Ye Chen sighed slightly, and then looked at the dragon in the sky again. "Dragon, can I become a super scion after evolution?" "Can." Hearing Shenlong's answer, Ye Chen was completely relieved now. It doesn't matter whether Ye Chen can be transformed into a monkey, but if the weakness of the tail is eliminated, even the super scion can't transform, then it's a bit nonsense. If that was the case, Ye Chen didn't care whether it was perfect or imperfect, and she would definitely let Shenlong replace him with another scion bloodline. Since he can still transform into a super scion, let's keep his perfect scion bloodline. Maybe there will be some unexpected surprises in the future. Human, do you have any other wishes? Hurry up and say your wishes. After answering so many questions for Ye Chen for free, Shenlong seemed to be a little impatient and urged. Other wishes? After thinking a little bit, Ye Chen soon had an idea. "Shenlong, please let Wukong and me stay forever and live forever." Since there is no need to worry about the bloodline, what Ye Chen wants is to live forever. After finally crossing this world and becoming the legendary scion, Ye Chen has a lot of ambitions to achieve. Just tens or hundreds of years is not enough for him to splurge. He wants to stay young forever, he wants to live forever, he wants to live to the end of the universe, to the end. Of course, Ye Chen explained to Shenlong in particular that the youth and immortality here will be after their bodies have grown completely. He didn't want to be a little Zhengtai like this forever, and he didn't want Wukong to be a little lowly forever. In addition, being immortal does not mean being immortal. Ye Chen didn't intend to allow himself and Wukong to acquire that kind of immortal physique. Dragon Ball world can be cleared, even the universe, and there is no real immortality. For the scions, the sense of crisis of life and death is also one of the driving forces that promote their continuous evolution and growth. Ye Chen did not want to let herself and Wukong lose their fear of death. And more importantly, it is better to be the strongest than not to die. Understood, let you be youthful and immortal. Shenlong's eyes exuded a strange light, and then Ye Chen and Wukong felt as if there were countless warm currents surging in their bodies, and every thin-breasted gene in the body seemed to be undergoing some kind of magical change. Wu, so comfortable. Wukong couldn't help groaning comfortably, and Ye Chen felt extremely comfortable and excited. Youth stays forever, immortality. At this moment, he has realized the wish that countless people have dreamed of since ancient times. To be continued. Chapter 39 Repairing the Spaceship. I have fulfilled your wish, goodbye. The majestic voice of the Shenlong sounded in the air, and then the brilliance flashed and turned into 7 dragon balls to fly away. Wukong. Oh! Eyes quick and fast, Ye Chen and Wukong flew up almost at the same time. One of them grabbed a dragon ball, while the other 5 dragon balls turned into streamers and scattered all over the world. Ah, my 3-star ball has turned into stone. Wukong grabbed the 3-star ball, and Ye Chen grabbed the 4-star ball, but looking at the 3-star ball turned into stone in his hand, Wukong couldn't help being surprised. Don't worry, it only takes a year for Dragon Ball to recover its strength and return to its original state. Stroking Wukong's little head, Ye Chen comforted. It will change back to the original state. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Wukong also showed a happy expression again, tying the 3-star ball on the sling and hanging it back around his neck. This is a gift from Grandpa Gaixianren. It's not good to lose it. Goo 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 goo. Ye Chen, I'm hungry. A belly sound rang, and then Wukong looked at Ye Chen pitifully. I don't know if it was because of his body just being transformed, Ye Chen also felt a little hungry, as if every cell in his body was thirsting for energy. You go to the sea to catch a few big fish and come back. I'll go to the forest to pick some wild vegetables and condiments, and then I will cook a big meal. Good, good. He ran with his little feet, and then Wukong jumped into the sea with a strong leap. Ye Chen shook his head and laughed for a while, and then jumped into the forest several times. After eating a few big fish on the island that were several times larger than both of them, Ye Chen and Wukong, who had replenished their energy, left the island with Black Duyun and Somersault Cloud and continued with them. Spiritual journey. Time. 1 year later. Laylat. Somewhere above the forest, 2 arrogant figures whizzed through the air. It is Ye Chen and Wukong. Both of them only used the dancing technique to fly in the air. Although they could not keep up with the Black and Somersault Clouds, their speed was already very fast, and a wave of turbulence was set off in the air wherever they passed. It seemed that he was looking for something. At a certain moment, Ye Chen, who was flying in front, suddenly stopped, and Wukong slammed into Ye Chen's arms. Ha ha ha! Caught Ye Chen! Caught Ye Chen! Holding Ye Chen's shoulders, Wukong kept cheering. Rubbing Wukong's little head, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel helpless. This girl, no matter how old she grows, is still such a child. Holding Wukong, Ye Chen slowly fell to the ground. A few beasts hiding in the jungle were about to move. Ye Chen released a trace of breath, and a few beasts fled away. Ye Chen, what are we doing here? I thought that Ye Chen would go down to hunt and find food again, but he didn't expect that Ye Chen deliberately frightened a few big beasts away, Wukong asked puzzledly. Looking for something? Ye Chen replied. Putting down Wukong's still blank face, Ye Chen confirmed that it was right here, and then blasted the ground with a punch of luck. With a bang, the ground collapsed, and then 2 spaceships that looked like giant baseballs were revealed. Ah, what a big egg! There are 2 big eggs hidden in the ground. Opening his eyes wide, Wukong exclaimed for a while. Stupid girl, this is not an egg, it is a spaceship. Really amused, Ye Chen knocked on Wukong's little head, sullenly. Spaceship. It's the spaceship that can take us into the universe with a single sound. A spaceship that can take us into space with a single sound. Yes, do you understand? Totally do not understand. Covering his forehead, Ye Chen couldn't help but sigh up to the sky. This silly girl only knows to eat besides knowing to eat all the time. Explaining to her what she is doing is just playing the piano to cows. Wukong, who didn't understand what the spaceship was, didn't bother to think about it. Anyway, what Ye Chen said was what it was. She only needed to listen to Ye Chen. Let Wukong go and play by himself, while Ye Chen carefully inspected the two spaceships. I have to say that the quality of these two spacecraft is very good. They have been buried in the ground for 8 or 9 years, but they are only slightly damaged and corroded in some small places. The main systems and functions are still intact. Just a little repair. It can be used normally. He had done a lot of repairing the spaceship when he was on the planet Vegeta before. If the damage was too serious, Ye Chen could not do anything about it, but at this level he was completely confident to handle it. In the following days, Ye Chen and Wukong lived in the forest. Wukong has been playing wildly in the forest all day long, while Ye Chen went to a town near the forest to buy some materials, and then beat the spacecraft. 3 days later, 2 completely new spaceships appeared in front of Ye Chen and Wukong. So amazing! Ye Chen is so amazing! Wukong bounced and cheered, and Ye Chen wiped his nose with a small smug look on his face. So easy! Wukong, go hunting, have a big meal tonight, and tomorrow we will leave for the universe. Oh! The two of them jumped into the forest several times, and suddenly there was a flurry of jumps in the nearby forest. Ye Chen is 15 years old now, and Wukong is also 9 years old. It has been 9 years since they fled from the planet Vegeta to Earth. I practiced on the island for 5 years with the tortoise immortal, another year on Kalen Tat, and then another 3 years have passed since I searched for Dragon Ball to practice on the entire Earth. In just 9 years, Ye Chen has grown from the weak chicken scion with only 18 points of combat power to the strongest creature on the planet, even now facing the god Ye Chen from Namek. Conquer easily with confidence. But as he continued to improve, Ye Chen found that he had also entered a bottleneck now, and it would be difficult for him to grow further if he stayed on Earth. So Ye Chen decided that he would go to an alien planet to practice cultivation with Wukong. Although the universe is very dangerous, and there are many powerful fighting races outside, with Ye Chen's current strength, as long as he is clever not to kill himself, it is not a problem to save his life and Wukong. Going to trespass on those dangerous planets and looking for those powerful experts will help Ye Chen break through and grow further. Drinking enough, nothing to say all night, the next day. Wukong, don't touch the buttons in the spaceship randomly, we will have reached the alien planet after a sleep. In the spacecraft, Ye Chen exhorted Wukong while wearing a life support device. Well, I got it. Although he was very curious about the things in the spaceship, Wukong still replied obediently. Since Ye Chen said not to touch it, then she will not touch it. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 25. After confirming that it was correct, Ye Chen closed the hatch for Wukong, then entered another spaceship next to him, and also fitted himself with life support devices. Ye Chen didn't feel much when the planet Vegeta was destroyed, but Ye Chen had a deep nostalgia and emotion for the Earth. Now he is about to leave, his heart suddenly rises in an unspeakable form. Reluctant to give up. But this bit of reluctance was quickly replaced by a touch of firmness. Whether it is for himself or for this planet, he has to go out to hone his growth, and then become stronger and stronger. Goodbye, Earth, I will be back. No longer nostalgic, Ye Chen pulled up the hatch and pressed the switch that activated. Suddenly the two spaceships floated into the air, and then suddenly accelerated, holding their long tails and rushing into the universe in the blink of an eye. To be continued. Chapter 40, Shamir Starman. Time, 3 years later. Location, Planet Shamir. Wow! Dad! Mom! Child, our child! Below the huge spaceship, a group of vicious cosmic pirates threw the young novices into the cage. The parents of the 2 novices wanted to save their children, but they were killed by a vicious pirate. Kicked back. Go away, if it weren't for you to have more little ghosts, I would have killed you all. Condescendingly, the cosmic pirate said cruelly. Why always come and arrest our children, you demons? You demons! Falling to the ground fiercely, the eyes of the parents of the two novices were full of hatred. Yes, we are demons. Who makes your children so valuable? Who do we catch if we don't catch them? Ha 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 ha. Under the sad and indignant gazes of the novices, all the pirates laughed frantically. The Shamirs are a peculiar race evolved from a plant. They have green skin and two large green leaves growing on top of their heads. As long as they have enough sunlight and moisture, they can even transform the energy needed for survival by themselves, without eating for several years. Not only that, but the Samirs also have the ability to make plants grow quickly. They can make a seed take root and germinate in just a few minutes, and they can make a plant bloom and bear fruit in just a few days. For this reason, many so-called cosmic aristocrats want a nobleman to be their home gardener, and many farmers also want a nobleman to ripen their crops. This also makes the nomads a very popular slave species in the universe. Every year, many cosmic pirates find the nomads to catch the young nomads. The abilities of the old novices will be weakened, and the adult and young novices will always want to escape even if they are sold. These young novices are the most convenient for control and brainwashing, and they naturally become the enthusiasm and first choice of slave owners. One's own descendants are constantly being captured to become slaves to others. This is the sorrow of the Samirs, which has not changed for thousands of years. Dad. Mom. Child, our child. The huge cage slowly lifted into the sky, the young Shamir star cried loudly, and the parents of the Shamir star below also shouted desperately. They knew that once the cage was put into the spaceship, they would never see their children again. Many Samil parents could not help begging, but a group of cold-blooded pirates just laughed cruelly, and were not moved at all. The samurai are not a race that is good at fighting. Their strongest only has dozens of points of combat effectiveness, and each of these cosmic pirates has at least hundreds of points of combat effectiveness, let alone stealing their children. Now, even if you want to destroy their planet, it's easy. So they can do nothing but desperate shouts and pleadings. However, at this moment, what are you doing? Suddenly a sound rang, and then everyone saw a huge beast flying over from the distant sky. However, it was not the dead beast that was speaking, but a girl under the beast wearing a martial arts uniform with a red stick on her back. It is Wukong. Zyro, Myru, why are you all in the cage? Are you playing games? Throwing the huge beast to the ground, Wukong flew to the prison where he was about to enter the spaceship and asked the two novice girls inside. Wukong, those bad guys are going to take us away. Save us, Wukong, save us. We are not playing some game, the two novice girls eagerly said. And after hearing the words of the two girls, even the dull Wukong understood. Hey, you bad guys, why do you want to catch Zilu and Malu? Zilu and Malu are my friends, let them go. After falling to the ground, Wukong shouted to a group of cosmic pirates. Isn't the novice star person? The little girl from nowhere, dare to take care of our nosy? Maro, go and get rid of that little girl, since she is not a Shamir star, it doesn't matter if she is killed. He, leave it to me, I love killing such a little guy the most. A cosmic pirate named Maro came out with a bloodthirsty and cruel grin, and added his thick lips. It seemed that he was thinking about how to kill the little girl in front of her to make her sound the most beautiful. Scream! Little girl, what's your name? My name is Wukong, son Wukong. The cosmic pirate named Meruo asked, and Wukong also clenched his fists and set Gui Zian Liu's frame to answer. Son Wukong? What a strange name! But these are all good, blame yourself for running out stupidly to provoke us, uncle, I will let you experience hell right away. With a grinning grin, Maro stretched out his big hand and grabbed it to Wukong. Wei Wei dodged the opponent's big hand by one side. Wukong shot up, and hit Maruo's abdomen with a punch. What? With his eyes protruding, Maruo screamed, holding his abdomen and backing away, then fell to the ground with a bang. The surrounding area became quiet, and both the novice star people and the cosmic pirates looked unbelievable. Maruo was killed in one move. What a weak villain! After slapped her little slap, Wukong let out a sigh, and the other cosmic pirates on the side finally came back to their senses. Maruo was killed in one move. How could there be such a powerful creature on the planet Shamir? Look at her combat effectiveness. 550 o'clock. Impossible. Maruo has 300 combat power. How could he be killed by a guy with only 50 combat power? The detector must be broken. Yes, but my detector also shows that she has only 50 combat power. After a group of cosmic pirates carefully probed Wukong's combat power, they showed incredible expressions again. A little girl with 50 combat power killed Maruo with 300 combat power in one move. How could this be possible? How is this possible? Come on with me and take her down. Yes. Although it is not clear why Wukong, who has only 50 combat power, can defeat Maruo, who has 300 combat power, his comrades and others have been defeated. A group of cosmic pirates are also a little angry. Suddenly a dozen pirates burst out. He wanted to besiege Wukong and take Wukong. With his gaze fixed, Wukong did not panic at all, stepping on his feet also rushed up to meet a dozen enemies. Boom boom boom. Oh oh. A few minutes later, watching Wukong, who had knocked down more than a dozen accomplices of herself and others, again, a group of cosmic pirates opened their mouths with an expression of seeing a ghost. Forget the previous Maruo, but this time there were a dozen people, and the strongest one had thousands of points of combat effectiveness, and was defeated. Where did this girl named Sun Wukong come from? To be continued. Chapter 41 I'm a Scion. Wukong is so amazing. Wukong is so amazing. Come on. Wukong, knock down all the bad guys. In the cage, seeing Wukong knocking down more than a dozen cosmic pirates, a group of young girls from the Samirs cheered loudly for her. Hey, you bad guys, do you still want to fight with me? Wukong scanned the surroundings, while a group of cosmic pirates kept backing away in horror. They are a group of vicious cosmic pirates, let alone arresting a few slaves. They even destroyed several inferior planets before, but now they are scared by a little monster girl who doesn't know where it came from living. If it were spread out, it would definitely be a great shame to them, but at this moment, no pirate dared to act rashly. Just kidding, who knows how powerful this little monster girl is? They cherish their lives more than anyone else, and they don't want to rush to death in vain. The atmosphere was a bit stalemate for a while, but at this moment... Interesting, I've heard of some races that can improve their combat effectiveness in battle, but I didn't expect them to exist. A tall and muscular man flew down from the spaceship, and the cosmic pirate on the ground couldn't help but become excited. It's the captain has taken action. Great, this little monster can definitely be solved now. Of course, the captain is invincible. It seemed that they had confidence in their captain and others, and a group of cosmic pirates regained their momentum and all became excited. Little girl, there should be no creature like you on the planet Shamir. What planet are you from? After falling in front of Wukong, the huge pirate captain asked. I am the scion of Vegeta. Watching the opponent, Wukong also replied. Before, Ye Chen also said something to Wukong about their life experience, so Wukong also knew that he and Ye Chen were both scions from the planet Vegeta, and also knew that a big villain named Frisia was destroyed. Planet Vegeta. Scion? The Scion, the legendary fighting nation. Hearing Wukong's reply, the captain of the pirate was surprised. So what? Ha ha ha, no wonder the trash just now is not your opponent, that's how it is. That's how it is. I heard that the Scion planet was destroyed more than 10 years ago. I didn't expect that there are still Scions alive. Laughing, his eyes gleaming, Captain Pirate felt like he really picked up a treasure this time. Hey, little Scion girl, how about following me as my subordinate in the future? Whether it is a treasure or a slave, I can give you whatever you want. Wanting to attract Wukong, the pirate captain threw out his olive branch. I don't want to be your subordinate, you quickly let go of my friend, or I will defeat you. Not moved, Wukong said seriously. Kill me. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 26. Ha 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 ha. As if he heard a big joke, then the captain of the pirate looked cold. If I were an adult Scion, I would really be a little scared, but you are just a little girl. You just knocked down a few useless trash under my hand, do you really think you are very powerful? Forget it, since you don't want to be obedient, then I will catch you myself. Don't worry, I won't kill you. You are the last descendant of the Scion of the fighting nation. Even if you can't become my tool, you can sell it for a good price. Having regarded Wukong as his slave and prey, Captain Pirate had a cruel smile on his face. You are stronger than the other bad guys, and I will use all my strength to defeat you. Without fear, Wukong said. Then you can use all your power to defeat me. Let me entertain me. Let me also see the power of the Scions, the legendary fighting nation. The smile on Captain Pirate's face grew. Drink. It's no nonsense, Wukong released his convergent chi at once, and a huge arrogance wrapped around Wukong's body, and the detectors on the foreheads of a group of cosmic pirates were beating crazy. 50 points, 100 points, 200 points, 500 points, 1000 points. 1500 points. In just a few seconds, Wukong's combat power displayed on the detector soared from 50 to 1500, a full 30 times increase. A group of cosmic pirates were so shocked that their jaws were about to fall. Even the corner of the pirate captain's eyes could not help but jumped fiercely, until Wukong's combat power stopped at 1500 and did not continue to rise before he secretly relieved. His mother, this little Scion girl, was shocked just now. But at this level, he can still handle it. Little girl, is this already your limit? It's worthy of being the Scion of the fighting nation. Even if I have such a fighting power, it is enough to be among the best, but it is far from enough to defeat me. My fighting power is 3000 points. The air current rioted, and the next moment a breath that was twice the size of Wukong erupted from Captain Pirate. Captain! 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 A group of cosmic pirates next to them all cheered loudly. In their opinion, the captain of their own and others is twice as powerful as the little Scion girl. Winning this battle will be easy without any suspense. Thing. Captain Pirate also enjoyed the cheers of his subordinates, and hooked Wukong condescendingly. Come on, little girl, if you still have the courage to fight me now. Then I will start. Not being polite with the other party, Wukong stepped on his foot and immediately shot at the captain of the pirate like a cannonball. With a sneer, the pirate captain's expression of disdain, the little girl in his heart is a little girl, and the attack methods are so naive and simple. However, just as the pirate captain was about to raise his hand to block Wukong's attack, Wukong suddenly disappeared from his field of vision, almost instantly flashing to the back of his head. Drink! With a sweet cry, Wukong swept out his foot and kicked directly on the head of Captain Pirate. The huge body shot up, and with a bang, the captain of the pirate slammed into a huge boulder tens of meters away. The ship, the captain. The atmosphere fell into a dead silence again, and the Shamir people couldn't believe it, and the cosmic pirates even opened their mouths. Scion little girl with a combat power of only 1500 actually kicked off their captain with a combat power of 3000. It's not scientific, this unscientific. To be continued. Chapter 42. Damn little girl, I admit, I shouldn't underestimate you. Getting up from the ground, the captain of the pirate looked gloomy. Right now. Give me to die. No longer had the slightest contempt, the pirate captain raised a hand and dozens of qigong bombs shot towards Wukong. I don't want to die. With a flash of stature, Wukong kept avoiding the attacks of qigong shells, and at the same time rushed forward and attacked the captain of the pirate again. Don't think you will succeed. In a flash, the pirate captain escaped Wukong's attack, and Wukong changed his body to catch up again. Yeah. Drink. When they officially started to fight, both of them used high-speed movement to continuously flash in the air, and there were continuous bursts of air around them. As expected of the captain. I just said, how could the captain be overthrown by that kind of little girl? It was just the captain's carelessness just now. Captain, teach her well, let that little girl know how good you are. A group of cosmic pirates shouted in excitement, as if they could see their captain abuse the scion little girl and cry, but how do I feel that the captain is struggling? A pirate was weak and honest, and the person next to him instantly cast a cold glance at him. However, other people soon discovered that their captain seemed to be struggling. Damn little girl, don't hide, fight with me. The breathing is messy, and there are too many useless movements. Although the strength is great and the body is strong, I am not afraid of you. Easily evading the opponent's attack, Wukong banged dozens of punches on the captain of the pirate in one breath, and then retreated and pulled away from the opponent. Damn scion! Furious in his heart, the pirate captain exploded and chased him up again. A group of cosmic pirates are puzzled, and the captain of the pirate himself is puzzled. He clearly has 3,000 points of combat power. Why is Zheng Ming still unable to take down this scion girl in a fight, but is constantly being attacked and beaten by the opponent? Why? Why is that? The detector detected that Wukong now has 1,500 combat power. Wukong has released all his qi, and there is no more hiding. However, what the detector detects is only qi, only energy value, and does not represent real combat effectiveness. A real battle involves many aspects: strength, speed, nerve reflexes, combat experience, even some trivial breathing coordination, movement skills, and even courage. And courage are often the key to a decisive victory. How can the real combat effectiveness be detected by a mere detector? The pirate captain does have about twice the power of Wukong, which can be said to occupy an absolute advantage, but he is far behind Wukong in terms of martial arts cultivation, moves skills, and the use of power. Every time he only needs to move Wukong a little bit, he already knows his attack, and then reacts quickly. In almost 8 of his 10 attacks, Wukong has easily dodged it. The last 2 hits Wukong, but Wukong also shed most of his power in an ingenious way, which would not pose much threat. On the contrary, every time Wukong's attack was tough, it was hard to defend against. It was not bad for the pirate captain to escape once in 10 attacks, and the remaining 9 attacks could only rely on his own body to resist. Fortunately, he has about twice Wukong's qi, and his body is strong enough. If he had the same strength, he would have been abused by Wukong as a dog. However, the current situation does not seem to be much better. Damn little girl! What? Don't hide from me! What? I'm going to kill you! What? Seeing that the captain of the others was screamed by the little scion girl, in the end they could only continue to flee, and a group of cosmic pirates had already messed up in the wind. They must have hallucinations, yes, they must have hallucinations. Boom! A qigong bomb flew over, and several cosmic pirates who were still in a daze were blown to pieces, and all the other cosmic pirates finally woke up. Fuck the illusions, these are all realities. Drink! With a soft cry, Wukong punched the captain pirate's head, and the captain pirate screamed and fell to the ground. The fighting spirit broke out, just when Wukong was about to continue to attack. Stop! The captain pirate suddenly shouted. Wukong couldn't help but stop. What are you going to do? Suddenly being interrupted to attack, Wukongzhen was also a little unhappy. Stop fighting, don't fight again. I knew it was wrong, I really knew it was wrong, please don't hit me again. With a sudden change in the style of painting, the pirate captain with a blue nose and a swollen nose knelt to the ground and begged constantly, and the look of his nose and tears looked really pitiful. Both the Shamir stars and the cosmic pirates were stunned and unbelievable. Even if you can't beat a little girl, this guy is too spineless. Humph, since you are begging for mercy, then I won't hit you. Get out of here quickly, and I won't be allowed to arrest my friends again. With a soft snort, Wukong dissipated his arrogance and fell back to the ground. Yes, yes, I will never arrest them again, nor will I arrest them again. The captain of the pirate hurriedly said flatteringly. He was obviously a fierce and big man but made that funny gesture, which made a group of cosmic pirates feel hot and ashamed. Captain, Captain, we really misunderstood you. The other party had already knelt down and begged for mercy and had no intention of fighting. Wukong didn't bother to pay attention to him anymore, and turned around to save his friends in cages. But at this moment, go to hell, Scion! With a grinning smile on his face, the captain of the pirate pointed out, launching a qigong wave from behind to see Wukong's body. Ah ha 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 ha! Falling to the ground, Wukong screamed in pain while clutching his bloody chest, while the pirate captain stood up and laughed wildly. Although the captain of himself and others suddenly turned defeat into victory, no pirate cheered for him at this time. Wukong! Wukong! You despicable villain! Attacked Wukong from behind. Shut up! The little novice Liu Xingren in the cage accused the captain of the pirates' misdeeds, but the captain of the pirate shouted. Regardless of the Shamir Liu Xingren who he could pinch to death at any time, the embarrassed captain pirate walked to Wukong with a grinning face. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 27. I'm careless. His face was pale, and Wukong's eyes were full of anger. Damn little girl, weren't you great just now? Decided, I don't want you to be my tool, and I don't want to sell you to others, I want you to die now. This Scion little girl is too dangerous, the cruel pirate captain will not be as naive as the other party, he will never give her any chance to come back. The fighting spirit broke out, and the captain of the pirate punched Wukong down. To be continued. Chapter 43, True Invincibility. Boom! With a loud noise, a huge crater more than 10 meters in size was directly exploded on the ground. A group of Shamir people covered their eyes in shock, but the pirate captain frowned. The moment his attack fell, that Scion little girl was gone. But soon, the captain of the pirate discovered what was going on. Not far in front of him, a figure with his back to him was holding the Scion little girl. He has short black hair and a huge fan behind his back. The captain of the pirate couldn't help getting furious, and where did this guy pop up, even daring to save the people he wanted to kill? Boy, who are you? Hand over that little girl! The captain pirate shouted, and the other party turned his head. I have no time to talk to you now. Be quiet, or you will be killed. The person who rescued Wukong was naturally Ye Chen. Although Ye Chen's voice was calm at this time, his eyes were extremely cold. The invisible pressure made the pirate captain's body stiff, and his whole person was like an ice cellar. The biological instincts are frantically warning Captain Pirate that this young man who suddenly appeared is very dangerous, very dangerous. Ha, it's Ye Chen, Ye Chen is back. Great! Brother Ye Chen, the bad guy attacked Wukong from behind, hurry up and save Wukong. After seeing Ye Chen, the little novices in the cage also showed surprise. Nodded to the little guys, indicating that they don't need to worry, and then Ye Chen once again looked at Wukong, who was severely wounded in his arms and looked extremely weak. Wukong, this time you have learned your lesson, never show mercy to these bad guys, and never expose your back to your opponents. Stroking Wukong's forehead, Ye Chen said. In fact, Ye Chen had already returned, watching Wukong's battle with those cosmic pirates in secret, and he could even stop the pirate captain's attack on Wukong at any time. But Ye Chen finally decided to let the opponent's attack hit Wukong, until the pirate captain wanted to kill Wukong completely. As a purebred scion, Wukong has a very high talent in martial arts and combat, but she has always had a shortcoming and shortcomings, that is, she is too innocent and does not understand the sinisterness and darkness. I don't know how to beware of bad people with ulterior motives, and often suffer in this regard. So Ye Chen wanted to teach her a long lesson through this incident. I know, Ye Chen. With a pale face, Wukong replied weakly. Although Wukong's simplicity is her shortcoming, it is also her strength. She would never think about complicated things. As long as Ye Chen said what she said was correct, she would remember it correctly, and would not make the same mistake twice. Rubbing Wukong's forehead, Ye Chen took out a fairy bean and fed it into her mouth. Hurry up and eat the fairy beans to recover your injuries. And then go and eliminate the evil captain of the pirate. Okay. Kapu kapu, Wukong ate the fairy beans, and then his injuries quickly recovered. Even some of the wasted strength was replenished. During these 3 years of cosmic experience, Ye Chen and the others could not be smooth sailing, and they had encountered great dangers many times, and the fairy beans they had obtained from Immortal Callan helped them through the difficulties time and time again. To challenge powerful enemies again and again, it can be said that if it were not for these fairy beans, they would have died in the midst of a certain universe now. Hey, you despicable villain! I will never believe your words anymore, I will destroy you now. Standing up from Ye Chen's arms, Wukong glared angrily at the captain of the pirate opposite. What? Seeing Wukong's injury recovering so quickly, Captain Pirate couldn't help but his eyes widened. However, Wukong can now, no matter what surprises the other party is surprised or not, he has completely labeled the captain of the pirate as a bad guy, and Wukong will no longer show mercy to his men. With luck and strength, Wukong held her hands round, and then slowly closed it around her waist. Turtle, Pai, Chi, Gong, Bo. Guanghua was dazzling, and then a huge wave of Qigong shot from Wukong's palms towards the captain of the pirate. Damn scion, don't think I am really afraid of you. Knowing that the other party was going to kill him, the pirate captain's ferocity was completely aroused in a panic, and he also pooled his strength to launch a wave of Qigong to woo air strike. The opponent was able to beat him before because of some clever moves and skills, but now it's a pure power showdown. He doesn't believe that he, who has 3,000 points of combat power, is just right for a little girl with only 1,500 points of combat power. I dare to underestimate him and let him lose face before all his hands. Damn scion, die! The two Qigong waves collided in the air, but what made people wonder again was that the Qigong wave sent by Wukong directly pushed off Captain Pirate's Qigong wave, and then rushed towards Captain Pirate like a bamboo. What? Horrified and shocked, the pirate captain's eyes were about to stare out, but Ye Chen on the side showed a smile that he had known for a long time. In these 3 years of cosmic experience, Ye Chen and Wukong have been to many planets, and they have also seen many so-called powerhouses, but when it comes to pushing Qigong, as long as the enemy's combat power is not several dozen times more powerful times, they almost never lost. In fact, the same is true in the original Dragon Ball. You can do whatever you want, but you should never push Qigong with the Sun family. You will lose if you push Qigong with them. Although the protagonist's aura may account for part of the reason, it is actually more important because of the powerfulness of the turtle Qigong wave itself. The Earthlings are actually similar to the Shamirites. They are a race that is not very good at fighting. Their bodies are fragile and their strength is small, so they will think about how to effectively use their power and allow their limited power to be infinite. The power of Kuopei Qigongbo is a unique skill created by the Gaixian, who is known as the god of martial arts by integrating his understanding of martial arts and power. In comparison, those powerful alien races are different. Most of their fighting methods are rough and barbaric, and they don't have a systematic concept of martial arts. What kind of techniques, what use of power, these are just evil ways to them. Instead of studying these useless things, it is better to spend more time to exercise your body to improve your strength. The power of your Qigong wave is not good just because your power is not enough. Power is king. This is not to say that whoever is better than others, it's just that the conditions of the respective races are different and the development methods evolved are also different. The weak races pay more attention to efficiency, while the strong races pay more attention to pure power. Each has its own shortcomings, and each has its own advantages, but if the two are combined into one, it is truly invincible. Just like the situation at this moment, Wukong, who is obviously only half of the opponent's combat power, the Qigong wave she released has directly crushed her enemy. Seeing the powerful Qigong wave rushing towards him, Captain Pirate couldn't believe it, and then let out a scream of horror and despair. Do not. To be continued. Chapter 44. Boom. With the loud explosion, the body of Captain Pirate continued to collapse, and was directly crushed by the powerful Qigong wave. The bad guys are eliminated. As expected of Wukong, so amazing. So amazing. The Shamir people uttered a huge cheer, while the cosmic pirates who had recovered their senses were terrified. The captain was killed. That monster! Run away! Run away! All the pirates of the universe flew into the sky and wanted to escape. That little Scion girl is too terrifying, even such a powerful captain has been killed, they are definitely a dead end here again. But now I think about running away, it's too late. Wukong, step back a little. Ye Chen said after removing the banana fan behind him. Oh! Knowing that Ye Chen was about to make a move, Wukong ran back and stood behind Ye Chen. Looking at the group of cosmic pirates who had already flown far away, Ye Chen had a cold expression on his face. These guys do a lot of evil, and keeping them will only become a scourge. Sure enough, they are all cleaned up. Plant and fan. Pour his own strength into the banana fan, and then Ye Chen stepped forward and fanned out. Lie 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 lie. The airflow was turbulent, and suddenly thousands of wind blades flew towards the cosmic pirates. Ah 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 ah. The screams of sorrow and pain, in the blink of an eye, all the cosmic pirates in the sky disappeared, replaced by a cloud of blood. Brother Ye Chen is so amazing. Okay. A group of novices were stunned, and Ye Chen calmly inserted banana fan behind him. With his current power, it is naturally easy to destroy the group of cosmic pirates, but using the banana fan is a bit more effortless. Wukong, go and rescue your friends. Okay. Soaring into the air, Ye Chen and Wukong dragged the cage from the spaceship, and then opened the iron fence to release all the little novice star people inside. Woohoo! Dad! Mom! Child, our child! The other novices also ran over, and suddenly the little novices and their parents hugged and cried together. Hee hee! Watching her friends reunite with her parents, Wukong also showed a happy smile. Wukong, go get ready, we will leave here later. Are we going to the next planet again, Ye Chen? Ye Chen stroked Wukong's little head, and Wukong asked. We won't go to other planets, our trip is over here. It's almost the appointed time, and we should also go back to Earth. Back to Earth. Okay. After confirming what Ye Chen said, Wukong's bounced face again showed a very happy smile. Oh, we want to go back to Earth. We want to go back to Earth. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 28. Although they have been to many planets in the past 3 years, like Ye Chen, Wukong's favorite is the Earth. There are Grandpa Tortoise Immortal, Lord Karan, Beulah and Mupa, Bulma and Tisai, Grandpa Gohan, Shenlong who can fulfill any wish, and many, many delicious foods, her favorite that's it. Although I decided to leave here and go back to Earth, I was not in a hurry for such a moment. In order to express their gratitude to Ye Chen and Wukong, the novices held a grand banquet and brought many delicious fruits and objects to entertain them. After eating and drinking, everyone bounced around the fire again. It was not until after the banquet that Ye Chen and Wukong said goodbyes, and then they stepped on the spaceship under the farewell of a group of nomads. Wukong, brother Ye Chen, goodbye. Goodbye, Zilu, Malu, everyone. After saying goodbye to my friends on the planet Shamir, the spacecraft carrying Ye Chen and Wukong rose into the air, and then rushed into the universe. The Earth, the capital of the West. It deserves to be the daughter of Dr. Bruv, the genius sister of our West capital. Miss Bulma, Miss Taisai, you have finished all your studies at a young age, don't know what the trick is. Bulma, Taisai, please take a photo with us. Get out of the way. Bullet and Bulma, slow down. Holding various certificates in her hands, Bulma pulled her sister out of the crowd, then got in the car and drove away. Ha, ha. Bulma, you are too anxious. Gasping constantly, Taisai, who was sitting in the co-pilot, said. Humph, those guys are so annoying, I don't bother to waste time with them. Ye Chen and Wukong are coming, we have to go home quickly. With a light snort, Bulma said, but when it came to Ye Chen and Wukong, Bulma's face was filled with the look of uncontrollable expectation. Yes, today is Bulma's 16th birthday. Ye Chen and Wukong said they would come to us again on this day. It's been 6 years, I really miss it. For a moment, Taisai couldn't help but smile. Humph, wait to see how beautiful I am now, Ye Chen will definitely be surprised. Damn Ye Chen, he didn't come to see us for so long, and wait to see how I teach him. Oh, sister, are my clothes a bit rustic now, do you want to change one later? Seeing Bulma, who was talking about endlessly while driving the car, Taisai couldn't help being funny. Bulma really liked Ye Chen. But in the end, any girl would like a handsome and powerful boy like Ye Chen, even she herself. A thought arose in her mind, but Taisai quickly wiped it out. Ye Chen is a person that Bulma likes, and he can't do things that I'm sorry for Bulma. Although I think so, but... Bulma was still talking endlessly, but she didn't notice the silence and lowness of her sister next to him. In the evening, Bulma's house. A huge cake was placed in the middle of the table, and 16 candles that were about to burn were placed on the cake. What? Bulma, can't you start? Mom is already very sleepy. Yawning, Mrs. Bruff said. I don't know how many times I looked at the wall clock on the wall, and then Bulmakyang smiled and said. Go on, let's start. Ye Chen and Wukong must have something to delay their time, they won't be here today. Then let's start. Bulma, happy birthday. Mrs. Brive, Dr. Brive and Taisai all congratulated Bulma on a happy birthday. And then Bulma also cut the cake and gave it to everyone, but she only took 2 bites and stopped. Dad, Mom, Sister, I am a little sleepy, so I will go back to my room and rest. After speaking, Bulma ran into her room. Taze was about to catch up, but she was caught by Mrs. Bruff and shook her head. Bulma. Taisai's worried expression on her face couldn't help but feel a bit of resentment towards Ye Chen. It's already been agreed, why didn't you come, Ye Chen, Wukong? At the same time, Bulma, who ran into her room, closed the door, but couldn't stand it anymore, tears rolled out of her eyes. To be continued. Chapter 45. Woohoo! Liar Ye Chen! Liar Ye Chen! I don't believe you anymore! Woohoo! On her bed, Bulma burst into tears. It's obviously agreed, and I have been working hard, why didn't you come over? Liar Ye Chen! Liar Ye Chen! Tuk tuk! Just when Bulma was crying and crying to death, she suddenly heard something knocking on the window. At first Bulma was too lazy to pay attention, thinking it was a small animal outside that hit the window, but the sound kept ringing, and Bulma became a little alert. Who is outside? Stop crying, Bulma asked. No one asked questions, but the sound of knocking on the window was still ringing. If I wanted to cry for a while, I didn't want to calm myself down. The anger in Bulma's heart ignited, and she opened the window when she was very angry. Slap! He didn't pay attention to his strength either. The windows were almost broken by Bulma. Just when Bulma was about to see what it was, she realized that there was nothing outside. However, at this moment, Laylat! Laylat! Boom! Bang bang bang! Suddenly, bright balls of light flew in the distant sky, and then exploded in the air like fireworks. The stars were shining brightly, and the whole sky was shining brightly. For a while, Bulma was a little dumbfounded. Good, so beautiful. But everything was not over yet. Suddenly there was another strong fragrance in the air, and then Bulma saw a patch of colorful raindrops falling from the sky. No, it's not raindrops, but beautiful petals. And, along with those petals, there was a figure holding flowers. The moment he saw that figure, Bulma couldn't help covering her lips, and tears came out of her eyes again. Sorry, it's a bit late. Long time no see, Bulma. And also, happy birthday. Floating in front of the window of Bulma's room, Ye Chen smiled and handed the flowers to Bulma. But Bulma didn't pick up any flowers, but stepped on the window and jumped out and fell on Ye Chen's body. Liar Ye Chen, why come so late? I killed you. I killed you. Ah, it hurts. Be lighter, Bulma, lighter. All the grievances broke out all at once. Bulma cried and choked on Ye Chen's body for a while, and Ye Chen screamed with pain and grinning. Flew into her room holding Bulma, and after a long time, Bulma vented completely before stopping. Bulma, are you a dog now? Why do you bite when you meet? You are a dog, I will bite you. Ye Chen's face was speechless, while Bulma was embarrassed and bit on Ye Chen's body again. Again. You bite me, and I bite you too. Thinking that Ye Chen really wanted to bite herself, Bulma quickly let go of her mouth in fright, but at this moment her lips were bitten by someone. Woohoo! Very embarrassed, Bulma still wanted to struggle at first. But gradually his body became weak and his eyes blurred, until the whole mind became dizzy and could only let someone bully. After a long time, Ye Chen finally let go of Bulma, adding his lips still intently. Well, the taste has become sweeter than before. Ye Chen made a comment, but Bulma was flushed with shame. Ye Chen, do it again. Bulma said. Ye Chen couldn't help but laughed. Sure enough, Bulma was still Bulma, just like before. Naturally not rejecting the girl's request, Ye Chen lowered his head and blocked Bulma's lips again, and at the same time hugged her and walked to the side of the bed. Speaking of it, Bulma has turned into a slim and beautiful girl at the age of 16. The place that should be convex is convex, and the place that should be warped is warped, and her body has developed into a decent appearance. In other words, the evil light flashed in his eyes, and Ye Chen's hands followed suit. With a sound of chuckle, Bulma's clothes soon turned into fragments, and they were scattered everywhere in the room. However, just when the two of them fell into obsessiveness and almost did something they liked. Bulma, are you okay? I just heard a strange noise in your room. The door to the room was pushed open, and Taze walked in from outside. However, when she saw Ye Chen and Bulma who were tangled in the room, Taisai was completely stunned. The atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. Bulma was embarrassed, Ye Chen was also extremely embarrassed. As for Taisai, Bullet and Bulma, Ye Chen, you. After finally coming back to her senses, Taisai's cheek turned red, and she was about to scream instinctively. If she were to scream out, the fun tonight would be great. Ye Chen shot like lightning, almost teleporting to Taisai's side, covering her lips and closing the door of Bulma's room. I just felt that there was a flower in front of her. When Taisai recovered her senses, she was already lying on the bed. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 29. And right beside Bulma. Woohoo! Shy and anxious, Tays seemed to want to say something, but she sighed during the night. Tays, you shouldn't have come to Bulma's room at this time. 630 Since you have seen things you shouldn't have seen, then come with you too. It seems that the two sisters are not bad together, perhaps this is the so-called providence. After hearing Ye Chen's words, Bulma and Tai Sai both looked dumbfounded, as if they couldn't believe it. After that, they didn't want to say anything anymore, but directly started to act. Fireworks continued to bloom in the sky outside the window, but in the room there was a groan of a girl and the cracking of clothes. The next day, early morning. Pieces of clothing were scattered in the room, while Bulma and Tai Sai, who were not scattered, lay on both sides of Ye Chen, holding Ye Chen tightly. At a certain moment, a breeze blew from outside the window, and the faint coolness made Bulma and Tai Sai groan twice, and then the sisters opened their eyes almost at the same time. Bulma. Sister. You look at me, I look at you. The memories of last night came out in the minds of the sisters like a tide. Then. What? To be continued. PS1, this book is finally on the shelves. As always, thank you new and old readers for their support. PS2, on the first day of the day, I will also have a small outbreak. I cannot guarantee how many chapters there are, but at least 2 chapters. Chapter 46. Bulma, what's the matter with you, are you okay? Ah, it's okay, I'm okay, Mom, don't come in. Really? Really, I just saw a cockroach. It's all right now. Since it's okay, it's dawn, don't sleep in anymore, breakfast will be ready soon. Okay, I see. Nervous and panic, Bulma and Tai Sai both let out a long sigh of relief. But... Asshole Ye Chen, what have you done? What have you done? Thinking of those things last night, Bulma went violently, pinched Ye Chen's neck and shook it vigorously. Ye Chen did a lot of lustful things to her last night, and it can be said that he had already taken all the advantages in his body except for the last step. If it were just like this, Bulma wouldn't say anything. Anyway, he also liked Ye Chen, and it would be okay to do those things with the relationship between the two of them. However, this guy actually caught his sister in, and did those things to her. What? Calm down, Bulma. After yawning, Ye Chen gently tapped Bulma's forehead. Calm down, this guy actually calmed himself down. Bulma was really happy, and there was another round of questioning and beating against Ye Chen. However, her 2 jiao fists won't make Ye Chen feel even if she fought for 10 days and 10 nights. After beating her for most of the day, Bulma didn't care about Ye Chen, on the contrary, she was about to exhaust herself. Looking at Bulma, who was finally calmer, Ye Chen smiled slightly, and then took Bulma and Tai Sai into his arms. Bulma, I like you. Tais, I like you too. Ye Chen said, rubbing the 2 sisters' foreheads. The anger that had just subsided in Bulma's heart ignited again. Although Tacy had a bright color in her eyes, she lowered her head in silence and shame after seeing her sister Bulma's angry look. Hee, I like this and that, too. Would you like to put my sister and me in your harem together? Sneered again and again. Bulma's tone was full of irony, but she nodded during the night. Yes, building a huge harem is one of my dreams. No, maybe any normal boy has had such a dream, but most of them have no ability to realize it, but I do. There is no need to doubt my heart, Bulma, I like you, and I have long regarded you as my girlfriend and future wife, but I will definitely not be the only woman in the future. Seeing that Ye Chen said these words so calmly, let alone Bulma, even Tai Sai was stunned. Pervert. Scum. Bad guy. In an instant, the angry Bulma scolded all the words she could think of. This guy Ye Chen really wants to open the harem. Knowing that Bulma was a little agitated at this time, Ye Chen was not in a hurry, and when she was tired of scolding and had to stop, did she speak again. Bulma, would you like to join my harem? Don't even think about it, I won't join anyone in the harem, stop dreaming. Even ashamed to ask himself such a question, Bulma really had the urge to kill the bastard. I really read him wrong. With an incomparable understanding of Bulma's character, her reactions and answers were also within Ye Chen's expectations. At this time, if she were to persuade Bulma or apologize to her and admit her mistakes, it would only make her more angry, and Ye Chen would naturally not do those stupid things. I have already figured out a plan to deal with it, and now the stimulation is almost the same, and I can start the next step. Bulma, if you really can't accept it, then our relationship can only end here. Ye Chen sighed, but Bulma, who heard the sound, seemed to have a thunder in his mind, and an unbelievable expression appeared on his entire face. What did you say, Ye Chen? Looking at Ye Chen blankly, Bulma couldn't believe what she had just heard. Bulma, I like you, so I don't want to hurt you. Now we have not reached the last step, even if we look back, we still have time. So, if you really can't accept it, then our relationship ends here, and I will never show up in front of you again. Ye Chen said calmly, while Bulma's face was pale and her whole body could not help shaking. Not to mention Bulma, even Taisai was shocked and unbelievable at this moment. Whether it was Bulma or Taisai, they never expected Ye Chen to be so decisive. Without giving the girls too much time to think, Ye Chen held up Bulma's cheek and spoke again. Bulma, make your choice. Then, tell me your answer. Me. The whole person was completely panicked. Bulma didn't even dare to look at Ye Chen's eyes. At first, she was very, very angry. The boy she liked suddenly told herself that he wanted the sisters to receive double and open the harem. Any normal girl would be angry. He didn't have any fault, he occupied the absolute reason, so Bulma was very angry when Ye Chen said those words, and kept asking Ye Chen. As long as it is a slightly more ambitious girl, she will refuse Ye Chen without hesitation at this moment. To determine the relationship is to determine the relationship. I really think how great you are, even if there is no you, there are many boys in the world who want to follow this lady. However, besides panic, Bulma's heart was still panic. She can't do it, she can't do it, she doesn't want to sever relationship with Ye Chen. From the moment when she was rescued by Ye Chen, she had already regarded Ye Chen as the Prince Charming given to her by the heavens. And Ye Chen left a deep mark on her heart. Since childhood, the only opposite sex that Bulma cared about and thought about was Ye Chen, and none of the other boys of the same age were seen by her. How can she let go of those emotions that are so deep that even Bulma can't detect them? However, to let Bulma join Ye Chen's harem, accept his sister take all, and even more women in the future, she can't do the same. Suddenly, Bulma fell into endless conflicts and struggles, and didn't know how to make a decision. Seeing Bulma's painful look, Taisai felt distressed, and she wanted to say something, but Ye Chen pressed her lips and shook her head. Although Ye Chen also knew that such a choice was cruel to Bulma, but in order to avoid more contradictions and pain in the future, he could only be cruel. After a long time. Bulma, can you tell me your answer now? Although the plan had already been worked out, Ye Chen couldn't help feeling a little nervous at this moment. If everything goes according to plan, it's okay, but if the game crashes accidentally, then he will be self-inflicted. Too mean, Ye Chen is too mean. Lifting his head, tears rolled directly from Bulma's eyes. However, seeing such a Bulma, Ye Chen was secretly relieved, and a smile appeared on his face. He has got Bulma's answer. To be continued. Chapter 47. Sorry, Bulma, this is the only thing, let me be despicable once. He rubbed Bulma's forehead affectionately, and then Ye Chen directly blocked Bulma's lips. Without struggling to resist, Bulma allowed Ye Chen to take and plunder, and his eyes gradually became blurred. Although not stated clearly, Bulma has made a choice and gave her answer. She can't lose Ye Chen. Taisai on the side could not help being surprised and complicated. The arrogant Bulma would make this choice. She really loves Yechen. After a long time, Yechen let go of Bulma, and Bulma finally calmed down his emotions. Yechen, if I had just made another choice, would you really break the relationship with me? Looking at Yechen, Bulma asked. This is a somewhat heavy question. However, under Bulma's gaze, Yechen grinned and showed a bright smile. How is this possible? I just frightened you a while ago. I really like Bulma, so why would I give up on you like this? If Bulma really chose to decide the relationship with me just now, then I will have to use the last alternative. Bully you fiercely, until Bulma you agree to join my harem. Looking at Yechen's smug look blankly, both Bulma and Taisai next to him were shocked. Yechen turned out to be just scaring Bulma. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 30. Liar Yechen! Liar Yechen! I'm fighting with you! Really getting mad, Bulma screamed loudly, and then threw herself on Yechen like a raging tigress, biting and beating again. Be gentle, Bulma, be gentle! Yechen kept yelling for mercy. In fact, with Yechen's current strength, his muscles and bones can be called copper-skinned iron bones. He mobilized a little breath to protect his body, not to mention Bulma's two jiao fists and a bit of broken teeth. Don't even want to hurt him even if it's a bullet. But in order to calm Bulma, he will cooperate. After a long time, Bulma, who had not been like Yechen, was very tired. Bulma, are you angry? Stroking Bulma's forehead, Yechen smiled. Hey, Yechen, big liar, I'll never ignore you anymore. Puffing angrily, Bulma put her head aside. She is more than angry, she is almost mad. Thanks to her being so serious about making choices just now, so painful and struggling, it turned out that this hateful guy was just lying to her. No matter what choice he made, he did not intend to let him go. Liar Yechen, liar Yechen. Although I felt extremely angry, Bulma also felt relieved. But she would not admit it. He smiled slightly. Although Bulma looked fierce at this time, she knew that Bulma was already done overnight, so the next step was Taisai. Tais, would you like to join my harem? Yechen asked, looking at Taisai next to her. Me? Her cheeks flushed, and Taisai couldn't help but panic. Especially when she met Bulma, Taisai was even more at a loss. Naturally, he also noticed his sister's reaction at this time. Bulma couldn't help but feel softened, and couldn't care about angering someone anymore. Sister, you have always liked this big villain, right? Bulma, I. Bulma said, and Taisai lowered her head in shame. Sister, don't deny it, I know everything. My sister has always rejected all the boys who pursue you. She has worked hard with me, although it is not necessary. Every time I talk about Yechen, my sister is always listening enthusiastically. Although it was suspicion at first, I later confirmed it completely. In order to prevent my sister and me from robbing Yechen, I always tell my sister about myself and Yechen every time, and show off in front of my sister, trying to make my sister retreat. Sorry, sister, sorry. Speaking of the back, Bulma's voice was a little choked. She had clearly discovered her sister's feelings for Yechen, but she was afraid that her sister would take her Yechen away, so she pretended not to find out, every time she deliberately showed off in front of her sister. Wanting to hit her made her retreat. She was so careful with her sister, she was really a bad woman. No, it's none of your business, Bulma, it's all my fault. Seeing Bulma started crying, Taisai was also a little at a loss, and quickly comforted her. Woohoo! Sorry, sister. Me too, Bulma. Tears rolled in his eyes, and the two sisters hugged each other tightly, feeling extremely guilty in each other's hearts. Yechen couldn't help but slapped his lips, which was really a somewhat unexpected development. It seems that he doesn't need to do anything anymore, Bulma has done it for him. The two sisters held each other and cried for a long time, and finally gradually recovered their emotions. Ye Chen finally found a chance to regain his sense of existence again. Tais, can you tell me your answer now? If I don't agree, will you bully me until I agree?
Yes.
Although Ye Chen had already expected Ye Chen's answer, Taisai couldn't help but give him a blank look when he looked at his natural way. Then do I have a choice?
No, you don't.
With a grin, Ye Chen also blocked Taisai's lips. Although extremely shy, Taisai did not refuse in the end. Maybe this is not bad, Bulma and herself can get happiness together. Bad Ye Chen, are you happy now? If you dare to fail my sister and me in the future, see how we teach you. Watching this guy bully his sister, Bulma gritted her teeth. Bulma, I can promise you this, I will never let you down. Ye Chen said with a serious look. I just talk about it casually, it's not. Seeing Ye Chen's seriousness, Bulma herself was a little at a loss. My heart was funny, just when Ye Chen was about to do something to the sisters, suddenly a figure crawled in from the window, and then fell into Bulma's room with a bang. It is Wukong. Wu. Ye Chen, I'm so hungry. With a pair of dark circles under her eyes, Wukong looked so hungry that she had no energy. Dancing, Wukong. Ah! Bulma and Taisai couldn't help screaming, and hurriedly searched for their clothes, and Ye Chen couldn't help but twitched the corners of his mouth. This stupid girl, wouldn't it be a Qigong bomb thrown out all night? To be continued. Chapter 48. You, delicious and delicious. In the living room, Ye Chen and Wukong continued to wipe out delicious dishes. Even though they had seen their exaggerated eating speed, the Bulma people on the side couldn't help but their eyes jumped. Wow! Xiao Yechen and Xiao Wukong are still in the same spirit as before, let me bring out the rest of the dishes. Mrs. Bref smiled. Woo! Thank you, Aunt Breve. It's been a long time since they had eaten such delicious earth dishes. Ye Chen and Wukong couldn't stop at all. Eliminating all the dishes prepared by Mrs. Bref, Ye Chen and Wukong also patted their round belly, finally showing a trace of satisfaction. In the living room, several housework robots cleaned the tableware and tables, and Mrs. Bref also prepared refreshments for everyone. Xiao Yechen, let me tell you, I didn't wait for you to come here yesterday. Bulma was sad and almost crying. Ah, mother, don't tell these things. Mrs. Bref said, and Bulma, who was flushed, quickly covered his mother's mouth. Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. After so many years, Mrs. Bref not only has not changed much, but her personality is still exactly the same as before. What an interesting mother. Aunt Breve, Uncle Breve, I want to tell you one thing. Standing up, Ye Chen said. Looking at Ye Chen's serious face, Bulma and Taisai felt a bad feeling at the same time. Ye Chen wanted to. Xiao Yechen, what do you want to tell us? Aunt Breve, Uncle Breve, I am now dating Bulma and Taisai, and they have also agreed to be my girlfriends and will become my wives in the future. After hearing Ye Chen's words, the whole hall fell into a dead silence. Bulma and Taisai couldn't help but open their mouths wide, just feeling that their hearts were about to jump out. Stupid Ye Chen, we only need to know these things by ourselves. How can you tell them to your parents? As if knowing what the two women were thinking, Ye Chen looked over, and at the same time stroked the foreheads of Bulma and Taisai. Bulma, Taisai, these things will be known to uncles and aunts after all, so you can't let you follow me sneakily all the time, right? Don't worry, I will solve everything, there will be no problems. Obviously, they were nervous and excited to death the moment before, but Bulma and Taisai were inexplicably relieved at this moment. Ye Chen standing in front of them made them feel very reliable, and almost subconsciously chose to believe him. Xiao Yechen, you want to associate with Bulma and Taisai, aren't you with one of them? Yes, Aunt Breve, I like both of your daughters, and I will take them as my own. Mrs. Bref asked, tilting her head, and Ye Chen nodded bluntly. Without much expression on her face, Mrs. Brif looked at Taisai and Bulma again. Bulma, Taisai, you also like Xiao Yuchen, did you intend to date him together? Bulma and Taisai bit their heads and nodded with their cheeks flushed. Well, I do. Me too, mother. When they said these words, Bulma and Taisai couldn't help but close their eyes, and their hearts became even more nervous. Will be angry, mother will definitely be angry. However, what is surprising is, since Bulma and Taisai agree, so be it. Clapping her hands, Mrs. Brif's eyes were bent into crescents. Mom, aren't you angry? We are going to date Ye Chen together. Both Bulma and Taisai had unbelievable expressions. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 31. Why are you angry? Xiao Yuchen likes you, and you are also willing to associate with Xiao Yuchen. Isn't that all right? Is there any problem? Mrs. Brif asked back. Bulma and Taisai opened their lips, and they had nothing to answer. Very good, very powerful, with such a brain circuit, you deserve to be a mother. Xiao Yuchen, as a boy, you must take good care of Bulma and Taisai in the future. I will definitely protect them and will not let them suffer any harm. Mrs. Brif looked at Ye Chen again, and Ye Chen promised. Even if the affairs of Bulma, Taisai and Ye Chen were so settled, Dr. Brif opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but seeing everyone had ignored him, he finally chose to be silent. Although he is a well-known scientist, the president of the Universal Capsule Company, and the richest man in the world, his sense of presence and status in this family are ranked first from the bottom, even Bulma and Taisai. As well as the things that my wife has decided, there is no need to get his consent again. The atmosphere relaxed again, although there was still a hint of shyness, but Bulma and Taisai also let go of a big rock in their hearts. Having obtained the consent of the mother, they will be able to date with Ye Chen in a fair manner. Dr. Brif greeted and fiddled with his own machines, while Ye Chen, Mrs. Brif, and the Bulma daughters were enjoying delicious refreshments in the hall. At this moment, a special report suddenly appeared in the news on TV. Look, everyone, these are the two mysterious objects that fell on the edge of our city last night. They are neither meteors nor meteorites. According to our scientists' analysis, they are very likely to be spacecraft from other planets. It is amazing. On the TV, a group of scientists carefully moved two giant baseball-like spaceships to the car, while a reporter was reporting excitedly. Ah, spaceship, our ship. Seeing that he and Ye Chen's spaceship had been picked up, Wukong on the side suddenly couldn't help but jump up. That's your spaceship. Bulma, Tais, and Mrs. Brif were all 1.0 and could not help being shocked. Ah, in fact, Wukong and I just rushed back from the universe last night. In order to congratulate Bulma on your birthday, we rushed to pick some flowers in the forest, so there was no time to deal with them. Ye Chen said casually, while Bulma looked dazed. She didn't have time to worry about the universe, but when she thought of the beautiful petals that were scattered all over the sky when Ye Chen appeared last night, Bulma didn't expect that Ye Chen and the others personally went to gather it from the forest. How long should it take to pick so many petals? Ye Chen. Feeling moved in a daze, Bulma rushed to Ye Chen's body. To be continued. PS1, there will probably be 6 chapters updated today, and there will be 2 more in the evening. For my professional second watch beast, you are content. Chapter 49. Neither you nor Wukong are Earthlings, but the scion called Planet Vegeta. Yes. You haven't been on Earth in the past 3 years, but have gone to the universe to practice and practice. Yes. Bulma sent out 2 exclaimed questions in a row, and Ye Chen nodded with a smile. Ye Chen briefly told Bulma and the others about the affairs of himself and Wukong, but it was no surprise that Bulma, Taisai, and Mrs. Brif were shocked. They thought that there were enough magical things in Ye Chen and Wukong, but they didn't expect that the real situation was more than they thought. Ah, not good. That's our spaceship, you can't let those guys take it away, I'll get them back. Bulma couldn't help but shouted loudly. Not caring about the identities of Ye Chen and Wukong aliens, Bulma thought that their spacecraft was taken away by those so-called scientists. Ye Chen couldn't help being funny secretly, this girl had already assumed the role so soon. Give them what they want. Anyway, we won't need those 2 spaceships for now. No, how can the things in our house be cheaper? Those guys, I'm going to come back. Ye Chen said indifferently, but Bulma quit, and rushed to the side to call someone. If Bulma wants to come back, just follow her. Ye Chen didn't say anything, but Taisai, who was on the side, sat beside Ye Chen with his eyes beaming. Hey, Ye Chen, tell me about you and Wukong's cultivating experience on an alien planet, okay? Are you interested in those things, Taisai? It's not impossible for me to tell you, give me a kiss first. Unable to withstand the curiosity in her heart, even though she was extremely shy, Taisai finally met someone's shameless request. Laughing, Ye Chen didn't break his promise, and told them some things he and Wukong had experienced on the outer planet. At the beginning, only Taze and Mrs. Briff were listening, but Bulma didn't bother to take care of the spacecraft at the back, and ran back and listened with relish. Those magical alien stories make Taisai and the others feel extremely novel. They become nervous whenever they hear that Ye Chen and Wukong are in danger, and whenever they hear that Ye Chen and Wukong defeat powerful enemies, then they would cheer excitedly again. Later, Taisai found a pen and a notebook while listening to it. According to her, if the experiences of Ye Chen and Wukong were written into a book, many people would be interested. Ye Chen remembers that in the original Dragon Ball, Taisai seems to be a very popular adventure novelist. Even for this reason, he even gave up her original superior living conditions and left home to work and experience life. Naturally, Ye Chen would not interfere with these interests of Taisai. Since she loved to listen to Ye Chen, she would tell her more, which satisfies the curiosity of the girl. In the next few days, Ye Chen and Wukong also stayed in Bulma's house. Every day, Bulma and Taisai would take Ye Chen and Wukong to play around in the West capital. Eating, drinking, and having fun to your heart's content is a good way to make up for the missing years of life on Earth by Ye Chen and Wukong. After playing for a few days, Ye Chen also planned to leave. Speaking of it, it has been 6 years since he and Wukong left Gaixian Island to go out to practice, and I don't know what Gaixianren is doing now. After returning this time, Ye Chen plans to visit Gaixian Island again. Bulma, Taisai, do you want to be with us? After proposing the idea that he and Wukong were leaving, Ye Chen also asked Bulma and Taisai. Of course, my sister and I won't have to go to school anymore. Ye Chen, don't even think about leaving us behind. Well, I also want to go on an adventure with Ye Chen. Both women replied without hesitation. The relationship with Bulma and Taisai has been formally confirmed. And Ye Chen is quite reluctant to bear them. It is naturally best that they are willing to follow together. Soon they packed up their respective salutes, and after Dr. Briff and Mrs. Briff's farewell, Ye Chen and Wukong called Hey Du Yun and Somersault Yun, and the 4 of them planned to leave. Ha ha ha! Somersault Cloud, I miss you so much. Jumping onto his own somersault cloud, Wukong laughed, and Hey Du Yun also flew forward and rubbed Ye Chen's body very affectionately. Let Bulma and Taisai ride on the black Du Yun, and then Ye Chen also jumped up. Goodbye, Uncle Bruv, Aunt Bruv. Goodbye, Xiao Ye Chen, Xiao Wukong. Bulma, Taisai, take care of yourself, Mother will miss you. We will miss you too, Mother. After the agreement was made, he would often come back. After saying goodbye, Hey Du Yun and Somersault Yun carried Ye Chen to the sky, and soon disappeared from the vision of Dr. Breve and Mrs. Breve. Layla. In the sky, a stream of gold and black flashed quickly. Looking at the receding scenery below, Bulma and Taisai both seemed a little excited. From now on they can also follow Ye Chen and Wukong to every corner of this world to explore freely. Ye Chen, where are we going now? Leaning on Ye Chen, Bulma asked. 960. Let's go to Kailan Ta first. Ye Chen replied. Kailan Ta? It's the legendary Kailan Ta, where the fairy lives can't reach the end. It seems that I have also heard some legends about Kailan Ta, and Bulma and Taisai both showed surprise. Yes, it's the Kailan Ta. Hey, do immortals really exist on Kailan Ta, Ye Chen? Ye Chen nodded. Bulma and Taisai also asked curiously. Of course I have. Before, Wukong and I received the guidance of the fairy on Kailan Ta, where we practiced for a year. This time we came back and went to see the fairy and the two under Kailan Ta. A friend. Impressive. Yuchen, what do the immortals on Kailan Ta look like? Ye Chen replied, and Bulma and Taisai couldn't help but become more curious. It is unbelievable that there really are immortals in this world. Well, I won't tell you this for now, wait and see for yourself, I promise you will be surprised. Thinking of the cat fairy, Ye Chen couldn't help but a mysterious smile appeared on his face. Speeding all the way, under the look that Bulma and Taisai expected, Kailan Ta soon appeared in the eyes of everyone. To be continued. Chapter 50. Master Carlin, it's been a long time. Oh, it's Ye Chen and Wukong, long time no see. Holding Bulma and Taisai and fell on the Kailan Tower, Ye Chen also saw the Kailan fairy again. Ha ha ha. Master Carlin, I have grown taller, and you are still as short as before. Wukong laughed happily when discovering that Master Carlin had become shorter than himself. Smelly girl, I want you to control. Blowing on his beard, Immortal Kailan said in an angry manner. Ye Chen, won't you tell us that this big fat cat is a legendary fairy? Looking at the fat big white cat in front of them, Bulma and Taisai were a little unbelievable. Yes, this is the fairy Karin on the Kailan Ta. Well, hearing Ye Chen's answer, Bulma and Taisai only felt that the immortal image they had created in their hearts was instantly broken, and at the same time they understood why Ye Chen had such a mysterious smile before. Unbelievable, a big fat cat turns out to be a fairy in the legend. The cat can't be a fairy, little girl, do you have any opinions on me? Stroking his beard, Immortal Kailan was also a little speechless. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 32. Don't underestimate me because I am a cat. Believe it or not, I will hit you 100. Bulma, don't be rude. Master Carlin is a great fairy who has always guarded the land under our feet. Master Karin, they are Bulma and Taisai. They are not malicious. Please forgive them for being rude. Knocked Bulma's little head to stop her talking nonsense, and then Ye Chen also introduced the identities of the two sisters to Kailan. It's just two little girls, I won't take it to heart. Raising his neck, Immortal Carlin said slowly. As a fairy cat with a broad mind, he naturally wouldn't care about such little things. Confirming that the big fat cat in front of her is really a fairy in the legend, Sister Bulma also put away her contempt. Sir, I'm sorry just now, it's all my fault, I'm not good. Approaching Immortal Kailan, Bulma smiled flatteringly. With nothing to do with courtesy, whoever commits rape is stealing, the Karin Immortal has an expression that penetrates everything. Little girl, what do you want to do? He, you deserve to be Immortal Lord. Sir Fairy, can you help me become more beautiful? Although I am super beautiful now, I still want to become more beautiful, please. Can't do it. Bulma looked pleased, but Immortal Kailan was not polite. How about helping me make my breasts bigger? Just a little bigger. Can't do it. Then help me whiten my skin a little bit more, is it all right now? Can't do it. Bulma, who refused to give up, tried 2 more times, but Immortal Kailan's answer was always impossible, and Bulma was also a bit angry. This can't be done, it can't be done, what kind of fairy, it's useless. I am an immortal, and I am not a dragon to help people realize their wishes. You have found the wrong person. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Immortal Kallen also looked defeated. Bulma, stop pestering Master Karan. You are beautiful enough now, your breasts are big enough, and your skin is white. It's my favorite type. Ye Chen was also a little amused, and quickly pulled Bulma back. With a twisted face, Bulma was a little embarrassed after hearing Ye Chen say this, but she was very happy in her heart. By the way, Immortal Kallen, this is a gift for you. Thinking of something, Ye Chen took out a universal capsule and threw it out. Suddenly, many marinated dried fish were placed everywhere. Sniff! What is this? The nose moved, Immortal Kallen couldn't help but move. These are some delicious fishes that Wukong and I caught during our practice on an alien planet. They are all high-end goods. You can't find them on the Earth. Master Karlan, please try them. Ye Chen smiled, and Immortal Kallen swallowed fiercely, then picked up a piece and tasted it. Woo! Good, delicious meow. I have never tasted such a delicious food before, and the fairy Karan squinted his eyes and felt that the pores all over his body were about to open. Master Karlan, can you give us some more of your fairy beans? Seeing that Immortal Kallen was very useful, Ye Chen said quickly. Woo! Go get it yourself, you can get as much as you want. Already immersed in the delicious dried fish dishes, Immortal Kallen said indifferently. Although fairy beans are very precious, he doesn't usually use it, so he doesn't care much. After getting permission from Immortal Kallen, Ye Chen showed a successful smile, and brought Wukong and Bulma to the place where the fairy beans were stored. The output of fairy beans is very low. In the early stage of the original Dragon Ball, it seems that many of them are counted by altars, but those are the savings of the Karan immortals for hundreds of years. As Monkey King and others continue to fight and consume, Yajiro Soldier's Ways Idiot even eats immortal beans like jelly beans. In the later stage, immortal beans have become very rare. Each time Sun Wukong and others can get at most a few dozen from the Karan fairy. In fact, Ye Chen and Wukong still have some fairy beans on them, but since there are still a lot of fairy beans in stock, Ye Chen feels that it is better to ask for more from Immortal Kallen. Since Immortal Kallen agreed to let him take as much as possible, Ye Chen was not polite, and took away an altar, almost in the form of thousands of grains. Ye Chen, what does this thing called Zyanda do? Seeing Ye Chen holding the jar as a baby, Taisi asked curiously. This is a good thing, as long as you take one pill, you can guarantee that you will not be hungry for 10 days, and any injury can be quickly recovered. Ye Chen explained to the two women, and Bulma and Taisai both showed surprise. This is so amazing. You'll know if you have the opportunity to experiment in the future, don't waste it now. Store the fairy beans in the universal capsule, Ye Chen said. Although there are many fairy beans in a jar, they will no longer be short of fairy beans in the short term, but no matter how much it is, it will always be used up. So Ye Chen is also thinking about whether he can let Bulma and the others research whether they can grow them by themselves. For fairy beans, it would be best if the yield can be increased. But these things are not in a hurry, let's talk about them later. After visiting Immortal Kallen, I got the celestial beans I wanted. After staying on Kallen Ta for a while, Ye Chen planned to leave with a few girls. But before that, Master Karlan, there is one more thing I want to tell you. To be continued. Chapter 51. Master Karlan, goodbye. Saying goodbye to Immortal Kallen, Bulma and Taisai got on the black and somersault clouds, while Ye Chen and Wukong jumped directly off Kallen Ta. Standing on the edge of the temple and watching Ye Chen disappear into the sea of clouds, Immortal Kallen looked complicated. Ye Chen, the kid, really told him an incredible thing just now. Ye Chen, where are we going now? Flying beside Ye Chen on the black bucket cloud, Bulma asked. There are two friends of Wukong and I under Kallen Ta. Now go and visit them. Enjoying the feeling of free fall, Ye Chen said. Although I didn't know who Ye Chen was talking about, Bulma didn't ask any more. Anyway, she and her sister only need to follow Ye Chen and Wukong wherever they go. They had just followed Ye Chen on their journey and saw the legendary fairy. Although the fairy was a useless big fat cat, Bulma was still very much looking forward to the next journey. Following Ye Chen, they can stay at school and home much more fun than before. After falling to the ground, Ye Chen and the others also saw Paula, the tower guard under Kailan Tat. A few years have passed, and Bra's body has also increased a bit of vicissitudes, and Bra's son Wupa has grown from a small 723 ps into a small Zhengtai. After seeing Ye Chen and Wukong, Bra was very happy. But little Upa could not recognize them. But it's normal for children to not remember. Although they were a little scared when they saw strangers at first, after Wukong and him ran 2 laps on the grass for a while, they became good friends again. Ye Chen gave some gifts back from the alien planet to Paula, and Paula also went to catch a few big fish and beasts to make delicious dishes to entertain the few people enthusiastically. While enjoying the pure and natural delicacy, Ye Chen, while recounting the old with Bra, Bulma and Tai Sai were also very curious about Bra and his son. The tower guards who have guarded Kailan Ta for generations are like the legends in the storybook. Bulma is a little better, but Tai Sai is very exciting and novel, and she took out her own little book to write and paint. It is estimated that she wants to use Bra and Sons as materials for writing in her novels. Inside. Bola, you can almost challenge Kailan Ta with your current strength. After eating and drinking, Ye Chen said to Bra. I don't know if it was the encouragement of those few words. Ye Chen found that Bra's breath was much stronger than it was a few years ago. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to climb Kailan Ta with his current strength. I plan to talk about it in a few years. When Upa grows up, I will teach him the responsibility of the tower guard and everything before I challenge Kailan Ta. The big thick hand scratched his head. Bra said. Nodded. Ye Chen could be regarded as understanding Bra's thoughts. After imparting the responsibilities and survival skills of the tower guard to his children, he can challenge Kailan Ta without any concerns. Even if the challenge fails, Upa will guard the tower. The responsibilities of people are passed on. They didn't harass them for too long. After eating and drinking and resting for a while, Ye Chen and the others also planned to get up and leave. Goodbye, Paula, Upa. Goodbye, Ye Chen, son Wukong. Wukong, come and play in the future. They said goodbye to each other twice, and then under the watchful eyes of Bra and his son, He Du Yun and Somersault Yun carried Ye Chen and Wukong and disappeared into the sky. It feels like Bra, Wupa and their ancestors are so great. They have guarded that tower for generations. Lying in Ye Chen's arms, Tai Sai sighed. Generations have used their lives to guard that sacred place. They can indeed be described as great. How about it, have you collected the material you want? Shaving Tai Sai's nose, Ye Chen smiled. Well, I have collected a lot of precious materials. But Mr. Paula doesn't like talking very much. It really made me work hard for these materials. Bola and the others have lived under Kailan Ta all their lives. They rarely communicate with outsiders. It's pretty good to be able to tell you so much. Didn't you see how embarrassed he was before? Of course I saw it. It always feels super fun. Mr. Paula is so old and as simple as a child. So you deliberately teased him like that? Tai Sai, it turns out that you are also a little witch. Hey, are there? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Talking and laughing along the way, passing through several wide jungles and sea areas, soon Gaixian Island was caught in front of a group of people. Ha, it's the island of Grandpa Gaixianren. Seeing the Gaixian Island and the Gaixian hut from a distance, Wukong happily bounced on the somersault cloud. Hey, Ye Chen! What kind of person is that teacher Wushan? It must be a great person to be able to teach a disciple like you and Wukong. Knowing that Ye Chen and Wukong were going back this time to visit teacher Wu Tian who taught them martial arts, Bulma and Tai Sai both asked curiously. Teacher Wu Tian is also known as the Gaixianren. He created the Gaixian Liu Wadao and is known as the god of martial arts. A great elder. Ye Chen briefly introduced the identity of the Zyagi immortal to Bulma and Taisai, and the two girls who heard the sound couldn't help being astonished. A few hundred years ago. How old is your teacher? There are almost 300 majority. 300 years old. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 33. Bulma and Taisai were shocked to hear that immortal turtle was so old. Human beings can live so long, they wouldn't believe it if it weren't for Ye Chen's death. It's no wonder what turtle fairy is called, it really lives as long as a turtle. Teacher Wu Tian said that he had taken some immortality before, and it is probably no problem to live for a few hundred years. There is no surprise. The Master Carlin, whom we have only met before, has lived for more than 800 years. 800 years, that big fat cat. Ye Chen had a casual tone, while Bulma and Taisai felt that they were dizzy. No wonder they are all called immortals, these are too alive. That teacher Wu Tian must be a very kind elder, isn't it impolite for us to meet someone like this? A little nervous, Bulma and Taisai asked. Just forget about kindness. I used to be like a wise and upright old man, but now he's just a pure old man. Ye Chen twitched the corners of his mouth when thinking of the current virtues of immortal turtle. Lose, old color. Ah, you'll know when you see it later. It is said that the elderly should also find some joy in life. Teacher Wu Tian discarded his own morals and changed from a turtle immortal to a seductive immortal. So you should pay attention to it later, don't let him take advantage of it. Bulma and Taisai are his own women. Ye Chen doesn't want them to be taken advantage of, even if they are immortal turtles, so he also let them pay attention in advance. Unbelievable, just when the two women were about to ask something more, Hei Du Yun and Somersault Yun stopped flying, and they had also reached Gaixian Island. To be continued. Chapter 52. Turtle, long time no see. Holding Bulma and Taisai jumped to the island, Ye Chen greeted the turtles basking on the beach. Change turtle, I miss you so much. Wukong also jumped down, and then picked up the sea turtle to jump happily. Oh, it's Ye Chen and Wukong. Long time no see, welcome back. Recognizing Ye Chen and Wukong, the turtles immediately welcomed the return of the two with great joy. Turtle, is Teacher Wu Tian home? At home, I am watching TV in the house with Monkey King at the moment. Brother Gohan is here too. Probably son Gohan came over a year after you left, and then stayed with us. So that's the case, let's go first to see Teacher Wushan and Brother Wufan. Okay, I'll take you there. The turtle climbed in front and wanted to take a few people into the house to see the Turtle Fairy and the Monkey King, but its speed was too slow. Wukong directly carried it up, and ran hopping on his head. Entered the house. Let's go in too, said to Bulma and Taisai, and then the three followed along. At the same time, in the Turtle Fairy hut. Wanatuo, Wanatuo. Raise your legs. Wanatuo, Wanatuo. Strong harder. Wanatuo, Wanatuo. Several hot beauties on the TV are doing aerobics, while the Turtle Fairy and Monkey King are lying on the ground while chanting slogans and doing the actions on the TV. The beauties on TV are quite seductive doing aerobics, but the two grandfathers are also doing those actions, how the screen looks like it collapses. The Turtle Immortal, Monkey King, Wukong and Ye Chen are back, Wukong and Ye Chen are back. Grandpa Turtle Fairy, Grandpa Gohan, we're back. When they ran into the house, Turtle and Wukong shouted. What? The sound in the room was noisy, the Turtle Immortal and Monkey King did not hear clearly, but they turned their heads. Grandpa Gaixianren, it's me, Wukong, I'm Wukong. Putting the turtle down, Wukong pointed to himself and said. Wukong. Stared at Wukong for a long time, and then the Turtle Immortal jumped up. It's Wukong, it's Wukong, you guys are back. Ha ha ha. Like a child, the Turtle Fairy happily grabbed Wukong's hand, and the two of them were jumping around in the room. Teacher Wu Tian, we are back. Oh, even Yechen is here, you all have grown up. Yechen greeted Immortal Turtle, and Immortal Turtle sighed. When I left Gaixian Island to go out to practice, Yechen was 12 years old and Wukong was 6 years old, but now Yechen is 18 years old and Wukong is also 12 years old. In the entire 6 years, both Yechen and Wukong have changed a lot. The Turtle Fairy almost didn't recognize it. Brother Gohan, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, junior brother Yechen. Yechen said hello to the Monkey King, and Monkey King smiled and nodded. Just now I learned from High Turtle that Sun Wufan was also here. Yechen had some small surprises. When he left Baizai Mountain, he just made a passing suggestion. He didn't expect this senior to actually leave Baizai Mountain and come to Gaixian Island. Teacher Wu Tian lives together. But it's okay. The teacher and the apprentice also have a companion. The picture of them doing aerobics together in the room just now looks very harmonious. Everyone recounted the past. Gaixian Ren and Sun Wufan naturally noticed the two daughters Bulma and Taisai behind Yechen. Yechen, who are they? The Turtle Fairy asked. They are Bulma and Taisai, both my girlfriends. Bulma, Taisai, this is Teacher Wu Tian, the Tortoise Fairy who taught me and Wukong martial arts. This is Sun Wufan, a major disciple of Teacher Wushan, and my brother Wukong. Yechen introduced the identities of the Bulma sisters and Gaixianren to each other, and Bulma and Taisai also politely snorted to the Gaixianren and Sun Wufan. Hello, Teacher Wu Tian, Senior Sun Wufan, I am Bulma. I am Taisai. Please take care. You are all Yechen's girlfriends. After taking a closer look, Immortal Turtle also found out that Bulma and Taisai were both too beautiful, and he was immediately shocked. If one of them is Yechen's girlfriend, it's not a mistake, right? Yes, Teacher Wu Tian, we are all Yechen's girlfriends. The cheeks were reddening, Bulma and Taisai were also a little ashamed. It's not that brat who used force to force you. Tell me, if he forces you by force, I will teach him a lesson now and let him apologize to you. Gaixian's face was serious. Although he has become a lecherous grandfather now, Gaixianren is still a just martial artist. If Yechen really dares to use his martial arts to force others, he will never turn a blind eye today. Teacher Wu Tian, I didn't use force to force them. I didn't ask you, I asked them. Yechen wanted to defend himself with a few words, but Gaixian directly interrupted Yechen. Shrugging, Yechen didn't say anything anymore. Since Teacher Wu Tian wants to ask, let him ask. Yechen didn't force us. We like Yechen, all of them are voluntary, and our mother has also agreed with us and Yechen. Although I felt embarrassed, Bulma and Taisai said the truth. Confirming that both sisters were willing and not forced by Yechen's force, Immortal Turtle's expression also eased a lot. However, Immortal Turtle quickly rose up in his heart. Damn it, why didn't he encounter such a good thing? Boy, how did I teach you, our martial arts school can't have extra evil thoughts, have you forgotten? It doesn't matter if I find a girlfriend, I will find two if I pay you back. I will drive you out of the teacher's door. I will drive you out of the teacher's door. Grasping Yechen's collar, Immortal Turtle roared loudly, even spraying Yechen's face. Teacher Wu Tian, what martial arts school can't have evil thoughts, you are obviously jealous. After wiping the saliva on his face, Yechen replied silently. Dare to talk back to me? Walk around, let's go out and make gestures, let me see if you have made any progress over the years. Angrily, Immortal Gui took Yechen and walked outside, going out to make gestures with Yechen. It's just that after more than 10 minutes. Ouch! Even the teacher dared to fight, you stinky boy who doesn't respect the teacher at all. Holding his stomach, Immortal Turtle groaned on the ground. Teacher Wu Tian, I have already let you go. You must bump into it yourself. Standing in front of Gaixianren, there was a black line on Ye Chen's end. Hee, Grandpa Gaixian, you are so weak now. Squatting next to Gaixianren, Wukong also smiled authentically. Smelly girl, even you laugh at me. Look at me, look at me. Furious, Immortal Turtle wanted to stand up and teach the two stinky boys and stinky girls in front of him, but the strength was not sustained, and he finally leaned back on the ground. To be continued. Chapter 53, Ye Chen's Ambition. The wind is sunny, and there are a few seagulls in the distance from time to time. Ya. Drink, 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 drink. On the beach in front of the Gaixian hut, Wukong and Sun Yufan were fighting fiercely. Come and I will have a great time playing on the beach. It has been several days since Ye Chen and the others returned to Gaixian Island. They love Wukong very much. Whenever they are free these days, Sun Yufan will work with Wukong practice to guide Wukong's practice. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 34. In fact, even if the Sun Gohan's strength is 10 more, it is not Wukong's opponent now, but Wukong doesn't care, she just treats Gohan's grandpa playing with her. On the beach next to him, Bulma, Taisai and Ye Chen were wearing sunglasses lying on the rocking chair and blowing the sea breeze comfortably. Ye Chen also threw out a few qigong bombs on the distant sea. There are big waves, and he looks bored. Bulmason, Tai sang, would you like some juice? At this moment, the turtle immortal walked to Taisai and Bulma with 2 glasses of juice, looking flattering. Thank you, Teacher Wu Tian. Then we're welcome. Just a bit thirsty, Bulma and Taisai thanked them, took the juice and drank. He. No thanks, no thanks. If you really want to thank you, just show me your fat and fat times. The old face was slightly red, and the immortal turtle looked twisted, and then said. Taisai helplessly stroked her forehead, and Bulma jumped at the corner of her eyes, and kicked the immortal turtle out with 1 foot. Go away, you unscrupulous old man. As the legendary god of martial arts, it is also the teacher of Ye Chen and Wukong. At first, Bulma and Taisai respected the Gaixian people very much, but this unscrupulous old man actually wanted to see it from time to time. Their fat times, Bulma and Taisai would never be polite to him. It hurts. Immortal Turtle got up from the ground while crying, and Ye Chen also sighed helplessly. Teacher Wushan, Bulma and Taisai are your disciples' girlfriends, so you should be a little restrained anyway. What does it matter, teacher? I just want to see how fat girls are, and I won't let them lose a piece of meat. Without repentance, Immortal Turtle said shamelessly, Ye Chen couldn't help but a black line. Originally, Ye Chen planned to stay longer when he came back this time, but now it seems that he should take Bulma and the others away as soon as possible. Teacher Wu Tian has completely abandoned his morals as a martial artist, and has gone farther and farther on the road of the celestial being. If he stays here again, he might take advantage of Bulma and Taisai someday. Ye Chen didn't want that kind of thing to happen. Ye Chen, come and play too. After the practice with Monkey King was over, Wukong ran up and down, and then pounced on Ye Chen. Give me a rest and talk. Seeing Wukong, who was already sweating profusely and still thinking about playing, Ye Chen said angrily. With a bright smile on his face, Wukong rubbed Ye Chen's body back and forth, and wiped all the sweat from her body onto Ye Chen's body. Brother Gohan, Wukong didn't hurt you, right? Seeing Monkey King rubbing his arm and grinning, Ye Chen said with a smile. Hey, old man, I am no longer Wukong's opponent. Son Gohan sighed. Although there were some minor frustrations and injuries, he was more pleased. At this age, Wukong already has a strength far surpassing him or even Teacher Wu Tian, and he is also happy for Wukong in his heart. In fact, Monkey King's strength is still pretty good. As far as humans are concerned, he is definitely a top-level master, but in the face of Ye Chen and Wukong today, neither he nor the Turtle Immortal are indeed quite impressive. Teacher Wushan, Brother Gohan, we plan to leave here tomorrow. After thinking about it, Ye Chen said. Are you leaving just a few days ago? Anything important? It was all for a moment, and then the turtle fairy asked. I plan to challenge the gods. Ye Chen replied. Challenge the gods? Master Carlin, you mean? With your current strength, even Master Carlin shouldn't be your opponent, right? The brow was urgent, and the Gaixian was puzzled. No, I am not referring to Lord Karan, but the god who lives in the Temple of Heaven. Ye Chen shook his head, and Immortal Turtle finally showed shock this time. You actually want to challenge that god? Ordinary people don't even know the existence of gods, but Immortal Turtle once climbed the Kalin Tower and learned some things about the heavens from Immortal Kalin. And Immortal Karan once told Immortal Turtle that there is a higher level of god above him, and that is the god who really controls the earth. Not bad. Ye Chen nodded. After taking a deep breath, Immortal Turtle couldn't help being complicated. Have you reached that level now? When I want to come to Gaixianren, Ye Chen's challenge to the gods is definitely to try his own power. But what Immortal Turtle doesn't know is that it's easy to beat that god with Ye Chen's current power. The reason why he wants to challenge the god is not to try his own power, but to his god position. Of course, Ye Chen will not say these things yet. Teacher Wu Tian, I have already told Master Karan about this. He should have already notified the Lord God of the things I want to challenge. I will bring Wukong and Bulma tomorrow. They are heading to the Temple of Heaven. Are you going to have a look with Brother Gohan? Go, why not? This kind of opportunity will not be missed by any martial artist. Although I don't know much about the gods, Junior Brother Ye Chen, you are going to challenge the gods, and I want to take a look together. Immortal Turtle said without hesitation, and Monkey King also smiled and said that he wanted to take a look too. Just kidding, challenge the gods with human beings, just listening to them has already made them excited. Then it's so decided, let's all go together tomorrow. A smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. Although he can challenge the gods alone, it would be meaningless without an audience. After finally coming to this world, Ye Chen didn't intend to be ordinary, nor did he want to simply fight and practice martial arts, he still had many huge ambitions to achieve. And challenging the gods and seizing the throne is the first step for Ye Chen to realize his ambitions. Because Ye Chen was going to challenge the gods, everyone rested early after dinner. In the room, Wukong was already sleeping on Ye Chen's body, but Bulma and Taisai were lying on both sides of Ye Chen so excited that they couldn't sleep at all. 4.6 Hey, Ye Chen, besides that big fat cat, do there really exist gods? Holding Ye Chen's arm, Bulma asked. You have asked countless times, Bulma. Ye Chen's face was speechless while yawning. I am so excited, Ye Chen. You are going to challenge the gods tomorrow. Just thinking about it is exciting. Yeah, me too, I always feel great. With a look of excitement on Bulma's face, Taisai on the other side also kept nodding. It's just to challenge the god, what's so exciting? When I become a god, you are the queen of gods, then go get excited slowly. Ye Chen said with a smile after scraping the little noses of the two women. God, Queen of God. After looking at each other, Bulma and Taisai's eyes sparkled with countless little stars. To be continued. Chapter 54. Early the next morning, everyone had breakfast together. Teacher Wu Tian, Brother Gohan, are you ready? Let's set off when we are ready. Ye Chen asked, ready to go. Everything is ready, let's go. Picking up his wooden staff, Immortal Turtle said. This time, I was going to meet the legendary god and witness Ye Chen's challenge to the god, so Gaixianren and Monkey King started preparing early in the morning, and even both of them changed into formal outfits. Seeing Bulma, Taisai and Wukong, there was no problem, Ye Chen planned to officially set off. Everyone caught me. Ye Chen said. Wukong jumped up and hugged Ye Chen, but the others were a little puzzled. Ye Chen, what did we catch you for? Didn't you take a somersault cloud? Don't sit on somersaults this time, change to a faster way. Okay, everyone, grab me, you will know immediately. With a mysterious smile on Ye Chen's face, Bulma didn't ask any more, and several people grabbed Ye Chen's arm or shoulder. Seeing that everyone was ready, Ye Chen closed his eyes and felt it, and quickly locked the aura of the immortal Kallen in the distance. Transfer. Opening his eyes, as Ye Chen's voice fell, the group of people passed away in a flash. When Bulma and Gaixianren came back to their senses, they found that they were no longer in the original Gaixian hut. This is Kallen Tat. It's amazing, we came here all at once. Yuchen, how did you do it? Looking around the temple, and then at the magnificent sea of clouds outside, both the Turtle Immortal and Monkey King looked shocked, while Bulma and Taisai stared at Ye Chen excitedly and curiously. They came to Kallen Ta from the Turtle Fairy House in an instant, which is incredible. This is what Wukong and I learned from the Udrid people teleportation. As long as the target's breath is locked, the target's position can be moved directly. Ye Chen explained. Bulma and Taisai's eyes were colorful, and Gaixianren and Monkey King also sighed in surprise. Unexpectedly, Ye Chen and the others had learned such magical moves from aliens. Seeing everyone's shock and admiration, Ye Chen just smiled. He and Wukong have been practicing in the universe for several years, but they are not for fun. While training their martial arts, they naturally learned a lot from others, such as the teleport of the Adrits and the Metamos, the fitting technique and other tricks and so on. Some can greatly enhance combat effectiveness, while some are not helpful to combat, but they also have other special uses. You are already here. It's been a long time, Immortal Turtle. In a short step, Immortal Kallen walked down from the second floor of the temple. It's been a long time, Master Karlin. After seeing Immortal Karin, Immortal Turtle floated up with nostalgia on his face, and stepped forward to meet him. Ye Chen and Bulma also greeted Immortal Kallen, and Immortal Turtle also introduced Sun Wufan to each other. Master Karin, his name is Monkey King and he is also my disciple. Master Karlin. Although it was the first time I saw it, Sun Wufan had also heard of some things about Immortal Kallen from his teacher, so he didn't dare to neglect and quickly saluted. Nodded, Immortal Kallen then looked at Ye Chen. Ye Chen, I have conveyed the things you want to challenge to the gods. Have you really thought about it? Yes, Master Karlin. Immortal Kallen asked, and Ye Chen answered seriously. He also asked the Immortal Kallen to tell him in advance because he respected the god. If he changed to a rampant person, he might just fly a Qigong bomb to the god of heaven and solve the problem. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 35. Since you have considered it, then I won't say more. It was a bit troublesome to go to the Temple of Heaven, but the move you just had is good, so let's use that trick to take us to the Temple of Heaven. Okay, Lord Karlin. Let everyone grab themselves again, this time I brought Karin Immortal with him. Ye Chen sensed and locked the breath on the Celestial Temple, and then used teleport again to bring everyone to the Celestial Temple. Oh, it's so cold. The Temple of Heaven is located high in the sky, almost at the top of the atmosphere. As martial artists, Immortal Turtle and Monkey King can barely adapt, but Bulma and Taisai are trembling, and they only feel that their breathing becomes a little bit difficult. Are you okay, Bulma, Taisai? A trace of qi was transferred into the bodies of the two women, Ye Chen said with concern. All of a sudden, the whole body feels warmer, and the breathing becomes much smoother. The warm eyes of the two women in their hearts also become gentle. Well, it's much better. Slowly adapting to the environment of the Celestial Temple, everyone began to look at it. I saw that the whole Tian Shen Temple was like a hemispherical platform floating in the air. A temple was built on one side of the platform, and in front of the temple was a wide square dot. There are a few flower beds planted with flowers and trees on the square, and there is nothing else. The entire Tian Shen Temple looks unexpectedly wide but simple. Is this the place where the legendary gods live? It doesn't feel very good, but it's pretty quiet. Ha ha ha, it's so big here. Immortal Turtle stroked his beard. Bulma also expressed his 020 feelings, but Wukong laughed and ran around the square. The gods are out. Immortal Kallen said. Everyone was quiet, and then they all looked at the temple on one side. Ta ta ta. There was a sound of footsteps, and then under the gaze of everyone, the old god and the servant Bobo walked out of the temple. However, at the moment when he saw the appearance of the god, the turtle immortal on the side was shocked. Bike the devil! Shocked and terrified, the turtle fairy almost subconsciously made a fighting pose. Calm down, immortal turtle, he is not the big demon King Piccolo. Seeing that immortal turtle got out of control, immortal Kallen hurriedly stopped. Isn't he that big devil Piccolo? Yes, he is the real god, not the big devil Bic. Then why does the god look exactly like that big demon King Piccolo? Although immortal turtle trusts immortal Kallen, and doesn't believe immortal Kallen will deceive himself in such matters, he is still very puzzled, and it is difficult to calm the shock in his heart. About this, let me explain it for you. Having walked in front of everyone, the god finally spoke. To be continued. Chapter 55. Long ago when I was not a god, I was actually the same person as the demon King Piccolo. I was still a martial artist at the time, and after hearing about the existence of the gods, I figured out how to find it here. The gods have a long lifespan far beyond ordinary people, but they are not immortal. When I came here, the previous generation of gods was already in their twilight years, and I also hope that I can become the heir of the gods. Although I have always believed that no one is more suitable as the heir of the gods than me. The gods have always been reluctant to identify with me, because he saw a part of the evil existence hidden deep in my heart. Later, after experiencing arduous practice, I finally expelled that part of the evil from my heart. In this way, I finally got the approval of the gods to become the new gods, and that part of the evil expelled from my body became the demon king of Piccolo. He who came to the earth brought a lot of pain and suffering to mankind. I am very sorry for the disaster. After telling the relationship between himself and the big demon King Piccolo, the god also showed apologetic expression. So, it's no wonder that Lord Tenjin is so similar to that big demon King Piccolo. Nodding, the surprised turtle fairy also understood what was going on. Hey, Ye Chen, who is big demon King Piccolo? That lecherous old man looked so scared just now. Holding one of Ye Chen's arm, Bulma asked. Tai Sai who was next to him was also curious. Lord Tenshin has already said that Demon King Piccolo is the incarnation of the evil that he separated from his body. More than 300 years ago, the great Demon King Piccolo led his subordinates to proclaim themselves as a demon clan, destroying and killing on the earth almost brought the world to the brink of destruction. It was Master Wu Taidu, the teacher of Teacher Wu Tian, who led his disciples to stop him. That battle was very tragic. Except for Teacher Wu Tian and another crane immortal of the same sect, the disciples of Master Wu Taidu were nearly dead. In the end, Master Wu Taidu performed a stunt at the expense of his own life. Feng Bo finally sealed the Demon King Piccolo, thus saving the world. In the past, Gaixianren would often tell Ye Chen and Wukong something about him and his teacher Wu Taidu after drinking, so Ye Chen also knew better and explained it for the two women. It turns out that there is such a thing, it hasn't been recorded in history books. It has saved our world at the cost of life, and that Master Wu Taidu must be a great man. Without any doubt about Ye Chen's words, Bulma and Tai Sai both showed a look of reverence. Young man, are you going to challenge me? At this moment, the God of Heaven also looked at Ye Chen and said at the same time. Yes, Lord Tian Shen, my name is Ye Chen. Taking a step forward, Ye Chen saluted the gods. The big demon King Piccolo is the big demon King Piccolo, the god is a god, and has nothing to do with strength and status. Ye Chen also gave this god who guards the earth his due respect. I know you, boy. About 3 years ago, you and the girl next to you summoned the Shen Long. I had already noticed you by then. Looking at Ye Chen, the god said. Ye Chen and Wukong summoned the Shenlong and made a wish to the Shenlong to let them stay young and live forever. Although it was a selfish wish, it did not harm others, so the gods did not care much. Yes, it was me and Wukong back then. Nodded, Ye Chen did not deny it either. Boy, why do you want to challenge me? The god asked again. Just like Lord Tenjin came here for the same purpose, I also want to become a new deity. Ye Chen answered calmly without concealing his purpose. But you, like me at the beginning, have darkness in your heart. The god frowned. Everyone has light and darkness in their hearts. This is the real human being, isn't it? As long as it can control the darkness inside, it can also be our help. Moreover, even if I have darkness in my heart, I also love this planet. Master Tian Shen, I want to take your place, and I want to protect this great planet. Looking directly at the god, Ye Chen's face was serious. Taking a deep look at Ye Chen, Tian Shen also nodded. You are right. If you can control the darkness in your heart, then you will be stronger than the person without darkness in your heart. I'm old, and I really need to find an inheritor. According to the original rules, only people with a pure and flawless heart can become gods, but humans are constantly progressing and developing, and gods may also need to make some changes. Young man, I am willing to give you a chance. If you can beat me, then you are the next god. Naturally, when the gods said these things, he didn't take it for granted. If Ye Chen was the kind of selfish and evil and cruel person, the gods would naturally not give him a chance. However, because of the fact that Shenlong was summoned in the first place, Tian Shen also observed the night for a period of time, and found that although he also had some darkness in his heart, he had never done anything bad. He possessed great power and would not deliberately bully others. Instead, it also helps some weak and small when the situation is not normal. Of course, there are other considerations besides the gods. The strength of the young man in front of him is so strong that even he can't see the depth. If the opponent can really beat him, then almost no one on this planet can suppress him, instead of sticking to the old rules and not letting him become a god. The resentment in his heart brought disasters to this world. It would be better to let him become a god to take over the guardian of this planet. Of course, these are just considerations in the heart of the gods, and he will not say them. Thank you, Lord Tian Shen. Ye Chen naturally didn't know the complicated considerations of the gods. He only knew that his goal was about to be achieved, so there was also joy on his face. Then let's start now. Bobo. Yes, Lord Tenjin. The god yelled at Bobo who was on the side, and Bobo walked over immediately and took his wooden staff for the god. Under the gaze of everyone else, Ye Chen and Tian Shen stood in the middle of the square, and moved their bodies to prepare for the next challenge. Humans challenge the gods, even I have been a little bit enthusiastic after a long absence. Yes, junior brother Ye Chen is really surprising again and again. Immortal Turtle stroked his beard, and the Monkey King beside him was also amazed. Not to mention the final result, just being able to challenge the legendary god is a very remarkable thing. Ye Chen, come on! Come on! Bulma and Taisai yelled to cheer. Wukong was also cheering around. Thinking of something, Bulma and Taisai took out 2 more detectors and put them on their foreheads. This detector was given to them by Ye Chen to play. It can detect the combat power of most creatures, and it also has many functions such as communication, early warning, and even intelligence processing. 2 of their sisters are ordinary people, and wearing this will make it easier to watch the next battle. Everyone is ready. Under the expectation of everyone, Ye Chen's battle with the gods will finally begin. To be continued. Chapter 56 to 10,000 Combat Power. Please be prepared for both parties. The battle begins. The god servant Bobo acted as the referee. And as Bobo's voice fell, Ye Chen and Tian Shen acted almost simultaneously. Bang! Beyond the speed of sound, the two tore the air and slammed into each other with arms against arms. Although it was just a simple test, the two sides immediately understood each other's strengths. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth raised slightly, and the god of heaven had a solemn expression on his face. Drink, 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 drink! Ha 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 ha! With hands and feet moving, the two of them formally competed. Ye Chen blasted out dozens of punches in one breath, so dense that he could only see a muzzy afterimage, but the gods escaped attacks again and again with his amazing eyesight and reaction, and waited for opportunities to counterattack. Although he is very old, as a martial artist, it is not an exaggeration to abandon the two freak gods Ye Chen and Wukong as the strongest existence on earth today. Both martial arts and combat experience are extremely rich. So amazing! So amazing! It was the first time to see such a fierce battle. Even Bulma and Taisai, who knew nothing about martial arts, felt very excited, and their beautiful eyes were full of colors. The Tortoise Immortal, Sun Gohan, and Karin Immortal also watched the battle on the field unblinkingly. Although they are all top players on this star's 320 balls, this level of battle is even for them. It is also rare to see. Although it was only a short moment, the two people on the field have fought for hundreds of rounds. Whether it is speed, power, or combat moves, they are amazing. Compared with the special effects in those big movies, they are more than 100 times more exciting. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 36. It was another collision, and Ye Chen retreated and distanced himself from the gods. The warm-up exercises are almost done, so let's be more serious. Thinking like this, Ye Chen's figure disappeared without a trace with a loud voice. There was a flash of brilliance in his eyes, and the god on the opposite side also flashed away. Disappeared. Where did Ye Chen go? Looking at the empty square, Bulma and Taisai both looked astonished. They are moving at high speed at the moment, and your eyes can no longer catch up with their speed. The turtle fairy next to him explained to the two women, but the turtle fairy was also secretly shocked. Not to mention Bulma and Taisai, even he can barely see some afterimages that are fast to the extreme at this moment. Boom, boom. Bang bang bang. At this moment, violent gas explosions sounded throughout the air, and the values on the detectors that Bulma and Taisai wore on their foreheads were beating frantically. Although the two of them are still invisible, even Bulma and Taisai can imagine what a fierce battle Ye Chen and Tien Shen are currently engaged in. Ha ha ha! Come on, Ye Chen! Come on, come on! Jumping around, Wukong kept cheering for Ye Chen. I don't know how many rounds the two have already fought. Another violent collision. Ye Chen and Tien Shen finally appeared again. I saw that the gods attacked Ye Chen with a punch, and Ye Chen was divided into 5 and 4. Ah! 5 or 5 knights! Unbelievably, Bulma and Taisai exclaimed. That is multiple remnant image fist, using the remnant image produced by high-speed movement to create a clone-like effect. If it's an ordinary person, this trick is very useful, but if the opponent is the god, I'm afraid it will be seen through soon. Acting as an explanation, the turtle fairy said. But as expected, the god stared a little, and quickly found out where Ye Chen's true body was. It's here. Point your finger, and a powerful finger hole wave shoots out from the fingertips of the god, and shoots toward Ye Chen with a swift force. Without any panic, Ye Chen dodges Haidongbo with a backflip, and at the same time the sword points a little, which is also as Haidongbo counterattack to the gods. Leaping up, the heavenly god also escaped the attack, and the finger hole wave shot by Ye Chen penetrated the temple and shot into the sea of clouds below. Compared with the real Qigong wave, the whole wave is much weaker, but the victory lies in its concentrated power and strong penetrating power. If it can hit the vital points of the opponent, it is often more effective than the Qigong wave. Both sides temporarily stopped and didn't continue. Ye Chen's expression remained as usual, but the god on one side was panting slightly and showing fatigue. It's amazing power. Young man, take out your true power. I can feel that there is even more powerful power hidden in your body. With a look of wonder, the god said, Master Tian, I think you already understand it. I don't think it will be difficult to beat you. If I use my full strength, Lord Celestial might be defeated immediately. He didn't mean anything to show off, Ye Chen told the truth. The God of Heaven has almost a few hundred points of combat power, and it is indeed a top-level powerhouse on Earth, but it is still too far behind compared to today's Ye Chen. As long as Ye Chen is willing, he can end this battle at any time. Although I am a little ashamed, what you are saying is the truth. Since I fought with you, I have already known that I am not your opponent. However, as a martial artist, I am also eager to see more power than myself. Use your best, as a request from you as a god. Looking directly at Ye Chen, the god said. Since you have said that, Lord God, then I will use my best. The gods of the other people have already spoken for this kind of purpose, and then hiding it is disrespectful to them, and Ye Chen also made a decision, and his whole body slowly floated into the air. Under everyone's gaze, Ye Chen exhaled slightly, then clenched his fists with both hands and shouted, Drink! With an aura soaring into the sky, a huge arrogance burst out on Ye Chen's body. Except for the cheering Wukong who is still jumping and cheering, at this moment, whether it is the god servant Bobo, or the turtle fairy, Monkey King and Karin who are watching the battle, all of them can't help but lose their color. What a powerful breath! They have never seen such a powerful breath, and the heavy pressure alone has already made them tremble both physically and mentally. Bulma and Taisai could not feel any breath, but at this moment, the value displayed by the detector on their foreheads was beating crazy. 100 points, 200 points, 300 points. 1000 points, 2000 points, 3000 points. It's already clear what these values represent, but when they saw Ye Chen's final combat power value, the sisters still couldn't help showing incredible horror. 10,000 points. To be continued. Chapter 57 The New God. Yes, Ye Chen now has 10,000 points of combat power. Moreover, the combat power here is only the value on the detector, which represents the amount of energy in Ye Chen's body. If he cooperates with the exquisite martial arts that he has honed over the years, the actual combat ability he can display is far more than that. Master Tian, I'm going to go. The whole person was wrapped in a huge arrogance, Ye Chen reminded him, and then appeared in front of the god in a flash. So fast. The cold was rising, and the god only felt that he was shaken physically and mentally, and almost subconsciously made a defensive action. However, bang! Wow! Ye Chen struck the abdomen of the god with a fist, and the god spit out bitter water with his eyes protruding outward. Holding his abdomen, he kept backing away, and then the god fell to the ground with a plop. The extremely powerful god, defeated by one move. The tortoise immortal, Monkey King and the others all showed incredible shocks. It seemed that it was difficult to return to their senses for a long time, but the corners of their mouths rose up overnight. When he decided to use his full strength, he was doomed to such a result. Of course, Ye Chen still kept his hands, otherwise the gods would not fall to the ground like this at this moment, but would be directly exploded by him. After dissipating his arrogance, Ye Chen twisted his neck, and the servant Bobo on the side finally recovered. Competition is over. Winner, Ye Chen. Announcing the result of the test, even though Bobo himself couldn't believe it, the invincible Lord God was defeated in this way, so quickly and without suspense. Oh, Ye Chen wins! Ye Chen wins! So amazing! Ye Chen is so amazing! Wukong cheered and bounced, and Bulma and Taisai ran to Ye Chen with excitement, and countless little stars flashed in the eyes of the two women. Even people like them who don't know anything about martial arts can feel Ye Chen's strength, not to mention that Ye Chen defeated the legendary god. Just thinking about it is exciting. He chuckled and stroked the two girls' foreheads, but Ye Chen didn't care much about it. He and the gods are not in the same dimension for a long time. He has 10,000 points of combat power to crush the gods who only have a few hundred points of combat power. It would be strange if he didn't win. God-servant Popo and Immortal Callan were looking at the situation of the gods, while Immortal Turtle and Monkey King also came to Ye Chen. You defeated Lord Tian Shen so easily, Ye Chen, are you already so strong? Immortal Turtle's complex color on his face, the scenes of how he once guided Ye Chen's practice appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No matter how strong I become, I am still a disciple of teacher Wu Tian. Furthermore, I am able to have today thanks to the guidance of teacher Wu Tian. Ye Chen said with a serious face. Although Ye Chen believes that he can go where he is today even without Gaixian's guidance, the detours and time spent are definitely much more than now, so there is no slightest falsehood in his words. Yes. Gaixianren is also sincerely grateful. That's right, no matter how strong you become, you are still my disciple. Oh. I just felt that my whole person was a little fluttering, and the turtle immortal smiled and laughed proudly. To be able to teach such an outstanding disciple as Ye Chen, it is true that Immortal Turtle also feels extremely proud. The Monkey King on the side was also amazed, and while the few people were talking, Immortal Callan also fed a celestial bean to the gods to recover from his injuries, and then the gods, Immortals Callan and the servant Bobo also walked over to Ye Chen and the others. I'm sorry just now, Lord Tenjin. Ye Chen saluted the god and apologized at the same time. Although winning or losing in battle is commonplace, after all, he just injured the opponent, the etiquette he should have is still indispensable. It's okay, I can see such a powerful force, but I want to thank you. The gods are naturally not the kind of narrow-minded people, and continued. Your name is Ye Chen, boy. Since I lost to you, according to your and my agreement, you will be the new god from now on. The Earth is a beautiful planet. I hope you can make good use of your power to take over and protect it. The stern face of the god of heaven also officially recognized Ye Chen as his successor as the new god of earth. I also love this planet very much, so I can promise that I will protect it. Ye Chen solemnly replied, and Tian Shen nodded. Master Tian Shen, I don't know what you plan to do next. The atmosphere was much more relaxed. Ye Chen asked. I haven't figured it out yet, but after taking down the position of the gods, I am considered free. Maybe I will go to the earth and wander. I don't know why Ye Chen asked about this suddenly, but the god still replied. Is Lord Tian Shen interested in his life experience? Do you know anything about my life experience? A smile appeared on Ye Chen's face, and this time the god was extremely surprised. Master Tian Shen may not know that you are from the Namek named Namek in the universe, and Wukong and I have been to that planet before when we were in the universe. Yes, the people there are exactly the same as Lord Tian Shen, and they also have 2 small tentacles on their heads. Ye Chen said, and Wukong also bounced back to add. The Namekians are also a very powerful race in the universe. Their individuals will awaken a variety of abilities, such as clairvoyance, wind ears, rebirth of limbs, arm extension, and so on, and even the Dragon Ball that can realize any wish is controlled by them. Manufactured. Ye Chen and Wukong had also been to Namek when they were in the universe before. They are a very good friend and kind race, and Ye Chen and Wukong have also made many friends there. It's just that because of some reasons, the environment of Namek is very bad, the whole planet is already on the brink of death, so Ye Chen and Wukong did not stay there for long. That's it. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 37. After hearing the words of Ye Chen and Wukong, the god muttered to himself, with excitement on his face. He has always felt that he is a little different from other human beings, but because he lacks many previous memories, he is not clear about his life experience. He did not expect that he was a cosmic person from the universe. After asking Ye Chen a lot of information about Namek, the god also confessed to Ye Chen some things to take over the post of god, and then after everyone's farewell, the god left the temple, without any muddling. According to the gods, next he plans to walk around the earth first, as a cherished memory of the planet he has guarded and lived on for hundreds of years, and then he will leave here to find his hometown, Namek. From then on, Ye Chen took over his position and became the new god and guardian of the earth. To be continued. Chapter 58. This time the challenge to the gods was successfully concluded. Just as planned, Ye Chen won the victory and became the new god. After the gods left, Ye Chen asked the god servant Bobo to lead everyone around the god's temple, and then Karan Immortals, Turtle Immortals, and Monkey King also left one after another to Kalanta and Turtle Immortal Islands. Ye Chen, Bulma, Taisai, and Wukong stayed in the Temple of Heaven. In the next few days, Bulma, Taisai, and Wukong Chengtian all played wildly in the Temple of Heaven, using this sacred place as a playground, and Ye Chen was familiar with various gods under the guidance of Bobo. Usually need to deal with affairs. The God of Heaven is naturally not as simple as a simple title, and usually needs to deal with many things, although it feels a bit troublesome, but now that I have become a god, I still have to know the things that I need to know, so Ye Chen also patiently follows Bobo every day. Study together. Getting started quickly, in just a few days, Ye Chen has almost mastered the things that the gods need to know and handle. Ye Chen let out a long sigh of relief, and now he can finally be liberated. The reason why I have worked so hard to study with Bobo these days is just to understand what he needs to deal with and the rights he has. Ye Chen didn't plan to stay in the Temple of Heaven and deal with these boring things all day long. Bobo, I will leave for a while. During the time I leave, the affairs of the Heavenly Temple will be handled by you. Master Tenjin, where are you going? Ye Chen said to Bobo, but Bobo asked inexplicably. I plan to recover the 7 Dragon Balls left by the god Ren Tian. The power of the Dragon Balls is too dangerous. If the bad guys gather and use them, it may bring huge disasters to the world. It is safer to control it in our hands. Although I just don't want to stay in the Tian Shen Temple all day long to deal with those troublesome things, but it is indeed Ye Chen's purpose to recover the Dragon Ball. The power of Dragon Ball is too powerful and dangerous. Ye Chen does not intend to let anyone other than himself use it. I understand. Please don't worry, leave it to me, Lord Tenjin. Nodding, Bobo promised. After a few days of getting along, Ye Chen can be regarded as very trusting and relieved of Bobo. He is serious and responsible in his work, and he also knows all the things in the Temple of Heaven. Let him handle those affairs better than his novice. However, when he comes back later, Ye Chen will still check it out. At any rate, he is the real god, and things can be done by his subordinates, but if they don't even know what they are doing and how good or bad they are doing, it's his failure blamed. He asked Bobo to turn over, and then Ye Chen also found Wukong, Bulma, and Taisai. When Ye Chen said that they were leaving the temple, Bulma and Taisai both seemed very happy. Wukong was not bad, as long as she was with Ye Chen, it didn't matter where she was, but after the initial excitement of Bulma and Taisai passed, they felt a little bored in the next few days. After all, the Temple of Heaven is so big, there is no place to go shopping after shopping. There is nothing but a cloud outside of the world, and no one can go shopping and no one else can talk. It is a habit for Bulma and Taisai. For girls in urban life, they are naturally very unaccustomed. Bobo, let's leave first, and contact me if you have any important things. Okay, Lord Tenjin. Goodbye, Bobo. Goodbye, Sun Wukong, Miss Bulma, Miss Taisai. After bidding farewell to each other, under Bobo's watch, Ye Chen picked up Bulma and Taisai, and then flew down the Temple of Heaven with Wukong. Bulma, is the new Dragon Ball radar ready? Wrapped Bulma and Taisai with air to prevent them from being hurt by the cold wind in the sky, and asked as they descended to Ye Chen. Humph, it's already done, this one is super accurate. After humming twice, Bulma smugly took out a brand new Dragon Ball radar from her pocket. Ye Chen asked Bulma to make a Dragon Ball radar for him a few years ago, but at that time Bulma was still small and the knowledge he mastered was not as rich as it is now. The Dragon Ball radar that was made could only determine a rough range. But for the current Bulma, making an accurate Dragon Ball radar is a piece of cake. Good job, Bulma. Ye Chen took a scent on Bulma's cheek, which was regarded as a reward for her. What? Ye Chen is so true, they are still in the air now. Out of reach, Bulma flushed and stared at Ye Chen. Isn't it enough? Then do it again. Ah, bad Ye Chen, come here. Seeing Ye Chen and Bulma fighting together, Taisai couldn't help but smile, but the next moment she herself exclaimed that she was involved. Ha ha ha. I want to play too. I want to play too. Wukong, don't squeeze here. It's falling, it's going to fall. With the accurate Dragon Ball radar, Ye Chen found 2 Dragon Balls in just a few days. They were 2 planets and 5 planets, and this was the reason why Ye Chen took Bulma and Taisai and the others to play and search. Otherwise it may be faster. In addition to the 3 planets and 4 planets that Ye Chen and Wukong originally had, Ye Chen and the others already had 4 Dragon Balls in a short time. As long as they find the remaining 3, they can gather the Dragon Balls again. A few days later. Let me down! Let me down! Heidu Yun and Somersault Yun carried Ye Chen and Bulma into the air, but there was a little fat pig hanging on Wukong's wishful stick, struggling and shouting. These 3.2 little fat pigs are oolong, just like the Dragon Ball in the original book. When Ye Chen and the others found 6 planets in a small village, this guy was using his transforming ability to scare the villagers and grabbing the beautiful girl in the village as his wife. At the price of 6 planets in exchange. Ye Chen and the others helped the villagers uncover the true face of this guy who is strong outside the house, and took him out of the village to prevent him from continuing to lie there. Wukong, let him go if he wants to go down. Lying comfortably on the black Duyun, and asked Bulma and Taisai to pinch their shoulders for themselves, Ye Chen said. Good, good. Wukong drew back his wishful stick, and the oolong who had lost its support immediately fell towards the ground. To be continued. Chapter 59. Help! Help! His face was almost pale with fright, and the oolong falling steadily shouted for help. Originally, he could save himself as long as he transformed himself, but he was almost scared to death. Where did he remember the transformation? Ha 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 ha! Laughing happily, Wukong caught him when Oolong was about to fall to the ground, and hung him on the wishful stick. Are you going down? After landing, Ye Chen asked with a smile. No more, I won't go any more. Holding the wishful stick tightly, Oolong's head shook like a wave drum. He really thought he was going to fall to death just now. Since we don't want to go down, let's continue on our way. Ye Chen and Wukong continued to drive Heidu Yun and Somersault Yun on the way, while Oolong was crying silently in their hearts. Didn't he just lie to the villagers, and didn't do much damaging things? Why was he so unlucky to encounter these evil 17 demons? Oh! Naturally, he didn't care about Wulong's sad mood at the moment. Ye Chen had already decided to take him to Gaixian Island and let him live with Gaixianren and the others. Although it's just a lecherous little fat pig, this little fat pig is quite interesting, and in the original Dragon Ball, he made a wish to Shenlong and got a girl's fat time, thus preventing Pilaf and his team from conquering the world. Ambition. Believe it or not, he is also a super pig who has saved the world anyway, and the protagonist Monkey King who has saved the earth many times later has to rank behind him. Let him go to Gaixian Island to add popularity there. With Gaixianren, Sun Wufan, and turtles, 4 people can just make up a table of mahjong, and his little hobby can be considered to be with the turtle fairy. Sun Wufan smells similar. He left Oolong on Gaixian Island, where Ye Chen and Bulma also stayed for 2 days, and then they set out on the journey to find Dragon Ball again. In the sky, a stream of gold and black flashed across the sky. Bulma, has the next Dragon Ball been detected? On Black Duyun, Ye Chen asked Bulma next to him. Yeah, I have found it. Let me look at the map. Frying Pan Mountain. It's a strange name, but the next Dragon Ball should be here. After looking at the Dragon Ball radar and the map, Bulma pointed to somewhere on the map and said, Frying Pan Mountain. Squinting his eyes, Ye Chen's mouth couldn't help but curl up. If Ye Chen's memory is correct, his second senior brother Neo Demon lives on Frying Pan Mountain. Of course, Ye Chen has no interest in the Bull Demon King. What really interests him is the daughter of the Bull Demon King Kikai, who is also the wife of Monkey King in the original Dragon Ball. However, after looking at Wukong, who was lying next to Wukong on the somersault cloud, eating fruit with relish, Ye Chen's mood was also a little subtle. In the original Dragon Ball, it is impossible for Kikai and Wukong to marry again in this world. Well, in other words, maybe he can do it for Ye Chen. It's late today. Why don't we rest here for one night and then go to Jianpan Mountain tomorrow? Just when Ye Chen was still thinking about it, Tai Sai next to him said. After returning to his senses, Ye Chen looked at the distant sky and found that the sun was about to go down. It was indeed not too early, so he also nodded. Then rest here for one night. In any case, Ye Chen agreed. Stopped the flight, let the black and somersault clouds land, and then Ye Chen jumped to the ground holding Bulma and Tai Sai. At this moment, they were in an empty wilderness, and they couldn't see any people at a glance, but they were all used to camping in the wild, and no one was picky about anything. Bulma took out the box in which the universal capsule was stored, chose a place where it could be sheltered from the wind and dry, and then threw a universal capsule out. With a bang, a house was released immediately. The universal capsule is the invention of Dr. Bruv, the father of Bulma and Tai Sai. It can store almost all non-living objects such as cars, ships, airplanes, and houses in a small capsule and take it out when needed. Very convenient, it can be said that it has greatly promoted the progress of human technology and even civilization. As the two eldest daughters of the Universal Capsule Company, Bulma and Tai Sai naturally carry a lot of universal capsules, including houses, cars, ships, small helicopters, even food, drinking water, cosmetics, and so on. Entering a comfortable house from the deserted and crowded wilderness, there is nothing happier than this. Wukong, who can't stop for a moment, ran around the house. Bulma and Tai Sai also stretched out, moaning comfortably. Ye Chen, Bulma and I are going to prepare dinner. Let's take a break first, Tai Sai said, and then walked into the kitchen with Bulma. In the past, there were intelligent robots and mothers who did these things at home. In fact, Bulma and Tai Sai are not very good at cooking, but after traveling with Ye Chen and Wukong, they also practiced it, and now they can do it. Produce some decent dishes. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 38. Wukong, go take a shower. Good, good. Ye Chen yelled to Wukong, and Wukong immediately ran over, and the two walked into the bathroom of the room 680. Wukong was almost breastfed by Ye Chen. The two of them ate together, slept together, and bathed together since they were young. These were all things that were taken for granted. After a while, the sound of water and Wukong rang out in the bathroom. Laughter. Ha ha ha. Itchy, itchy, Ye Chen. Ha ha ha. Bulma and Tai Sai, who were preparing dinner in the kitchen, naturally heard Wukong's voice. The two sisters looked at each other and then both shook their heads helplessly. At the same time, on a huge boulder that was hollowed out thousands of meters away from the hut, a blue kitten was staring at the house where Ye Chen and their camp were staying through a telescope. Master Yamcha, there is a chance to make money. A chance to make money. Putting down the binoculars, the kitten fell to the ground, and then happily said to a young man inside. The man has a handsome appearance and long hair that crosses the shoulders. In addition to the talking blue kitten just now, they are the desert thief Yamcha and Pool in the original Dragon Ball. Hey, is there finally another visitor here? Get ready to go, Pool, get to work. Standing up, Yamucha said. Yes, Master Yamacha. To be continued. Chapter 60 Wolf Fang 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 Fist. After washing my body, I feel a lot easier for me. Putting on the clothes that Taisai prepared for the two of them, Ye Chen walked out of the bathroom holding Wukong. The dinner will be cooked in a while. Ye Chen is comfortably watching TV on the sofa, and Wukong is running around the house crazy. Ah, Yuchen, someone is coming to us. Leaning on the window and pointing outside, Wukong suddenly shouted. Someone. With some minor accidents, Ye Chen also stood up and walked to the window. Sure enough, they saw two silhouettes riding toward them on motorcycles thousands of meters away, with a string of billowing dust behind them. The eyesight was amazing. Although the distance was far away, Ye Chen could still see the appearance of the visitor in an instant. He was a little surprised, but the corner of Ye Chen's mouth rose again in the next moment. Unexpectedly it was him. Wukong, let's go out and take a look. Good, good. Say hello to Bulma and Taisai, and then Ye Chen and Wukong walked out of the house. Not long, the motorcycle came closer, and then a man and a kitten jumped off the motorcycle. The young man was born tall and handsome, with a long knife slung around his waist, and the kitten was jumping around, looking rather cute. It is Yamacha and Pool. Ha 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 ha. I am the thief Yamacha who dominates this wilderness. I'm Pool. With a sneer, both Yamacha and Pool reported their names. This is our territory. If you don't want to be killed, hand over the money and the universal capsule. The eyes of Ye Chen and Wukong were like looking at some kind of delicious prey. Yamucha said. You want to rob us? Some fun, Ye Chen asked back. Yes, those who are acquainted should quickly hand over valuable things. Shaking the long knife around his waist, Yamucha put on a ferocious look. Ye Chen shook his head, Wukong also hugged the back of his head and smiled. These two poor auras in front of them are really idiots who want to rob them. Master Yamacha, they are all laughing at us. Boy, this uncle didn't joking with you, so quickly hand over all the valuable things. Poor pointed to Ye Chen he wooer and whispered authentically, and Yamucha's eyes were cold, and he choked and drew the long knife from his waist. Sorry, it's been a long time since I met anyone who dared to rob us. Do you want valuable things? No problem, if you can beat me, you can give you anything you want. As a little entertainment before dinner, it seems to be good, Ye Chen smiled authentically. Boy, since you are looking for death by yourself, don't blame me. Which of the travelers I met in the past was not scared by him to kneel down and begging for mercy? Yamucha smiled back, and these two guys really thought he didn't dare to kill, right? With a cold expression, Yamucha cut to Ye Chen with a single knife. I am very confident of my own strength, let alone a human being, even a hard stone will be cut in half with his knife. It's just that the next moment. What? Looking at Ye Chen, who clamped his long knife with 2 fingers, the eyes of Yamacha and Pure were about to come out. Ye Chen's fingers pressed lightly, only a click, and Yamucha's long knife broke in 2. Master Yamucha. Keeping backing away, Pool shivered with fright, and Yamacha couldn't help but become serious. It really made him look away, this guy is also a master. However, in addition to the initial shock, Yamacha quickly became excited again. It's been a long time since I met such an opponent, and today he can finally stretch his muscles and bones for a big fight. Boy, I admit, I underestimated you just now. However, don't think that breaking my knife is great. My real strength is much more than that. The corner of his mouth raised a confident arc. Yamucha threw away the broken knife in his hand, and then assumed a posture like a wolf. Come on, then let me see your true strength. After hooking a hook at Yamucha, Ye Chen still smiled. Yamucha was very upset by the other party's calm look. This guy really thought he was going to take him. Humph, make yourself aware, you successfully angered me, and I won't forgive you lightly even if you beg for mercy later. Lanja, Feng Feng Kun. Stepping on it, Yamucha rushed forward, and immediately launched a fierce attack on Ye Chen. Ha ha ha! This is Master Yamacha's special skill Spike Fang Feng Fang Fist. Be scared! Be scared! Master Yamacha, come on! Come on! Ye Chen won't lose! Ye Chen, come on! Come on! Pool bounced on the side to cheer for Yamacha, while Wukong made a face at Pool, and then shouted for Ye Chen. As an earth person, Yamacha's strength is indeed quite good. One-hand Spike Fang Feng Fang Fist also fought vigorously, fiercely, and swiftly, as if countless evil wolves were roaring and roaring constantly at Ye Chen. However, the difference between the strength of the two sides is like a ditch, no matter how hard Yamucha used to attack Ye Chen. It was obvious that the opponent was standing in front of his own eyes, but after dozens of attacks in a row but couldn't even touch the opponent's clothes, Yamucha was going crazy. Can't hit, can't hit, can't hit. Why is that? I do not believe. With a loud roar, Yamucha's heart was ruthless, this time he really had no reservations. And tried his best to attack Ye Chen more fiercely. At the same time, in the next hut. Sister, where did that idiot come from? He even wants to defeat Ye Chen. I don't know, it seems to be a thief who wants to rob us. The thief? He looks pretty handsome, but he still can't compare with our Ye Chen. Hey, it seems there are still two things left, let me see how strong he really is. Naturally, I heard the movement outside. Bulma and Taisai stood in front of the window and looked at the outside scene. As if thinking of something, Bulma took out the detector and put it on his forehead. The detector locked on Yamacha, who was attacking Ye Chen, and as the data bounced, it finally showed an 8. Hey, I thought it was so powerful. Sister, let's go back and continue to prepare cooking. Okay, all right. He lost interest in Yamacha in an instant, and a guy with only 8 points of combat power wanted to challenge Ye Chen. I really didn't know whether to say that guy was courageous or unsure of life. You don't need to look at the result. Bulma and Taisai don't bother to pay attention to the playful battle, and return to the kitchen to prepare dinner dishes. To be continued. Chapter 61. Can't hit, still can't hit. Even if it used all its strength, it was meaningless. After hundreds of attacks did not succeed, Yamacha was about to collapse. However, at this moment, the other party actually stopped avoiding. It's now. His eyes lit up, and Yamacha exhausted all of her strength and slapped a punch. Damn it, you are not dead now. Finally, before failing again, Yamucha's fist hit Ye Chen's chest. Confident in his own strength, Yamucha seemed to be able to see the scene where Ye Chen screamed and vomited blood and flew out. However, the next moment, Yamacha felt that he was not hitting a person, but an extremely hard mountain. Ye Chen still didn't move, but Yamucha's hands turned red, and then quickly swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What? It hurts, it hurts. Tears almost came out. Yamucha only felt that her bones were about to be broken, and she screamed and jumped with her hands there. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 39. Ha 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 ha. Master Yamacha. Seeing the funny look of Yamacha, Wukong next to him laughed happily, while Pool was shocked and flew over to check the situation of Yamacha. After a long time, Yamucha finally eased, gritted his teeth and looked at Ye Chen with fear. Who are you? At this moment, Yamucha didn't understand that this kid was a master. Although he is young, Yamacha thinks that he has good skills. He knows all the famous martial arts masters very well, but he has never heard of anyone similar to this kid in front of him. My name is Ye Chen. As far as identity is concerned, it can be regarded as the god of earth. Shrugging, Ye Chen also introduced himself. Heaven, God. Both Yamacha and Pool were a little at a loss. Well, you won't understand if I tell you this now. Just now you showed me your moves, now let you see mine too. While talking about Ye Chen, he flicked his sword. Shocked, Yamcha and Pool hurriedly backed away, but they were relieved when they found that nothing happened. What? It turned out to be just scary, obviously nothing happened. Pool murmured and made faces at Ye Chen. You are so stupid, look over there. Wukong on the side almost couldn't stand it anymore. He pointed and reminded the two of them, and Yamcha and Pool also looked in the direction Wukong was pointing. Not far from a few people, there were several towering boulders, but under the gaze of Yamcha and Pool, the boulders slipped and broke, and then fell to the ground with a few bangs. Ah 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 ah! How did you do it? The eyes were almost staring, and Yamcha asked incredulously. Didn't you see it clearly? Let's have a simpler one. With a slight smile, Ye Chen condensed a Qigong bomb in his hand, and then casually threw it out. A volleyball-sized Qigong bomb flew a certain distance in the air, and then landed on a desert tens of thousands of meters away. Then the next moment, boom! The earth trembled, and there was a loud noise. The yellow sand rolled like a nuclear bomb, and a huge mushroom cloud rose in the sky in the distance. Seeing this exaggerated scene, Yamcha and Pool were frightened and paralyzed. Weird monster! Monster! Is this the power that humans can possess? Impossible, it can only be a monster. The body looked like sifting chaff, and when they thought that the two of them still wanted to rob such a terrifying monster, both Yamcha and Pool had the urge to strangle themselves. Ye Chen, what happened outside? It's okay, I just threw a Qigong bomb for fun. Well, Ye Chen is true, dinner will be ready soon, don't play anymore. Well, we will be back soon. Bulma and Taisai's voice came from the room, and Ye Chen also replied. I originally planned to have more fun, but since it's dinner, let's end this farce soon. Thinking about this, Ye Chen walked towards Yamcha and Pool. Woo! Please forgive us, we know we were wrong. Thinking that Ye Chen was going to kill the two of him, Yamcha and Pool were frightened and hugged tightly. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Yamcha, do you want to have the power just now? Does an elephant care about how rude an ant is to him? Anyway, the current Ye Chen is also the god of this planet, so naturally he will not care about the little things just now, but ask. Master, please accept me as a disciple. Turning his head quickly, Yamcha hurriedly bowed to Ye Chen's body. He is also a man, he is also a martial artist who has become a monk, and of course he wants the godlike power just now. Just accept the apprentice, I don't want an apprentice like you. Ye Chen was a little bit happy, but Yamcha looked disappointed when he heard the sound. However, although I cannot accept you as a disciple, I can introduce you to a teacher. You go to Gaixian Island on the southern coast to find Gaixian teacher Wu Tian, and then tell Master Wu Tian that I let you go, he will naturally accept you as a disciple and teach you martial arts. Teacher Wu Tian, is that the legendary god of martial arts teacher Wu Tian? Yamcha couldn't help being shocked after hearing what Ye Chen said. Yes, I am a disciple of teacher Wu Tian, and only after receiving the guidance of Wu Laotian will I become as strong as I am now. Yamcha, don't waste your talents by doing thieves here. Go to teacher Wu Tian, and then work hard to practice. Becoming a great martial artist is the destination and meaning of your life. Patting Yamcha on the shoulder, Ye Chen said earnestly. Looking at Ye Chen in a daze, Yamcha only felt his blood boil, and his fighting spirit burned in his eyes. It seems not bad to be a great martial artist with that powerful power. In the end, Yamcha expressed apologies and gratitude to Ye Chen, and then got on the motorcycle with Pool, waved to Ye Chen and the others, and left. Accepting Ye Chen's suggestion, he is going to find teacher Wu Tian and become a great martial artist. Watching Yamcha leave, a smile appeared on Ye Chen's face. Yamcha possesses great potential, as long as it is a good practice, it can become a super soldier who breaks the limit of human beings. The reason why he was recommended to practice with teacher Wu Tian was indeed for the reason of cherishing talents, but also for Ye Chen's own purposes. Although he has become the god of the earth now, Ye Chen's ambition is far more than that. What he really wants is to conquer the entire universe. But in order to achieve this goal, he must not only make himself stronger and stronger, but also make the earth stronger. And human beings like Yamcha with great potential are naturally the objects that need attention and cultivation. When he grows up, he will also become one of the powers in Ye Chen's hands. Wukong, go back to eat. Withdrawing his gaze, Ye Chen turned and walked into the room. Oh, eat, eat. To be continued. Chapter 62. Under the curtain of night, two octopus-shaped robots moved quickly across the wilderness. Find the target. Find the target. Finally found them. Hiding behind a huge boulder, the two robots secretly looked at the house where Ye Chen was located not far away. The drivers of the two robots are a dog breed wearing a ninja suit and a symbol girl wearing a military uniform. They are the two subordinates of Pilaf in the original Dragon Ball, Ash and Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, what are we going to do now? Ashiu asked in a low voice, as if he was afraid of being discovered by the enemy. Do you still have to ask? Of course, to snatch the Dragon Ball from the hands of those people. A cold light flashed in the beautiful eyes, Xiao Wu said coldly. But the guys named Ye Chen and Sun Wukong are very powerful. We are not their opponents. Recalling the last memory, Ashiu looked scared. In fact, when they were ordered by Master Pilaf to search for Dragon Balls the other day, they ran into a few people at Night Chen. When they found out that there were several Dragon Balls on their bodies, they were so happy that they were ready to snatch the Dragon Balls from the others' hands. But in the end they were killed by the opponent with a single move. Not only did Dragon Ball fail to snatch it back, but Master Pilaf was severely punished. Idiot! As long as we don't fight them directly. Wait for you to secretly install the bomb on their house, and then we do this. Xiao Wu whispered to Ashiu for a while, and then Ashiu also showed a daze. Oh, it is Xiao Wu. Humph, after grabbing the Dragon Ball in their hands, Lord Pilaf will definitely praise us this time. Okay, let's get started. Controlling the robot, the two approached the room cautiously, not daring to make the slightest noise. However, at the same time, it's those two guys again. Ye Chen, who was asleep, opened his eyes, and was disturbed when he was asleep. He threw a Qigong bomb through the window. Hey, what is this? Seeing a luminous sphere flying out of the room, Ashiu, who was about to plant a bomb, subconsciously controlled the robot to catch it. Xiao Wu on the side also looked over, but both of them looked blank. The Qigong bombs flashed in the hands of the robot, as if it contained infinite energy that would burst out at any time. Xiao Wu, I have a bad feeling. Me too. The uneasy feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. Just when Ash was about to throw this strange thing away, the Qigong bomb finally broke out. Boom! Ah 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 ah! Amid the loud explosions and exclamations, Ash and Xiao Wu, together with their robots, were blown into the air and turned into two meteors. Wu! What's the sound outside, Ye Chen? Wukong was still sleeping on Ye Chen's body, but Bulma and Taisai, who were lying on both sides of Ye Chen, were awakened by the explosion outside, and asked in a drowsy manner. It's just two cockroaches. It's all right now. Go on sleeping. Soothed the two women so that they don't have to worry, Ye Chen said. Oh. Since Ye Chen said it was okay, it must be okay. Bulma and Taisai hugged Ye Chen's arm and went to sleep again. The next day, after taking breakfast for a while, Bulma took the house back into the universal capsule, and then Ye Chen and Wukong also called Hey Du Yun and Somersault Yun, and the four began to set off again. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 40. According to Dragon Ball Radar, the 6th Dragon Ball is on Frying Pan Mountain. At the speed of Black Bucket Cloud and Somersault Cloud, it won't take long for a few people to reach the area of Frying Pan Mountain. Ah, there is a burning mountain there. Will it be Frying Pan Mountain? It's so hot. Wukong pointed at a great mountain burning with majestic fire in the distance. Bulma couldn't help wiping the fine sweat from his forehead. I have seen some reports about Frying Pan Mountain in the newspaper before. It is said that this place was called Liang Jingshan before, but the essence of fire fell from the sky 10 years ago, and then it became what it is now. I thought it was true. Looking at the Frying Pan Mountain in the distance, Taisai also looked surprised. However, instead of calling it the Frying Pan Mountain, it may be more appropriate to call it the Flame Mountain. The whole mountain is burning with unquenchable flames, and you can feel the hot feeling even if you are far away. If there is Frying Pan Mountain, how are we going to find Dragon Ball? The simple thing is to blow out the flame with a banana fan. Bulma had a troubled expression on his face, but he said casually overnight. A mountain of flames couldn't help him. Even if the banana fan didn't work, he would just have another Qigong bomb. Just as a few people were about to fly directly to Jianpan Mountain, there was a sudden call for help from below. Help! Help! Don't come! Don't come! Below a few people, a dinosaur was hunting a girl about the size of Wukong. The girl screamed while running in front. That little girl is in danger. Ye Chen, please help her. Bulma and Taisai both showed shock, and quickly said to Ye Chen. He was about to take a shot, but when he saw the girl who was shouting and running below, Ye Chen was a little happy. No, she can do it herself. Bulma, Taisai, and even Wukong were a little puzzled, but they would understand in the next moment. I saw the running girl suddenly turned around and threw a flying blade on her helmet. The flying blade spun in the air at 3.0 speed and cut off the dinosaur's neck with a chuckle. It's scary. It's scary. The flying blade turned around and inserted it back into the girl's helmet, but the girl was still yelling, and then pressed her forehead with her hands, only to see another beam of light shot out of the helmet, banging the dinosaur's body with a bang. It was blown to pieces. Wukong and Ye Chen were okay, but Bulma and Taisai jumped at the corner of their eyes. Obviously yelling terrible, "Don't look scared," but I didn't expect this little girl to act so cruelly, she is really not good looking. Let's go down and take a look. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, and Ye Chen let He Duyun land. I didn't expect to be able to meet this person here, so naturally I would go down to get to know each other. To be continued. Chapter 63 Bull Demon King Father and Daughter. Yo, little sister. He Duyun landed on the ground. Ye Chen raised his hand and greeted the girl. Are you here to catch me too? Don't come over. After seeing the Ye Chens, the girl had a frightened expression. She pressed her forehead with her hands, and suddenly another light blasted from the helmet to the Ye Chens. Bulma and Taisai were taken aback, but before the end of the night, they calmly hugged the two women with a slightly tilted head before avoiding the attack of the light. You bad guy, why are you attacking Ye Chen and Bulma? Seeing that the other party attacked Ye Chen and the others, Wukong on the somersault cloud became angry, raising his wishful stick and preparing to hit the girl. Wukong, stop, she is not a bad person. If Wukong really smashed his opponent with a stick, his head would bloom, and Ye Chen quickly stopped Wukong. Although I don't know why Ye Chen said that the other party was not a bad person, Wukong never questioned Ye Chen's order, and stopped immediately after hearing Ye Chen's voice. Little girl, we are not here to catch you. Don't attack us again, otherwise Wukong will break your beautiful little head, so don't cry. Jumping off the Black Duyun, Ye Chen knocked the girl's head and said. 17. You are not here to catch me. Of course not, your name is Kikai, right? My name is Kikai, how do you know my name? When Ye Chen called out her name, the girl Jiki looked surprised. You look so cute, who else can you be besides Kiki? After stroking Fu Kikai's cute little helmet, Ye Chen said with a smile. Bulma and Taisi on the Black Duyun fainted. Ye Chen, the bad guy, would you like to tease others like this? But what is shocking is that the girl named Kikai actually believed it to be true. Yes, cute. Woo, I'm so shy, besides my father, this is the first time a boy praises me for being cute. Holding her face, Kiki looked shy but happy. Ye Chen couldn't help being funny secretly, saying that she was a pure girl. But thanks to Kikai being so innocent, otherwise in the original book, the son Wukong who only knows how to train and find his wife, is definitely the life of a lifetime bachelor. My name is Ye Chen. They are Bulma, Taisai and Wukong. Kiki, where are you going? Ye Chen asked about his identities. My father wanted to extinguish the flames of Frying Pan Mountain, so I asked teacher Wu Tian to borrow the banana fan. Kikai faithfully replied. Do you want to borrow a banana fan? Then you don't need to go to teacher Wu Tian. Wukong and I are the disciples of teacher Wushan, and this is the banana fan. We just have to go to Jianguo Mountain, you go back with us, and then we will help you fan the flames. He took down the banana fan behind him and showed Kikai. Ye Chen said. You are the disciples of teacher Wu Tian, is this the banana fan? Ha, great! Thank you, Ye Chen, you are such a good person. Unexpectedly, I found teacher Wu Tian's disciple and banana fan so soon. Kikai suddenly looked happy. Ye Chen was a little bit speechless, but this good guy Kafabai good guy card, so be it. Kikai, you go to Wukong's somersault cloud, let's take you back to Jianpan Mountain. Wukong, take Kikai with you. Okay. Following Ye Chen's instructions, Wukong also lowered his somersault cloud a little. Can this cotton-like thing carry people? It's amazing. After touching the soft somersault cloud, Kikai had a look of surprise on her face, and then she was about to climb up the somersault cloud, but because she was still small, it was very inconvenient to get up with short arms and legs. She saw Wukong sway after the dangling tail. Kiki grabbed it. What? Tail, tail, don't touch my tail. Wukong couldn't help screaming as if he had blown up his hair. The tail is the weakness of scions. Once caught, they will lose strength. Although Wukong has overcome this weakness under Ye Chen's deliberate training since childhood, the tail is still very sensitive to her, except for Ye Chen. Never let others touch. It's strange, why do you still have a tail? Is it just a touch? It's stingy. Climbing the somersault cloud, Kikai said. You are stingy, annoying. You're a nuisance, Lu. You make faces for me, I make faces for you. Looking at Wukong and Kikai who are like a pair of small friends, Ye Chen shook his head amusedly. Okay, Wukong, we set off. Oh. No longer staying, Ye Chen and Wukong drove Heiduyun and Somersault Cloud into the sky, and Kikai, who was startled, quickly grabbed Wukong's clothes. Okay, so fast, this thing called Somersault Cloud. Hehe, my Somersault Cloud is the best. Hey, Ye Chen, how do you know that girl named Kikai? Wukong and Kikai flew in front of Somersault Clouds, while Bulma next to Ye Chen asked. Kikai's father Neo Demon is also a disciple of teacher Wu Tian, so I know her. Ye Chen said vaguely, but Bulma had a clear expression on his face. In fact, what Ye Chen didn't explain was that he had never seen the Cow Demon King father and daughter before, and the reason why he recognized Kikai was only because he was a traverser. Treat it as his own secret forever rotten in his heart. Driving the Black Bucket Cloud and Somersault Cloud, a group of 5 people quickly came to the sky above the Frying Pan Mountain. The entire mountain is burning with a majestic fire, and a huge castle can be seen faintly in the center of the flame. According to Kiki's statement, that castle is their home, and it contains many treasures collected by his father, the Bull Demon King, and the 6th Dragon Ball displayed by the Dragon Ball radar is also in that castle. Ha! My father is there. Dad! Dad! I'm back! Seeing a big man below who was sleeping leaning against a rock, Kiki shouted happily. Looking down in the direction that Kiki pointed, Ye Chen could be regarded as seeing the legendary Bull Demon King, his nominal second senior brother. Just like the rumors, the Bull Demon King is a big, fat, sturdy man, with a big, unshaven face, and a helmet with horns on his head. He looks fierce and horrible. It felt interesting. Ye Chen and Wukong also let He Duyun and Somersault Cloud land. What? Kiki, is Kiki calling me? After yawning, the Bull Demon King also woke up, then slapped his lips and looked at Ye Chen and the others. To be continued. Chapter 64 Brother 6 Dragon Balls. Who are you guys? Don't hurt Kiki. Seeing that Kiki was with other people unexpectedly, the Bull Demon King was shocked, grabbed the big axe beside him and hacked at Ye Chen and the others. There have always been some greedy villains coveting the treasure of the Bull Demon. Some people even wanted to catch Kiki to threaten him. So the first reaction of the Bull Demon is that these people are also villains who want to snatch his treasure. What? This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 41. No, Dad. Bulma and Taisai turned pale with fright, while Kiki yelled to stop the Bull Demon, but his roaring axe could not stop. But, raising his hand, Ye Chen easily clamped the Ox Demon King's axe with 2 fingers. Dad, Ye Chen, they are not bad guys. They are the disciples of Teacher Wu Tian just like you. They are here to help us extinguish the flame. With a sigh of relief, Kiki said quickly. Are you also the disciples of Teacher Wu Tian? Looking at Ye Chen and the others, Neo Demon couldn't help being surprised. Yes, Brother Bull Demon King. My name is Ye Chen. They are Bulma, Taisai and Wukong and I are both disciples of Teacher Wushan. This is the somersault cloud given to me and Wukong by Immortal Kalin. Teacher Wu Tian also has one, and this is the wishful stick given to Wukong by brother Sun Wufan. Senior brother should recognize it. After introducing the identities of several of his own people, Tian Luo pointed to the Ruyi stick behind Somersault Yun and Wukong again. Really Somersault Cloud and Wishful Stick? Ahahaha! Ye Chen, Wukong, I didn't expect that you are also the disciples of Teacher Wu Tian. Just now I thought you were all bad guys who were coming to snatch my treasure. Sorry, please forgive me. I really miss it, Teacher Wu Tian and Monkey King are all okay. Throwing away his axe, the Bull Demon King laughed and dissipated his hostility, and then asked. Now brother Gohan also lives with Teacher Wu Tian, they are all very well, senior brother don't have to worry about it. Ye Chen smiled. Ye Chen, Wukong, since you also have somersault clouds, can you help me find Teacher Wu Tian to borrow the banana fan? My castle is surrounded by flames. Only the banana fan in the hands of Teacher Wu Tian can extinguish those flames. Nodded, then the Bull Demon said again. The words of the banana fan are here. Brother, please take a look. With a slight smile, Ye Chen took the banana fan from behind him. Ahahaha! Great! Great! Now I can finally return to my castle. Ye Chen, can you help me put out the flames on the mountain? I will promise you no matter what you ask. Naturally, he recognized that Ye Chen's hand was the real banana fan. The Bull Demon King was happy, and said. No problem. But we are now looking for a Dragon Ball. There is a Dragon Ball in your castle, brother. After I put out the flames on the mountain, please brother can give us that Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball. It's this kind of sphere. Seeing New Devil's dazed look, Ye Chen took out a Dragon Ball and showed him. I don't remember having such beads in my treasure. Well, forget it, if you can find it, I will give it to you. After thinking about it, I found that I didn't have any impression of this kind of bead, but the Bull Demon also said readily. Then thank you brother, I will help you extinguish the flames on the mountain now. Without grind, a few people found a relatively high position, and then Ye Chen picked up the banana fan to help the new devil fan the flames of the frying pan mountain. Plant and fan. With a soft drink, Ye Chen fanned out, and the gust of wind suddenly blew out all the flames on the mountain. However, not waiting for everyone to be happy, the flames ignited again with a hula. These flames are all caused by the essence of fire falling from the sky. They have not been extinguished for 10 consecutive years. It seems that they can't be blown out by just fanning them. If you don't care about it overnight, they fanned out twice while holding the banana fan. Fan. The banana fan is a very powerful artifact. It can produce wind, 2 rain, and 3 heavy rains. With Ye Chen, it has 3 fans in succession. Don't be too long for the whole sky to be full of dark clouds and heavy breeze, and then another torrential rain. Landed. Shattering. Under the washing and extinguishing of the heavy rain, the flame on the frying pan mountain finally gradually extinguished, and the originally hot temperature of the entire mountain also dropped. Ah ha 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 ha! Great! Great! The flame is finally extinguished. Seeing the extinguished flame, the bull demon happily cheered, and Kikai also looked at Ye Chen with little stars. That's amazing, Ye Chen, your thing called banana fan. Why, does Kiki like it? I'll give it to you if I like it. Seeing that Kikai seemed to be very interested in the banana fan, Ye Chen smiled and then handed the banana fan to her. Can you give me such a great thing? Of course, who makes Kiki so cute? Kikai's face was moved, and Ye Chen stroked her cute little head and said, yes, cute. He not only praised himself for being cute, but also gave himself the precious and powerful banana fan. Is it true that the other party is confessing to himself? Holding her face, Kiki blushed and began to fall into her personal world. What? Found it, Dragon Ball. In a corner of the Bull Demon King's castle, Wukong picked up the Dragon Ball that had fallen there and said happily. This is a 7-planet, it should have been Ye Chen and Wukong a few years ago and they flew here after making a wish to Shenlong. With the addition of the few that have been found before, now they have gathered 6 Dragon Balls. Ha ha ha! I didn't expect that bead is really in my castle. Finally returned to his castle, the Bull Demon also looked very happy. Grateful to Ye Chen and the others, the Bull Demon King also invited Ye Chen and Wukong to visit his treasure collection. No refusal, Ye Chen followed along with them. When he saw the treasures collected by the Bull Demon King, Ye Chen couldn't help being a little surprised. There was a room full of all kinds of jewelry and gold. He didn't expect that his cheap brother really collected a lot of good things. Wukong, who has no idea about these so-called treasures, is okay, while Bulma and Taisai on the side have their eyes shining, and their heartbeat can't help speeding up. Hey, Mr. Bull Demon King, can you give us some of your treasures too? Excited, Bulma said flatly. Ha ha ha, no problem. You are all friends of Ye Chen and Wukong, take as much as you want. Laughing, the Bull Demon in a good mood also spoke generously. Long live! With a cheer, the sisters were both very happy, ran into the treasure pile and picked what they liked. To be continued. Chapter 65. Put out the flames of Frying Pan Mountain and found the 6th Dragon Ball. Originally, Ye Chen and the others had already planned to leave, but the Bull Demon enthusiastically invited them to stay in his castle for 2 days. Thinking about her daughter, secretly said that maybe she could take this opportunity to get closer to Kikai, so after thinking about it, Ye Chen didn't refuse. So Ye Chen and Bulma and her daughters stayed in the Bull Demon King's castle for the next few days, and they were happy to drink and eat meat every day. Although most of the time is spent on Kikai, Ye Chen will also learn from the Bull Demon King and practice martial arts when he is free. As the second disciple of Immortal Turtle, the strength of the Bull Demon King is still very good. With a burly figure and brute force, he is definitely a top-level master at the level of a human being on Earth. Of course, it is naturally incomparable with Ye Chen. If Ye Chen is willing to use any move, he can kill him in seconds. However, everyone is just learning from each other, and the other party is also regarded as his nominal senior brother. Naturally, Ye Chen would not be so serious, just as a game. However, even so, the Bull Demon King was very surprised, because no matter how hard he used his moves, his junior brother could easily block his attack. Although it feels very unbelievable, it seems that Ye Chen already has this level of strength at such a young age. The Bull Devil also appreciates Ye Chen more and more, and he said frankly that he must let his daughter Kikai do his job in the future. Wife. I was still thinking about his 240 daughters, but he didn't expect that he would take the initiative to send it to the door, and he was quite amused in the face of his nervous brother Ye Chen. But this is a good thing no matter how you look at it. Brother New Demon King, thank you for your hospitality these days, but Wukong and I are also planning to leave. In the castle, Ye Chen said while tasting the wine. Are you leaving so soon? It doesn't matter if you stay a few more days. After hearing Ye Chen say they were leaving, New Devil and Kikai were a little bit sad. Especially Kikai, who had become good friends with Wukong these days, and even admired Ye Chen even more, so she didn't want Ye Chen and Wukong to leave so soon. Brothers have been interrupting you for a long time, and we have to find the last Dragon Ball. But... Kiki, do you want to be with us? Shaking his head, Ye Chen turned around and looked at Kikai on the side. I'm with you too. Ah, it's super fun to go on an adventure with us, and Kiki is talented in martial arts. If I follow us, I can also instruct Kiki's martial arts. Kikai couldn't believe it, but Ye Chen smiled. Ye Chen liked Kikai not only because she was cute, but also because of her martial arts talent. Although she is still young, Kikai already possesses not-so-weak strength, and it is easy to deal with 3 or 5 adult men. And this point is also proved in the original Dragon Ball. Kikai only learned some martial arts of Geixi and Liu with her father Neo Demon, but she has more than 100 combat power and is a very powerful female martial art. At home, it's just that after marrying Monkey King, he had to raise a husband and a child before he gradually abandoned martial arts. It can be said that Kikai today is a perfect jade, as long as Ye Chen Housheng is cultivated and refined, the future achievements are absolutely limitless. Although it is a little worse than Wukong's Scion bloodline, it is definitely stronger than the original Klin and Tianjin Fan and others. Of course, if Kikai really followed them, Ye Chen could also implement his cultivation plan by the way. How about, Kiki, would you like to be with you? Now is the time to show his achievements these days. Ye Chen said with a smile. Well, I do. Dad, I also want to go with Ye Chen and the others. Looking forward to it, Kikai nodded happily. Since Kiki wants to go, follow it, but I will be alone if Kiki leaves. She is very fond of Kikai, and almost never refuses any request from her, but when she thinks of living by herself in the future, the Bull Devil can't help but feel depressed. Brother New Demon King, now senior brother Wufan is on teacher Wushan's side, why don't you go and live with them? And if you go there, we will often take Kikai to visit you. In order for Kikai to follow her with peace of mind, Ye Chen also made suggestions for the Bull Demon King. Yes, I can still go to teacher Wushan and Gohan. With a clap of his fist, the Bull Demon King also brightened his eyes. It was a long time since I saw teacher Wu Tian and Monkey King, and he missed them very much. In the past living with them, Kikai would often go there to see herself, which seemed pretty good too. However, the treasure in my castle. Thinking of his own treasures, the Bull Demon showed hesitation again. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 42. Bulma, send a few of your universal capsules to senior brother New Demon King. Funny shook his head, and then Ye Chen said to Bulma next to him. Okay. Before, the Bull Demon asked them to choose a lot of beautiful jewelry, and Bulma was not stingy. It's just a few universal capsules, not worth mentioning to her. Goodbye, Uncle Bull Demon King. Dad, goodbye. Goodbye, Kikai, Ye Chen, Wukong. Having boarded the Black Duyun and Somersault Cloud, the Yechen people who had already planned to leave waved goodbye to the Bull Demon King below. Next, Yechen and the others will look for the last Dragon Ball, while the Bull Demon is going to Gaixian Island to find Monkey King and Gaixianren. Hey, Yechen, are we going to find the thing called Dragon Ball now? Kikai, who had left the Frying Pan Mountain and riding somersault clouds with Wukong, asked Yechen. Not bad. But before that, let's take you to another place. Where is it? You'll know in a minute. Location, Kailan-tat. Impressive. Mao Mao Sama, can this somersault cloud really be given to me? Holding a beautiful somersault cloud, Kikai asked happily. Well, take it with confidence, somersault cloud was originally given to people with pure hearts to use. Stroking his beard, Immortal Kallen said. In order to facilitate future actions, Yechen brought Kikai to Kailan-tat, and asked Immortal Kallen to ask for a somersault cloud for her. Not to mention Yechen's status as the Earth God now, even based on the small request of mutual relationship, Immortal Kallen would not refuse. Great! Thank you, Mao Mao! With a cheer, Kiki jumped onto the somersault cloud and flew around in the sky with the somersault cloud. Hey, Master Carlin, can you also give me a somersault cloud? Some envy, Bulma also stood in front of Immortal Kallen and said flatly. Somersault cloud can only be used by people with pure hearts. If you want to sit on Black Duyun with Yechen. Looking at Bulma, Immortal Kallen said slowly. Her face froze, Bulma couldn't help but get angry. Stingy. To be continued. Chapter 66 Pilaf Castle. Ha ha ha. Wukong, come and chase me. Kiki, wait for me. Two streamers passed, Kikai and Wukong each drove their own somersault clouds in the air and chased them. Bulma, is the seventh dragon bead detected? Sitting on the Black Duyun with Bulma and Taisai, Yechen asked said. It has been detected. It's the current direction, and it's almost there after flying more than 1,500 kilometers. Checking the Dragon Ball radar in his hand, Bulma said. Just find that Dragon Ball and all the Dragon Balls will be gathered. Kikai, Wukong, stop playing, we have to speed up. Oh. Hey Duyun and Somersault Cloud were extremely fast, and it didn't take long for Yechen and Bulma to arrive at the position shown by Dragon Ball radar. At this time, under Yechen and them was a grey desert, and not far in front of them stood a huge castle. There is a castle in this place. The seventh Dragon Ball should be in that castle. A little surprised, then Bulma said. Also looking at the castle in the desert, a smile appeared on Yechen's face. At the same time, Master Pilaf, according to the radar, the other 6 Dragon Balls have come to us by themselves. What? Let me see. In the castle, Ash and Xiaowu reported to their eldest Pilaf, and Pilaf, who heard the sound, jumped up and looked at the 6 Dragon Ball signals on the radar screen. All happy. Unexpectedly, these Dragon Balls were all delivered to the door by themselves. This is God who wants to help me achieve my ambition to conquer the world. Oh ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, there would be such a good thing, Pilaf couldn't help laughing up to the sky. Master Pai Pilaf, it is Yechen and Sun Wukong. The other 6 Dragon Balls are in their hands. Calling up the scenes of Yechen and the others, Xiaowu on one side was shocked. Yechen, Sun Wukong? Are you the 2 who made you miss the first few times? Cut, isn't it just sitting on a few strange clouds? It's nothing great. No one can stop the ambition of my King Pilaf. Since they took the initiative to send the Dragon Ball to the door, then I will accept it without any hesitation. Axiu, Xiaowu, shoot them down for me. With a sneer on his face, Pilaf sat on his throne and commanded to Ash and Xiaowu. Although both Ash and Xiaowu felt a little uncomfortable, they didn't dare to defy King Pilaf and could only carry out his orders. Yes, Master Pilaf. Sitting on the console, Ashu and Xiaowu quickly activated the weapon system in the castle, only to see a machine gun emerge outside the castle, and then the few people who locked Ye Chen in the air slammed. Shoot! What? Several people were still preparing to enter the castle to find the 7th Dragon Ball. They did not expect that the other party would start attacking them. Ye Chen used Qi to create an energy shield to protect the two girls of Bulma and Taisai. Wukong and Kiki is constantly evading in the air on somersault clouds. Damn bad guys, dare to attack us! Watch out! Suddenly being attacked by someone, Kikai was also a little angry. Standing on the somersault cloud a little forward, a few rays shot from her cute little helmet, bombing several machine guns to pieces. Ha ha ha! I'm coming too! I'm coming too! It seemed to be very interesting. Wukong laughed loudly and shot out several powerful finger holes with 2 fingers. With the combined efforts of Wukong and Kikai, it didn't take long for the machine guns on the entire castle to be destroyed by them. Then, are those 2 little girls monsters? Seeing Kikai and Wukong on the screen, Pilaf's eyes were almost staring out with his mouth wide open, and Ash and Xiao Wu also swallowed their saliva and looked like ghosts. Before, it was just the people named Ye Chen and Sun Wukong. I didn't expect that there would be such a powerful little monster girl now. This would give them a way out. Hateful! No one can stop my King Pilaf's ambitions and keep attacking me. Keep attacking! Recovered, Pilaf shouted angrily. Yes, Master Pilaf. Regardless of the shock, Ash and Xiao Wu also acted again. Under the control of the two, another fort rose up outside the castle this time. Boom! Boom boom boom! One after another, the shells were fired out, and they landed on the desert in the distance, causing huge explosions. Ha ha ha! Blow them up for me! Blow them up! As long as I get the Dragon Ball from them, I can summon the legendary dragon, and let the dragon realize my dream of conquering the world. Ha 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 ha! Directing Ashiu and Xiaowu to keep attacking, Pilaf laughed loudly. He didn't believe that these monsters were still alive. However, boom 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 boom! After a long explosion, the entire castle vibrated constantly, and the 3 of Pilaf fell to the ground, and the big screen in the room was stuck for a while and then turned into darkness. Ah, it hurts, it hurts! Axiu, Xiao Wu, where are you? Master Pai Pilaf! There was chaos in the whole room, and at the same time, outside the castle. Haha, see it, the guy inside, this is how powerful our Ye Chen is. Seeing that Ye Chen threw a few Qigong bombs and bombed all the fortresses, Bulma stood on Black Duyun and shouted triumphantly. Resolve it early and go home. With a murmur, Ye Chen urged the qi in his body, and suddenly another beam of light shot out from his fingertips. With Ye Chen's light stroke, the entire huge castle below was cut off. Hey, hey! Boom! Sliding slowly, the upper body of the castle fell to the ground, and then the 3 of Pilaf, Xiao Wu and Ash in the castle were revealed. Ash and Xiao Wu, who were sitting on the ground, are okay. They still seem to be confused. As for Pilaf, standing behind them, he touched the top of his bald head. The hat on his head has been cut off, almost, his head was also cut off. For the first time in his life, Pilaf felt how lucky he was to grow into a short man. To be continued. Chapter 67 Xiao Wu's submission. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 43. It's you again. Seeing Pilaf, Xiao Wu and Ashiu appearing in the castle, Ye Chen flew in front of the 3 of them on the Black Duyun. Pilaf is a small monster-shaped terrestrial person. In the original Dragon Ball, it can be said that he is the first official enemy of Xiao Wukong, and Ash and Xiao Wu are his subordinates. Although it is a small dwarf melon, this guy has no small ambitions, and has always wanted to achieve his desire to conquer the world by collecting Dragon Balls. However, they are not so much a villain trio, as they are a funny trio. Every time they gather the Dragon Balls and even summon the dragon, they will eventually fail because of accidents of this kind. In short, they are 3 responsible. Funny and sad guy. Small, who are you? Although he was terrified in his heart, Pilaf still pretended to be calm and stared at Ye Chen fiercely. These bastards actually ruined his castle, what a damn. My name is Ye Chen, you don't have to worry about the others. Is the last Dragon Ball with you? Go and bring it to me. He patted Pilaf on the shoulder. Ye Chen said. Dragon Ball. Don't think about it, that is my Lord Pilaf's thing. Hearing that the other party was about to take his own Dragon Ball, Pilaf immediately became angry and refused without hesitation. Master Pai Pilaf, this guy named Ye Chen is very powerful, shall we give them the Dragon Ball first? Yes, yeah, Lord Pilaf. Seeing the greatness of Xin Chen and Wukong, Ash and Xiao Wu persuaded them. Shut up, you 2 traitors. Dragon Ball is an important thing to realize my ambition, even if I die, I won't give it to anyone. Scolding the 2 cartilage heads of Ash and Xiao Wu, Pilaf was very hard and honest. Master Pilaf. Ashiu and Xiao Wu looked worried, and they didn't have the time to grind with them overnight. With a wave of his hand, a Qigong bomb was shot out of Ye Chen's hand. Boom! The Qigong bomb exploded on the desert tens of thousands of meters away, and the earth trembled suddenly with a loud noise. Looking at the scene in the distance that looked like the end of the world blankly, the 3 people of Pilaf were pale and swallowed fiercely. Now, can you give me the Dragon Ball? Staring at Pilaf, Ye Chen smiled authentically. I just felt like I was being stared at by the most terrifying demon in the world, and Pilaf came back to his senses in a spirit of, oh, it turned out to be Master Ye Chen. Wait a minute, the younger one will go and bring you the Dragon Ball. Pilaf instantly had a brilliant face, he hopped to the side and took out the box containing the Dragon Balls, and then dedicated it to Ye Chen with great enthusiasm. Bulma and Taisai showed contempt, while Ash and Xiao Wu fell directly to the ground. Obviously, just now, he said stiffly that the Dragon Ball is an important thing to realize his ambitions, even if he died, he would not give it to anyone. Master Pilaf, what about your ambition, what about your morals? Not bad. After checking the 1 planet contained in the box, Ye Chen nodded in satisfaction. With this last one, so far, they have gathered all the Dragon Balls. Master Ye Chen, can we go if we are young? Rubbing his hands, Pilaf asked cautiously. Can. We'll leave the little one first, ha ha ha. After getting Ye Chen's permission, Pilaf and the 3 secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then turned around and prepared to escape. But... Stop! Ye Chen's faint voice, and the 3 people of Pilaf stopped stiffly. Master Ye Chen, didn't you just say? I said you can go, but I didn't say you can all go. You are only allowed to go 2, as for the remaining 1. The corner of his mouth raised, Ye Chen showed a dark and evil smile. Seeing Ye Chen like this, the 3 people of Pilaf only felt their hearts and souls tremble, and their entire bodies were enveloped by a cold chill. They were only allowed to leave, this cold-blooded demon. Master Pilaf, me or who of us stay? There is no doubt that the person who was left will definitely suffer the torture and abuse of the demon Ye Chen. The 3 of Pilaf, you look at me and I look at you, and then... Xiao Wu, you stay here. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. Pilaf and Ashoza ran away without a trace, leaving Xiao Wu alone, standing still in a mess in the wind. She were abandoned by Master Pilaf. Master Pilaf, Ash, wait for me. After finally reacting, Xiao Wu stepped forward and was about to chase Pilaf and Ashiu, but she stood in front of her with a flash in the evening. What a poor woman, she was abandoned by her companions. What do you want to do to me? With a frightened expression on her face, Xiao Wu couldn't help but step back. The pain of being abandoned by King Pilaf and Ashiu, the fear of the demon-like man in front of him, and many complex emotions intertwined, Xiao Wu's face was white and her whole body was completely confused. Now, you have two choices. First, surrender to me and serve as my tool in the future. Second, let me play with you until I die. With an evil look on his face, Ye Chen gave Xiaowu two choices, and then slowed down. If you can, I hope you can choose the second one. I choose the first one. Frightened, her face pale, Xiaowu said quickly. She shouldn't be played to death, absolutely not. The first one is a bit embarrassing, but at least there is still a way to survive, isn't it? She is not a fool, of course she knows which one to choose. No surprise to Xiaowu's choice, Ye Chen showed a successful smile. What an innocent woman, she can easily handle it with a little fright. But Ye Chen likes this kind of innocent guy. After all, the more innocent he is, the more convenient it is to use. Hey, call master. Stroking Xiaohu's forehead, Ye Chen ordered. Master. Master. Her face flushed, although she was too ashamed, but under the control of fear, Xiaowu could only choose to give in. The smile on his face grew stronger, although Ye Chen 2.5 also knew that Xiaowu had to surrender to herself only because she was afraid of herself. There was no loyalty at all, and she didn't care about it even overnight. Be loyal, won't you be trained afterwards? From now on, you will be my tool and subordinate. Come with us. Ye Chen said when he jumped onto the black Duyun. Without moving, Xiaowu looked hesitantly at the direction in which Pilaf and Ash were escaping, apparently still reluctant to part with her two former companions. Why, they have abandoned you and you still can't bear them? Ye Chen said with a sneer, while Xiaowu trembled all over. Yes, Master, Pilaf and Ash abandoned her, so there is nothing wrong with her surrendering to this man. For an instant, there was a hint of revengeful pleasure in Xiaowu's heart. The hesitation in her eyes disappeared. Xiaowu no longer hesitated, she also jumped on the black bucket cloud. To be continued. Chapter 68. Finally left, that demon. Hiding behind a corner of a castle, watching Ye Chen and his party disappear into the sky, Pilaf and Ash sat down on the ground with a long sigh of relief. There are such terrifying monsters in this world, Master Pilaf, we still don't want to conquer the world and go back home. Recalling the horrible explosion before, Ash said with lingering fear. Idiot, how I taught you before. Our ambition to conquer the world must never be given up, absolutely. Pilaf jumped up and shouted at Ashiu. But Xiaowu has been captured by them. Weak, Ashiu's expression of frustration. Humph, we just made a strategic surrender. Do you understand the surrender? That idiot thought he could let Xiaowu work for him if he took Xiaowu away, he didn't know Xiaowu would only obey my orders. Wait, Xiaowu will be back soon, and will bring back all the Dragon Balls. Holding his hands, Pilaf said with a smug expression. Really, Lord Pilaf? Of course it is true, but I quietly blinked at Xiaowu 3 times, she will definitely understand what I mean. It turns out to be 17 like this, you deserve to be King Pilaf. After Xiaowu brings back all the Dragon Balls, we will summon the Shenlong to make a wish to the Shenlong, and then I can realize my ambition to become the king of the world. Wait until then. Oh ha 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 ha, oh ha 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 ha. Location, Temple of Heaven. After using teleport, the figures of Ye Chen and Xiaowu flashed above the Temple of Heaven. Where is this? Looking at the strange environment around, Xiaowu's expression was blank. Obviously they were flying on the black cloud just now, why did they appear here in the blink of an eye? This is the Celestial Temple, the place where the Celestial God lives. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 44. Ye Chen briefly explained to Xiaowu. What heavenly temple, what place where the heavenly gods live? Xiaowu just feels a mass of paste in her head. Master Tenjin, welcome back. Seemingly discovering Ye Chen's breath, the servant Bobo greeted him from the hall. Bobo, report to me the situation these days. It has been many days since I and Bulma left here, and some of the matters that the gods needed to deal with were also handed over to Bobo's agent. Since they came back, Ye Chen naturally wanted to ask. "Okay, Lord Tenjin." He replied respectfully, and then Bobo briefly reported to Ye Chen the situation these days. As for Xiao Wu, she stood there blankly, but no matter how slow she was, she almost sorted out the situation now. She now came to a place called Tian Shen Temple, and the man named Ye Chen turned out to be a Tian Shen. No wonder he is so powerful. Good job, hard work. I roughly learned about the situation in the Xiaoshan Temple from Bobo these days. Ye Chen nodded his head and praised him, and then also introduced Xiao Wu's identity to Bobo. She's called Xiao Wu, and she is the subordinate I just took in. Next I will stay on the ground for a while, and she will stay here, Bobo, teach her some martial arts, and train her well. Okay, Lord Tenjin. Looking at Xiao Wu, Bobo also replied. Xiao Wu, although you are now my subordinate, I don't need useless waste. You will stay here in the future to practice martial arts with Bobo to improve your strength. I will check your practice when I come back later. If there is no improvement, you understand. Deliberately stretched his tone, and then Ye Chen had an evil smile on his face. Ah, yes. Master, Master, I will definitely practice martial arts hard and I will never be lazy. Most afraid of Ye Chen's evil smile, Xiao Wu was so frightened that her body trembled, and she quickly replied. Come on, I am optimistic about you. Smiled and patted Xiao Wu on the shoulder, Ye Chen greeted Bobo again, and then used teleport again to leave the Temple of Heaven. Your name is Xiao Wu, isn't it? I am Mr. Popo, and I will teach you martial arts after following the orders of Lord Celestial. First of all, you run 500 laps around this temple, let me test your physical fitness. With his hands on his back, Bobo said to Xiao Wu. 500 laps. Looking at the entire temple, Xiao Wu was a little dumbfounded. Although this temple is not very big, it is definitely not small. If you really want to run 500 laps around it, Xiao Wu feels that she will definitely die. Yes, is there any problem? Popo replied. Seeing Bobo's calm and serious face, the corner of Xiao Wu's eyes throbbed twice, only to feel the darkness of her future. Ha ha ha! Kiki, come chase me! Wukong, wait for me! In the sky, Wukong and Kikai were chasing around on their own somersault clouds, while Bulma and Taisai were sitting on the black Duyun flying behind them. I am back! Ye Chen's voice sounded, and then flashed between Bulma and Taisai. Ye Chen! Taisai happily hugged Ye Chen's body, but Bulma on the other side held her hands and turned her head to the side. Humph! Didn't some people leave with their new lover just now, what are they doing back? With a soft snort, Bulma's tone had a sour taste. Hello, Bulma, are you jealous again? Xiao Wu is just one of my subordinates. When did he become my lover? Amused, Ye Chen ignored Bulma's struggle and picked her up and put her on her lap. You just asked her to call you master. 007. She will be my subordinates and possessions from now on, is there any problem with calling my master? Or, Bulma, you actually like this name too? Holding Bulma's face, Ye Chen's face was evil. I don't like it. Bulma retorted in shame, flushing her face. Bulma is a small jar of jealousy, and he usually gets jealous for some inexplicable reasons like this. But Ye Chen has already figured out a way to manage Bulma after getting along these days. When facing jealous Bulma, don't talk to her anymore, just act directly. With a grin, Ye Chen blocked Bulma's lips. Woohoo! She was ashamed and annoyed, struggling to resist, but just as Bulma's little strength was Ye Chen's opponent, it shouldn't take long for the whole person to become dizzy and his body softened. After a long time, Ye Chen added his lips with a contented expression, while Bulma lay down on Ye Chen's body with endless sadness. Seeing Bulma being bullied by Ye Chen again, Taisai who was next to him was amused, holding Ye Chen's arm and asked. Ye Chen, where are we going next? The Dragon Balls have been collected, let's go back to Gaixian Island and rest for 2 days, and then take you to other places to play for a while. After thinking about it, Ye Chen replied. Well, I listen to you. Leaning on Ye Chen's body, Taisai's expression of happiness. To be continued. Chapter 69, 2 Junior Brothers. Driving the Black Bucket Cloud and Somersault Cloud, Ye Chen and the girls of Bulma returned to Gaixian Island. But what is surprising is that Gaixianren and the others are no longer here, and even the Gaixian hut is gone. After thinking about it, Ye Chen almost understood. It is estimated that Gaixianren and the others have moved to other places. Yamcha got his own introduction and came to find Gaixian to learn martial arts as a teacher. That kid was indeed a piece of material for martial arts training, and with his own introduction, Gaixian should not refuse. Since it is necessary to instruct Yamcha practice and martial arts, Gaixian Island is definitely not good. Gaixian people mostly went to the big island where they used to instruct Ye Chen and Wukong to practice. Sure enough, when Ye Chen and the girls flew to the big island where they had stayed before, they soon saw the Gaixian hut on the coast. They didn't see the turtle fairy, but they saw the little fat pig of Oolong lying on the couch and flipping through the magazine, and the turtles were also basking in their shells on the nearby beach. Change the turtle, we are back. It's Wukong and Ye Chen. Welcome back. Seeing that Ye Chen and Wukong were back, Hai Turtle was also very happy. Turtle, how about teacher Wu Tian? Holding Bulma and Taisai jumped to the ground, Ye Chen asked. The Turtle Immortal recently accepted 2 more disciples. They have gone out to practice now, and they should be back soon. Teacher Wu Tian accepted 2 more disciples. One is a young man named Yamcha, who said you introduced him. Besides him there is a young monk named Klin. After hearing the answer from Turtle 707, Ye Chen was suddenly stunned. Unexpectedly, the little bald head of Klin also came. Oolong, it seems you have a pretty good time here. Looking at Oolong on the side, Ye Chen smiled. You want to control. But I still remember these guys playing tricks on themselves. Oolong looks like I don't want to talk to you. Although Oolong was quite unhappy when he was thrown here at first, he got used to it after living for 2 days. I spend my little life leisurely every day, discussing the topic of girl fat times with the Turtle Immortal and Monkey King from time to time, and it feels unexpectedly good. Oolong, what are you looking at? Show me. Bulma snatched the magazine in Oolong's hand, and Oolong couldn't help but explode. That's my magazine, give it back. Give it back. You actually read this kind of magazine, you sucker. After seeing the content in the magazine, Bulma couldn't help making a big blush, and then hit Oolong's head with a fierce punch. Ah, it hurts. It hurts. Tears almost fell out of the pain, and Oolong yelled while holding his head. Bulma, this wicked woman, is obviously so cute, but she is so coquettish and violent. Why do I read my magazine for you? Damn Bulma, return my magazine. Give it back to me. No, no. Just not. The 2 people quarreled together. Taisai helplessly stroked her forehead, and Ye Chen was a little speechless. But at this moment, Ye Chen, who seemed to perceive something, looked to one side, and saw a few human shadows on the coast in the distance running towards this side. Run and jump, la la la. Run and jump, la la la. While running, they shouted familiar slogans, and everyone carried a thick tortoise shell on their backs. The one who ran in the front was Immortal Turtle. Behind Immortal Turtle were Monkey King and Bull Demon King. In addition, there were 2 other figures behind him. One is the desert thief Yamcha, and the other is the short and chubby little bald Klin. The Tortoise Immortal, Monkey King and Cow Demon running in front all looked relaxed, but Yamcha and Klin behind them were almost tired with tongues out. Teacher Wu Tian, Senior Brother Gohan, Senior Brother Neo Demon King. Oh, it's Ye Chen and Wukong you guys. Father! Ha ha ha! Kiki! Ye Chen greeted the Gaixian people, and the happy Kikai ran out and carried her father Neo Demon. Didn't you go looking for other Dragon Balls? Why did you come back so soon? Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Immortal Turtle asked. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 45. All the Dragon Balls have been gathered, so we also come back for a 2-day rest. Ye Chen smiled. Master Yamcha, come on! Come on! Ha, ha! Finally over! Under Pool's cheering sound, Yamcha and the little bald Klin finally reached the end, and the 2 men who had become dead dogs collapsed directly to the ground and gasped. Yamcha said he met you and Wukong in the desert, or did you let him come to me to learn martial arts? Yes, I think he has good qualifications. Being a robber in the desert is a bit wasteful, so let him come to teacher Wu Tian to learn martial arts. Although I can't keep up with you and Wukong, it's really good, and I can persevere in my practice. Immortal Turtle stroked his beard and nodded. Ye Chen and Wukong were completely freaks. On the contrary, Yamcha looked like normal humans. Teacher Wu Tian, is he also your new disciple? Pointing to Klin on the side, Ye Chen also asked. His name is Kellen, he claims to be a monk from Shaolin Temple, and he wants to practice martial arts with me. Well, I think he is also pretty good, so I also accepted his disciple. Immortal Turtle pretended to be serious, but he was secretly amused in his heart during the night. When Klin was a kid, he was absolutely slippery. It is estimated that he used some H magazines to bribe teacher Wu Tian like in the original Dragon Ball. Master Ye Yuchen. After recovering a lot, Yamcha got up from the ground and shouted to Ye Chen quite nervously. Seeing the terrifying power in the Night Chen body, and after finding the Gaixianren, I learned that he actually defeated the incomparably powerful god and became the current god of the earth. Yamcha can be said to admire and even worship Ye Chen. Don't be so nervous, we will be considered brothers in the same discipline in the future. Follow teacher Wu Tian to practice well, you can also become stronger. Anyway, he was his junior. Ye Chen also patted Yamcha on the shoulder and gave him a little encouragement. Yes, I will definitely practice hard. Excited, Yamcha said loudly. Humph, anyway, no matter how hard you work, you can't compare to our Ye Chen. Bulma's voice hugged Ye Chen's arm with a proud look. Because of Ye Chen, Yamcha hadn't noticed the others before, and only then discovered that there were 2 beautiful women beside her. Female, woman. Her cheeks flushed, Yamcha suddenly became terrified, and she kept backing away, and then accidentally fell to the ground, feeling embarrassed. Master Yamcha! Master Yamcha! What, that guy, he looked so horrified when he saw people. Pool hurried to chase Yamcha, but Bulma was a little upset. What does that guy mean when he sees her in shock? Bulma, don't mind, Yamcha has femininity, and he gets nervous when he sees beautiful girls. Ye Chen smiled. Hey, that's how it is. After hearing Ye Chen's explanation, Bulma felt relieved, but still couldn't help but despise Yamcha. She was so nervous when she saw a girl who was a little bit more beautiful, she was really a guy who didn't feel sorry for her, and she was still the best Ye Chen. Hey! Master Ye Chen, my name is Kellen, and I am also a disciple of teacher Wu Tian, please take care of me in the future. I don't know when I also stood in front of Ye Chen, and the little bald Klin said flatly, holding his hand. Looking at Klin who is still a dwarf beanie, Ye Chen was also a little bit happy. Please take care of me in the future, junior brother Klin. To be continued. Chapter 70. Oh yeah. In front of the Gaixian's hut, Ye Chen, Bulma, Taisai, and the Turtle Fairy, Monkey King, Oolong and Neo Devil sat in a row eating shaved ice, while dancing. Kikai, Yamcha and Klin are fighting fiercely. It has been a few days since Ye Chen and they came here. Every day Yamcha and Kellen are receiving arduous practice under Gaixian's guidance, and even Kikai has joined them together. In addition to Turtle Immortal, Monkey King and Bull Demon King, Ye Chen pointed out a few people from time to time, and even Wukong often accompany them to practice hands, just like this moment. Yamcha, Kikai, and Kellen joined forces to attack Wukong. Although they have an absolute advantage in number, the power gap between the two sides is as great as the sky. Even if they deal with 3 Wukong at the same time, they seem relaxed and happy. Among the 3, Yamcha is the oldest and the strongest. With one hand Spike Wind Fist, Kikai is second, and Klin is the best. In fact, Klin is not weak when it comes to speaking. It is naturally not an ordinary person who can desperately complete the practice arranged by the Turtle Fairy every day, but this little bald ghost has many courageous ideas, and always wants to make Yamcha and Kikai charged in front, but he beat Kai Yufeng behind and engaged in sneak attacks. Needless to say what the result was, his sneak attack was like a tickle to Wukong. Wukong shook his small neck, and then knocked Klin's bald head with his backhand. Worried about knocking the opponent's little bald head to Wukong, he has already paid attention to controlling his own strength, but still not the current Klin can withstand the resistance. The whole person cried out and stopped cooking. Kling! Seeing that Klin was killed so easily, Yamcha was also a little anxious, and immediately accelerated his attack to knock Wukong down. It's just that no matter how hard Yamcha tried, he couldn't hit Wukong. With a bright smile, Wukong stepped on the flash and shot forward, but he hit Yamcha's abdomen with a punch. Wow! Although Wukong's fist looked petite, it contained extremely powerful power, and Yamcha's eyes spit out bitter water. No, as expected of Master Wukong. Holding her abdomen, she kept backing away, and then Yamcha plopped to the ground. Master Yamcha! Master Yamcha! Pool on the side was exclaimed, and quickly ran over to check the condition of Yamcha, while the remaining Kikai continued fighting with Wukong. Damn Wukong, look at it! Several attacks had no effect, and Kikai was also a little angry. She touched her forehead with her finger, and the cute little helmet on her head immediately shot powerful rays towards Wu Air Strike. Boom 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 boom! The dust was flying, and the whole beach suddenly exploded. Ha ha ha, I will come too. After avoiding the attack of a few rays, Wukong laughed, and then launched a powerful finger hole wave with a single finger, and saw that the finger hole wave and a ray emitted by Kiki collided in the air. Kiki's rays are fired by relying on her own helmet. Although the power is not bad, it is obviously worse than Wukong's finger hole waves by more than a half. Kikai hurried to the side and finally escaped the bombardment of Zhaidongbo. Kiki! You can't beat me, hurry up and give up. Holding the back of his head in both hands, Wukong smiled happily. Having gone through countless hardships with Ye Chen, her strength is very strong, and she can actually end the battle at any time if she wants to. I don't want to admit defeat, Lu. Making faces at Wukong, Kikai said stubbornly. But Kiki also knew that she was definitely not Wukong's opponent, and she had to think of other ways to win against Wukong. A pair of big eyes rolled around, and Kikai soon had an idea. Wukong, look behind you. Pointing to the back of Wukong, Kikai exclaimed. Behind me? There was a dazed expression on his face, but Wukong still turned his head. With a flash of light in her eyes, Kikai suddenly showed a sly smile like a witch, took off the banana fan behind her and slapped Wukong forcefully. Plantain fan! Ah 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 ah! The current rioted, and then under Wukong's exclamation, a violent wind swept her up to the sky, and disappeared from everyone's vision in the blink of an eye. Hee hee, I won! Wiping her little nose, Kiki happily made a victory gesture to the people next to her. Ha ha ha! Kiki won! Kiki won! The bull demon suddenly laughed happily, but at the same night and the Gaixian people were speechless for a while. Kiki, this cunning little girl! The violent wind blown by the banana fan didn't know how far it was, but it didn't take long before Wukong, who was covered in arrogance, flew back from the distant sky. Kiki, you lie, there is nothing behind me. Falling back to the ground, the dancing air whispered towards Kikai. There was nothing, Wukong, you are too stupid. Holding her hands, Kiki has a smug look on her face. Don't count the previous one, let's do it again. Do it again. Humph, there is only one chance, this time I won the competition. Kiki is too cunning. It's all said that Wukong is too stupid. Looking at the two people who were fighting, Ye Chen shook his head helplessly, then stepped forward and knocked on the little heads of the two girls. Okay, don't fight anymore, this competition is Kiki's victory. Wukong, although you are better than Kikai and the others, you are always easy to carelessly underestimate the enemy. You must learn your lesson in the future, you know. I see, Ye Chen. There was never any doubt about Ye Chen's words. Wukong lowered his head as if he knew he was wrong. The same is true for Kiki. Although she won by trickery this time, the banana fan is only a foreign object after all. In the future, we must practice hard to improve her true strength. But I don't want Kikai to develop the habit of relying on banana fans and other foreign objects, Ye Chen also said to her. Well, I will definitely practice hard. Very well behaved in front of Ye Chen, Kikai replied. Well, you are actually pretty good. Training is hard, hurry up and wash off all the sweat on your body. Looking at the appearance of the two little girls, Ye Chen was also secretly funny, and then relaxed. Well, Wukong, let's go take a bath together. Good, good. With a happy smile again, Kiki and Wukong hopped into the room, preparing to wash their bodies for the two of them. Ah, I'm a little hungry. Sister, let's prepare lunch dishes. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 46. Extending his waist, Bulma stood up. Okay, but I remember the condiments in the kitchen are almost running out. Ye Chen, can I trouble you to buy some condiments back? She also stood up, and Taisai looked at Ye Chen. Condiments, leave it to me. To be continued. Chapter 71. There are also some other residents living on the small island where Ye Chen and the others are now. Although there is no large-scale living supermarket, there is still a retail store opened by an old woman. Usually people go there to buy some daily necessities when they need some daily necessities. Using dancing air technique, I flew to the retail store and prepared to buy some condiments that Taisai and the others needed, but what is surprising is that... Sorry, boy, our condiments are sold out. Looking at the sorry face of the old woman in the store, Ye Chen was also a little depressed. Now that the condiments in the shop were sold out, he had to go to a town on the other side of the coast to buy it. Although it was a little troublesome, it didn't take a few minutes for Ye Chen. He summoned Black Duyun, Ye Chen flew over the sea, and soon came to a small town on the land, and then bought what he wanted in a living supermarket. Having not stayed in the town for too long, Ye Chen took a large pile of condiments and took the Hey Duyun again to return. Soy sauce, message, salt, pepper. Forgot to ask Taisai what kind of condiment he needed. Ye Chen simply bought a copy of the usual condiments, and all kinds of condiments were full of black bucket clouds. Okay. Just when Ye Chen flew out of the town and was about to enter the sea, he suddenly heard a gunshot from below. With doubts in his mind, Ye Chen asked Hey Duyun to lower his altitude and fly to the direction from which the gunfire came. He soon came to the sky above the scene of the incident. He finally knew what was going on. It turned out that a group of people were in the valley below, fighting on both sides of the road. On one side of the fighting were police officers in uniforms, and on the other was a beautiful, heroic blonde woman. Originally, Ye Chen didn't care much, but when he saw the blonde woman, Ye Chen was shocked. It turned out to be her. Boom boom boom. 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 Lan Kai, you have nowhere to escape, hurry up and drop your weapons and surrender. You useless policeman, come and arrest me if you have the ability, ha 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 ha. It is not someone else who is fighting the police, it is Lan Chi in the original Dragon Ball. Lan Qi is a magical girl with dual personality. With blue hair, she is gentle, clean, and hard-working. She is a lovely girl, but once she sneezes, her hair will turn golden. Personality will also be revealed. Lan Qi with blonde hair is completely different from Lan Qi with blue hair, being rough, wild, greedy for money, proficient in fighting and various weapons, and loves gold and silver jewelry and often robs. I remember that in the original Dragon Ball, the Turtle Fairy asked them to find a beautiful girl and met Lan Qi when Xiao Wukong and Klin were apprentices, but he did not expect Ye Chen to meet him this time. It's fine if I haven't met before, since I met Ye Chen, I didn't plan to let her go. Hey, what are you doing? Driving the black Duyun and landing in the middle of the two sides, Ye Chen attracted the attention of the police and Lan Qi who were fighting. Case fire, cease fire. Youth, it's dangerous here, hurry up and get out of here. Thinking that Ye Chen was someone who broke into here accidentally, several policemen quickly stopped shooting and shouted. Ignoring the few police officers, Ye Chen looked at Lan Qi on the side. Miss Lan Qi, you went to rob someone else again, and you were hunted down by the police gentleman. Boy, who are you? With beautiful eyes wide, Lan Qi stared at Ye Chen fiercely. It's just an unknown person who has heard of Miss Lan Qi deeds. Don't care. Since you are a nameless pawn, get out of here, don't bother my mother. Ye Chen smiled, but Lan Qi said boldly. Miss Lan Qi, it's wrong to rob others, it's not good for you to do this. Ye Chen naturally wouldn't just leave like this, and said with a sigh. I just like robbery, what can you do to me? Leave my business alone. Lan Qi was really amused by this guy who didn't know where it came out, and Lan Qi sneered. I still want to take care of her nostalgia, where to go cool. Sure enough, the same as the rumors. Since Miss Lan Qi is so obsessed with you, then I can't help it. Looking at Ye Chen's appearance, Lan Qi's eyes also flickered dangerously. Boy, what do you want? Be vigilant, although the other party looks like a harmless guy, but Lan Qi instinct tells her that this kid is much more dangerous than the rubbish police on one side. What do I want? I want to destroy you on behalf of justice. With a grin, Ye Chen flew forward with the black Duyun, and then hugged Lan Qi under the dumb gaze of the policeman and rushed to the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ah! Let go of me! Let go of me! In the sky, Lan Qi continued to struggle and shout. She didn't know the situation at all. When she recovered, she was caught and flew into the sky. Since Miss Lan Qi is so requesting, then I will let it go. A wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then Ye Chen really let go of Lan Qi. Ah! The whole person suddenly fell from a height of hundreds of meters below, and Lan Qi danced with her hands and feet and suddenly screamed again. Looking at the ground that was getting closer and closer, even Lan Qi couldn't help but panic. Dying, dying, dying. Just when Lan Qi had closed her eyes and waited for death to come, a long time passed, but the pain that she imagined to be crushed to pieces did not come. Opening her eyes, Lan Qi suddenly saw someone's brilliant smiling face. How about, Miss Lan Qi, were you scared just now? Although I don't know what happened, what Lan Qi knows is that she was fooled by this bastard in front of her. No one had ever dared to fool her like this, and the anger in Lan Qi's heart instantly broke through the heavens. Die to me! Raising the machine gun in her hand, Lan Qi shot Ye Chen fiercely. She wants to shoot this bastard into a sieve, she absolutely wants to shoot him into a sieve. Although firearms are very lethal to ordinary people, they are no different from toys for Ye Chen. His right hand turned into an afterimage, and Ye Chen easily grabbed all the bullets that Lan Qi had shot at him. Miss Lan Qi, this kind of thing is useless to me. Under Lan Qi's expression of seeing a ghost, Ye Chen opened his palm with a smile, and suddenly all the bullets fell to the ground. Are you a monster? 2 steps back, even Lan Qi was a little frightened. Even with 4.8 hands to catch the bullet, how could human beings do such a thing? this guy is definitely a monster. Monster? Although I think I am a serious human being, I should be similar to those monsters to Miss Lan Kai. But it doesn't matter what it is, Miss Lan Chi, don't you like robbery very much? Then congratulations, you are robbed by me now. Admiring Lan Qi's shocked look, then Ye Chen had a devilish smile on his face. What? The whole person was still in shock, so much so that Lan Qi couldn't react for a while. Some little speechless, Ye Chen can only say to Lan Qi again. Miss Lan Qi, you were robbed by me. From now on, all your belongings, whether you are or yourself, are all mine. Do you understand now? To be continued. Chapter 72. After finally reacting, Lan Qi trembled all over and went crazy. She has always been the only one who robbed others, this bastard dare to rob her. And it's nothing more than robbing some property, even people are not letting go. What is he trying to do? Die me, you bastard! Taking out a rocket launcher, Lan Qi aimed at Ye Chen and pulled the trigger without hesitation. This bastard can receive bullets empty-handed, the old lady will reward you with a rocket launcher, see if you can still catch it. Looking at the rocket launcher that hit him, Ye Chen grinned, but he was thinking about how Lan Qi hid such a big thing on his body. Raising a hand, Ye Chen waved it lightly, and immediately shot the frying cannon that was shot at him. With a bang, the firecracker that was photographed exploded a huge hole on the beach in the distance. Ah 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 ah! She almost dropped her chin without surprise, and Lan Qi felt that she must have hallucinated. Someone can slap fire and fry cannons. What is going on in this world? Lan Qi only felt that her worldview had been devastated at this moment. Miss Lan Qi, don't you understand, this kind of toy is useless to me. 2 steps forward, Ye Chen gently grabbed the frying cannon in Lan Qi's hand into a ball of scrap iron, and threw it on the ground. Well, Miss Lan Qi, please accept the reality and surrender obediently. You will become one of my possessions after being robbed and captured by me. Don't think about it. Shaking with anger, Lan Qi roared and fisted towards Ye Chen. Although she was indeed a little frightened, no matter what kind of monster this bastard he was, she dared to beat her at Lan Qi's idea. Mother, I will kill you. Do you still want to resist? With a sigh, Ye Chen slid to the side and avoided Lan Qi's fist. Incomparably fierce, Lan Qi deceived her again, facing Ye Chen with a fierce attack of punches and kicks. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 47. Not only can she use all kinds of modern weapons, Lan Qi is also good at all kinds of fighting skills, and she is not small in strength, even the average 3 or 5 strong men will be easily brought down by her. However, no matter how powerful Lan Qi is, she is still at the level of a normal human. Wanting to defeat Ye Chen is simply a fantasy. I played with Lan Qi a little bit. After feeling a little bored, Ye Chen grabbed Lan Qi's fist and took her. Pulled into his arms. Let me go. Asshole, let me go. Lan Qi kept struggling and shouting, even Ye Chen felt a little headache. Although this fierce temper is pretty cute in some ways, it's not enough to keep her making trouble like this. After thinking about it, Ye Chen lowered his head and blocked Lan Qi's lips. If struck by lightning, Lan Qi was completely stunned. She was actually kissed by this bastard. That was her first kiss. Naturally, he didn't know Lan Qi collapsed mood at this time, but Ye Chen tasted it to his heart's content, and didn't let Lan Qi go until he was satisfied for a long time. Miss Lan Qi, can you listen to me now? Adding his own lips, Ye Chen said with a smile, but his face was full of unfinished expressions. Asshole, I am going to kill you. With a face full of shame and anger, Lan Qi stared at Ye Chen fiercely. It seems that Miss Lan Qi still doesn't understand the current situation. After sighing, Ye Chen was too lazy to say something, and his direct action blocked Lan Qi's lips again. I want to kill you. Kill you. Kill you. Woo. I won't let you go. Woo. I'm fighting with you. Woohoo! On the beach, poor Lan Chi was bullied by someone over and over again, over and over again. Lan Chi is about to collapse. Stop! I just feel that my whole person has become dizzy and about to lose self-consciousness. At some point, Lan Chi finally pushed Ye Chen away with her great perseverance. Miss Lan Chi, what do you want to say this time? Did not care, Ye Chen asked with a smile. Ha, ha! Let me come this time. Panting with big mouths, Lan Chi threw Ye Chen to the ground like a frantic tigress. Then he kissed Ye Chen. You kissed me just now and it was very enjoyable, right? Isn't that just kiss? I will too, my mother. Seeing Lan Qi's hideous and happy expression, the corner of Ye Chen's eyes jumped. Wouldn't Lan Qi be broken by him? It always feels broken, but it seems to be good. Ye Chen simply closed his eyes and enjoyed it. After a long time. Asshole, you have to take responsibility for me. Holding Ye Chen's collar fiercely, Lan Qi's eyes were full of tears. Thinking about her Lan Qi life, robbing anyone who wants to rob, and bullying whoever wants to bully, has never been so embarrassed as today. Not only overturned the boat in the gutter, but also overturned to my grandma's house. At the thought of those things before, Lan Qi had the urge to die. Don't worry, I will take responsibility. Let's formally introduce it first. My name is Ye Chen. Well, you will be your other half from now on. He also introduced his own name, Ye Chen said with a smile. Ye Chen, right? I remember you. Lan Qi gritted her teeth for a while, but did not deny the relationship between the two. Although her character is a bit fierce and wild, Lan Qi 600 is also the kind of woman who dares to love and hate. Although the time the two have known each other is less than a short hour, but this bastard has taken so much advantage of her, isn't it just that? Don't think about it. Looking at Lan Qi's appearance, Ye Chen couldn't help but secretly laugh. Blonde Lan Qi is the kind of arrogant and unruly woman, she won't be moved by such or such small things. Ordinary methods can never break into her heart, but some domineering methods are easier to conquer her. Well, just like the above. As long as Lan Qi falls into her own pit, Ye Chen will not let her crawl out again. As for feelings and things, there will be time to cultivate slowly in the future. However, there was another thing Ye Chen wanted to do at this time. The blonde Lan Qi has already met, and the blue-haired Lan Qi wants to see him too. What do you want to do? Seeing Ye Chen approaching herself, Lan Qi instinctively panicked. At this time, Lan Qi has completely understood that she is definitely not Ye Chen's opponent. This bastard just took advantage of her. Does he want to do those things to himself again? Do not move. Just when Lan Qi was worried, Ye Chen said, then twisted a strand of Lan Qi hair and tucked her nose. Good, itchy. Stop it, stop it. Cut. To be continued. Chapter 73. Lan Qi is a magical girl. As soon as she sneezes, she will switch her personality, and even her hair color will change together. It is even more magical to transform into a game. Under Ye Chen's gaze, Lan Qi's hair changed from golden to blue, and her temperament also changed in an instant. If Lan Qi was heroic and wild before, then Lan Qi felt gentle and peaceful at this time. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, even Ye Chen could hardly believe that a person could make such a big change in an instant. Where is this? As if there was no memory of another personality, Lan Qi looked around blankly, and finally fell on Ye Chen's body. This gentleman, are you? Miss Lan Qi, this is Ye Chen, don't you remember what happened just now? My heart was surprised secretly, but he made a surprised expression overnight. Sorry, Mr. Ye Chen, my personality changes every time I sneeze, and I don't even remember it clearly. Excuse me, what happened just now? Knowing that her personality would change a lot after sneezing, Lan Qi asked with an apologetic look. That's it. A group of policemen were chasing Miss Lan Qi just now. I just met and rescued you. Nodded, Ye Chen said. I'm often chased by police gentlemen, maybe I robbed again without knowing it. However, thank you very much for saving me, Mr. Ye Chen. She was also very distressed about the change in her personality, but Lan Qi still bends and sincerely appreciates Ye Chen. It's okay, it doesn't matter, I just happened to ran into it. Miss Lan Qi, do you have any plans next? Not yet. Thinking of her own affairs, Lan Qi couldn't help but lowered her head. Every time she sneezes, she will switch her personality and her personality will change drastically, and the other one likes to rob and run around, so that every time Lan Qi regains consciousness, she finds herself in some strange place, and even often gets caught. Some policemen, bounty hunters and the like are hunting down. I don't have a fixed place, I'm drifting, I can't live a normal life, I don't know what I should do. Looking at Lan Qi's reaction, Ye Chen's mouth raised an imperceptible arc. Miss Lan Qi, since you have no plans yet, go to my place for a few days now. Some of my friends and I live on an island nearby, and there shouldn't be any police officers here to hunt you down. Ye Chen suggested, and Lan Qi couldn't help but feel a little moved. Really, is it okay? Will it bother you, Mr. Ye Chen, too much? No, Miss Lan Qi, you are such a beautiful and gentle woman to come to our place, everyone will be very happy. Ye Chen shook his head and smiled, thinking that you would be a little troubled if you don't go to my side. All right, I will disturb you in the next few days, Mr. Ye Chen. After thinking about it, Lan Qi finally made a decision. She has nowhere to go now, and she is wanted by the police for hunting. It would be great to have a place to stay temporarily. Miss Lan Qi is too polite, you don't need to call me Mr. Ye Chen, just call me Ye Chen. Mr. Ye Chen doesn't need to call me Miss Lan Qi. Then I will call you Lan Kai from now on. Well, Ye Chen sang. The distance between each other has narrowed a lot, and when they look at each other, they couldn't help laughing. Lan Qi thought that Mr. Ye Chen was really gentle, and he was also a very handsome gentleman. He also helped herself. He was really a good person. Naturally, I didn't know that Lan Qi had already sent herself a good person card in her heart, but Ye Chen called He Duyun. Lan Qi, you sit on this, we will go back now. This is. It was the first time to see such a strange cloud, Lan Qi couldn't help being a little surprised. It's called Black Duyun, and it's a flying prop. Okay, Lan Qi, hurry up. Okay, all right. Although she was still a little curious, Lan Qi didn't ask any more, stepped on with Ye Chen's help, and then dignifiedly knelt on Black Duyun. As soft as cotton, Lan Qi didn't feel any uncomfortable sitting on her knees, but she also felt very comfortable. She couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Hey Duyun, go back. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 48. He also jumped up, and then Ye Chen drove Black Duyun into the sky. It took a lot of time. It is estimated that Bulma and Taisai are all waiting anxiously, but they can catch a Lan Kai when they buy a condiment. No matter how you think he made it. He Duyun's speed was extremely fast, and soon Ye Chen took Lan Qi to the Gaixian hut on the island. Seeing that Ye Chen went out and bought some condiments, he brought someone back, and she was still a super beautiful beauty. Everyone in the family was very curious, especially Gaixianren, and Oolong's saliva was about to fall out. Ye Chen, who is this beautiful lady? Pulling at the corner of Ye Chen's clothes, Immortal Turtle asked with a thief. Looking at his teacher's appearance, Ye Chen couldn't help being speechless for a while. Mr. Wu Tian, you are also a great master at any rate, can we not be so unremarkable, and pay attention to the image a little bit? Her name is Lan Qi, and when I went to buy the condiments, I just ran into her being chased and killed, so I saved her casually. Lan Kai has nowhere to go and live, so I invited her to stay with us for a few days. Ye Chen briefly introduced Lan Qi to everyone, but did not say that she was chased by the police because of the robbery, and Lan Qi also politely greeted the attacker. "Hello everyone, my name is Lan Qi, please take care of me." It turned out to be Miss Lan Qi. "Hello, hello, I am Ye Chen's teacher Gui Xianren. Don't worry, Miss Lan Qi, as long as you come to us, there will be no bad guys to bully you again." "Miss Lan Qi, my name is Oolong, let me protect you from now on." Seeing that Lan Qi was so beautiful, Xianren and Oolong also quickly introduced themselves, and they kept trying to get close to her. "Lan Qi, these two are my senior brother Sun Gohan and the Bull Demon King, they are Bulma and Taisai, and a few here." Kicked Oolong's color pig away, and then Ye Chen introduced the others to Lan Qi, and Lan Qi also greeted everyone one by one. Seeing that Lan Qi is so beautiful and lovely and so polite and gentle, everyone likes her very much. But after thinking about it, Ye Chen felt it necessary to remind everyone. In fact, Lan Qi physique is a little special. As long as she sneezes, her personality will change drastically and her hair will turn golden. If you see Lan Qi hair is golden, don't just approach her casually. As long as you sneeze, your personality will change and your hair will turn golden. How is this kind of thing possible, Master Ye Chen? Even if you don't want us to approach Miss Lan Qi, you don't have to find such absurd reasons. Everyone was a little unbelievable, especially the little bald head of Klin pulled Ye Chen's trouser corners, and cast a look that we all understood. "Boy, you already have Bulma and Taisai. If you dare to harm Miss Lan Qi, I will drive you out of the teacher's door and clear the door." Immortal Turtle obviously didn't believe what Ye Chen said, and warned Ye Chen fiercely. The corners of his mouth twitched, and Ye Chen didn't bother to say anything. Since they don't believe it, let them see it yourself. Thinking of this, the corners of Ye Chen's mouth couldn't help but raise a nasty arc. To be continued. Chapter 74, Ye Chen's Plan. Ye Chen lifted Lan Qi's nose with her hair, and Lan Qi couldn't help but sneezed. And then her temperament changed drastically, and her hair turned golden. Really changed. Unbelievable, the eyes of Klin and others were almost staring. Just now they thought it was an excuse Ye Chen casually made to keep them from approaching Lan Qi, but they didn't expect this Miss Lan Qi to really transform. At the same time, blonde Lan Kai also regained consciousness. There was a wild air exuding the whole person, and they scanned the surroundings with cold eyes. Kellen, Yamcha, and others kept backing away, only feeling a chill behind them. "Hey, where did you bring me? Who are these guys?" Without the kind of gentleness and politeness just now, Lan Qi grabbed Ye Chen's collar and shouted fiercely. "Now you believe it." Instead of answering Lan Qi's question directly, Ye Chen looked at Kellen and others, who kept nodding their heads. Believe it or not, the changes before and after this Miss Lan Qi almost shocked their jaws. "I'm asking you something, answer me quickly." Seeing that Ye Chen ignored herself, Lan Qi suddenly became angry and yanked Ye Chen vigorously. Okay, didn't you see what I was busy just now? I will introduce you to it now." Some little speechless, Ye Chen patted Lan Qi's hands. Lan Qi's two personalities cannot share memories, and Ye Chen can only introduce her to Xian, Kellen and others, but after the introduction. Cut, 947 turns out to be a bunch of trash fish. "Hey, smelly old man, what are you looking at, do you want to die?" She didn't take Klin and the others to heart at all, but found that the old man named Xianren was actually looking at herself with a squint, and Lan Qi glared again. Yeah, I want to die." Feeling that Lan Qi now has a personality, Immortal Turtle who was squinting subconsciously replied. Ye Chen covered his forehead speechlessly, while Lan Qi twitched at the corner of her eyes. This stinky old man is so old that he is still so old and not repaired, it is enough. Since you want to die, go to die. I didn't know where he drew a machine gun, and Lan Qi dashed at the turtle immortal. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. Teacher Wu Tian is watching you, why do we even shoot? Ha ha ha. Kikai, look at it, that Sister Lankai is so interesting. It's so fun, ha ha ha. In front of the whole Turtle Fairy hut, there were a lot of jitters jumping. The Turtle Fairy, Sun Wufan, Klin, and Yamcha were shot by Lan Chi, but Wukong and Kikai were unintentional. The lungless little girl was standing next to her and laughing. Although a lot of things had happened, Lan Chi officially settled down on the island in the following days. The blue-haired Lan Chi is gentle and virtuous, polite and generous. Everyone likes her very much, but the blonde Lan Chi is fierce and wild. Every time he comes out, he chases after the Turtle Fairy and Klin. They shot everywhere, and only Ye Chen could control her. A few days later. Everyone, have a taste. I'm making some potato stew tonight. Oh, it's Miss Lan Chi, really delicious food. Lan Chi greeted everyone to hurry up and have dinner, but the Turtle Fairy who had a bite couldn't help but praise. Lan Chi cooking skills are indeed very good. Although Bulma and Taisai have learned a lot recently, the level of their sisters is several times worse than Lan Chi. These days, they have studying with Lan Chi. She also tasted it herself, as if she was still a little dissatisfied. Lan Chi picked up the pepper next to it and sprinkled a little into the pot. Ah, ah! Some pepper flew into the air, causing Lan Kai to feel a little itchy nose, and she seemed to sneeze when she opened her mouth. The Tortoise Immortal, Monkey King, Oolong, Kellen, Yamcha, and Cow Demon all showed horror, and they hurriedly backed away from Lan Chi. Ha ha ha! Sorry, I scared everyone. In the end, he endured it, Lan Chi said apologetically, while Turtle Immortal and Klin let out a long sigh of relief. They are really afraid of another blonde Lan Kai. Every time they appear these days, they will chase them and shoot everywhere, and they are about to become a psychological shadow. Seeing the horrified look of Immortal Turtle, Ye Chen, who was sitting between Bulma and Taisai, was secretly funny, but after thinking of something, Ye Chen said, Teacher Wu Tian, I plan to take Wukong and the others away tomorrow. This time I will be away for a long time. It may take more than a year before I can come back to visit you again. After hearing Ye Chen's words, everyone was shocked. Is there anything important this time? I have to leave for such a long time. The Turtle Fairy asked. There are indeed some important things. I plan to take Wukong to Master Zhuang to practice. My Lord Realm. Ye Chen replied, and everyone couldn't help but wonder, who did not know the Lord Realm King that Ye Chen said. If I am the god in charge of the earth, then Lord Realm King is the god in charge of the Milky Way. What I am going to look for this time is the Lord of the Northern Realm, who is in charge of the Northern Galaxy where our Earth is located. I plan to take Wukong to him to practice for a year. Ye Chen briefly explained to everyone. The god in charge of the Milky Way still has such a great existence. Looking at each other, everyone was shocked, and Gaixian nodded with a serious face. Since you are going to find Lord Zhuang to practice, then you go. I have heard you say that there are many powerful people and races in the universe. Since you are the god of the earth now, it is indeed necessary to improve your strength a little bit, so as to protect the earth. Both you and Wukong have surpassed us by far, and your two brothers and I are already old, and these important tasks of protecting the world can only be entrusted to you. Although he is usually a shameless old man, Immortal Turtle is still a righteous martial artist, so naturally he would not have any objections to Ye Chen's plan, and he encouraged him. Hey, Lord Ye Chen, can you also take us to practice with that Lord Zhuang? Kellen's voice, sitting with Yamcha, looked at Ye Chen expectantly. These days, Ye Chen would point them out from time to time. Ye Chen's strength is clear to them. Even the invincible Master Ye Chen has to go to Master Zhuang to practice. You don't have to think about it and know that Master Ye Chen must be very amazing character. If the two of them can also go there to practice together, wouldn't they soon be invincible in the world? While Kellen and Yamcha were still dreaming with great expectations, Ye Chen directly gave them a punch in the head. You two guys, you want to learn to run before you learn how to walk. Let's talk about it when you have completed the practice of teacher Wu Tian here. Wu, it hurts. Master Ye Chen. Can we go to Master Ji Wang to practice like you after completing the practice of teacher Wu Tian? Not yet. When you have completed the practice of teacher Wu Shen, you will go to Kalin Ta to find Immortal Kalin. When you have completed the practice of Immortal Kalin, I will let my god servant Bobo guide you again and wait for Bo. After Bo's practice is completed, you can almost go to Master Ji Wang. Ah, there are so many more. Hearing that there are still so many practices to complete for the two of them, Klin and Yamcha suddenly wilted. They even have just started the practice of teacher Wu Shen now. How long will they have to wait before going to Master Ji Wang to practice? Wukong and I have come here step by step, you guys should go through it slowly. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen didn't say so well, and everyone else couldn't help laughing. To be continued. Chapter 75. Ye Chen, you and Wukong went to Master Ji Wang to practice, what should we do? Bulma's voice, the expression of resentment on his face sitting beside Ye Chen. Although she also knows that Ye Chen is the god of the earth now, and it is very important for Ye Chen to improve her strength, but when she thinks that Ye Chen will leave for more than a year, Bulma is very reluctant to give up, including the other side. Tai Sai is the same. This is definitely not Dragon Ball Chapter 49. I have other arrangements for you, just because I have some important things that I want you to do for me. But these are not in a hurry. Before I go to Master Ji Wang to practice, I will take you out and have a good time for a while. Ye Chen said after scraping Bulma's little nose. Really? Ye Chen, you are so kind. When Ye Chen said that he would take them out to play for a while, Bulma cheered, and Ye Chen smiled and stroked the girl's forehead. Looking at these two big dog food guys, Kelin, Yamcha, and others were envied for a while. Especially Yamcha, although he also yearned to find a beautiful girl in his heart, but the sad thing was that he was nervous when he saw a beautiful girl, and he didn't even have the courage to talk to each other. Compared to her own brother who has already started to hug left and right, Yamcha feels that he is really a man who has failed completely. Naturally, I didn't notice the little loss of Yamcha. Even if I noticed Ye Chen, I didn't bother to care. After showing her affection with Bulma, Ye Chen looked at Lan Qi. Lan Kai, come with us too. I'm with Ye Chen saying, too. Yes, there is nothing wrong with you staying here anyway. Why don't you go out with us on a trip? And if the other one comes out without me, teacher Wu Tian and the others will suffer. Lan Qi seemed to be a little surprised, but Ye Chen said jokingly. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Immortal Turtle was a little uncomfortable at first. Ye Chen, the stinky boy, took Bulma and Tai Sai away. Even Lan Qisang wanted to harm him, but after hearing the next words, Immortal Turtle it also feels reasonable. If after Ye Chen leaves, another fierce and wild blonde Lan Kai comes out, who can control her? They will be killed, they will definitely be killed by her. If I go too, will it cause Ye Chen Sang to trouble you? Obviously, she was also moved, but Lan Qi still showed hesitation. No trouble, Bulma, Tai Sai, right? Ye Chen said with a smile, and then winked at Bulma and Tai Sai beside him. The corners of their eyes flicked a few times. Bulma and Tai Sai couldn't see what Ye Chen was making. Obviously they already have their sisters, so I still want to go to Lan Qi. Forget it, this hateful guy actually wants his sister to help him soak. Yes, yeah, no trouble at all, Lan Qi, you go with us. Ha ha ha. Although my heart is always unhappy, Bulma and Tai Sai are naturally embarrassed to reject others in front of Lan Qi, they can only ha to fulfill someone's wish, and then simultaneously screw Ye Chen behind their backs. A piece of soft flesh on the waist. Taking a breath, Ye Chen grinned with pain, but in the end he managed to endure it. Knowing that the vinegar jars of the two sisters have been overturned again, forget it, just let them squeeze it first to calm down, and when they return to the room, they can retaliate severely. In that case, I will also pack my salute and go with you. Traveling with Ye Chen sang, I really look forward to it. Seeing that Ye Chen and Bulma both said it was not troublesome, Lan Chi didn't think too much about it. She immediately clapped her hands and showed a look of expectation and happiness. After dinner, everyone watched TV and rested for a while, and then it was time to go to bed soon. The Turtle Fairy, Monkey King, Cow Demon, plus Klin, Yamcha, Oolong, Pool, and Turtle. The Turtle Fairy house is currently full or even overloaded, so by night Yuchen and Bulma's daughters he released his house from the universal capsule, and slept in the house where he waited. Of course, besides Bulma and the others, Lan Chi naturally rested on their side. In her room, Lan Chi seemed to be in a very good mood while humming a ballad while finishing her salute. Although she had been to many places before, it was another place she ran to, and every time she regained consciousness, she had to avoid the police and bounty hunters. Now it feels miserable to think about it. Speaking of it, she hasn't tried to travel for a long time, and she doesn't have to worry about her safety this time with Ye Chen Sang and the others, so Lan Chi is also looking forward to this trip in her heart. Next to Lan Chi is Wukong and Kikai's room. Since Kikai joined, Ye Chen has asked Wukong to accompany her at night. The two lowly friends are hugging each other and sleeping together. The room next to Wukong and Kikai is naturally Yuchen, Bulma, and Taisai's room. Although the lights in the room have been turned off, the situation inside is a bit unpleasant at this time. Damn Ye Chen, say, are you interested in Lan Chi and want to put her in your harem too? Sitting on Ye Chen's body, Bulma asked with a fierce expression. Although Taisai didn't do the same thing, she still sat down and looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Yes, that's what I planned. Nodded, Ye Chen admitted unabashedly. Although he was a little dumbfounded by Ye Chen's frank appearance, Bulma, who recovered his senses, was furious. Obviously, I already have my sister and me and I'm still not satisfied, you sex monster. Villain. Bad guy. Two Jiao fists beat Ye Chen's body for a while, Bulma scolded. Hey, Bulma, I actually did it for you and Taisai. Grabbing Bulma's fist, Ye Chen said. For me and sister. Suspecting whether he had heard it wrong, Bulma couldn't help but widen his eyes, and even Taisai next to him was stunned. This guy himself wanted to open the harem and even said it was for them. Is there any mistake? Of course, otherwise what do you think? If it weren't for worrying about damaging your body, I would have eaten your sisters. Do you think you two sisters can satisfy me? No, no, no. My body is 1,000 times stronger than yours, but you two sisters can't satisfy me by far. If I don't find a few more sisters for you now, maybe someday I will destroy your sisters if I lose control for a while. So, I want to include Lan Chi in my harem not only for myself, but also for your good. With a loud noise, Ye Chen said awe-inspiringly, while Bulma and Taisai opened their mouths blankly for a long time without regaining their senses. This nasty villain, he wants to open the harem just because he wants to open the harem, so he can even say the reason for such a high sounding, even saying that it is for their good? Bulma was almost exasperated. Sophistry. All sophistry. I killed you. I was too lazy to talk nonsense with this nasty guy, Bulma threw on Ye Chen and gave him a savory sip. What? Ye Chen was in pain, then suddenly turned over and exchanged positions with Bulma. Bulma, dare you bite me? Pressing Bulma's hands, Ye Chen had a vicious expression on his face. Both Bulma and Taisai beside him were startled by Ye Chen's sudden appearance. Bulma couldn't help being a little flustered. I'm just biting you, silly villain. What do you want? Although panicked, Bulma pretended to be calm. You dare to bite me, I want to tear your clothes. With an evil and cruel smile, Ye Chen grabbed her pajamas and tore them forcefully under Bulma's stunned look. Asshole, you tore my clothes again. Stop it. Stop it. Ah. In a short time, there was a burst of clothes shattering and Bulma's yelling in the room, and soon Taisai joined in. To be continued.